The author, a sole female protagonist, conducts field research at funeral homes, crematoriums, and cemeteries, striving for authenticity in traditional supernatural funerary practices and professional knowledge. Chapter 1. An unexpected turn in the morning hall. Before I recount my tale, I wish to pose a question to you. Have you ever encountered the deceased? Have you ever touched a corpse? I have, and on numerous occasions, some with particularly harrowing appearances. This is intrinsically linked to both my profession and my family background. As a funeral master, my primary duty is to ensure a dignified farewell for the departed. Due to a shortage of long-term staff at the funeral home, my role has evolved from a simple officiant to encompass duties as a service assistant, salesperson, and makeup artist, culminating in a partnership with colleagues to establish a comprehensive funeral supply store, thus managing the entire funeral process. At just over 20, one might wonder why I chose this line of work. The answer is rather poignant. After graduating from university at the age of 22, I was beset by a myriad of pressing realities, and not wishing to burden my family for financial support, I sought employment at a funeral home when I found myself in dire straits. The Shungbao Pool Funeral Home was in need of an officiant, and I promptly submitted my resume. Within minutes, I received a call for an interview. The prospect of a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan with no strings attached, coupled with free meals and accommodation, rendered the specifics of the job secondary in importance. On my first day, we welcomed a 96-year-old man who had passed away. The funeral home had brought back a seasoned officiant in his 60s to guide me for 3 days, assuring that with diligent study, I would be capable of managing on my own thereafter. Initially, I had planned to stay for just 2 months, earning over 10,000 yuan to rent an apartment and pursue what might be deemed a more conventional job. However, I found myself captivated by the lucrative nature of this profession, leading me to continue from the age of 22 to 26. My colleagues were astonished by my composure in the face of death. Even when confronted with the remains of individuals who had met tragic ends, bodies mangled in accidents, I remained unfazed, able to assist even when seasoned makeup artists were at a loss. This fearless disposition is a significant asset in the funeral industry, and I have possessed it since the tender age of 6, having encountered death frequently thereafter. To illustrate, my grandfather was a professional forensic expert who could assemble human skeletal remains with precision. My grandmother specialized in preparing the deceased for their final appearance, skillfully mending any physical imperfections without leaving a trace of her work. My parents ran a funeral supplies store in the city, assisting families with their arrangements while selling related products. With such a strong familial influence, it is no surprise that I found my path in this field. From the moment of passing to the rituals of preparation and burial, and even the subsequent observance of the mourning period, I am well versed in the procedures involved. Should I encounter a situation beyond my expertise, I need only to consult my grandfather for guidance. He possesses not only the knowledge required for funerary matters, but can also assist in inquiries beyond the grave. Many have inquired whether working night shifts at the funeral home is terrifying. My response would be that it is not frightening, though it can be unsettling. My office is merely a corner away from Hall 4 of the funeral home, meaning that if a body is present there, it is separated from me by just 2 walls. One particularly quiet night, I was on duty alongside 6 others, yet I was the only one remaining awake. In the case of solitary deceased elder, my task was relatively uncomplicated. The elder, aged 73, had been brought in after passing, and his family had numerous obligations to attend to, leaving me to oversee the vigil alone. After a brief discussion with them, I accepted a small fee and a pack of cigarettes as compensation for my services, allowing them to return home. Traditionally, incense is burned at the altar as a sign of respect for the departed, and it must remain lit throughout the night. As such, I diligently ensure that the incense continued to burn, checking on it hourly. However, around 3 o'clock in the morning, the tranquility of the funeral home was interrupted by the cacophony of barking dogs, which soon escalated to the sounds of chickens and pigs. Initially dismissing it as a typical occurrence, I soon felt a sense of unease. Without hesitation, I contacted my colleague, Brother Wang, who had been responsible for all arrangements prior to the elder's arrival at the funeral home. "Brother Liu, what is that noise?" he inquired, awakening fully upon hearing my description of the sounds. Everything was arranged perfectly, including the offerings and the payments. What was this elder's profession in life? I pressed. During his lifetime, he ran a dog meat restaurant. After reaching an advanced age, he ceased operations and ventured to the dog market to slaughter. What of it? Upon hearing these words, A wave of unease washed over me. Brother Wong, when dressing the old man in his burial attire, were his hands wrapped in red cloth? Is that necessary? Indeed, it is essential. Otherwise, upon his passing, the very animals he slaughtered in life will surely come to gnaw at the hand that wielded the knife. No sooner had I uttered this than a resounding thud echoed at the window, facing the entrance of Hall 3, though nothing could be seen outside. At that moment, a series of impacts began to resonate against the mortuary's door, growing increasingly loud. Ignoring Wong's terrified inquiries, I abruptly ended the call. It appears this evening shall not unfold peacefully. Chapter 2. The stitching of corpses. As the sounds of collision grew increasingly intense, I returned to the office to retrieve 2 pieces of red cloth and a pair of red gloves. I then proceeded to the incineration room at the back, where I acquired a fire poker before returning to the funeral hall to open the ice coffin. Upon lifting the embroidered cloth adorned with the character for offering, I discovered the elderly man inside, eyes wide open and mouth agape, his countenance betraying a flicker of fear. When he was delivered to me, I had assisted with the arrangements, and at that time, both his eyes and mouth were firmly closed. If he remained as he was upon arrival, the situation would be manageable. However, in light of the current circumstances, I found myself confronting 2 pressing dilemmas. The first was how to deal with the entities lurking in the courtyard outside. The second was what to do if the occupant of the ice coffin were to rise. Given that he could now open his eyes and part his lips, with the very coin for the afterlife lodged in his throat, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to leap from the coffin and crawl across the room. I had encountered such occurrences before, though that was a long time ago, resolved with the presence of my grandparents and parents. Now, I stood alone. In this moment, I could not afford to be distracted. I donned the 2 pairs of red gloves and rolled up the sleeves of the old man's burial garments. Normally, his right hand would grasp a steamed bun, adorned with a paper-crafted silver ring on his middle finger, while his left hand would hold a handful of millet, accompanied by a paper-crafted gold ring on the corresponding finger. Yet now, the bun had been reduced to 2 halves, scattered within the sleeve, and the millet was entirely gone. The 2 gold rings had completely deformed, transforming into a mere sheet of gold and a sheet of silver. The bun served the purpose of warding off the ferocious dogs of the underworld, while the millet was intended to attract the chickens of the nether realm. At this juncture, the deceased spirit had yet to descend to the underworld, and yet both items had vanished. Moreover, this man had been a butcher in life, specializing in the slaughter of animals. Should he find himself in the underworld, facing the trials of the vicious dogs and the golden rooster mountain, he would surely suffer greatly. Listening to the nearly deafening sounds of banging at the door, I grasped the old man's arm, wrapping his hands in the 2 pieces of red cloth. Next, I removed the incense burner from the offering table and placed it in the center of the entrance to Hall 3. I lit 9 sticks of incense and inserted them into the burner. Then, I knelt and began to bow repeatedly, each time glancing at the incense to monitor its burning progress. Ultimately, the 9 high sticks of incense extinguished simultaneously when they had burned halfway. Upon witnessing the extinguished incense, I could not suppress a sound of disapproval. In our line of work, there exists a custom known as 3 days large and 3 days small. The small 3 days begins counting from the day of the deceased's passing, followed by a day in the funeral home, and concluding with the day of the burial. Conversely, the large 3 days commences from the 2nd day after death, allowing for 2 additional days before interment. To put it plainly, the distinction between the 2 is merely for the purpose of collecting funeral donations. Fewer relatives means small 3 days, while larger gatherings necessitate large 3 days. On the eve of the burial, the body must undergo a light cleansing ritual. Once this is performed, the embroidered cloth covering the face is removed, and the morning sun must take a light cleansing stick dipped in well water to perform the ritual on various parts of the body. The occupant of the ice coffin had been a butcher, and the entities outside were undoubtedly seeking vengeance for his deeds. It is a known fact that butchers are invariably pursued by the spirits of the animals they have slaughtered, and these souls come to exact retribution, aiming to gnaw at the hands that wielded the knife. At this moment, I had already lit 9 sticks of incense, which represented the utmost level of respect. Yet still, the entities outside refused to relent, determined to exact their vengeance. If I continued to obstruct them, I risked incurring their wrath. Conversely, if I allowed the situation to go unchecked, I could only wonder whether the red cloth would suffice to shield the body from their assault. Should the corpse be desecrated, the truth would be laid bare on the day of the light cleansing, leaving me at a loss should the morning sun seek me out for an explanation. After weighing the pros and cons, I decided to return to the office to gather my belongings. In comparison, Dealing with a grievance from the morning sun seemed preferable to inciting the ire of the entities outside. However, before I departed, I took the fire poker and drew a circle on the floor of the ice coffin. I snapped the extinguished incense and discarded it on the ground, while also kicking over the incense burner. Old sir, you have spent your life as a butcher, accumulating karmic debts. Today, they come seeking vengeance. Show a bit of the temper you wielded in life, and do not allow these entities to impose their will upon you. After uttering this, I donned the red gloves and delivered 2 sharp slaps to the corpse within the ice coffin, calling back the spirit. I then retrieved the paper offerings that my colleague had sent in advance and burned a paper knife for the old gentleman. Take good care of your tools. After the knife had turned to ash, the sounds of banging echoed throughout the funeral home, reverberating against the glass and doors. I tidied up my belongings and returned to the office. Once back, I secured the door tightly and began to burn several stacks of paper money, one by one. Inside the room, as the paper money ignited, I heard a sound from outside, akin to meat being torn apart by a sharp instrument. There were no cries of anguish. Yet the tearing persisted until 5:30 in the morning. I burned a total of 12 stacks of paper money, and just as dawn broke at 6 o'clock, Brother Wong arrived at the unit, concerned for my well-being, allowing me to finally emerge from the smoke-filled office. The scene in Hall 3 remained largely unchanged since my departure, save for the disappearance of the ashes from the burned paper knife. The old gentleman's eyes and mouth had closed once more, and the burial garments he wore were now completely torn asunder. The funeral home opened at 7:30, providing Brother Wong and me ample time to change the attire of the occupant. Upon removing the burial garments, I discovered a significant gash in the old man's chest. His hands were intact, but his heart was gone. My grandmother had taught me the art of stitching corpses, and now was the opportune moment to apply my skills. I instructed Brother Wong to gather some weeds from the roadside, and once he returned with the foraged greenery, I procured several pairs of rubber gloves and a box for the paper money. After tightening the gloves, I took out needle and thread and began the delicate task of stitching. The process of stitching is deceptively simple. I crafted a heart-shaped bundle from the weeds and stuffed it into the gaping wound, covering it with a suitably shaped piece of cardboard. I layered the rubber gloves around the surrounding area of the wound, securing them tightly. Though it would undoubtedly feel contrived to the touch, I was confident that the morning sun, wielding the light-cleansing stick, would not discern the deception. After shaping the cardboard to the desired elevation, I donned the red gloves in Brother Wong's presence and commenced the stitching. Once completed, the two of us dressed the old gentleman in a new burial garment of the same style, and at first glance, there was no visible difference. We repositioned the body, refilled the incense burner with ash, and lit 3 sticks of high incense. We tidied up the remnants of broken incense and other assorted debris. The bun, millet, and gold and silver rings were no longer necessary, but fearing the morning sun might detect inconsistencies, Brother Wong and I prepared a substitute as a mere formality. By 6:50, everything in Hall 3 had been restored to its original state, as it had been upon the old gentleman's arrival. It is improbable that anyone would be reckless enough to untie a corpse's shroud. The events that transpired with the body are known only to myself and Brother Wong. No living soul beyond us is privy to such knowledge. As the clock struck 7, the filial son arrived at the funeral home, and Brother Wong and I promptly found seats, maintaining an air of nonchalance. However, upon entering the morning hall, the filial son hesitantly confided in me, "Last night, I dreamt my father was devoured by dogs. Is there any significance to this?" Chapter 3. Do not look back. I, maintaining a composed demeanor, shook my head and replied that there was nothing of consequence in such a dream. It was likely that someone had mentioned that his father had been a butcher in life, and thus the animals destined for slaughter sought vengeance. After the filial son secured his mourning ribbon, he nodded earnestly. I waved my hand dismissively, stating that dreams are merely reflections of our daily thoughts. After reassuring the filial son, I instructed Brother Wong to keep watch while I retreated to the office for a brief rest. Though I had grown accustomed to late nights, the previous evening had been particularly exhausting, as I had to burn paper money in the room to ward off unwanted spirits, leaving my eyes red and irritated from the smoke. Upon returning to the office, I fell into a deep slumber that lasted until 2 in the afternoon. After freshening up, I made my way to Hall 3 to switch with Brother Wong. Knowing my capabilities regarding corpse stitching and the events of the previous night, he refrained from asking unnecessary questions and seamlessly exchanged shifts with me. Under normal circumstances, my presence would not be required throughout the entirety of the proceedings, as I often oversee multiple deceased individuals. However, given the current situation where only one body resided in Hall 3, and considering last night's incident, I was genuinely concerned about the possibility of the deceased wandering about unnoticed. Seated in the morning hall, the filial son and his friends were folding gold ingots, while I sat beside them, enjoying sunflower seeds and candy, occasionally responding to their queries. The filial son expressed his desire to keep vigil, and after some contemplation, I decided to stay with him for a while, as the night would leave just the two of them, and fear might inevitably creep in. They readily agreed and informed me that their daughter, the granddaughter of the deceased resting in the ice coffin, was en route from afar and would arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, I frowned slightly. In my opinion, the fewer people present for the vigil, the better. Ideally, there would be no one at all. Should anything occur during the night, an additional person would divert my attention, and I feared I might not be able to manage the situation. However, given the circumstances, I had no choice but to acquiesce, as the granddaughter deserved to pay her final respects to her grandfather. At 9:30, a girl with a large backpack, tears streaming down her cheeks, stumbled into the morning hall. She knelt upon the mat, crying and bowing fervently. The trio wept for over half an hour, and once their sobs subsided, I retrieved the mourning ribbon adorned with a red cord, preparing to tie it around the girl's waist. "Is your grandmother still alive?" I inquired. The girl shook her head, stating that her grandmother had passed long ago. Nodding, I proceeded to wrap the mourning ribbon around her waist. If both grandparents had departed, the ends of the ribbon should be even, neither longer nor shorter. Subsequently, the family of three fell into a silent rhythm, folding gold ingots while I continued to munch on sunflower seeds. Having slept until the afternoon, my biological clock was thoroughly disrupted. Even at bedtime, I remained remarkably alert. To my surprise, the night passed without incident, calm and uneventful. The following morning at 8, I fetched 3 bundles of paper money from the office and led the family to the furnace room behind the funeral home to burn the paper offerings. The furnace room was essentially a chamber filled with brick ovens, featuring a large furnace and a smaller one, totaling 18 in number. I instructed them to choose a spot, and once they had, I retrieved a clay basin from the corner for them to begin burning the paper. Out of the 3 bundles, only 2 were to be burned today. The remaining bundle was reserved for the day of the funeral. However, I brought it along to secure a place atop the furnace. After igniting the paper money with a lighter, ashes from the basin drifted toward the girl. I cast a casual glance her way. She appeared unafraid, merely expressing her uncertainty about the significance of the ashes. I waved my hand, indicating it was not the time for such discussions. Once all the paper money had been consumed, I informed them that after the funeral, I would carefully package the ashes from the basin to be burned alongside the elder on the 7th day. They were puzzled by the necessity of this ritual, but did not question it, nodding in acknowledgement. After the paper money was burned, I returned the furnace hook to its place and cautioned them, "Once you have finished, you may return. Remember not to look back on your way out." Upon hearing this, the trio stiffened, not daring to turn around, and they made their way back to the morning hall in a single file. Upon their return, the girl immediately inquired about the ashes that had floated toward her earlier. "You are unmarried and do not even have a partner, correct?" I stated. The girl nodded. "Your grandfather is thinking of you. This is a good omen, so do not worry." Hearing this, her eyes glistened with tears as she began to weep once more. As they consoled her, I returned to the office to prepare the items needed for the evening's ritual. After concluding a phone call, the inventory manager at the funeral home brought forth a plastic horse, a palanquin, 2 plastic bearers, a paper-crafted 2-story building, 2 plastic maidens, and a cardboard coffin intended for use on the day of the funeral. At precisely 6 o'clock, I inquired with the filial son if they had gathered everything as requested. Shortly thereafter, he presented several large packages containing the elders' clothing, shoes, and personal items, as well as their pillow and mattress. Following his instructions, I retrieved the elders' favorite garments and draped them backward over the plastic horse, emphasizing, "This must be done in reverse. Do not touch it." After providing these directives, I collected the pillow, mattress, and clothing and entrusted them to the person responsible for burning these offerings, instructing him to take them to the furnace room for the elder. At 8:29, I opened the ice coffin, lifting the embroidered cloth to reveal the elder's serene face, unchanged and devoid of any unexpected occurrences. I instructed the filial son to take a comb and groom the elder's hair. Once the hair was neatly arranged and the shroud and hat were properly placed, the moment to commence the blessing arrived at 8:31. The blessing staff, essential for the ritual, had been resting atop the offerings on the altar. There were 3 in total. I removed the middle one and handed it to the filial son. "I will say a line, and you will repeat after me. Do you understand?" "I understand," he replied. After receiving his affirmation, I instructed him to dip the blessing staff into the basin of well water. It was now time to bless the elder. Chapter 4. The blessing. After the blessing staff was dipped in the well water, I instructed the filial son to take scissors and first cut the binding cords from the elder's feet. Cut the cords and proceed westward, I proclaimed, and he echoed my words. I grasped the filial son's sleeve and touched the blessing staff to the elder's eyes. Open the eyes, observe the 6 paths, and gaze towards the west. Open the ears, hear the 8 directions, and discern the path. Open the nose, distinguish the 5 flavors, and savor the fragrances. Open the mouth, relish the taste, and enjoy the feast. Illuminate the heart and gain wisdom, for a bright mind is essential. The ceremony commenced with a radiant illumination, summoning wealth and treasures to fill one's pockets. As the spiritual rites unfolded, the essence of the departed was guided towards the afterlife. Following the rituals, my responsibilities as the officiant began. Esteemed guests, please rise. As all attendees stood, I recited a pre-written eulogy, conducting an intimate memorial service. Upon concluding the eulogy, a moment of silence was observed. After a minute had elapsed, I instructed the bereaved children to bow in gratitude to the guests. Once the bows were completed, we proceeded to the final viewing of the remains. All guests removed their hats to pay their last respects, then departed in an orderly fashion. Following the viewing, we transitioned to the weight-lifting phase, which entailed transferring the elder from the ice coffin to the casket. This task could be performed by the bereaved or by professionals from the funeral home. Naturally, engaging professionals incurs a fee. 6 individuals would lift the remains, each receiving 50, while I compensated them 30 each, keeping the remainder as my fee. The 4 professionals grasped the cushion beneath the elder's body, lifting them with care, while the other 2 positioned the casket into the ice coffin. The remaining 4 gently placed the elder into the casket, and as the cloth straps along the casket were secured, the ceremony reached its conclusion. With the ice coffin sealed, I grasped the pre-prepared banner, instructing the eldest bereaved child to shoulder it and lead the procession, while the others followed in order of seniority. Upon exiting the hall, I uttered softly, "Father, we have turned the corner." As we approached the small exit of the funeral home, I continued, "Father, we have crossed the threshold." We then made our way directly to the crematory, a structure of brick housing larger items, such as the beloved horse draped in garments. Along the way, I chanted repeatedly, "Lotus flowers bloom," guiding us westward. Walk the great road, head towards the west. Upon reaching the crematory, I instructed the eldest bereaved child to point the banner towards the northwest. This fine steed, as you guide the departed westward, is paired with a silver bench, its presence heralded by the clanging of golden bells. This guiding banner, resonating 7 times, leads the horse towards the western realms. Should we lose our way, fear not. Dear horse, keep your eyes on the guiding banner, which points westward. Stray not, lest misfortune befall you. Finishing my incantation, I produced a long knife, gently pricking the horse's forehead, both sides of its body, and its hindquarters. Next, I retrieved the prearranged plastic bearers. Bearers, heed my words. The sedan must remain steady. Any turbulence may bring torment upon you. I then presented 2 plastic maidens to the eldest bereaved child, instructing him to strike them lightly as a gesture of respect. Afterward, each bereaved child received a stack of paper money, and upon kneeling to pay their respects, individuals placed the horse into the crematory and ignited the flames. As the fire blazed, the bereaved chanted the names of the departed, led by the eldest calling out, "Father, we offer you this tribute," tossing the paper money into the flames. Once the offerings were consumed, I guided everyone back to the hall, reminding them not to look back. Upon our return, some guests who had initially viewed the remains had already departed, leaving behind only close friends of the bereaved, who intended to keep vigil. Observing that more than 10 individuals remained, I realized that should any unexpected events arise during the night, I would be overwhelmed. After a moment of contemplation, I approached the eldest bereaved child and advised, after the ceremony, no one should remain for the vigil. All must leave. In this moment, my words carried weight. And though there was no tradition for such a decree, I crafted a plausible reason to usher the remaining guests away. Yet, the family of 3 was resolute in their decision to stay, particularly the young woman, determined to keep vigil for her grandfather. Noting this determination, I fetched 6 red cloth bands from my office, each priced at 10 yuan, and bound them around their wrists without explanation. Should any misfortune arise, I hoped these tokens might offer protection. As the clock struck 10, I sat nearby, snacking and scrolling through my phone, while my colleague organized documents in the office. The bereaved couple seemed to have come to terms with their loss, gradually engaging in conversation with me. During our discussion, the young woman softly inquired, "Are you Lu Long?" I nodded in affirmation. "I saw the job posting outside the Holy Treasure Pool. You are the ceremony manager here, correct? Do you still need female officiants?" Taken aback, I realized that after 3 months of the posting being up, a woman had finally expressed interest. Once I regained my composure, I confirmed that we were indeed in need, as no one had applied. Is it possible for someone without any prior experience to enter this field? She asked. I assured her that prior experience was not a prerequisite. I too had started without any foundation. In this profession, one would be mentored by a master, and with courage, anyone could embark on this path. I did, however, caution her that while it could be lucrative, the societal standing associated with this profession is often low. The only respect we receive tends to come from those mourning their loved ones. Once they leave, they often wish never to cross paths with us again. Furthermore, young individuals in this field, regardless of gender, often find it challenging to form romantic relationships, usually resorting to colleagues or professionals they frequently encounter, such as doctors or forensic specialists. Much to my surprise, the young woman and her parents did not seem deterred by these realities, and they began discussing the opportunity with me. It appeared rather disheartening to others that, amidst their grief, they were contemplating job prospects for their daughter. But in reality, one must consider that life continues despite the passing of a loved one. Shouldn't the focus be on living well to reassure those who have departed? I felt no discomfort in discussing this matter at such a time. In fact, it seemed appropriate. If arrangements could be made now, it would undoubtedly bring peace to the departed. When the bereaved couple stepped away for a moment, only I and the young woman, named Man Ci, remained in the hall. I smiled and asked, "Do you have any further questions?" Yet, I warned her, this profession is not for the faint of heart. One must possess a strong psychological constitution. May I give it a try? She asked. Certainly, but if at any point you find it overwhelming, please speak up. Do not endure in silence. If something were to happen, I would share in the responsibility. At this, Man Ci paused, then nodded in agreement. I proceeded to explain the nature of this work, including the financial aspects. In all honesty, it is common knowledge that the funeral industry is quite profitable. I had no reason to conceal this from her. My earnings were legitimate, and there was no need for shame. Why would I hide the truth? Upon hearing that my monthly salary exceeds $10,000, with my highest earnings surpassing $20,000 in a single month, the young lady before me was utterly astonished. Anticipating her reaction, I observed her with a smile. In this industry, if one does not earn, who would willingly engage in such work? To speak of my role as a master of ceremonies, I am entitled to a fee of 2,501 yuan. The remainder of the goods procured are sourced from Brother Wang's establishment, of which I am a shareholder. A year ago, we ventured into a partnership to establish a funeral supply store, where I contributed over 60,000 yuan due to his insufficient funds. The items in question were also purchased from Brother Wang's shop, and all sales from his inventory are split evenly between us. For instance, a cremation urn costs 3,701 yuan, while the total expenditure on paper offerings amounts to 101 yuan, with additional costs for the lotus ladder and various other items bringing my total profit to approximately 8,000 yuan. Given that it is still early in the month, I anticipate further business, and this five-fold estimate is my most conservative projection. Moreover, I preside over 3 funeral homes, with 2 of my apprentices, both in their 40s, earning from their engagements while paying me 100 yuan each. My nature is rather accommodating. I do not wish to encroach upon my apprentices' opportunities. If I were less scrupulous, I could easily earn 7 or 8 times that amount. The girl named Man Ci expressed her surprise, stating, I have heard that this industry is lucrative, but I didn't expect it to be so. Indeed, it is a profitable venture, albeit with high barriers to entry. It would be prudent for you to ascertain whether you genuinely wish to pursue a career as a master of ceremonies. Considering your youth, such a path could complicate your romantic prospects. The girl named Man Ci smiled in response, saying, It's all right, as long as it pays well. I'm not deterred. I was about to inform her that I would consult with my superiors when I abruptly fell silent. At that moment, the filial son and his wife had just arrived at the entrance, frozen in disbelief. Our gazes, for living souls, were fixated upon the ice coffin within the mourning hall. The sound of knocking emanated from within the coffin. Chapter 5. Heart of a Wolf. Lung of a Dog. I swiftly pulled Man Ci closer and shouted at the stunned couple, Kneel and pay respects, quickly. The family knelt in unison before the ice coffin. I calmly retrieved 9 incense sticks, distributing 3 to each of them. After lighting them, I instructed them to place the incense into the burner according to their familial rank, the son, the wife, and the granddaughter. As the final stick was inserted, the knocking from within the coffin abruptly ceased. However, the lid of the coffin suddenly jolted, and I distinctly saw a hand extend from the crevice of the paper coffin. My scalp prickled in alarm. Good heavens, it has risen. Without a moment's hesitation, I bellowed for Brother Wang. Hearing the commotion, he rushed from his office. Upon witnessing the hand emerging from the coffin, he too was taken aback. Both of us, seasoned in this line of work, had encountered various extraordinary situations over the years. Before I could utter a word, he dashed back to his office for supplies. As the hand, mottled with age spots, shifted and seemed intent on pushing the coffin lid aside, the family let out piercing screams. The son fervently bowed, chanting, "Father, please depart. Do not frighten us. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, convey them to us in a dream, and we will fulfill them." At that moment, Brother Wang returned with a rebar, 2 peachwood swords, paper offerings, and a large bundle of red silk. "Lulong, what should we do? Shall we strike?" he inquired, adjusting the rebar in his grip. "Not yet. Let us wait and see if we can send him off peacefully." With that, I seized a peachwood sword and thrust it into the palm of the hand extending from the coffin. At that instant, I realized something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, a corpse's skin tone would not change significantly shortly after death. It may merely appear slightly pale. However, the color of a deceased person's palm, particularly an elderly individual's, changes swiftly and distinctly. To illustrate, a living person's hand retains a healthy hue, while an elderly person's palm will turn yellow within minutes after death. This yellowing does not refer to a change in color, but rather the cessation of blood flow, leaving the palm merely flesh-colored. This particular shade is not a vibrant yellow but resembles a muted, translucent hue. Having dressed countless elderly in burial garments over the years, I was well acquainted with this phenomenon. Yet, the palm I had pierced with the peachwood sword still exhibited a sanguine hue. A chill coursed through my body as I realized that this individual had been at the funeral home for several days, the hospital having issued a death certificate. And with a gaping wound in the chest where the heart had been removed, how could the palm still bear a trace of blood? However, I soon noticed that the blood color began to fade after being pierced, but as soon as I withdrew the sword, the color would instantly return. I instructed Brother Wang to hold the sword firmly in place while I stepped outside the morning hall to call my grandfather. "Hello? Xiaolong, what brings you to call?" "Grandfather, I believe I have encountered a corpse that appears to be rising. I am uncertain how to proceed." Upon hearing this, my grandfather's tone turned grave. "Is the corpse out of the coffin?" "Not yet." After relaying the events that had transpired, my grandfather pondered for an unusually long time. In my childhood, he would instantly know how to resolve any issue, but today he seemed perplexed. "Find a tripwire, bind it securely, and use red silk to tightly bind the corpse's legs. Then, tear open the stitched area on the chest, and feel inside to see if anything unusual is present." Hearing my grandfather's urgency, I grasped the gravity of the situation. "Grandfather, what if it jumps out when I open the coffin?" "It won't jump out. Quickly follow my instructions." His unwavering certainty that the corpse would not emerge instilled a sense of urgency within me. I tucked my phone away and hurried back to the morning hall. "Brother Wang, keep the sword steady. I need to open the coffin." Brother Wang, upon hearing this, cursed vehemently, applying even greater force. Amid the terrified cries of the family, I untied all the strips securing the coffin. As I lifted the lid and revealed the embroidered fabric, the filial son let out a loud wail, and Brother Wang gasped in shock. Inside the coffin, the corpse's eyes bulged wide open, yet its mouth remained tightly shut. I donned red gloves and, without hesitation, delivered several sharp slaps to the corpse's face, disregarding the presence of the grieving son beside me. After securing the tripwire, I tightly bound the corpse's legs with the red silk before unfastening the burial garments. As I tore off the stitched rubber gloves and extracted the heart-shaped herbs, I softly instructed, "Close your eyes." Brother Wang seemed to understand my intent and promptly shut his eyes. The filial son and his family, however, were still bewildered. "Close your eyes, for heaven's sake," I scolded, prompting them to hastily cover their eyes. I removed the red gloves and donned rubber ones, plunging my hand into the gaping wound. With one hand holding the phone and the other exploring the cavity, I discovered 2 peculiar objects based on my grandfather's description. After extracting those peculiar objects, I discovered they resembled the entrails of some animal. After my description, my grandfather fell into a long silence before uttering 4 words: "Wolf's heart, dog's lungs." Upon further examination, I confirmed that the individual within the icy coffin had a large gaping wound in the chest, with bones mysteriously absent, half of the lungs crushed, and the heart vanished without a trace. However, within the thoracic cavity, there lay a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. The term wolf's heart, dog's lungs originates from Awakening the World, signifying a heart as cruel and malicious as that of a wolf or a dog. With such a grim substitution of organs, it was no wonder that this person felt compelled to intimidate others even in front of family. After I removed the wolf's heart and dog's lungs, the corpse's wide-open eyes gradually closed. Upon sharing the events with my grandfather, he advised that the tripwire could be undone, but the red silk ribbon could not be untied. I was to leverage my connections to speak with the crematorium staff, requesting them to cut the ribbon before placing the body in the furnace. It was imperative that this individual be the first to be cremated, without mingling their ashes with those of others. Once I closed the coffin lid and secured the icy casket, Brother Wong sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath, while I remained drenched in cold sweat. The filial son and his family, trembling, withdrew their hands only after my prompt. As you've all witnessed the situation, I will explain everything once it concludes. But we cannot wait until tomorrow for the funeral. We must transport the body to the crematorium immediately. The filial son said nothing and agreed without hesitation. That night, Brother Wong and I utilized every connection at our disposal. Many colleagues from our workplace joined us, and even the driver of the hearse was summoned from his slumber. Once everyone had gathered, I briefly recounted the situation, and all were taken aback. In our profession, there exists a code. When faced with strange occurrences, we must assist one another. While we may not always be available, we must come when we can because, should you encounter an oddity in the future, who will be there to help you? The only assistance the filial son could provide was financial. I contacted the cremation worker to negotiate a fee of 2,000 yuan plus a pack of cigarettes, after which preparations for the furnace began. I also reached out to the funeral management office to expedite the cremation certificate, sending the necessary identification details via text message, while instructing the filial son to handle any subsequent paperwork. Every effort was to ensure a clear path for this body. As the bearers placed the coffin into the hearse, I had already prepared the fare, and along with Brother Wong, we set off towards the crematorium. The interior of the hearse follows a standard design, with an iron lid at the front that can be opened for the placement of the deceased, while the rear of the hearse is never occupied by passengers. I selected one of the bearers to drive to the funeral management office for the cremation certificate, coordinating both tasks simultaneously. This time, the hearse traveled faster than ever before, and I dispersed the fare with an unprecedented swiftness. As we journeyed, I silently hoped that no mishaps would occur along the way. Chapter 6. The Unbreakable Filial Bond. Fortunately, the journey proceeded without incident, and the coffin in the rear of the hearse remained silent. Upon arriving at the crematorium, within roughly 10 minutes, the cremation certificate and a pack of cigarettes were delivered to me. Brother Wong took the documents and hurried towards the furnace area to register for the cremation process. After more than 40 minutes, the elderly man's ashes were placed in a large iron tray within a high pavilion. The filial son donned red gloves and accepted the red chopsticks I offered, preparing to ascend the pavilion to collect the ashes. Most individuals may never have seen what ashes truly look like. While referred to as ashes, they are more accurately fragments. The dark material present is furnace residue, and the family collects ashes not only to select larger bone fragments for the urn, but also to discard the debris. Although I had never performed a cremation myself, I was certain that the crematorium's furnace could not reduce a body to the powdery form often depicted in films. This was simply impossible. Families collect ashes to ensure no black residue is included in the urn, as it is best not to incorporate such material, due to the hardness of human bones. Cremation workers sometimes manually crush the ashes when preparing them for the urn. Brother Wong and I illuminated the stairway to the pavilion with our phone flashlights. The process of collecting ashes took about 10 minutes, during which we carefully removed all debris, sorting out significant bone fragments such as leg bones and skull pieces, discarding the smaller ash remnants. When preparing the urn, it is crucial to line it with a red cloth measuring 1 meter by 1 meter before placing the ashes on top. The red gloves I had prepared for the filial son were intended for him to hold the ashes as he placed them into the urn. Once the ashes were entirely contained, my grandfather informed me over the phone that we should not allow the filial son's family to arrange a burial plot just yet. The elderly man's ashes must first be stored at the crematorium, at least until the 7th week, or the 49th day after death, before interment could occur. My grandfather insisted that this matter could not be resolved simply by cremation, as disturbances would undoubtedly arise within those 49 days. After properly storing the ashes, the hearse driver took us back to the funeral home. Regardless of the circumstances, when a family elder passes, they wish to conduct a dignified farewell. In situations like today, where the body has been cremated before the scheduled funeral, not even the filial son had encountered such a scenario. With guests arriving in the morning, should they discover the icy coffin empty, the filial son would struggle to explain. In the midst of the 4 living souls within the mourning hall, I proposed a strategy to the anxious filial son and his family, uncertain of how to address tomorrow's guests. The timing of the funeral does not adhere to strict regulations. It merely requires that it be held in the morning. Rather than pondering how to explain to tomorrow's guests, we could simply avoid explaining altogether. We could procure an empty paper coffin and place it in the vehicle now, leaving the rear door of the hearse open in front of the funeral home. When the guests arrive in the morning, we would say it was the filial son's wish to ensure the elder was laid to rest promptly. All subsequent procedures, including the journey of the hearse, the scattering of fare, and the trip to the crematorium, would be conducted as if they were genuine. As for the collection of ashes, I could not fabricate any part of that process. I would find a reason to clear them all away, ensuring they would not witness it. After waiting at the crematorium for an hour, the filial son's family could then proceed to the hotel to thank their guests. Upon hearing my proposal, the filial son agreed to follow my advice for the next day's arrangements. With the late hour upon us, I planned to return home for a brief respite before heading back. Given the recent events, the filial son's family was understandably shaken. After discussing it, the three of them decided to remain overnight in the morning hall. I intended to return to the office for some sleep, but they expressed fear and asked if I could stay with them. After a moment's thought, I found the situation amusing and agreed. Fortunately, there were several benches in the morning hall, and we managed to arrange them for a makeshift sleeping area. However, the next morning, before dawn had broken, I was abruptly awakened by Brother Wang shaking me. Disoriented, I feared that the disturbances had returned, and I quickly sat up. At that moment, Brother Wang gazed at me, his expression one of sheer shock. I had risen somewhat abruptly, my mind still clouded, and inquired of Brother Wang what was amiss. Without uttering a word, he pointed towards my waist. Looking down, I discovered a white mourning ribbon wrapped around me. A surge of inexplicable fury surged through me. How dare you? I came to your family's aid during the funeral. When those ruffians arrived, I could have simply returned to my office without a care. Yet, out of compassion for the old man, I assisted your family. In the end, the deceased seemed to have risen, and I genuinely poured my heart and soul into this. At this juncture, I still ensured your safety, and to spare you embarrassment, I even suggested that we play along with the charade. And this is how you express your gratitude? By binding a mourning ribbon around my waist. This is not something to be casually done to another. Seeing the bereaved family sprawled across the table, soundly asleep, I stood up and roughly pulled the eldest son up, dragging him straight to the office. Regardless of the magnitude of the situation, a quarrel could not transpire in the funeral hall. Upon reaching the office, I questioned him about the ribbon around my waist. But he looked utterly bewildered and insisted that they had not done such a thing, nor would they. Infuriated, I was ready to tear the ribbon off and slap him with it. However, upon pulling, I realized something was amiss. The ribbon was tied with a slip knot. No matter how I tugged, it would not come undone. In fact, after exerting force, it tightened even further. A cold sweat broke out across my body. And upon closer examination, I discerned that the material of the ribbon did not resemble the usual offerings. I lit a cigarette to calm myself and instructed the son to go to the funeral hall and summon Brother Wang. When Brother Wang arrived at the office, I recounted the ordeal with the mourning ribbon, and he was once again taken aback. What shall we do now? He asked. Brother Wang, call Uncle Liu and have him come immediately to oversee the subsequent arrangements. I will contact my family. Uncle Liu was, in fact, my apprentice in officiating funerals. Brother Wang promptly went to the restroom to call Liu, while I dialed my grandfather directly. To my astonishment, as soon as the call connected, my grandfather informed me that there was a flight at 9 o'clock and a bus I could catch at 12, urging me to return as swiftly as possible. At this moment, I had no time to marvel at my grandfather's foresight. After hanging up, I booked a ticket for the 9 o'clock flight and began packing my belongings to head straight to the airport. As I passed through Terminal 3, the bereaved family called out to me. The eldest son had sternly interrogated his daughter about whether she had played a prank by tying the mourning ribbon around my waist. But the answer was a resounding no. His wife had also refrained from such an act. Although the situation was pressing, I knew I had to remain composed. With my grandparents and parents around, I was certain they could handle the matter. Thus, even in this moment of urgency, I arranged for Uncle Liu to assist their family with the subsequent proceedings. I was convinced that the mourning ribbon and the family were somewhat intertwined. Yet despite my anger and anxiety, I could not take it out on them. Having witnessed countless farewells, I was adept at managing my emotions. After briefly explaining the situation to them, I prepared to leave. However, before departing, a girl named Man Ci requested my WeChat. She confided that she had never believed in ghosts or deities, but after the events of the previous night and the current predicament, she had changed her mind. The appearance of the mourning ribbon might be connected to her family, and morally, they could not simply disregard it. The eldest son added that while they could not assist in other matters, they could certainly contribute financially if I ever needed help. Considering the extent of my efforts on their behalf, Adding me on WeChat served the dual purpose of keeping them updated on my situation and facilitating any financial assistance I might require. In this day and age, few embody such courtesy. After expressing my gratitude to them, I donned a coat in the office, concealing the eerie mourning ribbon, and departed the funeral home in Brother Wong's vehicle, heading straight for the airport. En route, I called my apprentice Liu to relay essential information. Brother Wong dropped me off at the airport, reminding me to call him once the situation was resolved. I thanked Brother Wong and entered the terminal to complete the check-in process. During security screening, I removed my coat, revealing the mourning ribbon at my waist to the security personnel and those around me. I explained it was a customary practice. They exchanged curious glances but said nothing further, allowing me to pass after a standard inspection. After an hour-and-a-half flight, I arrived at an city airport, hailed a taxi, and made my way to the bus station, embarking on a bumpy ride to my rural hometown, Urdiashan. Urdiashan is the name of a mountain, and at its foot lies my rural home, a village simply named Urdiashan Village, akin to Shanya Mountain Village. Upon hearing the news, my parents rushed back from the city to greet me at the village entrance. After disembarking, I had no luggage and immediately followed my parents to my grandparents' home. The village remained unchanged, as I returned every year for the New Year celebrations. To the east of the village stands a secluded courtyard, my grandparents' residence. As a child, I had witnessed my grandfather dissecting corpses to ascertain causes of death, and my grandmother stitching up bodies to restore their appearances. Now, I returned to this place, burdened by an unremovable mourning ribbon. My grandparents awaited me in the yard. Upon my arrival, my grandmother approached with a rusted knife, blunt at the edge, and swiftly cut the mourning ribbon from my waist. To be honest, I had previously attempted to sever it at work, yet the ribbon had remained intact, tightening further instead. From that moment on, I dared not apply any force to it. Once severed, my grandmother handed the ribbon to my grandfather. I assumed the matter was resolved and told my parents I would stay a day before returning to work. However, my grandfather informed me that while the removal of the mourning ribbon was complete, my entanglement with it was far from over. With a frigid demeanor, my grandfather held the ribbon and proclaimed, "Xiao Long, remember this. Our Liu family has no long-winded family precepts, just one principle: repay enmity with enmity. If anyone dares to lay a hand on my grandson, I will retaliate 1,000-fold. I will not bear the Liu surname otherwise." I sat on a stool in the yard, observing my grandfather busily at work inside. This secluded home held an air of mystery for me. At 26, I had never entered the inner rooms, as my grandparents forbade me, claiming I was not yet of age to do so. After 3 hours of labor, my grandfather emerged from the house, his expression stern, and informed me that the mourning ribbon was produced by the deceased old man. The reason lies in the fact that I cremated him before the day of his funeral, harboring resentment, which led to such an outcome. Cremating him prior to the funeral means that the old man's soul would drift through the streets. If discovered, he would be apprehended by the local city god on charges of wandering as a restless spirit, imprisoned for 7 days before he could report to the afterlife, after which he would either be reincarnated or reside until his allotted time was up. My grandfather insisted that I must cremate the old man before the funeral to ensure his spirit would be confined in the city god's temple for those 7 days. The city god oversees all lives, both living and deceased, in the realm, and those wretches would never dare seek revenge at the temple. Once the 7 days elapsed, a ghostly envoy would escort the old man directly to the afterlife. During that journey, the underworld staff would accompany him, and those wretches would certainly be powerless to cause any trouble. Once the old man entered Fengdu, he would be completely safe. If those wretches dared to seek vengeance on his descendants, I would merely need to inform the city god. But I did not anticipate that this man would be so foolish as to think that after being imprisoned for 7 days, he could compel you to wear mourning clothes and absorb his misfortune for years. Upon seeing my grandfather's unusually grim expression, I inquired about how the old man was being dealt with. My grandfather informed me that the old man was currently confined in the city god's temple, and once the 7 days were over, a ghostly envoy would come for him. My grandfather had already arranged for this envoy before entering the underworld. The soul would have to traverse the paths of the Evil Dog Ridge, Golden Rooster Mountain, Wild Ghost Village, and the Hall of Bewilderment. Upon reaching the Hall of Bewilderment and drinking the bewildering water, he would irrevocably become a ghost. However, thanks to my grandfather's arrangements, this old man would be cast aside at the Evil Dog Ridge, stripped of all clothing and weapons, forced to endure the trials of each perilous path in the nude. At the Evil Dog Ridge, he would suffer the agony of being torn apart by vicious dogs. At Golden Rooster Mountain, without clothing, he would be mercilessly pecked by countless golden roosters. In Wild Ghost Village, unarmed, he would be brutally beaten by numerous wild ghosts for days on end. As for the Hall of Bewilderment, it was quite distant from Wild Ghost Village, and without the guidance of a ghostly envoy. He could only rely on luck to find his way. If he failed to locate it, he would wander aimlessly in a foggy, dark road. And only by chance would he eventually stumble upon the Hall of Bewilderment, allowing him to enter Fengdu. Listening to my grandfather's words sent shivers down my spine. Was this old man truly serious? Initially, I thought my grandfather's talk of vengeance was mere bluster, but seeing the situation, it became evident that he was not exaggerating. After all, if the old man could not find the Hall of Bewilderment, he would be trapped without the possibility of reincarnation. Nevertheless, I refrained from commenting on my grandfather's vengeful actions. While indeed harsh, I felt that the old man deserved it. Everything my grandfather had done prior was to protect this old man and his descendants. It is crucial to note that although the old man was confined in the city god's temple, he would not suffer. After all, the penalty of being a wandering spirit merely entailed sleeping in the temple for 7 days, during which he would be well fed and unharmed. To repay resentment with kindness, an apt description indeed. Given his actions, I would certainly not let him think me an easy target. However, through this incident, I gleaned certain secrets about my grandfather. Until now, he had never revealed to me that he could converse with the local city god, nor could he manipulate ghostly envoys or interfere in the reincarnation process. What other abilities did this old man possess that I, as his grandson, remained unaware of? Chapter 8. The incense offering. Once the matter was settled, my grandfather reclined in his rocking chair and summoned my parents and me to his side. Lulong, he began. The purpose of your return is threefold. The first is to help you remove this mourning ribbon. As for the latter two matters, they have been discussed extensively with your grandmother before reaching a decision. He then uttered something that left both my parents and me utterly astounded, stripping us of our capacity for rational thought. My grandfather and grandmother had but 1 year left to live. He had even inquired of the ghostly envoy in the underworld, ascertaining the exact moment of their departure, and had spent some money to shorten his own lifespan, ensuring that he and my grandmother would leave this world at the same instant. I was overwhelmed with emotion, pleading with my grandfather to spend a bit more to extend their lives. My grandfather, rarely showing such mirth, remarked that extending one's lifespan was a feat reserved for those surnamed Sun and born under the sign of the monkey. Otherwise, it was futile. Then, my grandfather rose from his chair, serious in demeanor, and said, I have conveyed the second matter. Now I shall share the final one with you. With that, he led me into the inner room, a place I had never entered since my birth. Upon entering, I was immediately greeted by a fragrant aroma, the scent of incense. Having worked in a funeral home for several years, this scent was familiar to me. As I entered the main hall of the inner room, I was taken aback. Before me lay a long table adorned with 5 incense burners, each emitting fragrant smoke, surrounded by offerings of fruits and cups of wine. Behind the table was a large wall covered with 5 sheets of red paper, densely inscribed with various names. I recognized this as a roster from the realm of the spirits. Yet, typically, there was only one such list. Why did my grandfather possess 5? And how is it that such a roster existed here? Could it be that my grandfather was a practitioner of the spirit mediumship? Upon my inquiry, my grandfather nodded. Indeed, he was a medium, having begun his practice at the age of 18 and continuing ever since. The reason my family had thrived in the funeral industry was due to the genuine abilities imparted to my grandfather by the spirits. He then elaborated that, given both he and my grandmother had limited time left, they intended to withdraw from mediumship. My father lacked the spiritual affinity to inherit this practice. While I possessed a modest affinity, yet my grandfather had consulted the spirits regarding my destiny. It turned out that in my lifetime, I could only serve as a conduit for the Changmeng Air Hall and the Qingfeng Ghost Immortal Hall. Due to my unaffiliated birth chart and the heavy aura of death from my work in the funeral home, ordinary spirit beings would only bring misfortune. Only the Changmeng Air and Qingfeng Ghost Immortal could remain unaffected. After all, snakes, being cold-blooded creatures, were not deterred by the chill of death, while the Qingfeng Ghost Immortal would thrive on the energy of death to enhance their cultivation. However, the spirit beings at my grandfather's hall were far too powerful for me to withstand. Therefore, upon his withdrawal, he would utilize the remaining time of his life to establish my hall, and the spirits I could invite would depend on my own efforts. Since I could remember, my grandfather had never imposed any obligations on me, yet this time, he wished for my consent to take on the role of a medium. Observing that his days were numbered, I readily agreed. Whether or not I became a medium was of little concern to me. I simply did not want my grandfather to leave this world with disappointment. Afterward, I was ushered out of the inner room to stay with my parents in the village. For 3 days, while the hall was dismantled My grandfather would spend a day establishing my hall before taking me to the Erdeo mountain to invite the three spirits, namely the Changmeng and Qingfeng ghost immortals. Given my experience in the funeral home, my grandfather had no worries about the Qingfeng aspect. Although the Qingfeng referred to ghostly immortals, under suitable circumstances, I could facilitate the direct entry of spirits into my hall for cultivation. To become a ghostly immortal, one must have died a violent death. Those who meet such an end cannot reincarnate. In order to do so, they must first eliminate the malevolent energy that clings to them, a process that can take several decades or even centuries. Thus, rather than wandering aimlessly in the mortal realm, plagued by the fear of being captured by the city god, it is far more appealing to come to my place for cultivation and become a ghostly immortal, traversing both the realms of the living and the dead. With this in mind, I called my superior, explaining that I had encountered some complications that would require at least a week to resolve. Fortunately, my two apprentices were already at the funeral home, so once I had settled matters here, I would return to my regular duties. Over the years, my superior had come to recognize that I was no ordinary person, as I had resolved numerous strange occurrences at the funeral home myself. Ultimately, my superior sent me a monetary gift of 2,000 yuan and politely indicated that I should thoroughly take care of the mourning attire before returning to work, assuring me that my position would remain secure. Having received the gift and expressed my gratitude, I made my way to the secluded residence to visit my grandmother. Upon arrival, she presented me with a large parcel containing 2 small knives, a needle kit, and 2 books. One knife was my grandfather's autopsy knife, used for dissecting corpses, while the other was a hair-cutting and skinning knife. Though both blades were aged and dull, my grandfather had told me that they were only effective for a singular purpose, to cut through flesh, and when wielded, they would surely split open the body. Upon inspecting the autopsy knife, I realized it was the very one used to sever the mourning attire. The needle kit, upon opening, revealed needles specifically utilized by my grandmother for sewing corpses. As for the 2 books, both my grandparents had a similar attitude towards them. Whether I chose to study them or not was entirely up to me. One book was an anatomical guide for corpses, while the other detailed various techniques for sewing. Truth be told, even if I studied them, I likely wouldn't need to apply this knowledge in my daily life. I had some experience in sewing, and I instinctively knew how to handle such tasks without needing the texts. Had I known my grandparents intended to pass down their legacy to me, I might have pursued a career in forensic medicine, where both skills could have been of use. In essence, my grandparents did not wish for me to become an autopsy technician or a seamster. They merely wanted to ensure that these trades did not die out with their generation. After all, it was important to them to leave matters in good hands before departing. The thought of my beloved grandparents nearing their end weighed heavily on my heart, yet they seemed inexplicably joyful about it. It was only after inquiring further that I learned. Due to my grandfather's connections cultivated over decades, they had secured a place in the underworld as ghostly messengers upon their passing. As my grandfather put it, life in the mortal realm is filled with suffering, and their truly radiant existence would only begin after death. This revelation left my parents and me at a loss for words. We couldn't very well congratulate them, could we? That would be disrespectful. However, knowing that my grandparents would lead a prosperous afterlife alleviated much of our sorrow, as we understood that, one day, I would possess the skills to traverse the underworld and reunite with them. Chapter 9. Liu. Once everything was settled, my grandfather began preparing the altar. Upon re-entering the inner room, I noticed no change in the arrangement, yet the 5 pieces of red paper were devoid of names. I inquired about the multiple papers, as I had previously seen altars with only one. My grandfather's expression became inscrutable as he explained that any disciple endowed with divine favor would experience a rite known as the opening of the horse charm. The charm would reveal the matters at hand. And since the divine beings were forbidden from crossing the Shanhaiguan Pass, a decree established by Emperor Qianlong, he asked if I knew where his charm extended. Where? I replied, anywhere north of the Yellow River. There is nothing I cannot perceive, he asserted, exuding a commanding presence that I had never witnessed before. Soon, my grandfather gathered various items to establish the altar. He folded the 5 pieces of red paper, instructing me to place them in the inner room, to be burned along with the lotus ladder and paper money on his 7th day after passing. He assured me that I need only burn for him once, as his role as a ghostly messenger would provide him with far greater rewards than any paper money I could offer. No need for paper oxen or horses. The ghostly messengers would ensure a safe passage. After clarifying these matters, my grandfather affixed a new piece of red paper to the wall, draping it with 6 feet of crimson fabric. 3 incense burners were arranged, and he guided me in lighting the incense in a specific order, starting with the middle burner, then the left and right. The middle burner was adorned with 5 sticks of incense, while the others contained 4. After the incense was lit, I knelt on the mat and bowed 3 times as instructed. I had anticipated further incantations or rituals, but my grandfather dismissed such formalities, stating that they were outdated and no longer necessary. With that, he took a stack of inscribed yellow paper and led me to the nearby Urdeo mountain, where we began to summon the divine. Curiosity piqued, I followed closely behind. Every 5 to 6 minutes, my grandfather would burn another piece of yellow paper, prompting me to kneel and bow my head. If a divine being favored me, they would reveal themselves. We ascended from the mountainside to the summit, and as my grandfather held the dwindling yellow paper, we finally encountered a divine being who responded to our summons. To be honest, I had never laid eyes on such a massive python in my life. I was unsure from where it had emerged, but it suddenly slithered up from behind me, coiling around me and flicking its tongue. Its piercing gaze, filled with an unsettling curiosity, sent shivers down my spine. As it wrapped itself around me, the weight became overwhelming, and my knees began to ache. I gritted my teeth, enduring the pressure for half an hour, even as I felt blood seeping from my knees. Because if I were to fail, I would not know how long I would have to wait for the next opportunity to seek the immortals. I do not wish for my grandfather to depart this world without witnessing the establishment of my own spiritual lineage. Ultimately, after more than an hour of perseverance, the python finally withdrew from my presence. At that moment, a voice resonated in my mind. Not bad, little one. You are quite resilient. Remember well. Your patron deity is Liu Yuntu of the 9 Peaks Iron Monastery in the northern cave of Mount Liu. As that voice faded, so did the python, leaving my grandfather to heave a deep sigh and pat my shoulder. I understood then that my lineage had acquired a deity, the wild immortal known as Liu Yuntu from the Liu family. After the remaining 3 yellow papers were burnt without any other deities responding, my grandfather remarked that if fate did not align, one should not force matters, and he led me down the second path mountain. Upon returning home, my grandfather removed the red paper from the wall and instructed me to fold it neatly and place it in my bag. Upon inspection, I noticed that within the red paper, the characters Liu Yuntu were elegantly inscribed. After carefully storing the red paper, my grandfather provided me with a list of items I needed to prepare, advising me to rent a room outside once I returned to work, and to affix the red paper to the wall facing east. As long as the red paper was hung and the rent was paid, it mattered not whether I resided there or not. Subsequently, my grandfather instructed my father to transfer money to me via his phone. A notification chimed, and my bank account received an additional 50,000 yuan. I initially wished to linger at home a few days longer, but my grandfather insisted I leave, stating that as long as I returned home a week before their departure, it would suffice. He explained that my heavy aura of death was too burdensome for them, and since they had long since distanced themselves from such energies, my presence would not benefit them. Any potential adverse effects could lead to unnecessary complications. If I missed them, a video call would suffice. Thus, with my grandfather, grandmother, and parents bidding me farewell, I boarded the vehicle bound for the bus station. I had arrived without any luggage, and as I departed, I carried only a cloth bag and the red paper. The small knife and sewing kit from within the bag were sent directly to my workplace, the Holy Treasure Pool Funeral Home, via express delivery through my grandfather's connections. All I possessed were 2 books and the red paper inscribed with the name of the deity. The journey was bumpy, and upon entering the office, Brother Wang noticed my pristine attire and the absence of the filial ribbon around my waist, causing him to become quite excited. Although Brother Wang and I were business partners, we also shared a close friendship, transcending age differences. As I was merely 26 while he was nearing 50, the fact that I had returned safely brought him genuine joy. That evening, Brother Wang treated me to dinner. Neither of us indulged in alcohol. Instead, we shared a large bottle of orange juice. As we neared the time for the night shift, we packed the remaining skewers to take back to the funeral home. In the office, while enjoying the leftover skewers, we discussed the arrivals during my absence. Just as we were engrossed in conversation, my phone rang. Upon answering, I was surprised to find it was my supervisor calling. Hello, supervisor. Lu Long. A young lady will be sent over shortly. Could you and Brother Wang assist? Certainly, supervisor, rest assured. After hanging up, Brother Wang, having overheard the mention of a young lady, sighed and hastened his pace in finishing the skewers. I too felt a twinge of sentiment. For the term young lady had been part of my work for several years, yet this was my first encounter with such a case. Chapter 10. The untimely death of a young lady. This term is a colloquialism within our funeral industry. Individuals under 60 are referred to as Mr. or Ms. when notified, while those below 30 are termed young Mr. or young Ms. Those over 60 are collectively referred to as elderly. As Brother Wang and I finished our skewers, The hearse arrived punctually at the funeral home's entrance. Together, we pushed the gurney to receive the deceased. When the rear door of the hearse opened, a wave of a metallic scent surged forth. Uncle Liu, my apprentice, approached and informed me that this young lady was 26 years old and had jumped from a building. Brother Wang and I sighed, and along with Uncle Liu and the hearse driver, we gently placed the young lady on the gurney, positioning her in Hall 1 of the funeral home. The young lady's family did not accompany her. Upon inquiring, I learned that she had jumped in front of her relatives, who were now in the hospital recovering from shock. It was her uncle from out of town who had contacted our supervisor to arrange for her care. Though Brother Wang was accustomed to such scenes, he was taken aback when we unveiled the embroidered cloth marked with the character for offering. I too gasped upon seeing the aftermath of her fall. A person who landed on their legs from the 12th floor could hardly appear presentable. Brother Wang stood beside me, eyes closed, while I meticulously realigned the protruding bones and extracted her legs from her chest cavity. The entire process took me over an hour. Once I had restored her form to a semblance of humanity, Brother Wang and I dressed her in a burial garment. Although my apprentice Uncle Liu was capable of presiding over funerals, this was his first encounter with such a tragic case, having fallen from the 12th floor. Her legs were embedded in her chest, and he was unsure how to dress her in the burial attire, so he hurriedly brought her back to me for assistance. After donning the burial garment, I sat alone in the mourning hall, scrolling through short videos on my phone to pass the time. After about half an hour, I heard footsteps approaching and looked up just in time to lock eyes with the individual entering. Manzi. Lu Long. You're back? Manzi, or by Manzi, was visibly astonished upon seeing me and hurriedly inquired about the status of my filial ribbon. Upon learning that I had removed it on the first day of my return, she chastised me for not informing her via WeChat, causing her family undue worry. I smiled without responding and swiftly changed the subject, asking her why she was here. By Manzi explained that the young lady who had died was her high school classmate, someone who had bullied her during their school days, resulting in a very poor relationship between them. With the recent tragedy, I could sense a hint of vindication in Bai Manzi's demeanor. Such feelings are entirely natural. If I were in her position, I would not only celebrate, but perhaps even indulge in a lavish seafood feast. As for why Bai Manzi had come here, the circumstances were rather amusing. The deceased's father, while recovering in the hospital, had contacted numerous relatives, yet none were willing to come alone to assist that evening. Ultimately, he thought to reach out to his daughter's classmates for help. In his contacts, he only had Bai Manzi's number, which he had obtained during a previous incident involving bullying. When both sets of parents had met to resolve the issue, before departing, he had asked for her number, promising to call if his daughter ever bullied her again. I pondered why he had called me, but upon hearing of her death, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. I quickly covered Bai Manzi's mouth with my hand and glared at her sternly. Pulling her into the courtyard of the funeral home, I finally released my grip. The deceased must be treated with utmost respect, regardless of their actions during their lifetime. They have passed on, and certain grievances should be laid to rest. Moreover, this individual met their end by jumping from a height, a tragic and untimely demise, which may prevent their spirit from finding peace. Speaking ill of them in this moment could invite their lingering presence upon you. Upon hearing my words, Bai Manzi appeared somewhat taken aback. I was unaware of such traditions. I had been too preoccupied with my own grievances. I couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. I understood her feelings. Had it been me, I would have gone out to purchase celebratory firecrackers. Nevertheless, this is a funeral home, and we must exercise some decorum. After I had admonished Bai Manzi, she lowered her head and quietly acknowledged my words before accompanying me back to the main hall. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, family members who had been receiving oxygen therapy at the hospital rushed in, wailing and lamenting. Upon entering the mourning hall, this group gathered around the ice coffin, bursting into tears. Bai Manzi, standing nearby, struggled to maintain a somber expression, but managed to sneak a glance at me and mischievously wink. I gave her a helpless look, and she quickly composed herself to comfort the grieving relatives. Once everyone had arrived, Brother Wang emerged from the office holding a small red box. This box, which I had seen only twice since my arrival at the funeral home, contained only a pair of scissors, a small kitchen knife, and 2 bright red paper rings. For the deceased who passed away unexpectedly, these items are specially prepared, unlike those for a natural death, which typically involve offerings of steamed buns and gold or silver rings. The scissors and knife, along with the red rings, are intended to suppress malevolent energies, ensuring that the spirit does not create disturbances during the wake. Fearing that the tears of the bereaved might touch the corpse, and considering that the deceased, though I had adjusted them somewhat, still had many dislocated joints, I did not wish for an emotional outburst that could lead to further complications. Thus, I instructed the family to wait in the courtyard. Afterward, Brother Wang and I donned red gloves and carefully adjusted the deceased's hands, ensuring the rings were placed correctly before allowing the family to return to the mourning hall. As Mancy returned, absorbed in her phone, she approached me and whispered, "I just received news." I know why she jumped. Chapter 11. The female officiant not indulging in gossip is not my style. Brother Wang, being inquisitive, joined by Mancy and me in the courtyard. She waved her phone in front of me, revealing that news of the jump had already spread in her class group. Those familiar with the incident had shared it widely. In summary, the reason for her leap was entirely self-inflicted. I merely remarked that one should ponder the weight of that statement, an unwed pregnancy. The father unknown and possibly from a different country. The outcome was catastrophic. Her boyfriend, having known her for only 6 months, reacted violently and left her. Upon discovering the situation, her family arranged for an abortion. After the procedure, she was left in a daze. And when her family received an invitation to her cousin's child's full-month celebration, she jumped before the call ended. Having finished my snacks, I listened to Mancy recount the chat logs. Once she finished, Brother Wang sighed. "You youngsters really lead colorful lives." I quickly waved my hand, retorting, "Brother Wang, that's not fair. Individual actions shouldn't reflect on the collective. I maintain a respectable demeanor." Mancy shot me a glare, questioning why I had excluded her from that statement. Brother Wang, hastily dismissing our banter, remarked, "As long as you two are virtuous, I suppose I can be the only one lacking decorum." After finishing our snacks, the three of us returned to the morning hall. That night, Mancy nearly collapsed from fatigue, so I led her to the office, setting up a small bed for her to rest while Brother Wang and I kept vigil in the hall. Given the nature of this passing, we needed to be especially cautious. The night passed uneventfully, save for a few moments when the deceased's family nearly fainted from grief. The following day, guests gradually arrived to pay their respects. Given the nature of her death and its circumstances, the visitors were not numerous. Most offered a polite bow and a few words before hastily departing. Throughout this, Mancy remained by my side, bombarding me with inquiries about the arrangement of offerings on the altar, the significance of the 3 small sticks in the buns, which are called spiritual sticks, and why we only used one during the blessing ceremony despite inserting 3. Her questions seemed endless, and I struggled to keep up. I suggested, "If you were so curious about the ice coffin, I could open one in the next room for you to experience it firsthand." Upon hearing this, Mancy quickly waved her hand, changing the subject to the rituals associated with the blessing, inquiring why the officiant was responsible for such duties. Brother Wang, overhearing, approached with a bemused expression, asking, "Young lady, are your intentions here entirely pure?" Mancy replied, taken aback. "You aren't seriously considering seeking employment with us, are you?" She nodded earnestly. "Oh dear, you must think this through. We have had our share of young women come here, and once the ice coffin is opened, they often flee in terror. You must be mentally prepared. Furthermore, I heard from Lu Long that your family owns a company. Why would you consider working here?" However, Mancy looked at him quizzically and replied, "A company? My father couldn't come on the first day because of some accounting issues. He's the accountant and was called back to reconcile the books. He makes just over $3,000 a month, and after deducting insurance, he brings home barely $2,000. He works tirelessly, and my mother cleans at my father's company, earning a maximum of $2,000 as well. As for me, I find it hard to secure a good job, and when I saw your advertisement for a female officiant, I thought I would try. I have witnessed accident scenes before, so I believe I can handle this better than most." Taking this opportunity, I seriously inquired about Mancy's family situation, as it was essential to understand if she could consistently attend work given her family's frequent obligations. Through her stories, I learned about her family's struggles from her childhood to the present. Mancy recounted an incident her father often recalled, when she was little and desired snacks. She asked him for 50 cents to buy some. After rummaging through his pockets and wallet, he found only 40 cents, eventually managing to locate a single dime. After she left with the money, he looked at the pile of boxes he had emptied and slapped himself in frustration. Afterward, due to their pension, Mancy's family managed to improve their situation with the help of her grandparents. However, now that both elders have passed away, her father felt a wave of sorrow upon receiving the burial compensation of over 30,000 yuan. During the family's most difficult times, it was the elders who provided assistance. Now, as they were supposed to enjoy their lives, they had departed. Illness can be cured, but poverty is the most challenging affliction to overcome. Having endured hardship, Mancy's father wished for his daughter to avoid similar struggles. With their generation unable to create favorable conditions, reliance on her own efforts became imperative. It can be said that Mancy's parents are quite open-minded. They accept their child's mediocrity, but do not wish for her to follow in their footsteps. unable to even afford snacks. When Bymancy saw the job advertisement, she felt a spark of hope. Upon returning home and discussing it with her parents for an entire night, they did not oppose her desire to pursue this opportunity, but rather encouraged her to make her own decisions about her future, promising not to interfere. If I were to recruit someone who met the criteria and could withstand the psychological pressure, I would certainly welcome Bymancy to join my team. Of course, if she truly proved capable, I would not let such a promising talent slip away. At this moment, Bymancy's thoughts mirrored my initial sentiments. As long as the salary was sufficient, what did it matter if one had to be near the deceased? If someone were to offer me $10 million to spend a night next to a corpse, I would inquire if they could provide a year-long salary with bonuses. After listening to Bymancy's aspirations, I instructed Brother Wong to keep an eye on things while I took Bymancy to my office. Once in the office, I seated her across from me and studied her intently. Please provide me with your birth date and time, I requested. Bymancy promptly called home to inquire. And soon after, a note detailing her birth information was handed to me. If you have no other engagements over the next couple of days, you can shadow me to familiarize yourself with the work, I suggested. Bymancy looked at me with a hint of confusion and asked, "Isn't there an interview?" I smiled and replied, "At Shungbao Pond, we are only lacking a female host among 3 male hosts. As the manager of the hosting department, I can bypass the interview process temporarily. However, this does not guarantee immediate employment. I need to assess your psychological resilience. If you are capable, you may stay. If not, you must pursue other paths." In this moment, I spoke plainly, as clarity often proves more effective than flowery words. Chapter 12. Apprenticeship. Bymancy returned to the morning hall. Her emotions a blend of joy and sorrow. She was elated at the opportunity to secure the job, yet saddened by memories of her grandfather. She believed she had moved past her grief, but the mere mention of him brought her to tears. I recalled her earlier lamentations about how her grandfather had ventured into the city to buy her rice dumplings, only to miss the last bus and walk home from the city. With a sigh, I picked up the phone and called my grandfather. Our conversation was straightforward. Firstly, I asked him to assess whether Bymancy's birth information was auspicious enough for a career in the funeral industry. Secondly, I requested him to communicate with the spirits in the afterlife to spare my grandfather from the hardships associated with the afterlife, allowing him to transition peacefully. I knew that when it came time for the ceremonial burning, he would appear to collect his due, and I would certainly seek clarification then. After a while, my grandfather called back, confirming that he had spoken with the spirits and that Bymancy's birth information posed no hindrance to her pursuing a career in this field. Upon learning that Bymancy was only a year younger than me, my grandfather intriguingly remarked, "Xiaolong, this girl's birth information aligns quite well with yours. Do you have a photo? Send it to me." I spent some time explaining that I had no immediate plans for a relationship. But my grandfather employed his trump card. His and my grandmother's remaining lifespan was less than a year, prompting me to hastily end the call. With a renewed mindset, I returned to the morning hall and informed Bymancy that her birth information was favorable, allowing her to pursue this line of work. Since my grandfather had just passed and had not yet completed the mourning period, I advised Bymancy to take this opportunity to learn the workflow at the funeral home, and to officially report for duty after the mourning period concluded. Naturally, she agreed enthusiastically. That evening was the day of the ritual, and as I conducted the ceremony, Bymancy sat nearby, intently observing my every move. After the process concluded, she rushed over to record the incantations on her phone, inquiring about their significance. I provided brief explanations, mindful that I was divulging industry secrets, and still uncertain if she was suited for this line of work. Later that night, around 9 o'clock, Brother Wong returned from home with some items, and Bymancy, along with 2 other family members of the deceased, accompanied him down the mountain. After more than 40 minutes, Brother Wong returned with the deceased's family carrying clothing favored by the departed, while Bymancy held a large plastic bag containing a pack of cigarettes, beer, and some prepared food. These were gifts from her father in gratitude for my assistance and for agreeing to Bymancy's pursuit of the job opportunity. Brother Wong cleverly ushered me out of the morning hall, suggesting I eat in the office while ensuring to save some food and cigarettes for him, as he abstained from alcohol. Once I reached the office, Bymancy brought out a paper cup, poured beer into it, and presented it to me with both hands. My usual abstinence from alcohol was due to the unpredictability of my work, but Brother Wong's alcohol allergy meant that a small cup wouldn't harm me. As I sat on the chair, reaching out to take the beer, Bymancy suddenly knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times and calling me master. I was taken aback, my face paling at the unexpected display of reverence in a funeral home. "Thank you for your gesture," I managed to say, helping her back to her feet, unsure of what to express, as I had not formally accepted her as a disciple. At that moment, Mancy revealed 2 envelopes from her pocket, placing them in my hands. Upon opening them, I discovered they were filled with red bills, likely totaling over 20,000 yuan. What is this for? I asked, bewildered. With a shy smile, Mancy explained that although she had not yet officially become a funeral host, she had genuinely learned from me. As such, it was only reasonable for her to offer a token of appreciation to her teacher. She also expressed her commitment to adapt to the various customs of the industry and to face the reality of the deceased lying before her, asking for my understanding if she faltered as a newcomer. In summary, this money was not merely a fee for apprenticeship. It was also a gesture of gratitude from her family. Truthfully, the notion of formal apprenticeship is less significant in this field, as the funeral industry operates differently from others, relying heavily on teamwork and stability. In all honesty, Mancy's immediate bowing to me without prior discussion left me feeling quite displeased. However, now that the apprenticeship fee has been paid, and in comparison to the several thousand I received from previous disciples, this amount seems rather extravagant. Moreover, I am aware that Mancy's family is not in a favorable financial situation. This money was likely cobbled together by her parents over the past few days, as they wish for their daughter to acquire a skill, so she does not have to rely on others for her livelihood. I accepted the money and the disciple. Not to mention, the leadership had already expressed a desire to find a female MC, and then by sheer coincidence, Mancy appeared, offering a tuition fee that exceeded the standard. Her demeanor was also quite agreeable. If she can remain, it would certainly ease my workload when the time comes to send off the deceased. Furthermore, she is indeed quite attractive. If she stays, I would have lost nothing and gained an assistant. Thinking back to the snack incident she mentioned, and looking at the heavy envelope in my hand, I suspect that perhaps her parents are eager for her not to miss this rare opportunity, which is why she hurried to find me. With that thought, I sighed and accepted Mancy's apprenticeship ceremony. She looked at me with wide, expectant eyes. What is she looking at? Shouldn't a master give a token of welcome to a disciple after the apprenticeship? I pondered for a moment and smiled. Indeed, when I took in my previous disciples, I had given Li Shu and Lu Shu protective charms, so I retrieved a small pendant made of peach wood from my drawer and presented it to Mancy. This is a genuine talisman, crafted from lightning-struck peach wood, known for its efficacy in warding off evil. If worn around the neck, it should not be removed unless necessary. This pendant was a gift from my grandfather during my childhood, and I no longer have much use for it. Should any strange occurrences arise at work, I have my long peachwood sword, an axe, and rebar, all of which are far more practical than this charm. Simultaneously, I recalled Lu Yuntu. It must be said that I now carry a hint of the ethereal, yet since that day, I have not heard Lu Yuntu's voice again. Upon reflection, my grandfather advised me to rent a place upon my return and properly affix red paper, which I seemed to have forgotten amidst my busy schedule. Mancy joyfully donned the small peachwood sword I had given her, and then opened her bag to reveal a collection of delicacies. I did not hesitate and immediately took a pig trotter to munch on. After setting aside Wang Ji's portion, I filled my stomach before heading to the funeral home to relieve Wang Go. Mancy also stayed with me at the funeral home for the night. As dawn broke, it was the day of the deceased funeral. Although this person had met an untimely demise, they had remained quite composed over the past few days, not once expressing a desire to see their parents, which greatly pleased me. We continued with the customary fare for the journey, drove straight to the crematorium, handled the cremation procedures, and engaged in the familiar task of collecting the ashes. However, unlike before, I now had a shadow following me. After sending off the deceased in grand style, the family did not offer any kind of thank you banquet, as throughout the process, there had been no one to assist. Just Mancy, Wang Gu, and myself. Ultimately, the family offered us each 200 yuan, which sufficed to bypass the need for a thank you banquet. I specifically emphasized that 200 would not suffice and insisted on 201 yuan. The family was curious, puzzled as to why I requested that extra 1 yuan. In fact, this was also a question that Mancy wanted to ask, considering that when her family reconciled accounts, they would simply add 1 yuan to any integer amount. This additional sum is a customary practice in our profession. We do not accept even sums. After all, good fortune is always in pairs, is it not? The family nodded in understanding and retrieved 3 1 yuan notes from their pockets, handing them to us. Once they departed, Mancy mentioned that she had not been present at her grandfather's thank you banquet, and she wanted to arrange one for me. Eventually, Wang Gu and I, unable to withstand Mancy's persistent requests, accompanied her to a restaurant. Once there, we each ordered a dish and enjoyed a hearty meal. The leftover food was packed for Wang Gu to take back to the funeral home, as wasting food is shameful. What's the matter, brother? Aren't you coming back? I shook my head. After all, I still had the matter of renting a place to attend to. Wang Gu was somewhat surprised upon learning that I planned to rent. I was the only person who had lived at the funeral home for 4 years, and he thought I was considering switching careers. After I explained that I merely needed a place to store some belongings, he understood. I was too busy to purchase a car, while Mansi did not own one at all. To accommodate us both, Wang Gu decided to drive back to the unit first, saying he would call once he had finished and come to pick us up. Wang Gu and I did not feel the need to be polite. We simply agreed. And he departed. You want to rent a place? Mansi provided me with several options, each featuring a small board plastered with various rental notices. Ultimately, under Mansi's guidance, I rented a room in a rather remote community. The rent was 1,500 yuan per month for a 70 square meter unit with basic furnishings, which I would occupy alone. The reason the rent was so low was due to the location being somewhat isolated. But the advantage was its proximity to Shengbao Pool Funeral Home, just a 20-minute walk. I planned to buy a bicycle for commuting. While I had the funds and a driver's license, I did not wish to purchase a car, especially since there wasn't even a gas station nearby. If a gas station were to open in the vicinity, I might consider spending 10 to 20,000 yuan on a used car. After signing the contract, I moved in that very day. I gathered supplies from a store at the bottom of the community, and upon returning to my rented room, the first thing I did was to affix the red paper to the wall. Once everything was arranged, I lit some incense. After igniting the incense, I called Wang Gu, asking him to come by and pick me up. As for Mansi, I advised her to return and attend to matters regarding her late grandfather. After all, once a person passes away, the police must close their account, the phone card must be cancelled, and the bank card must be liquidated, tasks they had yet to complete. On the road, I sent Mansi a message on WeChat, instructing her to wait until the 7th day after her grandfather's passing before visiting. After Wang Gu drove me to the unit in his well-worn Passat, as expected, another elderly person was sent to us at the unit. However, upon learning that this elderly individual had lived to the age of 105, both Wang Gu and I were taken aback. 105 years old, previously. The oldest person I had sent off was only 100. Wang Gu glanced at me helplessly, jokingly saying, "Brother Long, we've hit the jackpot. For the next week, we'll be having fruit offerings every day." I replied to Wang Gu that after sending off the centenarian last time, I now felt nauseated at the sight of oranges. As Wang Gu and I entered the funeral home, we were greeted by 5 boxes of oranges placed beneath the window, and our expressions instantly soured. Damn it, more fruit to eat. Chapter 13. The Mortuary Beautician. The reason I mentioned that Wang Gu and I would have to brace ourselves for a week of fruit consumption is due to the age of the deceased. Here, when someone passes away at the age of 90 or older, even if it is a joyful occasion, it is a different matter altogether when the individual has surpassed 100. For those who pass away under 90, the family only needs to purchase 3 types of fruit: apples, oranges, and bananas. However, joyful occasions are distinct. Joyful occasions require large quantities of fruit, and the offerings on the altar, especially the peak fruits, are fiercely contested. In reality, 90% of the peak fruits are taken away by the staff at our funeral home. Before taking the offerings, we always bow sincerely, and after taking one, we replace it with another fruit to maintain the offerings. Traditionally, when centenarians pass away, their families do not exhibit overt sorrow, and this occasion was no different. The rationale behind this sentiment is not that the relatives believe the elderly departed in a blissful manner, but rather that they perceive a peaceful end as a blessing for the departed. Upon reflection, it becomes clear that when a centenarian passes, their surviving offspring are likely to be in their 70s. To still have the privilege of caring for one's parents at that age is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Moreover, the elderly individual in the hall had lived a life free from illness and adversity, ultimately passing away peacefully at home, adorned with a serene smile, truly a case of a life well lived. Uncle Liu received a call and went to dress the elderly man, subsequently instructing the driver to bring him over, while he himself did not accompany the body. I was aware that Uncle Liu also held a position as an officiant at a neighboring funeral home, where he was compensated quite handsomely. The funeral home I worked at was named St. Treasure Pool, while the adjacent establishment was called St. Treasure Pavilion, making them sibling units. I could surmise the intent of our superior. Allowing Uncle Liu to take on work independently at St. Treasure Pavilion would mitigate any competition between us, ensuring that both of us could prosper. As for another officiant, whom I refer to as Uncle Li, he possesses greater expertise than Uncle Liu and is one of my esteemed ments. Unfortunately, he recently suffered a serious car accident. While his limbs remain intact, he has sustained significant back injuries, leaving his return to work uncertain. Although our superior assured him that a position would be held for him, he later approached me to inquire if I could find a female officiant, as all current officiants are men. Thus, when Bymancy expressed her desire for employment, it felt serendipitous, as if a fortuitous opportunity had fallen into my lap. Reflecting on Uncle Liu's successful endeavors, Brother Wang and I stepped into the joyous mourning hall. Joyous mourning differs significantly from traditional funerals. For instance, the eternal candles and the filial lanterns in the hall, as well as the filial ribbons worn by the descendants, must all be transformed into shades of red. Even the notice board at the entrance of the hall must be adorned with red paper, followed by handwritten inscriptions. Upon learning that I was the officiant for this joyous mourning, the family presented me with a box of oranges, while Brother Wang received a box of apples. With grim expressions, we carried the fruits back to the office, thereafter immersing ourselves in the preparations for the event. After concluding the joyous mourning, St. Treasure Pool experienced a lull in business, allowing me a rare respite to explore the city. However, since Bymancy returned home, she has been sending me messages on WeChat almost daily, either to convey morning greetings or evening farewells, interspersed with inquiries about funeral practices. With little else to occupy my time, I opted to respond via voice messages, finding typing cumbersome. Thus, our conversations continued intermittently until the day after her grandfather's 7th day of mourning. At 7:40 a.m., Bymancy arrived punctually, burdened with an array of luggage. I felt a sense of relief. Finally, I had a companion, especially since I was the sole employee at the funeral home enjoying the benefits of provided meals and accommodation. I guided her to the dormitory area, and upon learning that there were no gender distinctions in the accommodations, she promptly chose the room adjacent to mine. After settling her belongings and paying her deposit, Brother Wang arrived in his car from the city. As the door opened, Sister Sue, our funeral home's mortuary cosmetologist, stepped out. Although she was in her 40s, her appearance belied her age, resembling a woman in her late 20s. This was largely due to her exceptional makeup skills and diligent self-care. Those unfamiliar with her would never guess she was already 40. "Thank you, Brother Wang," Sister Sue exclaimed. He waved dismissively, stating it was merely a matter of convenience, and excusing himself to the office to organize files. After he departed, Sister Sue approached me with a sway, curiously eyeing Bymancy. "Little dragon, who is this?" "This is Bymancy, my apprentice. She is currently in her probationary period, but if she succeeds, she will be our funeral home's sole female officiant." Sister Sue's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, as she took Bymancy's hand to express her warm welcome. Given that Sister Sue was the only woman among the 11 staff members at St. Treasure Pool, her excitement was understandable. Finally, she had a female companion with whom she could converse. Together, Bymancy and I followed Sister Sue to the mortuary makeup room, her office. Once seated, Sister Sue's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. I knew that her rare appearances signified that a particularly challenging case was imminent. Although she was a contracted employee and didn't clock in regularly, her remarkable skills warranted her absence from the usual attendance protocols. Having worked in this field for nearly 2 decades, Sister Sue had registered a social media account early on, clearly stating her profession as a mortuary cosmetologist. This niche drew a considerable following, and she regularly posted makeup tutorials while sharing stories of the deceased she had served. Over 5 years, her online following swelled to over 10 million, allowing her to earn substantial income through live streams and product endorsements. Nonetheless, whenever her expertise was required at the funeral home, she would promptly cease her broadcasts and rush over, as her fee for beautifying a corpse was substantial. "Little dragon, I may need your assistance again this afternoon," she said. "Of course, Sister Sue. What is the situation this time?" "A car accident. The body was crushed in half at the waist, and the face is in pieces. It's a significant undertaking." Sister Sue's brow furrowed slightly. Hearing the severity of the case, I understood why she needed to be called in. Previously, such a scenario might have left me stunned. However, having recently returned home and equipped with all necessary tools, I felt prepared to assess the situation upon arrival. Sister Sue nodded and then produced several bags of snacks from her bag, distributing them to Bymancy and me. I devoured my portion rapidly, while Bymancy hesitated, visibly anxious. Noticing the cold sweat on her forehead, I offered her some tissues. "Are you that frightened? I've encountered far worse. You needn't worry. This part isn't within the officiant's duties. This is merely a personal favor I'm capable of assisting with." Upon hearing this, Bymancy finally exhaled in relief. Sister Sue chuckled and remarked, "By May, officiants earn so little, why not learn to beautify instead? One job could equal a month's salary for Little Dragon." Bymancy quickly declined, stating she had already committed to her apprenticeship and wished to see it through, uncertain of her capabilities in other fields. Sister Sue stifled a laugh. Handing her more snacks, before leading me to the funeral home's supply room to prepare items needed for the afternoon. Chapter 14. The deceased's touch after retrieving the necessary items from the storeroom and placing them in the mortuary. Sister Sue and I began to engage in light conversation while awaiting the arrival of the body. Approximately 2 hours later, the hearse came to a halt at the entrance of the funeral home. As the back door swung open, revealing 2 gurneys inside, I understood the situation at hand. The pallbearers, aware of the reason for the presence of 2 gurneys, handled the blood-stained shrouds with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing the scene. Once the body was brought into the mortuary, Mancy's face paled upon seeing the bloodied covering, prompting her to hurriedly retreat to the office. After her departure, Sister Sue tossed me a pair of rubber gloves and, leaning in with an air of mystery, inquired, "Little dragon, this girl is quite attractive, even without makeup. Just imagine how stunning she would be with a touch of cosmetics. Aren't you tempted to make your move?" I shot her an incredulous glance, retrieving the incense burner to light a stick of incense, and retorted, "If anyone should be making a move, it should be you. I'm her master. How could I possibly entertain such thoughts? Oh, what's wrong with being a master? Surely, proximity grants advantage. Besides, if I were a man, you might find yourself outmatched." With that, Sister Sue unveiled the 2 bloodied coverings. A wave of pungent odor assaulted my senses, and I couldn't help but feel a twinge of nausea as I looked down. "What do you intend to do with these remains?" Sister Sue asked, gesturing towards the scattered entrails. I nodded, opening the sewing kit my grandmother had given me. I lifted the half-body onto the table from the other gurney and threaded a needle with flesh-toned heavy string, beginning the delicate task of suturing from the lower back. Once that was completed, I carefully stitched around the waist towards the center, leaving 2 fist-sized openings to accommodate the entrails, which I then meticulously stuffed inside before closing the incisions. The torso was rejoined, and the fragmented edges were folded and sewn beneath. However, upon gazing at the deceased's sunken visage, I hesitated, unsure of how to proceed with the scalpel. After conferring with Sister Sue, we decided to remove the entire layer of skin from the face, securing the fragmented bones with thread before reattaching the skin. In accordance with the family's photograph, we endeavored to restore the facial features, whether through cutting and stitching or pulling from within, laboring for over an hour. After lighting another stick of incense, I finally completed my task, leaving the subsequent preparations to Sister Sue. As I sat beside her, removing my gloves and discarding them, I observed Sister Sue opening her black bag, revealing an array of cosmetics. After another hour, the once broken body was dressed in ceremonial garments, and with the addition of a low-brimmed hat, the deceased bore a striking resemblance to the photograph. Once I contacted Brother Wong, he soon arrived with a gurney, accompanied by the cautious Mancy. Together, we lifted the body onto the gurney and transported it to the spacious mourning hall, which could accommodate nearly 100 attendees. After placing the body in the ice coffin and arranging the necessary items, binding ropes, ceremonial money, scissors, kitchen knives, and a red ring, I was nearly exhausted to the point of collapse. The task of suturing requires considerable physical strength. Every stitch must be precise, as any misalignment could lead to disastrous consequences. Just the simple act of stitching the waist involved at least 200 to 300 stitches, and when accounting for the facial and torso sutures, the count likely reached 500 to 600. My hands trembled from fatigue. Brother Wong supported me and offered a cigarette. After finishing it, I felt significantly revitalized, coinciding with the arrival of the deceased's family, with whom I discussed the necessary preparations. The family's straightforwardness left no doubt regarding their affluence. They dismissed any notion of packages, insisting on only the finest, stating that money was no object. But the execution of the arrangements was paramount. I remained confident in my abilities, especially when the family learned that I was the one stitching the body. They assured me that after the 3-day mourning period and the funeral, I would receive a substantial reward. As the saying goes, one should not turn down an opportunity for profit, and I was pleased to comply. Given my responsibility for the funeral, my payment could not be settled immediately. But Sister Sue's makeup work was complete, and the family settled her fee right outside the mourning hall. Before she departed, she called me outside and transferred 18,000 yuan to me. Although her total remuneration was 30,000, she generously decided to give me an additional 3,000, recognizing the bulk of the work had been mine. After Sister Sue's husband drove her to work, they proceeded to a local cosmetics company for a live-streaming sales event. Once they left, Mancy stood behind me, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Master, when will I be able to take on tasks myself? If all goes well, it could be today. If not, perhaps in a few months. It depends on your aptitude. I'm quite perceptive. Your perception is subjective." The family just informed me they would be returning for a board meeting, leaving no one to guard the vigil tonight. This presents the perfect opportunity to test your courage. You will stay alone here through the night. As for the specifics of your duties, I will explain once the family departs. I could sense by Mancy's trepidation. So to alleviate her fears, I shared the fee structure for the officiant. Upon hearing this, the little one lost her apprehension and repeatedly inquired when the family would leave. Shortly thereafter, the family vacated the mourning hall, leaving only by Mancy and me in the vast space. I retrieved a storage box and a basin, placing them before her. What is this for? To cleanse the body. I've always performed this task, but this time, it's your turn. Mancy stared at me, momentarily stunned, before resolutely picking up the basin to fetch water. Upon her return, I sat on a nearby stool, observing her initial hesitance in handling such matters with a mix of sympathy and understanding. While the funeral industry is undeniably lucrative, it is not a field for everyone. The girl possesses potential. With practice, she will surely acclimate. Chapter 15. The Onslaught. What's next, Master? Please refrain from calling me Master. It feels uncomfortable. You may simply refer to me as Lu Long or Dragon Brother. What shall we do next, Dragon Brother? Open the ice coffin, remove the shrouds, mutter a few words, and then wipe the body with a towel. Remember to avoid the face. Sister Sue has laid the foundation with makeup, and if you disturb it, the stitches will become visible. Mancy shuddered 3 times, clutching the towel as she glanced at the transparent ice coffin. If you wish to pursue this profession, you must undergo this process. Do not be afraid. What lies within is merely a shell of flesh, and one day, we too shall face the same fate. As I watched Mancy muster her courage, I brought the basin beside the ice coffin, wet the towel, wrung it out, and then lifted the coffin lid. I am here to assist you in cleansing your body, so do not cast blame. With hands clasped in prayer, Mancy murmured for quite some time before she nervously withdrew the embroidered cloth. Beneath that cloth lay a corpse, which had, through the collaboration between Sister Sue and myself, regained 80% of its original appearance. However, the body, having endured a horrific accident, bore some swelling on the face. And as this individual had been deceased for some time, there were several dark red liver mortis spots upon it. I had already inquired about Mancy's situation. Other than her grandfather, she had never encountered another corpse. The last body she had seen was indeed her grandfather's, which evoked sorrow rather than fear. This time, however, the circumstances were vastly different. I stood beside the ice coffin, observing Mancy's wide-eyed gaze fixed upon the corpse within as it struggled for breath. I refrained from interrupting her, allowing her a moment to collect herself before instructing her to fetch a towel. Mancy's hands trembled as she grasped the towel. Yet this reaction exceeded my expectations. After all, the girl was witnessing a corpse before her eyes, and the imminent task of cleansing it could have easily caused her to faint. Her remaining conscious was already a minimal requirement met. As she prepared to begin, I stopped her abruptly. Have you forgotten the precautions I mentioned? Were the red gloves? Mancy, with a dazed expression, set the towel down and turned to retrieve a pair of red gloves, donning them before proceeding to clean the neck, chest, and limbs of the corpse. Once finished, she discarded the towel into the trash, poured the water from the basin into the washroom, and did not re-enter the mourning hall, instead choosing to squat at the doorway. I rose and stepped outside, finding Mancy crouched and weeping. I gently patted her shoulder, and she looked up at me, wiping her tears and asking what she needed to do that evening. The instructions were simple. Do you see the incense burner? Every hour, add 3 sticks of incense, placing 1 in the center and 2 on the sides. Remember, the incense must not go out. Mancy forced a smile and nodded before returning to the mourning hall and sitting obediently on a stool. After clarifying the prohibited actions within the mourning hall, I made my way back to the staff dormitory. However, instead of heading directly to my room, I moved a stool to sit just inside the dormitory's entrance. This location afforded me a clear view of the happenings within the mourning hall where Mancy was situated. Whether it was Mancy or my apprentices, Uncle Lou and Uncle Lee, they had all been through such experiences before, and each time, I remained close by. My objective was to help them acclimate to being alone in the mourning hall with a corpse, rather than encountering unforeseen events that would leave them paralyzed with fear. This time, however, I observed particularly closely. The reason for my vigilance was not only due to the corpse's violent demise, but also because the creatures intending to prey upon Mancy's grandfather's hands could arrive at any moment. Since she had called me master, it was both my duty and my code of conduct to ensure her safety. After sitting in the dormitory for over 3 hours, Mancy remained seated, only leaving once to use the restroom. Every hour, she diligently replenished the incense in the burner, performing admirably. As the clock approached midnight, the office lights extinguished, and Brother Wong had retired for the night. The only illumination in the funeral home emanated from the mourning hall, where Mancy was. To further challenge her, I deliberately turned off the lights in the staff dormitory. I refrained from informing her of my proximity, intending to remove any sense of reliance she had, thereby fortifying her courage and acclimating her to the circumstances. As the minutes ticked by, Mancy grew noticeably fatigued around 2 in the morning. I watched as she gulped down a bottle of water prepared by the family, then took out her phone to occupy herself. Moments later, Mancy cautiously exited the morning hall, flashlight in hand, glancing about to ensure no one lurked nearby before daring to venture further. I chuckled softly and concealed myself behind the wall of the staff dormitory. If the beam of her flashlight were to illuminate my figure standing there, it would surely startle her considerably. After she visited the restroom, I resumed my position, continuing to observe. Just then, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting through the open window on the west side of the morning hall, resembling a dog. Without a moment's hesitation, I sprang to my feet, flinging open the door and racing towards the morning hall. At the same time, Mancy's scream pierced the air. I quickened my pace, reaching the entrance of the morning hall just as I collided with Mancy, who was fleeing from within. At that moment, I could scarcely consider whether she had been hurt. My gaze was fixed on the interior, where the corpse I had sewn together had managed to force open the ice coffin, tumbling out onto the floor. My grandmother had taught me during my childhood that any corpse that had met an untimely death, particularly one that had been severed in two, could be sewn. But the bones must not be reconnected entirely. In other words, while the exterior must appear presentable, the internal skeletal structure should remain untouched. It was precisely to avoid scenarios like this that I had refrained from manipulating the bones. The individual before me had a shattered spine, and I had only sewn the fingers and facial bones to ensure a semblance of aesthetic postmortem, with the spine lacking support. Once the corpse rolled out of the ice coffin, it could only writhe on the ground like a caterpillar. At this moment, Mancy was utterly terrified, clinging to me and nearly gasping for breath, while outside, the sound of barking dogs echoed in the courtyard. Chapter 16. Entering the ice coffin. Though I had prepared my peachwood sword and various other tools, to my surprise, the dogs outside seemed to be terrified of the sword, none daring to enter the morning hall. However, the writhing corpse before me appeared unaffected. Recalling my previous encounter with treachery, I wondered if this corpse had also been tampered with by those dogs. Yet, even if it had been altered, surely it wouldn't be impervious to the peachwood sword. It was then that I realized leaving Mancy here had been a grave mistake. The poor girl was so frightened by the corpse that she was nearly losing her mind, clinging to me with such fervor that I couldn't pry her off. As the corpse inched closer, my anxiety escalated. In a moment of resolve, I grabbed Mancy by the collar and hurled her away. Even if she fell to the ground, it was surely better than being devoured by the dogs outside. With Mancy no longer restraining me, I could now act freely. Without uttering a word, I brandished the peachwood sword and struck down upon the writhing figure on the ground. Despite the seemingly seamless appearance of the shroud it wore, I was all too familiar with its condition, having dressed it myself. In today's funeral industry, the burial garments consist of 3 layers. The innermost layer consists of a thin inner lining and a pair of woolen pants. Although the lining has buttons, they remain unfastened. This is customary for the garments of the deceased, which are always intentionally oversized to accommodate the variability of human body shapes. Should the clothing prove too snug in certain areas, it would be quite awkward. Moreover, there is a belief that if the deceased finds the attire uncomfortable, they can make adjustments themselves. However, once the buttons are fastened, such alterations become impossible. The second layer comprises trousers and an outer garment. A red cord is wrapped around the waist of the trousers, also left unbuttoned. The ends of the cord are neatly tucked in. As for the outer garment, it is sufficiently large to conceal the inner lining. The third layer is essentially a coat that, too, does not require buttons, as it features built-in Velcro that simply needs to be aligned and pressed into place. The attire on the ground was donned according to these industry norms. Should the garments be buttoned, dealing with the situation would require considerable effort on my part. Fortunately, the current scenario is relatively straightforward for me. Though this individual drags their body forward, propelled by contorted legs, creating a rather terrifying sight, they pose little threat. After all, their limbs are mostly fractured, and I have not attempted to mend them, but merely reposition them manually. As they move, the already broken bones fracture anew. They are incapable of raising an arm, let alone attacking. With a wooden sword, I tore open the Velcro of the clothing, and with a swift motion, I pulled apart the 2 inner layers. Aiming for the seam on their waist, I thrust the sword directly into them. Upon being pierced, the figure ceased its movements and collapsed, lying still. Instantly, the sounds of animals in the courtyard grew louder, and soon after, a dozen shadowy figures darted into the morning hall. illuminated by the bright lights of the hall. I quickly discerned that these figures were not spirits or souls, but rather a pack of living dogs. However, their eyes glowed a menacing crimson, and the lead canine bore a grotesque, large red growth on its head, the origin of which was a mystery. If they were ghosts or corpses, I would have numerous methods to confront them. Yet, faced with this pack of ferocious dogs, I found myself at a loss. Each one was nimble and evidently intent on overpowering me with their sheer numbers. At that moment, I was without any weapons, and the sobbing figure beside the ice coffin hardly offered any assistance. As the situation escalated, I remained remarkably calm, having witnessed my fair share of chaos. However, the gravity of the predicament was not something that could be navigated merely with composure. I am an ordinary person. I feel pain from blows and can become ill from excessive drinking. If I were to be besieged by a pack of dogs, I would likely emerge with at least a couple of pounds less flesh. Suddenly, it struck me. I am merely an ordinary individual, but I am not without protection. My grandfather had instructed me to affix the red paper, and I had done so. Given the circumstances, if I could summon Liu Yuntu for assistance, I would surely prevail. However, another thought crossed my mind. I had no idea how to invoke the spirit. My WeChat contained an audio file sent by my grandfather, instructing me to learn the help soldier decision and purchase a set of Wang drums and Wang whips for summoning the spirit. Yet, having just returned from home, I had not yet had the chance to study the audio or procure the necessary items. What was I to do? The pack of dogs formed a small circle, gradually closing in on me, forcing me to retreat step by step. As my back pressed against the ice coffin, an idea struck me. I was in the mourning hall, distinct from the main area of the funeral home. To put it simply, the southern wing of the funeral home is the ordinary section, while I was in the VIP section of the western wing. The ice coffin in the mourning hall was significantly larger and of superior quality compared to those in the ordinary area. Besides accommodating a body in the center, it could also hold flowers around it. Without the flowers, it could fit 3 individuals comfortably. With this thought in mind, I stepped back and, relying on memory, pressed my foot down on the power switch for the outlet. As the sound of the ice coffin ceased, I slowly retreated to White Mancy's side. On the count of 3, you dive into the ice coffin as swiftly as you can. Understood? White Mancy had long ceased her weeping, hiding behind the ice coffin in fear, likely unaware of the unfolding events. Regardless, upon hearing my instructions, she nodded. 3, 2, 1. As my words fell, White Mancy immediately stood and slipped into the ice coffin from the side, and I followed closely behind her. In the instant that the pack of dogs lunged at us, I grasped the edge of the ice coffin and pulled downwards, causing the latch to close. The dogs, determined to break in, clawed and gnawed at the coffin. But no matter their attempts, they could not breach the high-quality ice coffin, the finest crafted by Xingbao Qi. I adjusted my position inside and lay beside White Mancy, intending to call Brother Wang. However, upon retrieving my phone, I discovered it displayed no service, prompting an expletive from me. No worries. Brother Wang rises promptly at 6. By then, it will be light, and those creatures will surely have departed. My thoughts remained unspoken when the ice coffin trembled beneath us, followed by a rush of cold air enveloping the interior. Frustrated, I cursed aloud. Realizing the creatures were far more cunning than I had anticipated, they had somehow managed to turn the power back on. Checking my phone, I saw it was 3:21 a.m., meaning White Mancy and I were to endure 2.5 hours within this ice coffin at a frigid -20 degrees. Chapter 17. The canine faces the current predicament truly felt like being caught between a rock and a hard place. Exiting the ice coffin would mean facing a dozen ferocious dogs, and my usual methods were ineffective against them. Conversely, remaining inside the coffin at such a low temperature, with only thin garments, posed the risk of severe frostbite for both White Mancy and me. As I pondered my options, over 20 minutes passed, and White Mancy began to shiver uncontrollably. I, too, was feeling the chill, my nose running and my hands trembling as I held my phone. At that moment, White Mancy inched closer to me, prompting me to wrap my arms around her, and we huddled together for warmth while I contemplated a solution. The most pressing issue was that the pack of dogs blocked our exit, even if I instructed White Mancy to stay in the ice coffin while I sought help. I had no way of knowing what awaited me outside in the courtyard. In the unfortunate event that I encounter a mishap outside, both by Mankai and I would undoubtedly meet our demise on the spot. At this moment, I truly cannot afford to gamble. If this were before, it might have been different, but now, having been frozen for such a long duration, my agility is certainly not what it typically is. If I were to emerge from this ice coffin, I would likely be unable to evade the menacing pack of hounds before me. Yet, remaining here, frozen, is equally untenable. At that moment, I sensed Bai Mansai's body shuddering suddenly. Glancing down, I realized that she had begun to weep again. Am I destined to perish here? Did I not expressly instruct you not to utter the word death in the morning hall? Yet you have done so now. I loosened my hold on Bai Mankai slightly and began to rub my face vigorously, striving to generate warmth. However, at this juncture, such a rudimentary method of warming myself was proving futile and merely exhausting the scant warmth I had left. Just then, I caught sight of a peculiar figure outside the main entrance of the funeral home, a person with a dog-esque face. I admit, upon encountering this being, which was otherwise human but for its head, I felt a surge of fear. The dog-faced individual approached slowly and directly reached for the switch of the ice coffin, poised to open it. Terrified, I hastily grasped the interior, but to my astonishment, the dog-faced being possessed tremendous strength, rendering my efforts futile as it effortlessly opened the coffin's lid. As it swung open, an immediate warmth enveloped me. Without acknowledging my presence, the dog-faced figure seized Bai Mankai. As she emitted a piercing scream, I seized a peachwood sword from the ground and thrust it towards the creature's eyes. The dog-faced being tilted its head, evading my strike, and then kicked me with such force that I was sent flying. Upon hitting the ground, I felt momentarily breathless, already chilled to the bone. The impact drained me of any remaining strength. The dog-faced creature produced a strange object from its pocket, which upon closer inspection appeared to be a rib bone of a dog, both ends sharply pointed. As it aimed to stab Bai Mankai in the face, I summoned all my strength to rise and intervene. In the next instant, the dog-faced figure contorted and was kicked to the ground, while a now steadied Bai Mankai stood firm. Before me appeared a man clad in a black overcoat. I step out for a brief moment, and you create such chaos? Upon hearing this voice, I was overwhelmed with joy. Was it not the voice of Liu Yuntu? Wait a moment. Liu Yuntu? This man is Liu Yuntu? By the heavens, has the old immortal manifested? To my surprise, upon hearing my words, Liu Yuntu cursed me vehemently, declaring, "You are the one who has manifested. Your entire family has manifested. I am still alive, so what need is there for manifestations?" Following this, Liu Yuntu, in my presence, proceeded to twist the necks of the trembling pack of dogs on the ground. The dog-faced individual, whose body seemed to be severely contorted as if its spine had been broken, was swiftly dispatched by Liu Yuntu with a knife to the throat. Once the dog-faced creature ceased all movement, Liu Yuntu, still in my view, grumbled as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello? Qinggu? It's your brother Liu Yuntu. I recall your family S-Hall is near Shengbao Pool, right? Would you be so kind as to come and assist in tidying up the scene? Nothing major, just a bit of cleansing of some unsavory entities." "Ah, great. I appreciate it, Qinggu. I owe you a meal in a few days." "Okay, goodbye." After Liu Yuntu hung up, he pulled Bai Mankai over and handed her to me. "Take care of your little wife. I will handle the mess outside." "She is not my wife. If she is not your wife, then why are you holding her? I detest such hypocrites." Liu Yuntu chided me with a laugh, casually wielding his knife as he exited to the yard. Moments later, I was met with the cacophony of anguished cries, dog barks, pig squeals, and chicken clucks. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Liu Yuntu sauntered back, dragging a stool over to sit down. Not long after, his phone rang, prompting him to instruct me to open the main door of the funeral home. I quickly retrieved the keys I always carried and unlocked the door. Before me, a van pulled up and, after a slow drive into the yard, parked in front of the morning hall. 4 individuals, donned in masks and rubber gloves, emerged from the vehicle. To my astonishment, these 4 operated with remarkable efficiency. 2 began clearing the carcasses of the dogs while the other 2 brought out buckets and mops, scrubbing the blood and grime from the morning hall's floor. In a final act of thoroughness, they even lifted the deceased back into the ice coffin, ensuring the burial garments were clean, and readjusted the flowers that I had inadvertently crushed. After the 4 departed, the morning hall was restored to its pristine state. "Go buy 4 pounds of loach and 4 live roosters. We mustn't let them come here without recompense. Understand?" I nodded numbly. Liu Yuntu then rose and glanced at me. "Got any grass rolls?" "What is that?" "Cigarettes, do you have any?" Upon hearing this, I promptly retrieved my pack of yushi, though I had already smoked a few. Liu Yuntu, unfazed, accepted it, stuffing it into his pocket, and instructed me to return to the rented house that evening, bringing Bai Mankai along. With that, he departed with a flourish. Thus, Bai Mankai and I remained in the morning hall for some time, until Brother Wang entered, yawning and calling my name repeatedly, snapping me back to reality. Bai Mankai, having endured a series of shocks, appeared somewhat disoriented and staggered back to her dormitory. I lingered in the morning hall, smoking several cigarettes, and then downed a bottle of beer that Bai Mankai had previously given me, finally clearing my mind. Brother Wang, puzzled, inquired about my state. After a brief pause, I lied, claiming I had been burning the midnight oil for several days, resulting in a headache. Brother Wong, sympathetic, suggested I take a nap in the office, as he was familiar with the duties of the officiant and could oversee things for a few hours. However, upon returning to the office, I sat for an eternity with no inclination to sleep. Ultimately, I resolved to visit the employee dormitory to check on by mankind. Firstly, the young lady had left in a rather troubled state, and I feared she might encounter some misfortune. Secondly, Liu Yuntu had mentioned needing to return to the rented house that evening and insisted on bringing by mankind along. While I considered myself a gentleman, I wondered if she would agree. It was best to gauge her feelings first. Chapter 18. She is not my wife. Upon arriving at the employee dormitory of the funeral home, I could hear by mankind still weeping inside. I gently knocked on the door. Mankai, how are you holding up? After a moment, the door opened to reveal her tear-streaked face, and I could not help but sigh. Frankly, I hold a rather high regard for Bai Mankai. The mere fact that she dared to tend to a corpse speaks volumes. She is more than capable of holding her own in this profession. Whether she can entirely secure her place in this field depends on her own resolve. However, with me as her mentor, I believe she will fare well. Certainly, after all that has transpired, I felt it necessary to inquire of Bai Mansi whether she still wished to continue in her position. Although I am her mentor, I cannot be by her side at all times. If those unscrupulous individuals were to return and I were absent, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for her. It would be unwise to risk one's life for a meager salary of 10 or 20,000 a month. However, to my surprise, after listening to my inquiry, Bai Mansi expressed her willingness to return to work, stating that while she had indeed been frightened, she merely needed a moment to gather herself. She assured me that her commitment to her duties would not waver. After absorbing her response, I contemplated for a while. As the manager of the officiant department, I decided to grant her 2 days of paid leave for rest and recuperation. I advised her to return to my office in 2 days should she wish to resume her role, or simply notify me via WeChat if she chose to step away permanently. Her salary for these days would be processed by the finance department when payday arrived next month. Subsequently, I straightforwardly asked her if she would accompany me to my rented apartment that evening. I refrained from disclosing the truth about Liu Yuntu's identity, merely stating that he was a good friend who had resolved the issues posed by those vicious dogs and saved both of our lives. I expressed my desire to invite him over for a meal and asked if she would like to join. To my astonishment, she readily accepted my invitation, displaying either her naivety or a profound trust in me. I instructed Bai Mansi to rest in her dormitory and sent her a red envelope containing 200 yuan, suggesting she order takeout for herself at lunchtime. Given my knowledge of the unpalatable food served in the company cafeteria after 4 years, once I ensured her comfort, I returned to the morning hall to continue my work. The families of the deceased presented numerous inquiries, each more taxing than the last. For instance, one family spent over an hour selecting an urn in the store I co-owned with Wang Gu, yet none met their approval. Ultimately, the staff led them to the warehouse, where they took another hour to deliberate before settling on the most expensive option. Following that, I was bombarded with questions regarding the materials of the deceased's burial garments, the craftsmanship involved, the manufacturers, and the preservation properties of the coffin, among other matters, leaving me feeling overwhelmed. I longed to tell them that if they wished to ascertain the appropriateness of these details, they could simply allow me to provide them with a comprehensive service upon their passing. Goodness gracious, were they from Dunhuang? Why else would there be so many murals? After engaging in a lengthy exchange with the bereaved families, I informed Wang Gu that I intended to rest for the night and asked him to oversee matters in my absence. Naturally, he agreed without hesitation, as he had no face to refuse, having benefited from my willingness to cover many of his night shifts so he could return home to his family. Bai Mansi and I took a car back to the city. At the supermarket, I purchased a variety of fruits, vegetables, prepared foods, and liquor, along with the mudfish that Liu Yuntu had mentioned. I then visited the farmer's market to pre-order 4 large roosters to be collected the following morning. Bai Mansi, having requested 500 yuan from her family to buy gifts, insisted on selecting something as a token of gratitude. I informed her that I would head home first, as she knew my address and could simply take a taxi over later. Accepting her insistence without further argument, I gathered my purchases and returned home. Upon arriving, I had just finished lighting incense when the doorbell rang. Assuming it was Bai Mansi, I opened the door only to be greeted by the unexpected presence of Liu Yuntu. I stood momentarily dumbfounded as a waft of smoke enveloped me. Liu Yuntu rubbed his hands together and settled onto the sofa, inhaling the aromatic smoke that lingered in the air with a satisfied sigh. "Do you have any grass rolls?" he inquired. I handed him a pack of cigarettes I had purchased earlier, and he casually accepted it, lighting one immediately. After finishing a cigarette, Liu Yuntu adjusted his trench coat and asked, "Where's that young lady of yours?" I replied, "She is not my wife." He retorted, "Whether she is or not depends on you. You're holding her close, and she hasn't objected, so why be coy?" With a chuckle, he tossed a pack of cigarettes my way. At that moment, I found it challenging to reconcile this version of Liu Yuntu with my preconceived notions. While I had never met the legendary figure, I had heard tales from friends and relatives who had sought his counsel. Liu Yuntu regarded me with a serious look and said, "You are Lu Long, correct?" I affirmed, "Yes, as you command." He waved off my formality, saying, "Just call me Lu Gu. I'm tired of being called an old immortal." I was taken aback. Lu Gu? Do I deserve such a title? What status do I have to address an immortal as brother? If my grandfather were to find out, he would surely be appalled. Yet, unable to resist Liu Yuntu's insistence, I mustered the courage to call him brother. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across his face, and he leaned in, asking me in a conspiratorial tone, "What do you do? Lu Laoi has mentioned you. I know you've seen many dead bodies. Have you ever killed anyone?" I immediately responded, "Never." He followed up, "What about dogs?" Confused, I asked, "Are you implying?" Liu Yuntu clapped his thigh, exclaiming, "You're sharp for your age. Yes, it's about revenge." He then laid out his plan, stating that I was now his disciple, with his family backing me. If I had been mistreated, it was unacceptable. Had he not intervened, I might have ended up in a coffin myself. The affront taken against his disciple could not go unpunished. Liu Yuntu vowed to ensure that this grievance was avenged in a manner that would not only rectify the situation, but punish those responsible doubly. He had already located the den of those dogs earlier that day and intended to take me there for retribution that very night. Given my temperament, I was eager to confront those who had nearly left me for dead. The notion of revenge resonated with me, and soon I found myself pondering Liu Yuntu's rationale for summoning Bai Mansi. What purpose does her presence serve? I queried. He replied, "Your Lu Laoi is about to take office in a year, and with your parents absent, I felt it necessary to assess your young lady's character." I reiterated, "She is not my wife. We are merely colleagues." Liu Yuntu countered, "So what? My wife and I were colleagues too, and now we have 2 children. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, signaling Bai Mansi's arrival. I was about to rise to answer it when Liu Yuntu, with surprising swiftness, opened the door with a beaming smile. I saw Bai Mansi standing there, carrying a large bag filled with fruits and prepared foods, nervously eyeing Liu Yuntu, who smiled broadly in return. "Why bring gifts? Just come as you are," Lu Long exclaimed, hastily taking the burden from her. "Don't strain yourself, young lady." Bai Mansi stood momentarily at the threshold, and it was only after Liu Yuntu's prompt that she stepped inside. Upon entering the room, Liu Yuntu cast a glance at me, instructing me to prepare the meal. I was taken aback. If I were capable of cooking, would I resort to the unpalatable staff meals at the funeral home? At this point, the advantages of wealth became evident. I simply dialed a restaurant to have the food prepared and delivered. However, given the remote location of my residence, they insisted on an additional delivery fee. What does a delivery fee matter? I earn over $20,000 a month, with savings exceeding $300,000. Am I really concerned about such a trifling expense? While awaiting the meal's arrival, Liu Yuntu pulled Bai Mansi aside, showering her with warm inquiries and compliments, praising her beauty and audacity for not fainting during yesterday's ordeal. Bai Mansi's cheeks flushed crimson, unsure of how to respond. Liu Yuntu's status had somehow transformed into that of a brother in the social realm, conveniently covering for the lies I had told Bai Mansi. After a while, the food arrived, and I served it onto plates, inviting both of them to dine. At the table, Liu Yuntu persistently placed food onto Bai Mansi's plate, leading me to suspect that he might have taken a liking to her. As the evening progressed, Liu Yuntu consumed 3 bottles of white wine, leaving both Bai Mansi and me in a state of anxious perspiration. I had witnessed heavy drinkers before, but never had I seen someone consume 3 gin of liquor in one sitting without so much as a change in complexion. Remarkably, despite his consumption, Liu Yuntu's speech became increasingly animated, though the topic veered off course. "When do you 2 plan to get married?" Both Bai Mansi and I were taken aback. "Brother Liu, I mentioned that we are merely colleagues. Please don't jest. What does it matter if you're colleagues? Besides, she just told me she is single. Now that she is your apprentice, you work together every day. Isn't that a perfect opportunity to cultivate feelings? Let me ask, sister, what do you think of Lu Long?" In an instant, all attention shifted to Bai Mansi, who appeared quite flustered, caught in a dilemma of how to respond. "Why the hesitation? Just tell me if he is a good person." "He is quite good." "What does he look like?" "He is quite decent." "How does he treat you?" "He risked his life for you yesterday. Honestly, had it not been for your safety, he could have handled that situation himself, I assure you." Bai Mansi looked at me, surprised by my admission. I forced a smile, Liu Yuntu's boasting was truly effortless. As for the scene from yesterday, could I really have handled it? Yet, I had to admit that even if I couldn't, those people could not take my life. He treats me well. Look at the job he arranged for you. Despite your lack of experience, he is willing to guide you slowly into the field. And about those matters yesterday, I want to conceal it from you. They are remnants of the troubles left by your grandfather, and he bravely shielded you from them. A person with such character, not to mention decent looking, willing to risk everything for your safety. Sister, such individuals are rare today. If you missed this opportunity, it could genuinely be a loss. For a fleeting moment, I saw a glimmer of confusion on by Mancy's face. Indeed, had I been in her position, I too would be at a loss. Wasn't this supposed to be a moment of gratitude for saving her life? How had a few drinks turned into a matchmaking scenario? Furthermore, consider this. Lu Long's background isn't lacking. He is a graduate of a decent university, possesses skills, and earns over 10,000 a month. If you two were to be together, your combined income would exceed 20,000 monthly. Just think about what that means in our small town. After this remark, Liu Yuntu opened another bottle of white wine, drinking it as if it were water. I then noticed by Mancy genuinely counting on her fingers, calculating. Let us not forget, if you two were to get together, even with a slight drop in living standards, buying a car in 2 years and a house in 5 isn't an insurmountable task. Isn't that logical? Just then, by Mancy's phone rang. Seeing it was her father, she hurriedly stepped into the hallway to take the call. In the kitchen, Liu Yuntu belched lightly, a satisfied smile on his face as he looked at me. What are you doing, Brother Liu? What am I doing? Helping you find a girlfriend. Your grandparents will be gone in a year. If you can settle your lifelong matters before then, wouldn't they be able to leave in peace? What do you mean? Are you suggesting I find someone to marry within a year? Liu Yuntu shot me a glare, retorting, what are you shouting about? If it weren't for your grandfather, I'd have knocked your teeth out. Then, softening his tone, he advised, I'm not urging you to rush into marriage. You understand this well. Your grandparents may not witness your wedding, but wouldn't it be wonderful for them to see you with a girlfriend before they depart? A beautiful girl. Well matched. What could be more reassuring? That is feudal nonsense. Arranged marriages are vulgar. I exclaimed. Liu Yuntu's eyes widened in disbelief. Arranged? Am I forcing you or her? From start to finish, I have been seeking her opinion. Even if she agrees, it still depends on your feelings. At this point, Liu Yuntu set down the wine bottle, counting on his fingers as if calculating something, resembling a fortune teller I had seen in dramas. After a moment of calculation, he smiled knowingly. You'll soon discover whether this is an arranged marriage or a romance. With that, he picked up half a roast chicken and began to devour it, his manner causing me to break into a cold sweat. After quite some time, my Mancy still had not returned. Curious, I stepped to the door and peered out, only to find her sitting on the stairs, her head lowered in contemplation. Surely, she isn't genuinely pondering over Liu Yuntu's words? Chapter 20. The dawn of first love. I dared not disturb by Mancy and quietly returned to the kitchen. A full half-hour later, she re-entered, her cheeks flushed. My father called. I discussed everything with him. Oh, what did the future father-in-law say? Liu Yuntu inquired with a grin, while I stood nearby, wishing I could strangle him. My father said he trusts my decisions and supports all my choices. Liu Yuntu nodded in satisfaction, producing a cigarette and lighting it in a manner so swift I barely registered how he did it. In that moment, Bai Mancy lowered her head, falling silent. Liu Yuntu elbowed me, signaling that I should break the tension. I understood his intent. Bai Mancy's demeanor and her rosy cheeks spoke volumes. She was simply too shy to make the first move. It was then that I truly began to observe Bai Mancy. She was indeed lovely, with a charming visage and a commendable stature. Her courage was evident. After all, she had the audacity to clean a corpse on her first day of work, which I found quite admirable. Could it be that we were truly well matched? If she secured stable employment, together we could earn over 20,000 a month. My goodness, life wouldn't just be good, it would be splendid. Upon realizing this thought, I knew what my choice would be. Ahem, what do you think of me? Quite good. Then shall we give it a try? A few seconds passed, and Bai Mancy's face turned almost as red as her neck as she softly uttered an amidst the hearty laughter of Liu Yuntu. I found myself, rather bewilderedly, embarking on my first love. It wasn't until I summoned a taxi to take Bai Mancy home that I returned to the kitchen, still unable to fully comprehend the situation. Do I truly have a girlfriend now? We've only known each other for a few days. Liu Yuntu, seemingly without a care, opened another bottle of white wine and downed it in one go. What are you staring at? Go call your grandparents and share the good news. In a daze, I dialed my grandparents, who were overjoyed on the other end, fervently reminding me to treat the girl well, yet also advising me not to be overly devoted without any reciprocation. If she wasn't interested, I should let go and not burden myself. After hanging up, I found myself holding a cigarette, yet I had forgotten to light it. Liu Yuntu reached over and touched the tip, igniting it. There you go. I've sorted out your lifelong affair for you. How about that? I'm quite the sage, aren't I? Let me tell you, we Yuntus are renowned for our exceptional matchmaking skills. Just revel in your good fortune. At that moment, my phone buzzed, and I glanced down to see a message from Mansi. I've arrived home. Good. Glad to hear it. See you at the funeral home tomorrow. Okay. Once Mansi replied, I realized our conversation seemed rather peculiar. Setting aside the oddity, what would be said when we reached the altar if we eventually tied the knot? The newlyweds met at a funeral home, fell in love at a funeral home, and their first embrace was in the chilly hall beside a coffin? While it was indeed the truth, it felt somewhat abstract. By now, Liu Yuntu had finished the white wine, leaving us with 4 bottles of beer, just enough for each of us to enjoy too. As the beer flowed, the effects of the alcohol began to lift my spirits. After a lifetime of solitude, I was finally free from the shackles of singlehood. Most importantly, Mansi was undeniably beautiful. Just as Sister Sue had mentioned, since our first encounter, I had never seen her with makeup. She always presented herself with a natural visage. Not only did her bare face possess the power to outshine many of her peers, but I could only imagine how stunning she would be with a touch of makeup. Liu Yuntu, now quite merry, draped his arm over my shoulder, recounting tales of his past glories, such as his third-place finish in the local deity contest, where his 2 older brothers secured the top spots. The entire Liu family had dominated the rankings to the extent that no other competitions were held thereafter. Listening to Liu Yuntu's strange anecdotes piqued my curiosity. Liu Gu, may I ask you something? What is it? You don't quite match my impression of a spirit medium. Liu Yuntu chuckled heartily. What do you mean? Everything. I've seen other mediums. They usually sit or kneel in front of the altar, eyes closed, silently communicating with the spirits. It seemed that through my inquiry, Liu Yuntu understood my curiosity. He proceeded to enlighten me about the current state of spirit mediums, revealing an entirely different perspective. The concept was rather straightforward. Traditional mediums would sit at the altar, communicating with spirits through offerings and incense, dependent on their own capabilities. If a medium was particularly gifted, they could channel a spirit directly to carry out tasks. However, if their abilities were lacking, communication would be limited to indirect methods. The term capability referred to the medium's potential, akin to the meridians in traditional Chinese medicine. The more meridians one had opened, the greater their ability. A medium with all 9 meridians open would be considered top tier. What did that entail? Imagine an ancient sage with a power level of 5,000 encountering a medium with only 3 open meridians. The sage could only exert 2,000 of their potential. Conversely, if they met a medium with all 9 meridians open, their power could surpass 10,000, truly formidable. According to Liu Yuntu, the so-called spiritual affinity was merely a measure of how many meridians a person had opened. The 9 meridians included those associated with limbs, body, eyes, mouth, nose, ears, heart, soul, and head. The heart meridian was the threshold for entering the profession. Once opened, a medium could communicate directly with spirits through the altar's offerings. Without it, even the most skilled sage could not connect with the medium. Moreover, the soul and head meridians represented 2 critical thresholds of a medium's strength. Opening the soul meridian allowed a medium to descend to the underworld without being affected by negative energies, while the head meridian enabled them to utilize the sage's wisdom for planning and decision-making. Thus, a sage could effectively serve as an external brain. However, unless the sage was one the medium deeply trusted, they would not willingly allow the opening of these 2 meridians. Simply put, once these 2 were opened, a sage could take a medium's life with just a thought. Hearing Liu Yuntu's words left me feeling as if my previous 20 years had been in vain. As for why Liu Yuntu was different from other sages and communicated with me directly rather than through the altar, his reasoning was straightforward. It was due to my inherent strength and my grandfather's reputation. He lacked the standing to look down upon me from a distance. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. My strength? My grandfather's reputation? I was unsure of the extent of my grandfather's abilities, but they were certainly not insignificant. Yet me? What power did I possess? Liu Yuntu seized the remaining 2 beers from me, laughed heartily, and said, a medium with 8 open meridians? Not only would I be polite to you, but even the 3rd master of the Liu family would treat you with respect. I was taken aback, nearly leaping from my seat. 8 meridians. I was an 8 meridian medium? It took me quite some time to process this information, and my curiosity surged. I asked Liu Yuntu if he had ever encountered a medium with all 9 meridians opened. He looked at me with a knowing smile and nodded. Yes. Your grandfather is one. Otherwise, How do you think he manages to uphold the complete altar of 5 major inner deities and orchestrate over 500 spirits? Upon seeing my astonishment, Liu Yuntu patted my shoulder. Your grandfather is no ordinary figure. Back in the day when the spirits were in disarray, the rules set by the Qianlong Emperor prohibiting spirits from leaving the Shanhai Pass had long ceased to be effective. How could they expect to suppress your grandfather's influence? However, some of the older spirits, being stubborn, resisted allowing your grandfather to extend his reach beyond the pass. And then what happened? I inquired. Then the third master of the Liu family caught wind of this, and, alongside the third master and mistress of the Chang family, gathered thousands of spirits. Starting from the village where your grandfather lived, they pushed through, eliminating anyone who dared to obstruct them, defeating over 2,000 spirits in their altars until they reached the Yellow River, where they finally halted. Chapter 21. She specially dressed up for me. As I listened, my mouth hung agape, unable to close. While I was aware of my grandfather's capabilities, I never anticipated they could create such chaos among the spirits within the Shanhai Pass. Just how many secrets did this old man still harbor? At this point, Liu Yuntu once again emphasized the plan for revenge tomorrow. Protecting one's own, as he explained, was something my grandfather had learned from the Liu family's altar. Retribution, of course, would be 1,000-fold. Although the malicious dogs targeted by Mansi, they indeed ensnared me in their scheme last night. Liu Yuntua himself stated that he only considered the outcome, disregarding the reasons behind it. Since this group of brutes has set their sights on me, they must be prepared for the relentless retaliation from the Liu family's Xiantang. At this moment, Liu Yuntua also emphasized something to me. Throughout the entire Shanhaiguan, or rather, north of the Yellow River, aside from my grandfather, who is a top-tier disciple with 9 apertures fully opened, I am the only one left with 8 apertures naturally opened, a secondary top-tier disciple. With my presence, it is likely that the Liu family Xiantang will call upon me to assist them with certain matters in the future. Liu Yuntua does not demand my unconditional agreement, but he kindly asks that, as long as it is within my capability, I lend a hand to the Liu family out of respect for him. I was taken aback by Liu Yuntua's tone and demeanor, especially since I currently have no understanding of what being a disciple with 8 apertures signifies. I acquiesced to Liu Yuntua's request. The Liu family has treated me well, helping me resolve my issues and preparing to assist me in seeking vengeance. Moreover, it was the Chang family, specifically Chang Meng, who aided my grandfather in bringing the horse directly to the Yellow River. When I am in trouble, the Liu family will not turn a blind eye. Thus, if there is something I can do for them, I cannot refuse, as that is my principle. Liu Yuntua patted my shoulder with satisfaction and handed me a pig trotter, which I promptly devoured with gusto. That night, I shared a meal with the Liu family's elder in the kitchen, enjoying the white liquor I had freshly ordered from a certain delivery service, relishing the cooked dishes sent by my girlfriend, and smoking the cigarettes I had purchased, while discussing a myriad of topics. Ultimately, Liu Yuntua consumed nearly 6 bottles of white liquor, yet remained sober, not even slurring his words. In contrast, I accompanied the elder and drunk half a bottle of erguo too, ultimately collapsing beneath the table. When I awoke the next day, I found Liu Yuntua in the living room, engrossed in his phone and muttering under his breath. I rubbed my aching head and staggered into the room. Upon noticing my awakening, Liu Yuntua handed me a small black pill. Take this. It will help you recover from your hangover. One will ensure that the alcohol dissipates instantly. After consuming the pill, I released a series of gas and burped repeatedly. Remarkably, my headache vanished, and my intoxication faded away. What are you dawdling for? Off to work. Your little wife is waiting for you at the office. And don't forget to wait for me at the funeral home after work. I'll bring people to find you. Do you have the necessary tools? What tools could I possibly have? The most formidable tool in the entire funeral home is the kitchen knife wielded by the matron, and the wood-cutting axe that is likely older than I am, resting in the corner of the yard. Liu Yuntua nodded and said he would prepare the tools for me in advance. All right, hurry off to work. Contact me if you need anything. Last night, Liu Yuntua provided me with his phone number, instructing me to call him directly if I needed assistance. At that moment, I took out my phone and played the MP3 of the military incantation my grandfather had sent me, inquiring whether I needed to chant it to summon him. Liu Yuntua's response was resolute. What era are we in? Still resorting to traditional incantations to summon assistance? If you truly find yourself in danger and sing that to summon me, by the time I arrive, you'll likely have already passed. If you wish to learn it, that is fine. The older generation may appreciate it, but do not sing it in my presence. If you need help, just call me. If you have no urgent matters, you can find me at the internet cafe across the street. I am always there. After a brief wash-up, I departed from my rented accommodation. When I reached the ground floor, feeling somewhat lazy to ride my bicycle, I summoned a taxi to take me to the funeral home. Upon arriving at the workplace, I once again saw Sister Sue standing outside, smoking a cigarette. Sister Sue, why are you here again? Is there work today? She pinched the cigarette in her hand and, with a hint of exasperation, replied, You finally showed up. Don't mention it. Come to my office for a moment. I followed Sister Sue to the body beautification room. As soon as I entered, I spotted a corpse covered with a white sheet on the iron bed. Sister Sue, what is going on? A woman was using a gasoline saw in the factory, and the blade broke, penetrating her abdomen and exiting through her back. That is quite unfortunate. Wait. She was injured in the abdomen, not the face. Why did you call me over? Sister Sue sighed deeply and urged me to lift the white sheet to take a look. Upon unveiling the sheet, I was met with the sight of a female corpse. Her eyes forever closed in death, a massive laceration on her abdomen that corroborated Sister Sue's account of the blade's devastation. However, I soon noticed something amiss. Sister Sue handed me a pair of rubber gloves, and after donning them, I peeled back the flesh around the wound to inspect further. It became clear to me why Sister Sue had expressed her discontent. Sister Sue, I cannot accept this case. It violates the rules of our profession. They should seek a more skilled mortician. Sister Sue nodded and hurried outside to contact the family. I discarded the gloves into the trash bin and sighed as I made my way to the condolence hall. Having learned the craft of suturing corpses from my grandmother, I understood that once one has sutured a corpse, they are considered part of this profession. There are 3 prohibitions in our line of work. One does not suture a body that carries 2 lives, one does not suture multiple bodies into one, and one does not suture a newborn. When I opened the abdomen of the corpse, I discovered a small hand of a fetus, barely formed, nestled among the damaged organs. 1 body, 2 lives, such a task would bring misfortune, and any attempt to suture it would lead to disaster. No amount of money, not even $1 billion, would make it worth the risk of losing my own life in the process. How Sister Sue explained this to the family was beyond my concern, and I had no desire to involve myself further. After sitting in the condolence hall for over half an hour, work hours commenced, and Mancy arrived. I'm here. I was engrossed in my phone, not noticing her arrival until I lifted my head to greet her. However, upon seeing Mancy's obviously carefully applied makeup and her brand new athletic attire, I was momentarily stunned. She usually appeared barefaced, as Sister Sue had discovered during their conversation. Yet today, she was made up. Just yesterday, we had clarified our relationship. If I could not comprehend this, I, Liu Long, would have truly wasted my 26 years. At this moment, I finally understood Sister Sue's words. Her natural beauty was undeniable, and once adorned, she truly soared to new heights. Chapter 22. Lord Long, though Mancy kept her head lowered, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she furtively glanced at me. I promptly stood and approached her, taking a moment to admire her appearance. As my girlfriend, it was only natural to appreciate her beauty more closely, even with a corpse lying behind us. You look truly stunning. Mancy was startled, her cheeks flushing instantly. I chuckled and took a few more glances at her. I must admit, after her makeup, she was not just beautiful, she was captivating. As for myself, I wouldn't describe myself as particularly handsome, but my features are decent. Due to the nature of my work, I often rise at 5 in the morning without grooming, rushing directly to the workplace. Clearly, I need to take better care of my appearance. Sitting in the condolence hall, I had the perfect opportunity to enlighten Mancy about the customs of the funeral industry. She listened intently, taking out her phone to jot down numerous notes, including our dialogue. She even recorded the conversation, stating that she intended to listen to it every night before bed, emphasizing the urgency to master the craft and take on jobs independently. I nodded with a smile. The rules of this profession cannot be summarized in just a day or 2. Once the family arrived, I became engrossed in my tasks. Not only did I have to address the family's inquiries, but I also needed to prepare for the evening's consecration ceremony, write the script for the proceedings, and select and purchase the burial site. Naturally, I delegated the arrangement of the urn to Brother Wong, providing a comprehensive service. After all, once the money is in someone else's pocket, it hardly qualifies as a seamless service. Around noon, Brother Wong called, informing me that the family had chosen the most expensive urn, which would cost $2,000 at cost plus an additional $4,000 in one. Some urns have embroidered fabric as a base, but invariably, they contain coins arranged to guide the deceased. After hanging up, I had already contacted the cemetery supervisor and was ready to accompany the family to select a burial site. Of course, I brought Mancy along for this trip to the cemetery. The family drove us there, and it was at this moment that I finally entertained the idea of purchasing a vehicle. Upon arrival at the cemetery, I utilized the documents that the family had prepared in advance to complete all necessary procedures, leading us to the selection of the burial site. Our local cemetery is divided into two sections. The western side features an old cemetery with decades of history, while the eastern side is a newly expanded cemetery from 6 years ago. After a brief tour, the family noted that the Yongxixing area of the old cemetery had about 7 or 8 adjacent empty plots, remarking on its tranquility, and decided to choose that location. Once the burial site was selected, I guided the family to the back office to sign the agreement. The family paid on the spot, and after arranging for the inscription on the headstone and other details, we drove back to the Shungbao Pool funeral home. By this time, it was past 1 in the afternoon, and neither Bai Manzi nor I had eaten during our busy morning. Although the funeral home has a cafeteria, the food is not particularly appetizing. I pondered for a moment and ordered a steak pot from a delivery app. 40 minutes later, the delivery person arrived promptly. I called Bai Manzi, and we headed directly to the office. Upon seeing the large bowl of steak, Bai Manzi immediately wanted to split the bill with me. I initially hesitated to let her spend money, but her stubbornness prevailed, and I accepted her contribution of over 130. Halfway through our meal, I discussed my intention to buy a car with Bai Manzi. She seemed taken aback, struggling to comprehend why I wanted to involve her in this decision. My reasoning was simple. Regardless of how recent our relationship was, Bai Manzi was now my girlfriend, and purchasing a vehicle is a significant matter that warranted her input. For reasons unknown, when I mentioned that we should discuss important matters together, she suddenly brightened, downloading several used car apps to assist me in selecting a vehicle. Ultimately, we settled on a second-hand sedan, 6 years old with over 80,000 kilometers, in good condition, available for just 20,000. We negotiated through the app and planned to view the car in 2 days, ready to initiate the paperwork if it met our expectations. With the car situation resolved, we continued to eat, casually discussing various topics for over an hour. After finishing our meal, Bai Manzi voluntarily tidied up before accompanying me to the morning hall. We worked diligently until 8:30 in the evening, when the consecration ceremony commenced. Bai Manzi attentively observed the entire process, including the subsequent hosting and the family's rituals of burning paper offerings to guide the deceased. Once the consecration concluded, the body was prepared for burial the following day, marking the temporary end of Bai Manzi and my duties for the day. According to the regular schedule, Bai Manzi was on the night shift. Since I had officially added her to the funeral home staff list, I suggested she go home while I covered the night shift. However, she insisted on staying, adhering to the rules of working her night shift. Seeing I couldn't change her mind, I ceased my attempts. As time drew near, I went to the restroom and called Liu Yongku, informing him that I was off duty. He instructed me to meet him in the barren land opposite the funeral home, where he awaited. I expressed my concerns about Bai Manzi being alone during the night shift, fearing she might struggle if anything occurred in my absence. Liu Yongku, unfazed, promptly dispatched 5 of his men to guard the mourning hall's vicinity, ensuring Bai Manzi's safety. With everything arranged, I changed my clothes, greeted Bai Manzi in the mourning hall, and departed from the funeral home. Upon reaching the barren land across from the funeral home, I spotted Liu Yongku wielding a machete, flanked by a dozen men, each armed with sharp implements. As I approached, Liu Yongku handed me the machete without uttering a word, then turned and strode forward decisively. Dragon Master, just watch. Keep your hands clean. If you're not satisfied, speak up, and my brothers will take care of it for you, said a tall, slender man beside me, addressing me with unexpected reverence. At that moment, I was at a loss for words. Dragon Master? It was the first time anyone had ever referred to me in such a manner. I simply thanked him and followed behind as they advanced. After walking for about 10 minutes across a patch of wild grass, we encountered no fewer than 30 to 40 dogs. At the center of the overgrown area stood a dilapidated earthen house, from which I could faintly hear snoring. Liu Yongku kicked the door open, and the dogs lying in the grass did not dare to move, trembling in place. Upon entering the house, I heard a series of cracking sounds, and after a moment, Liu Yongku emerged holding a large dog's head in one hand and the headless corpse of a woman in the other. Master, your orders. The men bowed in unison, awaiting Liu Yongku's command. He discarded the headless corpse and dog head onto the ground, stating nonchalantly, "Leave 2 alive. Break their limbs for Dragon Master's satisfaction. Dispatch the rest." Chapter 23. Annihilation at Liu Yongku's command. The men swiftly began slitting the throats of the dogs one by one. The man who had called me Dragon Master selected the 2 largest dogs, breaking their limbs and slicing into their tendons, then tossed the nearly lifeless creatures before me. "These 2 are at your disposal, Dragon Master. My brothers will clean up the scene and not disturb you further." After bowing, he turned and began clearing away the carcasses of the slain dogs. Liu Yongku approached, tapping the machete I held. "Get to work. What are you waiting for?" I sheathed the machete, smiling at Liu Yongku. I still need to return to the funeral home to be with my girlfriend, if I get blood on me. It won't be easy to explain. Now you care about your little wife? Who was it that told me not to speak recklessly yesterday? Liu Yunku gave me a knowing look and called over one of the men. Immediately, the man took the machete and began expertly dismembering the 2 dogs before me. The precision of his technique was astonishing, both in skill and speed, rendering the act almost unbelievable. On the way back from the funeral home, Liu Yuntu informed me that he had been unable to ascertain the origins of the vicious dogs. However, based on intel from some local wild spirits, it was believed that this pack had appeared in the vicinity around 2 or 3 years prior, led by 2 dog spirits that had attained human forms but failed to develop distinct facial features. On that fateful day, the male dog spirit met its demise at the hands of Liu Yuntu, who delivered a decisive kick that felled it, subsequently slitting its throat. The female was also swiftly dispatched, having her head severed by Liu Yuntu. The remaining malevolent dogs were mere followers of these 2 spirits, possessing just enough intellect to operate as a pack, much like the situation I encountered that night. Among them was a leading dog, the very one I had seen with a tumor on its head. Liu Yuntu revealed that all the graves within a 10-kilometer radius of the funeral home, which had been used for burial in coffins years ago, had been unearthed and consumed by that dog. This area, once devoid of anything but the funeral home, resembled a desolate wilderness. In a desperate bid for survival, the pack had considered scavenging within the funeral home, but the imposing gates and walls were insurmountable obstacles. Hence, the leader dog likely turned its attention to the corpses buried in the ground. Bodies interred without coffins would decompose into bones within 6 months, but those buried in coffins took 2 to 6 years to decay. Lacking tools to open coffins, the dogs resorted to digging with their claws and then ramming their heads against the thinnest part of the coffin lid, corresponding to the position of the skull and feet. Once breached, they would enter to feast upon the corpses. If unsuccessful, they risked injury or death attempting to breach a different coffin. The dog tasked with this endeavor suffered repeatedly, each collision leading to bloodshed, resulting in a growth on its head over time. Liu Yuntu remarked that the tumor on that dog's head was relatively small, having seen much larger ones before. As for why this pack sought trouble with Grandpa by Mankai, Liu Yuntu was at a loss and had no desire to ponder it further. The important matter was that their den had been eradicated, ensuring that neither by Mankai nor I would face further threats from these malevolent dogs. The individual who had previously addressed me as Master Long chuckled upon hearing Liu Yuntu's remarks, asserting that under normal circumstances, those wretched creatures would never require Liu Yuntu's intervention. Even he alone could have dealt with them all. Liu Yuntu's gathering of brothers implied a serious intent. Liu Yuntu, hearing this, could only smile wryly, explaining that he had not intended to intervene personally, but after reading a novel about cultivation in an internet cafe, he was struck by the absurdity of a mere chi refining stage protagonist attracting the ire of a golden core stage expert. The expert's minion, doubting the protagonist's potential, dispatched an underling of the foundation establishment stage to eliminate him, leading to a chain of escalation, ultimately resulting in a confrontation with an opponent 2 stages higher. After all, if the protagonist were to perish, what would remain of the narrative? Inevitably, there would be a dramatic turnaround, leading to revenge after reaching a certain level of cultivation. This left me puzzled as to why one would send others to handle a situation they could manage themselves. Liu Yuntu then reminded me that in the future, regardless of the circumstances, any potential threats must be eradicated entirely, as we had done today. I readily acknowledged this wisdom. Outside the funeral home, Liu Yuntu dismissed the group who had assisted us and pulled me aside, requesting a money transfer to settle accounts with his brothers. In many ways, this incident involved Liu Yuntu, a formidable golden core expert, leading a cadre of foundation establishment practitioners to eliminate a pack of chi refining youths. Such a tale would surely invite ridicule if shared. Without hesitation, I transferred 10,000 to Liu Yuntu. Not only had he saved my life, but he was also an esteemed elder of my family's lineage, having not only preserved my existence, but also facilitated my connection with Bai Mankai. The fact that he would lower his status to rally a group of warriors to aid in my vengeance warranted my utmost respect. Liu Yuntu was taken aback by the transfer, exclaiming it was more than necessary, yet I insisted he accept the funds, assuring him that any surplus could serve as his daily expenses. I have never been stingy with friends. Seeing my determination, Liu Yuntu relented and accepted the money. He then inquired about the 4 live chickens I had ordered from the market, assuring me he would arrange for their delivery, allowing me to concentrate on spending time with Bai Mankai. By the time I returned to the morning hall of the funeral home, it was past 9 in the evening. Bai Mankai seemed unable to adjust to the consecutive nights of wakefulness, appearing increasingly fatigued. I suggested she return to rest while I kept watch. but she insisted on staying up for the vigil. Eventually, around 2 in the morning, she fell asleep resting on my shoulder. I dared not move, fearing I might wake her. While she slumbered, I took a moment to admire her features. Her willow-like brows and cherry lips were a sight to behold, stirring admiration in anyone who gazed upon her. Even the fellow next door, Wu Lauer, would likely tremble at the mere sight. Yet, despite her beauty, I found it amusing that she drooled in her sleep. Chapter 24. Entering the cemetery, one hand occupied with my phone, the other wrapped around by Mankai. I spent the night in this manner. My embrace was not driven by desire. Rather, it was to prevent her from slipping off as she dozed, her body growing increasingly limp. At 7:30, Brother Wang rose to open the door and, upon seeing our position, stifled a laugh before continuing on his way. Today marked the day of the funeral for the individual in the ice coffin, and family members would soon arrive. Bai Mankai remained oblivious to the commotion, snoring softly as she sank deeper into her slumber. Observing the damp patch on my clothing, I had no choice but to gently rouse her. "Ah, what's the matter?" she mumbled, still half asleep. "Nothing much, but the family is arriving soon, and I couldn't bear to disturb your peaceful slumber," I replied, rubbing her eyes. Bai Mankai noticed the wet spot on my shirt and, blushing, couldn't bring herself to meet my gaze. With her awake, everything became much easier to handle. Just then, the family arrived, and shortly thereafter, the hearse rolled into the yard. I changed into a clean shirt in the office, then called upon a few elder gentlemen to assist in loading the paper coffin into the hearse. After ensuring the family had the portrait and urn ready, Bai Mankai and I joined them in the vehicle. On the way, I entrusted Bai Mankai with distributing the tolls. The image depicts the practice of scattering by road money during a funeral procession, where the individual responsible for distributing the money uses a small stick to sprinkle it from the center of the bundle. This act of scattering is steeped in significance. It is customary to throw a few bills at intervals along the route, ensuring that some money remains by the time they reach the crematorium, as it symbolizes surplus wealth. However, the amount left should neither be excessive nor insufficient. An abundance may invite misfortune, while too little could signify a lack of resources. This delicate balance must be carefully maintained. In this instance, the family's situation is unique, as they own a company, making the surplus wealth particularly desirable. Ultimately, I brought 10 bundles of road money, allowing Bai Mansi to scatter 2 bundles while retaining the remaining 8 for the family to burn during the first 7 days after the death. As we approached the crematorium, I instructed Bai Mansi to hasten her pace, and by the time we arrived at the entrance, the 2 bundles had been completely scattered. With the family having brought a pack of cigarettes, I guided Bai Mansi through the cremation process, even taking her to the incinerator to familiarize her with some unwritten customs. For instance, it is customary for the cremation workers to receive a cigarette from the family before the cremation begins, an unspoken rule not often acknowledged openly. Once all formalities were completed, Bai Mansi and I boarded the hearse to transport the deceased to the incinerator, and subsequently returned to the crematorium hall to await the completion of the cremation. An hour later, we found ourselves at the familiar setting of the bone-collecting stage, accompanied by the same large iron plate. During this time, Bai Mansi had already observed the process when her grandfather passed. Yet the differences between this experience and the last were significant. After the ashes were collected, I instructed the family to hold the urn filled with ashes and sit in the right rear seat of their vehicle. I then arranged for another vehicle to take Bai Mansi and me directly to the cemetery. Upon arrival, the family carried the urn while I led the way to the Yongxixing in the old cemetery. When we reached our destination, I guided the family in preparing for the burial. The items required for the burial were relatively few, as this was not a case of descendants bidding farewell to their ancestors, but rather an elderly person saying farewell to a younger one, resulting in fewer formalities. The essentials included the offerings displayed on the altar in the mourning hall, 2 long-lasting candles, and a sunshade cloth, essentially an old sheet brought from home to shield against the sun and prevent yang energy from lingering in the cemetery. The process was straightforward. After confirming the deceased's name and lunar birth date, I presented the prepared burial documents and filled them out on site. Once the red cloth covering the urn was unveiled, I placed it within the grave, laid the burial document atop the urn, and lit the long-lasting candles, placing them inside the grave as well. Next, I instructed the family to bring forth the 6 large dates and 6 raw chestnuts I had asked them to prepare. They were to hold the chestnuts and, according to their relationship with the deceased, say their farewells before tossing the chestnuts into the grave. The remaining dates were to be divided among the attendees and consumed on the spot. Once the stone slab sealing the grave was replaced and secured with adhesive, the burial was essentially complete. Afterward, I arranged the incense burner I had retrieved from the morning hall, igniting 3 sticks of incense and filling 3 small cups with bottled water, setting out the offerings. The remaining bottled water was given to the family to take home, as it was believed to bring benefits. At this point, the tasks had mostly concluded, leaving the family to manage the subsequent arrangements, including the 3-day sealing of the grave and the burning of offerings on the 7th day, culminating in the conclusion of mourning after 49 days. In the vehicle, I took out my notebook and meticulously recorded all necessary items and points of attention, handing it to the family while assuring them they could reach out to me at any time. The family then drove by Mancy and me to the largest restaurant in the city for a thank you banquet. During the journey, I reminded them of our profession's customs. Once we had eaten to satisfaction, we would leave immediately without exchanging any farewells, as a farewell implies reciprocity, which is not a good omen in my line of work. Upon arriving at the restaurant, I was taken aback by its opulence. Despite my years in this profession, I had never dined in such a high-end establishment. If I recalled correctly, even the least expensive table here was priced above $2,000, a clear indication of the family's affluence. Ascending to the 2nd floor, we were greeted by a table with 2 basins of water, towels, and soap, allowing us to cleanse our hands after our time at the crematorium and cemetery, symbolically washing away any negative energy. Once cleaned, I was guided by the family to a private room on the 2nd floor, where we settled down with the main family members. As the dishes were served, I was momentarily stunned by the banquet's extravagance, luxurious soft-pack cigarettes, aged wines, and an array of exquisite dishes, including imperial crab and gourmet foie gras. I exchanged a surprised glance with Mancy, wondering how to proceed. Naturally, I thought, we were here to enjoy the meal. To accommodate Mancy, I moderated my pace after eating to about 70% fullness. Once she seemed satisfied, I quickened my pace to fill my own appetite, and after that, I took Mancy's hand to leave. Throughout this time, none of the family members rose to see us off or bid us goodbye, which I found quite satisfactory. Upon exiting the restaurant, I let out a contented burp and lit a cigarette, feeling justified in indulging in the fine meal. Mancy, however, was curious about our next plans. In truth, this funeral was now concluded, and I had the freedom to dictate the remainder of the day. I took her delicate hand and proposed a date. Would she accompany me? Yes. So we decided to start with a movie, followed by a trip to the amusement park, a stroll through the mall, and dinner, culminating in kisses until the morning. Mancy's face flushed crimson, and I couldn't help but laugh heartily, prompting her to chase me in mock anger outside the restaurant. I found it intriguing how, despite our brief acquaintance, a whirlwind romance, our relationship felt as comfortable as that of long-term couples. Surprisingly, we even shared an uncanny synchrony when selecting a movie amidst dozens of options. We both chose the exact same film. Our preferences for amusement park attractions aligned perfectly, and even at the restaurant, the dishes I ordered were her favorites, while hers were mine. Quite the curious coincidence, indeed. Chapter 25. The Stillborn at the Dining Table. I leveraged my conversational skills to effortlessly initiate a variety of topics, leading to an engrossing dialogue between us. I hold a firm belief in my emotional intelligence. After all, one cannot thrive as a funeral host without it, and I take pride in this aspect of myself. At the dining table, the delightful Mancy often found herself in fits of laughter at my antics. Every word she uttered was met with my immediate response, ensuring none of her remarks fell flat. Upon exiting the restaurant, she naturally draped her arm around mine, continuing our previous conversation. Instead of opting for a taxi to escort her home, we leisurely strolled along the street, accompanying her back to her residence. Once we arrived, I stopped by a nearby liquor store and ordered 2 cases of white liquor. I typically abstain from drinking, yet these 2 cases were intended for Liu too. To be candid, considering his penchant for consuming 6 bottles in one sitting, these 2 cases would scarcely last him a week. Thus, I inquired with the shopkeeper about bulk purchasing, learning they offered delivery, and I requested a business card. In one breath, I ordered an additional 5 cases for delivery to my rented abode. Upon returning home, I found Liu absent. After a brief moment of freshening up, I lay on my bed, engrossed in my phone. Shortly thereafter, Mancy sent me a message, and we resumed our video call. After chatting for over an hour, a call from Sister Sue interrupted us. I informed Mancy and then answered the phone. Hello, is this Liu Long? Where are you right now? I'm at home. Sister, why is it so noisy on your end? If you're able, could you come to the office? There has been an incident. Immediately, I heard a cacophony of shouting on the other end, followed by several loud bangs, and the call was abruptly terminated. Remaining remarkably composed, I began changing my clothes while placing the phone aside. I called Liu on speakerphone. Hello? What is going on? Brother Liu, It seems there's an issue at the funeral home. Could you accompany me there? Go ahead. I'll wait for you outside. After hanging up, I dressed quickly and ordered a car on my way downstairs. When I arrived at the intersection, the driver coincidentally pulled up, and without wasting a moment, I headed straight for the Shingbyochi funeral home. Upon arrival, I spotted Liu Yunta leaning against the entrance, cigarette in mouth, seemingly observing the commotion. Stepping out of the car, I noticed several vehicles parked in the courtyard, and the entrance to the mortuary was crowded with people, engaged in what appeared to be a heated argument. I was puzzled as to who would cause a disturbance at such an hour. Liu Yunta gestured with his chin, and I made my way towards the mortuary. Sister Sue, caught in the throng, displayed palpable anxiety. Upon seeing me, she immediately pulled me closer and explained the situation. According to her, the body of a woman, who had been delivered that day and had suffered a gruesome injury, was now a source of contention. She had communicated with the family, who had come to retrieve the body, but indicated that their demeanor was quite hostile. After the body was collected, the family managed to find an unscrupulous individual willing to undertake the embalming job. However, during the procedure, this embalmer discovered that the child within the woman's womb was missing and promptly notified the family. Upon their arrival, they confirmed the child's absence and stormed into Shingbyochi, accusing us of having stolen the baby for nefarious purposes, igniting a furious uproar. You heartless establishment. You had no right to take my wife without the capability to handle her. Where's my child? The man, presumably the deceased's husband, was in a frenzied state, raising his hand to strike Sister Sue. I swiftly grasped his arm, urging him to remain calm while I reviewed the surveillance footage. Watch what footage? How do we know you Haven T tampered with it? Then what do you propose? I demand retribution. His fury escalated, and he attempted to strike me, only to be restrained by other family members who had hurried over. If he had merely sought monetary compensation, I might have deemed him a fraud. But his demand for retribution was alarming. Brother Liu, could you please maintain order here? I'll check the footage. Liu Yunta waved his hand dismissively, his expression betraying no concern. I selected a family member who had rushed over to accompany me to the monitoring room, ensuring there would be witnesses to prevent any accusations of foul play. Arriving at the office, I retrieved the keys and opened the door to the monitoring room, pulling up the footage from the day the body was delivered. In a rapid playback, we reached a pivotal moment where we clearly observed something emerging from the woman's abdomen. I paused the video and rewound it by 5 minutes, then played it back at a slower speed. With the family member as my witness, I distinctly saw a bloodied, lifeless infant emerge from the woman's body, subsequently crawling into a nearby pile of cardboard boxes. As I continued to watch, no further movement was detected from the boxes, confirming that the deceased infant remained hidden within that room. The family member trembled in shock, while I sprang back into action. This infant was undeniably deceased. How could it have emerged from the woman's womb? Upon reaching the mortuary, I immediately ordered everyone to leave, insisting that no one remain inside. The deceased's husband, perceiving my actions as suspicious, gripped the door frame tightly, refusing to relinquish his hold. I instructed the others to let him go, with the exception of the husband. Only one more person could enter, and everyone else was to vacate the premises. Fortunately, the mortuary had no windows, and once the main door was closed, the deceased infant would have no means of escape. The deceased's husband summoned a burly family member, who accompanied Liu Yunta and me into the mortuary. After securing the door from the inside, Liu Yunta pointed toward the pile of boxes, and I nodded in agreement. Approaching the boxes, Liu Yunta kicked them, and suddenly, a lifeless infant, still connected by the umbilical cord and seemingly only partially developed, crawled out from beneath the boxes. The two family members erupted into horrified screams, while I glanced at Liu Yunta, who remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. As expected of Liu Yunta, despite the terrifying appearance of the infant, he swiftly severed its head with a couple of precise cuts using a knife. He then donned rubber gloves, holding the severed head in one hand and the body in the other, extending them toward the deceased's husband. Here's your child, take it away. The husband's eyes rolled back, and he fainted at the sight, with nearby family members collapsing in a similar state of shock. Liu Yunta retrieved a black plastic bag, discarding the infant's remains inside, and spat at the two individuals sprawled on the floor. What were you thinking, causing a scene without understanding the situation? You dare demand retribution? If this were a century ago, I would have ensured you paid with your life. Liu Yunta kicked the two individuals on the ground before opening the mortuary door and waving the plastic bag. The child has been found. Take this and what's in your pockets. You can all leave now. The two family members, reduced to a state of shock, remained oblivious to their surroundings. Hearing the commotion, Brother Wang approached, but upon witnessing the scene, he turned to leave. Where are you going, Brother Wang? I'm off to see if there are any burial garments large enough for these two." I was momentarily speechless. Fortunately, after some efforts involving tickling the soles of their feet, pinching their acupressure points, slapping their faces, and splashing them with cold water, I managed to rouse the two individuals. Once they were awake, the deceased's husband cautiously gathered his belongings and prepared to leave with the other family members. Before they departed, I called out to him. I was unsure of how he had found the audacious mortician willing to handle this task, but I felt compelled to advise him. It would be best to directly cremate both his wife and child, keeping the child's ashes at home for 10 years. After conveying this, I handed him my business card, informing him that should he encounter insurmountable issues, he could reach out to me. This card, I insisted, should not be discarded. It could prove invaluable in critical moments. Having said my piece, I felt I had done my part. The man trembled as he accepted my card and departed with his family. Once they had left, Sister Sue approached me, grasping my hand with immense gratitude. After all, I had not only resolved their predicament, but also dealt with the hidden issue of the deceased infant. Had Sister Sue come for a night shift and encountered that entity, she likely would have met a grim fate. She hurriedly promised to treat me to a meal the following day before departing. Brother Wong also gave me a thumbs up before turning back to the office. One of the advantages of working in my institution is that regardless of the peculiarities that may arise, even if the corpse were to rise and walk, as long as I could settle the matter, no one would question me about the occurrence. Having spent considerable time in this line of work, everyone has encountered oddities and understands the unspoken rule of not asking about things better left alone. This is a principle I particularly appreciate. In the mortuary, I took a moment to rest on a stool while Liu Yun sat across from me, lighting a cigarette and casually offering me one. As the smoke curled around us, Liu Yun too, with a smirk, inquired why I was so inclined to be the benevolent one. What had those two done to deserve such consideration? They had left without even a word of apology, and yet I had given them my card. I sighed, feeling the sting of his words, but regardless, their transgressions were not worthy of death. I had left them a path forward. Whether they chose to walk it was up to their own destiny. Liu Yun cast a resigned glance my way, but chose not to press the matter further. As to why I had given those two my card, it was because I understood that this situation was merely the beginning. Years ago, when my grandmother was teaching me the intricacies of mortuary work, she had imparted wisdom regarding the 3 prohibitions of stitching. Infants, particularly those not fully formed, are among the most challenging spirits to contend with, even in death. In other words, what harm could such a diminutive entity inflict? Could it wield a knife or fire a gun? However, exceptions do exist, if the resentment is sufficiently potent. One must not underestimate such a small being, for it could indeed bring about death. An infant affected by intense resentment can transform into a vengeful spirit. The essence of resentment is abstract, akin to luck or fate, real yet intangible. This leads us to a significant topic I inadvertently overheard during discussions between my grandparents. The concept of 9 lives. This notion posits that a soul can only be reborn as a human for a maximum of 9 lifetimes. Upon reaching the 10th life, it must inevitably descend into the realm of beasts, enduring suffering before it can be reborn as a human once more. Let us suppose a scenario. An individual, having lived 8 lives as a human, resolves to strive diligently in their next incarnation. Yet, before they can even emerge from the womb, they perish, thus squandering their final opportunity for humanity. Anger and resentment would inevitably follow. So, whom would they seek to blame? The family into which they are reborn would bear the brunt of that wrath. After all, had they been reborn elsewhere, they might have had the chance to fulfill their aspirations in that last life. In such circumstances, the resentment within the fetus could be monumental, leading to dire consequences. If they feel their final chance at humanity has been wasted, they might seek to drag down those responsible with them, believing it only fair to reciprocate the loss. However, the deceased infant I encountered likely was not in its final human incarnation. Otherwise, Liu Yun would not have dealt with the matter so effortlessly. Nevertheless, the fact that this infant managed to crawl out of the womb suggests it would not simply relent. While its body was severed by Liu Yun, its spirit remained unscathed. This implies that even if the family were to incinerate both the child and mother, the vengeful infant would likely return. The consequences of such a return remain unclear. I had done my part by providing my card, and whether I would receive payment depended on the family's decisions. After securing the door to the mortuary, I realized it was already late at night. Being in a funeral home, I knew it would be impossible to hail a cab, and I was too weary to walk home. Instead, I contemplated taking a nap in the dormitory. As for Liu Yun, he was indifferent to distance or the hour. A youth consumed by the internet, he would brave any storm to reach an internet cafe. After seeing Liu off at the funeral home's entrance, I pondered whether I should buy him a computer, as I could certainly afford it. Chapter 27. The second celestial being time flows swiftly, and before long. It was the day of Mancy's grandfather's funeral rites. Over the course of these 21 days, 9 elders had been sent to Shengbao Pond, of which I personally attended to 6, while I supervised the remaining 3, with Mancy taking full responsibility. The young lady displayed remarkable aptitude, and her confidence grew with each passing day. From her initial terrified screams in the wake of the deceased to now, where she fearlessly cleanses the bodies unless faced with particularly gruesome corpses, her transformation was evident. During this period, I took Mancy to the Shengbao Pavilion Funeral Home, where my apprentice Liu Shu worked, allowing her to assist him free of charge for a few days to broaden her horizons. Upon returning from Shengbao Pavilion, I entrusted Mancy with the complete funeral service. To be precise, her duties encompassed only part of the service, primarily presiding over the ceremony and overseeing the rituals of laying the deceased to rest, while I handled the subsequent arrangements such as purchasing urns, cremation, and burial. When Mancy learned of my partnership with Brother Wang in opening a funeral supplies store, she expressed a desire to visit. I took some time off to show her the way. For the 3 elders she attended to, I did not retain a single cent of the payments received. I gave her the entire amount, totaling 13,201 yuan. The exhilaration she felt upon receiving her first paycheck was palpable as she jumped with joy in the funeral home office. Subsequently, she allocated 7,000 yuan to her parents, saved 2,000 for herself, and spent the remaining 4,000 on a new outfit, costing less than 300. She even bought me a new outfit, which amounted to over 2,000. Accepting the clothing she gifted me, I reciprocated with a necklace, modestly priced at over 5,000. It seemed Mancy's parents noticed the necklace she wore and insisted that once her grandfather's funeral was over, they would invite me to their home for a meal. Naturally, I readily agreed. After bidding farewell to yet another elder, Mancy and I departed from the cemetery. I made a brief stop at the shop to review the month's transactions, and upon my return, I found Mancy lost in thought, gazing at the necklace I had gifted her, oblivious to my presence beside her. "Hello, beautiful. Could I have your contact information?" I inquired, startling her. She looked up to see me and visibly relaxed. "Please have your parents come to our shop at 10 o'clock tonight. I've arranged for the supplies needed for the ritual, and my staff has everything prepared. Just collect it and burn it at the intersection near the hospital." "What do you mean our shop?" "It is your shop," Mancy blushed, her cheeks turning a lovely shade of pink. Seeing her flustered demeanor piqued my interest, and I playfully teased her for quite some time until Brother Wang entered, prompting us to cease our playful banter. "I'll just take 2 stacks of paper money and be on my way," Brother Wang said hurriedly, grabbing the money before leaving. Mancy shot me a disapproving glance and lightly punched my arm. Poor Brother Wang had spent the day in the dormitory, while Mancy and I continued our conversation in the office until late into the evening. Around 9 o'clock, I leisurely accompanied Mancy to the city, and after hailing a cab, we headed straight to the shop. At 10 o'clock, her parents arrived as promised. I led the 3 of them to the storehouse, where I had prepared a plethora of offerings: mountains of gold and silver, rice and flour, a treasury, a money tree, a fortune pot, 2 large bags of small gold ingots, a large gold ingot, and 7 hefty bundles of paper money. The items for the ritual were substantial. I instructed them to burn everything at the intersection near the hospital, assuring them that it was unnecessary to carry it all home. "The old man will receive it down below," I added. Once everything was ready, I used scissors to cut open the treasury I had crafted from paper, pouring the smaller gold ingots inside, before guiding them to the hospital intersection. As they burned the paper offerings, I reminded them to recite the names of their ancestors, asking for guidance in case anything was missing or lacking. Mancy's parents nodded in understanding, and I signaled for them to begin the ritual. As the family burned the paper money, I, as an outsider, stepped away to the flower bed across the intersection to smoke a cigarette. When the burning was nearly complete, I returned to inform them they could leave, advising them not to look back on their way home, but rather to take a cab directly. Before entering their home, they should pat their clothes to remove any lingering spirits. Before they departed, Mancy noticed I was still standing there and, hesitating to turn back, she took a few steps back to pat me. "Aren't you coming?" she asked. "Don't worry about me. I'll keep watch here. Let the old man take all the money. If anyone tries to rob him, I will deal with them. I have a few matters to discuss with him as well. You should hurry home. You have work tomorrow." Though her family turned their backs to me, I could clearly see Mancy's parents visibly flinch at my words. Once they had left, I settled down by the flower bed, holding a peachwood sword, sitting in front of the still smoldering ashes. Just past midnight, a sudden chill swept across my face. I struck the pile of ashes with my sword, and the cold breeze dissipated instantly. Over the course of the night, I felt a total of 20 or 30 gusts of cold wind, all of which I managed to repel. By 2 o'clock in the morning, the streetlights extinguished simultaneously, and shortly thereafter, I spotted an elderly man clad in a burial suit staggering towards me. "Greetings, sir," I exclaimed, beaming as I recognized by Mancy's grandfather. He regarded me with a complex expression, sighed, and bowed. "I was mistaken before. Had I known you and Shaozi would end up together. It's quite all right. You should be grateful. Without your granddaughter, you might still be enduring the perils of the dog-infested ridge," I replied, eliciting a momentary look of surprise from Mancy's grandfather. I smiled and continued, "While Mancy and I are now a couple, you are still her grandfather. However, that does not exempt you from my scrutiny. Today, you must provide me with an explanation." His expression changed numerous times, but he remained silent. "Indeed, you are Mancy's grandfather, but the realms of the living and the dead are distinct. You have passed on. What business do you have meddling in the affairs of the living? And how dare you attempt to bind me with mourning ribbons? What if I had not been with Mancy? Would I have to silently endure it?" I approached him and struck him across the face, then kicked him. He said nothing, silently enduring my actions. "You are Mancy's grandfather, and while I respect my elders and fulfill my duties as a funeral officiant, your attempt to bind me with mourning ribbons warrants a few firm reminders. Of course, this situation could not simply conclude here. Before leaving, I retrieved a prepared paper iron chain from the shop and bound it around his feet. Once the paper iron chain was burned, it would weigh at least 100 pounds in the underworld. Since you have bound me with your mourning ribbons for a day and night, you shall wear this 100-pound iron chain for a year. Should you dare remove it, I will sever your financial ties, ensuring no paper money reaches you below. Hungry? Thirsty? You'll have to endure." After securing the chain, Mancy's grandfather sighed, knelt before me, and bowed. I did not flinch nor soften my heart, accepting his bow with composure. Then, Mancy's grandfather retrieved a large bundle from his pocket, placing all the offerings I had prepared inside, slinging it over his back. He bowed to me once more and began to shuffle away, dragging the heavy iron chain with him. Once he had departed, I returned to the shop to rest. The following morning, I arrived early at Shengbao Pond. Around 9 o'clock, Liu Yunta called me. "Hello? Lu Ge, what is up? I visited the Chang family yesterday. A friend has a girl who is currently available, and I wanted to know your thoughts." Upon hearing this, I readily agreed. Finally, my second elder in the hall has arrived. That evening, Mancy attended a birthday gathering for her friend, while I had pre-ordered a feast at home, awaiting Liu Yuntu to bring the second elder to my hall. As the knock on the door sounded, I opened it to find Liu Yuntu accompanied by a remarkably youthful woman standing outside. "Come in, Lu Long. Let me introduce you to Chang Yunqi from the Chang family." The young woman, Chang Yunqi, extended her hand for a handshake. As our hands touched, she suddenly trembled, and her expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, it seems I have encountered the talented Chang Yunqi. Recognizing the significance of the moment, I did not dare act arrogantly, and quickly welcomed both Chang Yunqi and Liu Yuntu inside. Once in the house, Chang Yunqi immediately took out a pen and inscribed her name on the large red paper affixed to the wall, her movements swift as if fearing I might change my mind. After completing the ritual, Chang Yunqi was officially welcomed into my hall. During the meal, she poured several rounds of drinks for Liu Yuntu, expressing her gratitude for this opportunity to join my hall. Together, they consumed 10 bottles of baijiu, and I joined in, raising my glass for half a cup. After the meal, Chang Yunqi insisted on checking my fortune. After a while, Chang Yunshui took out her phone and dialed a number, listing a series of medicinal herbs. Once she hung up, she informed me that, due to my long-term work at the funeral home, my body was overly cold. Moreover, my irregular schedule of early morning departures for funerals and late-night shifts had taken a toll on my liver. However, these ailments were trivial to her. She had already contacted someone who would deliver traditional Chinese medicine the next day. After a month of consistent consumption, I would be restored to health. Subsequently, upon hearing from Liu Yuntu that I had a girlfriend, she insisted I bring her home whenever possible. She wanted to check my girlfriend's pulse and was determined to ensure both of us were in good health. I then chatted with 2 elderly practitioners from the temple. During our conversation, I learned that although Chang Yunshui belonged to a celestial family, she owned a traditional Chinese medicine shop in the city, where she dispensed herbs to earn a modest living during her free time. Through this dialogue, I gained a clearer understanding of the current generation of practitioners. Chang Yunshui owned her apothecary, and Liu Yuntu, despite his frequent internet usage and occasional overnight stays, was also earning money through his online endeavors. This elderly practitioner possessed a certain gaming talent and had found a shop where he completed gaming rank orders. by staying up for 3 or 4 nights. He could earn 1 to 2,000 yuan, effectively addressing his internet addiction while earning money through his own skills. I inquired why Chang Yunshui opened a shop in the city. Was it for the sake of experiencing the mortal realm? Her answer was simple: money. She explained that times had changed. In the past, material needs were not as plentiful, and they could easily sit in the temple, providing services and accepting offerings to meet their basic needs. However, as times evolved, their curiosity about modern advancements, such as mobile phones, computers, bubble tea, and amusement parks, grew. Thus, individuals like Liu Yuntu and Chang Yunshui emerged, concealing their celestial identities while engaging with the mundane world. They earned money through their talents to enjoy life and broaden their experiences, while also enduring hardships to refine themselves, ultimately striving for spiritual perfection. I specifically asked what achieving the fruit meant. Liu Yuntu revealed that it referred to becoming immortal. I was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that supernatural? What level had Liu reached? I'm already at the divine transformation stage, he quipped, transformed into a formidable warrior. I could strike you down with a mere ear clap. Forget about the infant stage. Our path to immortality differs significantly from your notion of cultivation. Through Liu Yuntu's explanation, I began to comprehend what their immortality truly entailed. To put it plainly, before Liu Yuntu attained his abilities, he was merely an ordinary python. Even after gaining some power, he merely became a wild spirit. As he himself stated, he still could not rightfully be called an immortal. If fortune favored him, he might, after countless years, grasp the faintest possibility of reaching the threshold of immortality. Should he take that step, he would no longer be an ordinary python, but would transform into a dragon. However, according to Liu Yuntu, in all the years since the Liu family had existed, only one exceptionally gifted individual had touched the threshold of immortality, yet ultimately failed to cross over, transforming instead into a lesser creature. That individual, possessing great spirit, chose to abandon the chance of becoming a lesser dragon and opted for reincarnation to begin anew. No one knew where they had been reborn, whether as a snake, a human, or something else entirely. At this point, Liu Yuntu expressed some regret, uncertain if he would ever have the opportunity to achieve immortality himself. He then reassured me not to worry, as his journey was still long, and I was unlikely to live to see that day. As the conversation lingered into the late hours, Chang Yunshui took her leave, while Liu Yuntu yawned, mentioning he needed to complete a gaming order that was just 50 points short of promotion. He intended to finish it that night, allowing him to buy some nice treats for his wife the following day. After bidding farewell to the 2 elderly practitioners, I, still under the influence of alcohol, lay down to sleep. The next day, I awoke around 10. Apart from 2 messages from by man CI, inquiring about my absence from work, I received no other communications. After providing a brief explanation, I took a shower to wash away the remnants of the previous night's indulgence, changed into clean clothes, and headed to the funeral home. Upon arrival, Brother Wang called me, informing me that there was a phone call for me in the office. When I picked up, it was a staff member from the shop, notifying me of a new business opportunity. An elderly person had passed away and was currently at the city hospital, with the family unprepared with burial garments. They needed my assistance to dress the body. I arranged for the staff to prepare the clothing and promptly set off for the city hospital. The second-hand car I had inquired about earlier had been described as being in good condition by the dealer. However, upon inspection, I found the interior thick with a chilling aura. After reviewing the other vehicles, I was met with the same disheartening discovery, prompting me to leave in frustration. How could a 7- or 8-year-old accident vehicle be priced at 20,000 yuan? Had they lost their minds? This debacle meant I had to invest more time in searching for another vehicle, and with my workload being particularly heavy lately, the matter of purchasing a second-hand car had to be postponed. Consequently, I found myself needing to borrow a vehicle from Brother Wang once more. Naturally, I planned to compensate him. A pack of cigarettes for a drive in his somewhat battered Passat, which aside from a malfunctioning horn, still held its own. This time, I was not alone. I brought my man CI along. After a month of accompanying me, she had participated in several funerals, but had yet to experience preparing a body at the hospital. This was a perfect opportunity for her to broaden her horizons. Having faced a few funerals, my man CI had grown significantly bolder, even displaying a hint of excitement during our journey. I instructed her that while she could joke and chat during the drive, it was imperative to maintain a serious demeanor upon arrival. She was to observe my actions without intervening. Having driven to the city hospital, I led by man CI directly to the internal medicine intensive care unit on the 5th floor. Chapter 29, The Unfortunate Souls. Izun closed. The city hospital was a place I frequented. In the past, I had often been called to dress the deceased. In Shurcheng, there were 4 funeral homes. 2 in my jurisdiction and 2 in the neighboring area where my apprentice Liu worked. Thus, sometimes, when a death occurred, families would go to the funeral supplies shop across the street from the hospital to purchase burial garments and request assistance in dressing their loved ones. Whether they would reach out to me for subsequent funeral arrangements was uncertain. Of course, whenever such situations arose, I would always inquire, as it was foolish to pass up an opportunity for profit. Guiding by man CI up to the 5th floor of the hospital, I expertly led her to the eastern elevator, known among our profession for its dubious purpose, rarely used by the living. Upon reaching the east elevator, I pushed open the outer door to find a movable hospital bed, atop which lay a deceased elder covered by a white sheet. Family members stood nearby, tears in their eyes, appearing profoundly sorrowful. I previously mentioned my identity and then instructed by Mankai to open the burial garments bag. While by Mankai was occupied with the garments, I took the opportunity to inquire about the elderly gentleman's family, specifically his age and cause of death. The man was 66 years old, and his demise was attributed to sudden death. Notably, today marked his 66th birthday. Upon hearing this, I immediately called one of my associates. Zhao, bring a bundle of red cloth from the northeast corner of the warehouse to the 5th floor elevator at the city hospital, promptly. A few minutes later, Zhao arrived with the red cloth. I distributed it to everyone present, tying a piece around each person's right arm. When the family members asked about its significance, I explained that the elderly gentleman's 66th birthday was a moment of great joy and fortune. However, if he departed on this day, it would be considered a misfortune, which we in this profession refer to as falling fortune. Therefore, all family members must wear the red cloth on their arms until midnight tonight. At that moment, Bai Mankai opened the burial garments bag and revealed the attire. I instructed for a basin and towel to be fetched, requesting the daughter-in-law to wash the elderly gentleman's body, while others refrained from assisting. Once the son and daughter-in-law prepared the basin and towel, I asked them to turn away. Bai Mankai, curious, leaned in closer, prompting me to cover her eyes. I then lifted the white cloth, revealing the elderly gentleman's wide-open eyes. It is said that those who pass on a day of great joy experience profound sorrow, reluctant to leave the world on such a significant day. Hence, our saying, those who fall fortune die with unclosed eyes. Next, I led the son and daughter-in-law to a nearby stairwell to discuss the elderly gentleman's current condition. Upon returning and lifting the white cloth, the son and daughter-in-law were taken aback, though fortunately, they were somewhat prepared and did not scream. What should we do? They asked. I instructed them to clear the elevator of everyone except themselves and the granddaughter, as I needed to inquire why the elderly gentleman's eyes remained open. I solemnly questioned them if they had treated the elderly gentleman poorly or acted against his wishes. After receiving negative responses, I nodded. Let me be clear, if either of you is lying, I will walk away immediately. In the entire city, you will find no one else willing to take on this responsibility. After their second affirmation of honesty, I instructed them to clear the area. I then took 2 strands of hair from each of them and the granddaughter, holding them in my hands, clenching my fists against the sides of the elderly gentleman's temples. Listen to me, dear sir, when a person departs, it is like extinguishing a light. Do not cling to this world. I must ask you a few questions. If my inquiries are correct, please blink. First, I asked, was it for money? The elderly gentleman's eyes remained wide open. Second, was it for possessions? Third, was it for your descendants? Following this question, the deceased gentleman blinked in front of me. Bai Mankai and the family. Now, you 3, kneel before the bed and bow 3 times, bidding farewell to the elderly gentleman, sharing something good about yourselves so that he does not worry about you. As my words concluded, the family knelt in unison and after bowing, approached the bedside to say their goodbyes. When the granddaughter mentioned her recent exam results, placing 3rd in her class and 5th in her grade, the elderly gentleman slowly closed his eyes. I released my grip from the elderly gentleman's temples, gathered the strands of hair in a red cloth, instructing them to burn it upon returning home, discarding the ashes in the trash. I then directed the daughter-in-law to begin washing the body. Once completed, I retrieved the golden embroidered mat that Zhao had previously delivered. Dressing the deceased is a procedure steeped in significance. Firstly, the body must not touch the ground to avoid the influence of malevolent spirits, which can impede reincarnation. Secondly, the deceased must not sit up, as only the living may do so. To allow the deceased to sit might lead them to believe they have not passed, risking disruption of their transition. Lastly, during the final dressing, a white towel must cover the deceased's face, remaining until the body reaches the funeral home and is placed in the coffin. It must not fall. Once the body was washed, I instructed the family to assist in turning the elderly gentleman's body to lay the mat underneath, ensuring he remained in contact with the surface. Then, I placed money in his mouth, covered his face with a white towel, and draped the upper body with a white cloth, putting on the burial trousers over the undergarments. After the trousers were secured, I had the family lift one arm to dress him in the inner lining, ensuring at all times that part of his body remained in contact with the bed. The same principle applied to the outer garments and coat. Once the trousers and clothing were donned, it was time for the shoes. After putting them on, I held the elderly gentleman's burial shoes, aligning the toes and heels, securing them with a red string known in our profession as the tripping string. Its purpose is to prevent the soul from returning should it attempt to rise. This string would ensnare it. After fastening the tripping string, I placed the burial cap on the elderly gentleman's head, completing the dressing. Since he did not meet a violent end, but rather passed due to illness, the customary journey items prepared for him included steamed buns, millet, and gold and silver rings. Once everything was ready, I opened the designated east elevator door for the deceased, where the staff from Shungbaopool awaited. For strong men stood by with a stretcher, and together with the family, we carefully lifted the elderly gentleman onto the stretcher. This step is also significant. One must not touch the body, lest the spirit absorbs the living energy and rises. This is why I had previously insisted on placing a mat beneath him. As two individuals grasped the mat from either side, we lifted him onto the stretcher. The four professionals then took hold of the stretcher's corners, entering the elevator, while I guided by Mankai and the family to follow closely behind. In the elevator, I specifically instructed by Mankai not to speak a word. She nodded obediently and cast a secretive glance at the elderly gentleman on the stretcher, letting out a quiet sigh. I understood that she was likely thinking of her grandfather. In the elevator, I held by Mankai's hand tightly, and she slightly squeezed back, reassuring me she was all right. Upon reaching the first floor, I had previously coordinated with the hospital security to ensure the designated east door for the deceased was opened. As I navigated each turn, I instructed the grieving child to echo my words. For instance, at each bend, he would say, "Father has turned," and when crossing a threshold, "Father has stepped over," and upon descending the stairs, "Father has gone down." Ultimately, as we approached the hearse, he would utter, "Father has boarded the vehicle." Once the stretcher was loaded into the hearse, by Mansi and I followed suit, accompanied by the deceased family, and we set off toward Shungbaopool. Upon our arrival at Shungbaopool, all proceedings unfolded methodically, in accordance with custom. After the family secured the morning bands, Brother Wong observed while by Mansi and I departed for the office to have lunch. Today, according to the schedule, it was by Mansi's night shift, so I decided to stay and keep her company. As night fell, Brother Wong drove home, while by Mansi and I remained in the morning hall with the family. In the later hours of the night, by Mansi leaned against my shoulder, utterly fatigued, while the child's parents also succumbed to drowsiness. The only lively presence in the hall was a spirited little girl, no more than 6 years old. At one point, I felt an urgent need and stepped out to the restroom. Upon returning to the morning hall, I sensed something was amiss. After scanning the room, it suddenly struck me. Where had that child gone? "Where is your daughter?" I asked, jolting the couple into alertness. Just as I was about to step out to search, my gaze fell upon the iced coffin, and I was taken aback. When had it been opened? Inside, the little girl lay on her grandfather's chest, her eyes tightly shut, her face pale, unresponsive to my calls. The couple frantically attempted to pull their child out, but sensing the eerie chill in the hall, I quickly intervened, fearing she had already transferred vitality to the corpse. "Mansi, take them to the office, burn paper money, and seal the door, just as I taught you. And regardless of any noise, do not come out." After instructing her, I yanked the child from the iced coffin and tossed her into her parents' arms. "A handful of ash and a cup of water. Drink this, and she'll awaken. Hurry." I shielded by Mansi and the grieving family as we made our way to the office. After gathering my tools and forcibly sending by Mansi back, I shut the office door behind us. Just as I rounded the corner, a heavy thud echoed from Hall 4, followed by an eerie silence. I hesitated to charge in recklessly, pulling out my phone to call Liu Yun-tu, only to find the signal dead in the upper corner. I stowed my phone and, gripping my peachwood sword, cautiously approached the door to Hall 4. Peering inside, I was startled to see the elderly man, previously lying in the ice coffin. Mimicking my stance, peering out from the other side. His eyes remained shut, his mouth agape, yet his movements mirrored mine as if we were reflections in a mirror. Startled, I took a step back, causing the elder, hindered by the tether on his feet, to stumble and fall. Seizing the opportunity, I lunged forward, aiming my sword at his neck. Despite its wooden nature, the blade was sharpened to a fine point, and plunging it into his neck shouldn't have posed a challenge. To my astonishment, the elderly man grasped the sword mid-air. Realizing I could neither penetrate nor retract it, dread washed over me. This was no mere resurrection. I had assumed the little girl had infused the old man with life, believing it to be a typical resurrection event. Yet, ordinarily, a risen corpse could not easily thwart my full-force assault. In that moment of distraction, the old man snatched the peachwood sword from my grasp and thrust it towards my neck. I swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Without a second thought, I turned and crashed through the window facing Hall 4, tumbling into the courtyard. Where are the Liu family soldiers? I recalled Liu Yunta mentioning that the 5 Liu family soldiers dispatched to protect by Mansi had not withdrawn. With a shout, 3 serpents, each 2 to 3 meters long, suddenly slithered through the front door of the funeral home. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 3 men in black, kneeling on one knee before me. What are your orders, Dragon Lord? The leader inquired. A corpse has risen, and I cannot handle it. I need your assistance. Understood. Lu San, notify the Master Tofu. Old 4, and I will accompany the Dragon Lord. The leader swiftly directed one of the black-clad men to dash out of Shengbao Pool. Given the unusual circumstances surrounding this resurrection, burning paper money and sealing the door might prove ineffective, and I was anxious for Mansi's safety, so I hurried back. As I entered the corridor of the funeral home, I spotted the old man, somehow having risen and leaning against the wall of Hall 4. His funeral garments were dust-laden, and the tether I had bound him with had been forcefully torn away, leaving his ankles bloodied. Once freed, the old man swayed and turned, his eyes still shut. Mouth agape, but to my astonishment, the corners of his mouth began to curl upward. Just then, the 2 Liu family soldiers entered behind me. Upon seeing the old man, the leader let out a chilling laugh. I thought some unruly spirit had come to borrow a body, but it seems we have an unexpected guest from the Qingfeng Hall. With that, the Liu family soldier rolled up his sleeves, approaching the old man unarmed. The eldest disciple of my Liu family is not someone from your Qingfeng Hall can contend with. Since you have come today, you shall not leave. With that, the Liu family soldier lunged toward the old man, delivering a forceful shove to his jaw. Even from a distance, I heard the sound of dislocated bones. Before the old man's body could react, the soldier dislocated both of his arms at the joints, followed by a sweeping kick that sent the elder crashing to the ground. Finally, the Liu family soldier drove his elbow into the old man's chest. A cloud of white mist erupted from the old man's mouth. Escaping through the window I had opened earlier, I and another Liu family soldier immediately pursued, only to find Liu Yunta outside the funeral home, smoking with a drowsy Chong Yunqi beside him. At that moment, Liu Yunta, cigarette in mouth, held a struggling cloud of white mist in his hand. So, it's the Qingfeng Hall, is it? Liu Yunta exclaimed, expelling the smoke from his mouth while eyeing the mist. The chief disciple of my Liu family. Is he someone you can handle? Speak. Fine, you refuse to talk. Then let it be known to your Qingfeng Hall master that tomorrow, our Chong Lu Second Hall will pay a visit, and he better prepare some apology wine. With that, Liu Yunta tossed the white mist aside, which swiftly fled along the ground. Having released the mist, I had no time to converse with Liu Yunta, as the elderly man's body, still subjected to the indignity of assault, lay in the corridor of the funeral home. I hurried back, joining forces with several members of the Liu family to gently lift the elderly man back into the ice coffin. The trip ropes, the grain rings clutched in our hands, and the cash offerings, all needed to be replaced with fresh ones. Once the body was properly arranged, I returned to the office, whereby Mansi, after confirming multiple times that it was indeed me knocking at the door, cautiously opened it. I gathered the necessary items and instructed them to refrain from burning paper or coming out until I notified them. After ensuring that the trip ropes and other items were correctly donned, the dust on the shrouds was wiped clean, and the floor of the morning hall was tidied up, I summoned Bai Mansi and the family members to the office. Upon seeing Liu Yunta, Bai Mansi nodded as a greeting. The family, still shaken from the ordeal, could hardly bear to stay, prompting Liu Yunta to arrange for transportation to take them home. Once the family departed, Bai Mansi approached me, inspecting me closely several times to ensure I was unharmed before she finally relaxed. What happened earlier? Did the grandfather come out? He did, I began to respond, but suddenly realized I had almost let slip more than intended, quickly closing my mouth. Bai Mansi's eyes widened at my words. Since joining the profession, she had heard tales from Wang Gu, Su Jie, and Zhao Gu from the shop, as well as from colleagues in the funeral industry about my past exploits. Since then, she had consistently emphasized that in dangerous situations, one should flee rather than risk their life for a mere few thousand yuan. This time, Bai Mansi seemed genuinely upset, pulling me outside the morning hall and looking at me with an exasperated expression. Lu Long, why do you always have to throw yourself into danger? Can't you just let these matters be? I cannot ignore matters of life and death. What would happen to you all if I simply ran away? If the body were to escape, what then? Rest assured, I only intervene when lives are at stake. When have you seen me meddle in trivial matters? After a lengthy period of consolation, I finally managed to appease my superior. Upon returning to the morning hall, Liu Yuntua discreetly winked at me, gesturing towards Bai Mansi. I indicated the direction of the office, and Liu Yuntua nodded. Subsequently, I concocted a reason to send Bai Mansi to the office for her own safety. Once Bai Mansi departed, Liu Yuntua settled onto a stool, lit a cigarette, and after a few puffs, turned to me. Have you ever practiced martial arts? No. Have you ever been in a fight? I have. Can you fight? I'm not sure. I've never lost a fight since childhood. Come, show me a few moves. I want to see if I should take you to Qingfeng Hall tomorrow. After saying that, Liu Yuntua called over the previous member of the Liu family, Liu Air. Spar with Liu Long. Let him hit you. Just don't strike back. Of course, Master Tuo. Don't worry. Liu Air positioned himself by the window of the morning hall, signaling for me to begin. I hesitated for a moment, glancing back at Liu Yuntua. What are you staring at? Get started. Confused, I awkwardly assumed a fighting stance, feigning a few moves before aiming a kick directly at Liu Air's groin. He evaded it effortlessly, and I found myself flailing without any clear target, throwing a barrage of wild punches interspersed with low kicks. Liu Air was indeed skilled. Throughout the entire display, I failed to land a single blow. Alright, enough. How can you claim you've never lost a fight if you're throwing punches like that? Are you just going for the low blows? Liu Yuntua looked at me with an expression of exasperation. I scratched the back of my head, thinking, what is wrong with low blows if they work? With my soul-piercing low kicks, even Tyson would struggle to stay on his feet after 3 hits. Although I had never trained in martial arts, growing up in the countryside, I had engaged in plenty of physical labor, ensuring my fitness was up to par. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to dodge that earlier thrust. Liu Yuntua sat there, a frown etched on his face. After a moment of contemplation, he tossed his cigarette to the ground. Fine, you'll come with me tomorrow. Remember to bring your lady as well. I want the people at Qingfeng Hall to recognize her, lest anyone with ill intentions targets her. I was taken aback by this suggestion. You want Bai Mansi to come? But that's Qingfeng Hall, the main hall, where all the infamous spirits are. Moreover, Liu Yuntua is part of my family's dealings. I haven't mentioned this to Bai Mansi, and she still believes Liu Yuntua is just a big brother I know from the streets. It hadn't been long. Would my lies soon be exposed? Liu Yuntua was clear about this matter. Even if I tried to hide it, it wouldn't last long, and the truth would eventually come to light. It was better to reveal everything to Bai Mansi directly. Rest assured, your lady is not an ordinary person. Otherwise, why would I be trying to bring you two together? What? Is there some unexpected benefit? For a fleeting moment, myriad thoughts flashed through my mind. Was Bai Mansi a descendant of the Tianshi from Longhu Mountain? Or perhaps she was an even more formidable hidden master. Was she a celestial being visiting from the heavens for research? My curiosity was piqued, and I hastily inquired of Liu Yuntua about Bai Mansi's extraordinary nature. You haven't visited your father-in-law's home, have you? To be honest, the first time I met this girl, I sensed a certain otherworldly aura about her, but it wasn't the kind for divination. It was protective. As he spoke, Liu Yuntua pulled over a stool, propping his legs up comfortably. Later, I investigated further and confirmed that her family indeed had a protective hall. I visited the Bai family, and guess who welcomed me? Who? My knowledge of the supernatural was limited, mostly gleaned from my grandfather's tales. Old Lady Bai personally received me. How can I explain it? It's like being personally greeted by the esteemed Hu Sante and Hu Santaina when you visit the Hu family, or the same with the Liu family. I hadn't heard of Old Lady Bai, but I certainly recognized the names Hu Sante and Hu Santaina. Liu Yuntua then recounted the events of that day, summarizing that Bai Mansi had some connection to the Bai family's protective hall, stemming from an ancestor who had once saved a member of the Bai family. Now, after countless years, this old spirit had become a revered figure at the pinnacle of the Bai family's spiritual hierarchy. Thus, Bai Mansi's family had a true protective hall. As Liu Yuntua put it, within the Shanhaiguan, I am the only one born with 8 openings, while Bai Mansi's family has the only hall with a manifestation of Old Lady Bai presiding. However, upon discovering my presence alongside Liu Yuntua, Old Lady Bai withdrew her manifestation to protect Bai Mansi's parents, which explained why those vicious dogs hadn't troubled her family. At this point, Liu Yuntua picked up a fruit from the offering table, wiped it clean, and took a couple of bites, mumbling indistinctly. Old Lady Bai's intentions were clear. I was initially puzzled about how to bring you two together, but it seems you've already taken the initiative and embraced her in the ice coffin. Your actions have saved me a great deal of trouble. Chapter 32. The accident car. Hearing Liu Yuntua's words, The corners of my mouth twitched slightly. Why did that sound so peculiar? At first glance, it may seem as though I had meticulously plotted this out. The Liu family, including Liu Yuntu, appeared exceedingly spirited even in the late hours of the night, while Chang Yunqi, on the other hand, struggled to stay awake, continuously stifling yawns. As the discussions neared completion, she graciously excused herself, citing the need for rest before joining us for our visit to the Qingfeng Hall the following day. Just before her departure, Liu Yuntu deliberately pulled me aside outside the morning hall. Our visit to the Qingfeng Hall was ostensibly a courtesy call, yet in reality, it was intended to confront the spirit that had possessed an elderly individual and aimed to harm me. Now that we had uncovered the instigator behind these events, it was imperative to seek an explanation at Qingfeng Hall the next day. Liu Yuntu's earlier request for me to demonstrate my skills in combat was, in fact, a precautionary measure for what lay ahead. He informed me that, as someone born with innate abilities, if I exerted myself and learned some martial arts, even if only superficially, my physical prowess would improve. Should the time come to engage in combat, Liu Yuntu could possess me and enhance my capabilities, enabling me to navigate through the throng of nearly 1,000 spirits at Qingfeng Hall with relative ease. Unfortunately, I lacked martial arts training. However, my physical condition was satisfactory. When we arrived at Qingfeng Hall, if negotiations failed, we would resort to confrontation. Regardless, as long as Liu Yuntu was with me, I felt assured of escaping unscathed. Since entering high school, I had not engaged in any fights, so the prospect of facing the spirits of Qingfeng Hall thrilled me immensely. Upon returning to the office, Mancy curiously inquired about my newfound joy. After contemplating, I invited her to sit beside me and divulged the details of Liu Yuntu's identity, along with my own. To my surprise, Mancy exhibited remarkable adaptability. Aside from her initial astonishment, she appeared unfazed just 5 or 6 minutes later. However, upon learning that I intended to take her to Qingfeng Hall to demand accountability, she seemed momentarily unsettled. Yet, once she realized that members of the Chang and Liu families would accompany us, along with Liu Yuntu, her anxiety dissipated. She then shared that she had dreamt a few days prior of a woman in white clothing who deemed me trustworthy and capable, suggesting that Mancy could learn from me and, with fortune, might also take on a similar role in the future. Initially, she dismissed the dream as mere fantasy. But upon my revelation, she recognized that the woman in her dream was likely the white lady I had described. Thus, both Mancy and I found ourselves exhilarated, eagerly anticipating the events that awaited us the following day. In retrospect, our partnership was indeed quite extraordinary. I, a prodigious talent with 2 celestial beings, one skilled in combat and the other in healing, by my side, and she, under the protection of the white lady, the matriarch of the Bai family. With such formidable alliances behind us, fear was a foreign concept. Curiosity reigned supreme, and we yearned for the dawn of the next day. That night, I fashioned a makeshift bed in the office. Mancy rested on the bed while I reclined on the sofa, and thus we passed the night. As morning broke, I called my disciple, Uncle Li, who had been recuperating at home, inquiring if he could come in to assist me. A few days prior, he had informed me that he was recovering well. The hospital had diagnosed him with a herniated disc, a condition that required time for healing. Although he could no longer perform physically demanding tasks, the role of a funeral home officiant did not necessitate such exertion. He expressed his desire to return to work and requested that I inform him whenever I needed assistance. Since I was to visit Qingfeng Hall with Mancy that day, I reached out to Uncle Li early in the morning, despite Liu Yuntu's suggestion that we go in the evening. Half an hour later, Uncle Li strolled in, looking quite well. After greeting him, I led Mancy out of the funeral home. While awaiting our ride, Mancy inquired about our early departure, given that we were supposed to go in the evening. I chuckled, recalling how the recent incident with the accident vehicle had left me agitated, causing delays in my plans to purchase a car. Today, however, presented an opportunity to explore the second-hand car market together. Once our vehicle arrived, I took Mancy to the largest second-hand car trading market in Shurqing. Upon arrival, I was drawn to a newly opened second-hand car shop across from the market. The shop appeared pristine, and what captivated me was the loudspeaker hanging on the door, blaring a repetitive, low-quality announcement. We don't sell this, we don't sell that, but we guarantee accident-free vehicles. All our cars have been in accidents, but are fully documented and ready for immediate purchase. If you don't mind an accident car, come take a look. I turned to Mancy, asking her thoughts on accident cars. Accident cars? Do they mean cars where someone has died? She inquired. Essentially. Or perhaps they've been water damaged. Both qualify as accident cars, I replied. I believe ordinary second-hand cars would be preferable, considering the implications of an accident car. I mused that the worst-case scenario would involve a vehicle where someone had perished, given that I would be visiting a place known for spirits that evening. If I could procure a reliable accident car, it could serve our purposes well. Liu had previously explained the rationale for bringing Bai Mansi along, not only to ensure the Qingfeng Hall personnel recognized her, but also due to her ties with the Bai family. If she accompanied me, the Bai family would dispatch representatives to support us, including the White Lady's avatar. Thus, that evening, we would confront the Qingfeng Hall as a formidable coalition, comprising myself, Bai Mansi, and the alliances of the Liu, Chang, and Bai families. Liu had candidly shared that, with our collective strength, even the most prominent figures of Qingfeng Hall would show deference to the White Lady. Therefore, I contemplated leveraging these connections to procure a decent accident car at a minimal price, allowing us to drive directly to Qingfeng Hall and request assistance in resolving the souls within the vehicle. After all, with spirits aplenty at Qingfeng Hall, resolving the issue of the departed souls should not pose a significant challenge. However, regardless of the difficulty, the onus lay on them to address the situation, as my alliances with the Liu, Chang, and Bai families would not allow for negligence. Come on, let's go inside and select the car. We'll choose one today and drive straight over tonight, I exclaimed. Thus, I led Bai Mansi into the specialized secondhand shop for accident cars. Upon entering the establishment, my gaze was immediately drawn to a man of approximately 40 years, adorned in a noticeably ill-fitting Taoist robe, wielding a feather duster in one hand, and sporting a necklace of prayer beads alongside a crucifix. He was animatedly gesturing towards a mobile phone, passionately detailing some matter. Upon hearing the doorbell chime, he turned to acknowledge my arrival, exclaiming into the phone, "Brothers, we have a customer. I'll handle this business first, and we shall converse shortly." Without delay, he shed his robe, removing all the various religious ornaments from around his neck, and approached me with a broad smile, rubbing his hands together. "Good day, handsome and beautiful. Are you here to look at cars? We pride ourselves on honest dealings, no deceit, no exaggerations. The vehicles you see here are all accident cars, priced fairly, and certainly not sold at the price of premium models." With that, the man expertly guided me and my companion, Bai Mankai, through the lineup, beginning with the first vehicle. A 2016 Audi A4L. The front end is a complete wreck, and the driver and passenger seats are vacant, 2 lives lost. If you are interested, it's priced at $66,000. He proceeded to introduce the next vehicle. I must admit, despite being a second-hand car dealership specializing in accident vehicles, they boasted an impressive array of brands, both renowned and lesser known, even including sports cars, truly a small establishment with an abundance of offerings. After inspecting 2 or 3 rows of cars with this man, I suddenly noticed a sports car parked in the corner. A Mustang. This was the car of my dreams. My dream car was not a Lamborghini or a Ferrari, for I knew I could never afford such luxuries. It would be a folly to harbor such aspirations. However, a Mustang was within my reach, and it would not be a problem to request some funds from my family to purchase a new one outright. Yet, such an action would deplete my finances entirely, making it hardly worth the sacrifice. Nevertheless, encountering this particular vehicle sparked my interest, as every man has a dream of owning a sports car. "Brother, what is the price of this car?" I inquired. The man's previously jovial demeanor shifted upon noticing my finger pointing at the Mustang. "Dear brother, this is a 2020 Mustang 23T, fully wrecked in the front. The driver, a pregnant woman, was lost. I would not recommend this car." Confused, I wondered why a dealer would refuse a sale in this day and age. The man motioned for me to sit beside the counter, pouring tea for both Bai Mankai and me, and then he elaborated on the Mustang's circumstances. In a dealership filled with stable accident cars, this particular Mustang was unique. It was said that nightly cries of children and the soothing sounds of a woman attempting to lull them to sleep emanated from within. Since it arrived at his shop, he had not dared to move it. Even I, a car dealer, would not enter that car. "Do you think I would sell it to you? If you had come 2 months earlier, I had another Mustang, but alas, it was sold. Perhaps you might consider another option?" I waved my hand dismissively and asked, "Brother, if I were to consider purchasing this vehicle, how much would it be? If you dare to take it, we can sign an agreement stating that any subsequent inexplicable occurrences are not my responsibility." "88,000, and it's yours." I was taken aback, truly astonished. 88,000. To acquire my dream car, a sports car, no less, from 2020, the 23T model, with its unique paint job and even scissor doors. "Brother, 88,000, correct? I won't haggle. I'll take the car. You must be certain. This car is haunted. Rest assured, brother, if I dare to buy it, I have my methods to handle it. However, I may not be able to pay immediately or sign a contract right away. Could you reserve it for me?" The man eagerly nodded, assuring me that even if his shop were to close, he would hold the car for me without any extra fees. Whenever you are ready to buy, just give me a call. He handed me a business card, and after saving his number in my phone, I departed the second-hand car lot with Mankai. Clearly, Mankai was also struggling to process the notion of acquiring a haunted sports car for $88,000. She seemed dazed. Once I connected the events of the evening to the car, she became exhilarated. The young lady jumped with joy, exclaiming that she had never ridden in a sports car before. As we chatted about our plans to take a joyride after the purchase, we hailed a cab and headed straight for the entertainment center in the city. At the entertainment center, I first took Mankai to the cosmetics section on the first floor, where I purchased her 2 newly launched lipsticks. Then, on the second floor, with a mischievous smile, I pulled her aside to discuss a matter. Ultimately, under the radiant glow of a certain red apple's hue, we successfully donned matching couple outfits, attracting many admiring glances. Upon reaching the third floor's bag section, I casually selected 2 small bags for our work at the funeral home. The fourth floor marked the beginning of my favorite indulgences. At the arcade, I purchased 10 game tokens and began a session of 3 Kingdoms battle. At 26 years old, 1 token granted my girlfriend 2 hours of gaming beside me. How are you still alive with that low health? Mankai questioned, pointing at the screen's corner where a sliver of HP remained. I grinned and replied, in my youth, I was known as the Prince of the Stone City Arcade. 2 tokens could keep me entertained for an entire day. Shall we head to the Qingfeng Hall later? Of course. Oh, we're at the final boss now, look. It's Cao Cao. Defeat him to win. Mankai leaned in closer. Does Cao Cao teleport? Teleportation 1T save him. Look at my Zhuge Liang. He can unleash fire, lightning, and floods. His skill range is immense. Cao Cao. Just a minor nuisance. Ultimately, with my deft maneuvers, I defeated Cao Cao, and the game concluded. Afterward, I returned to the counter and bought 200 tokens, solely for the purpose of winning stuffed toys. Mankai had her eye on a cute rabbit and a brown bear in the claw machine. I promptly fetched 2 stools, determined to succeed today. When there were fewer than 10 tokens left, I finally snagged both the rabbit and the bear. Truth be told, purchasing these 2 toys outright would hardly cost 50. However, since we had decided to enjoy the claw machine, we sought more than mere toys. We yearned for the experience of catching them and the joy of success. For these were things that $50 could not buy. I held the brown bear, while Mankai clutched the rabbit, all amidst envious glances from other couples. As we ascended to the 5th floor's food court, we sampled several unique delicacies we had never tried before, then headed to the seafood buffet on the same floor to satisfy our cravings. After our meal, we grabbed 2 cups of fruit tea from a milk tea shop before making our way to the cinema. Genre was irrelevant. Tonight, I was determined to watch a romantic film, one so sweet it would leave us in need of insulin to recover. After the movie, while Mankai excitedly discussed the plot, I seized the moment to playfully kiss her cheek. Herein lay the advantage of her natural beauty. Had she been one who favored heavy makeup, my kiss would have resulted in a colorful mess. Mankai blushed, stomped her feet in mock anger, and shyly fled, while I chased her, clutching the brown bear, ultimately capturing the radiant apple once more at the elevator entrance. After our playful scuffle, I glanced at the clock. It was already 6 in the evening, leaving us with 4 hours until the time I had arranged to meet Liu Family. Exiting the entertainment center, I took Mancy's hand, and we strolled leisurely along the road, without a particular destination in mind. Simply enjoying each other's company and sharing lighthearted banter by the roadside. As we passed a square, we were captivated by a group of elderly ladies performing a synchronized dance. Behind these uniformly dressed women, several young people fumbled to mimic their moves, delighting in the clumsy endeavor. Shall we give it a try? I suggested. With a playful nudge, Mancy and I joined the end of the line, attempting to replicate the actions of those in front of us. However, as the choreography had been passed down, it became increasingly chaotic the further back we stood. Laughter bubbled between us as we danced, reveling in the moment. After tiring from our antics, we settled on the edge of the square, surrounded by various vendors selling trinkets and small goods. Mancy led me to a stall adorned with jewelry, earrings, rings, and necklaces, most priced around 50 yuan. After careful selection, she purchased 2 pairs of earrings and a couple's ring. I admired the craftsmanship, though it was not particularly exquisite nor unique. Yet I found joy in the simple token of affection. The sweet scent of young love was unmistakably delightful. Thus, we spent over 3 hours in the square. And with half an hour left until our meeting time with Liu Family, we hailed a cab and headed toward the sacred treasure pool. According to Liu Family, the entrance to the Qingfeng Hall was not far from the sacred treasure pool, approximately 3 kilometers away. The route would lead us past a main avenue, with a right turn leading to the sacred treasure pool, while continuing straight would take us to Qingfeng Hall. As we proceeded, I spotted Liu Yuntu squatting by the roadside, smoking. I instructed the driver to stop. Upon exiting the vehicle, I noticed Liu Yuntu was alone, and I inquired about the others. With a smile, he replied that he had told them to arrive 10 minutes later than us, and he had summoned me early to impart a few important matters. He glanced at the plush toys in our hands, Coney Rabbit and Brown Bear. You two are quite romantic. How about gifting me one? I'll present it to the master of Qingfeng Hall. It's bound to leave him green with envy. Absolutely not. We spent ages catching these. I retorted. All right. I want to pilfer your love tokens. You're awfully stingy. Liu Yuntu jested, comparing me to a horse. I chuckled and glanced at Mancy, who nodded in agreement and handed over Coney Rabbit. I placed both toys in Liu Yuntu's hands, then asked about his earlier comment regarding Big Horse. Curious about its meaning and its distinction from a regular horse, Liu Yuntu flicked the ash from his cigarette and explained. The term Big Horse simply refers to the most formidable among the ordinary horses, the one who leads the Liu family's ordinary members. Before me, there was another big horse, my grandfather. The reason I called you over was to teach you a few phrases beforehand, so you wouldn't embarrass yourself at Qingfeng Hall. As the big horse of the Liu family now, any loss of face would not only reflect poorly on you, but also on the Liu family. After imparting a few phrases, Liu Yuntu emphasized that I should carry myself with a bit of bravado upon arrival, essentially, to show off a little. Remember, if anyone disrespects you at Qingfeng, feel free to take action. If you need my assistance, just give me a nudge. I'll be right there to back you up. If trouble arises, the Liu family will cover for you. Today, just let loose. There's no need for hesitation. Wait, didn't we agree to just stir up some trouble? Are you foolish? Grandma Bai has come all the way from the hall. Do you not grasp the implication? You may not be familiar with Qingfeng, but once you learn about their local dealings, you will understand. We'll discuss this further later. But remember my words. If anyone rubs you the wrong way, just go for it. We've got your back. As he spoke, a fleet of cars approached and came to a halt in front of us. Liu Yuntu straightened himself, announcing, Liu Yuntu of the Liu family, greetings to Grandma Bai. From one of the vehicles emerged an elderly woman with graying hair, dressed rather plainly. Upon seeing her, Liu Yuntu immediately bowed deeply. Mancy and I followed suit, hastily paying our respects. Grandma Bai nodded, offering no further words, but cast a few glances at us with a smile before returning to her vehicle. Liu Yuntu tugged at my sleeve, and together with Mancy, we climbed into one of the cars. After a short drive, a grand villa complex came into view. I realized this was indeed Qingfeng Hall, though it bore no resemblance to a typical villa area. As we entered the complex, Liu Yuntu instructed us not to exit the car until someone from Qingfeng Hall came to open the door for us. If no one arrived within 5 minutes, we would simply leave and return another day to resolve the matter. The vehicle came to a stop, and several individuals, who appeared no different from living beings but bore ashen complexions, approached the lead car and respectfully opened the door for Grandma Bai. As she exited, others shielded her head to prevent any bumps. After escorting her into the villa, it seemed no one paid us any heed. Lu Long, let me know when the 5 minutes are up, Liu Yuntu instructed. Understood. I activated my phone's timer, initiating a 5-minute countdown. As the timer neared its final minute, 2 members of Qingfeng Hall approached my car, reluctantly opening the door. Please, exit, one said, his tone laced with impatience. Instantly, I recalled Liu Yuntu's words. Are you addressing me with that tone? I raised my gaze to the spirit before me, questioning, are you frustrated with me? The spirit faltered, appearing momentarily at a loss. I swiftly raised my hand and delivered a sharp slap, sending the spirit spinning and crashing to the ground, yet my hand felt no pain. Liu Yuntu gave me a discreet thumbs up, and I stepped out of the car alongside Mancy. Lead the way, I commanded, giving a kick to the spirit still sprawled on the ground. After a moment, it slowly got to its feet, cradling its face, and silently led the way. We entered the villa, navigating through a series of turns until we arrived at the reception hall. Upon opening the door, I found a long table surrounded by people. Due to our delay in the car, members of the Liu and Bai families had already taken their seats, and even Grandma Bai had been waiting for several minutes. Guiding Mancy, we followed Liu Yuntu to the secondary seat of honor. I glanced at the 2 chairs before me, and then turned to Liu Yuntu, who subtly nodded. Bring over an additional chair. I spoke directly and coldly, stating, Brother Liu, you belong to the Yun lineage of the Liu family, and you are the chief disciple of the Liu family's celestial hall. Both of you are qualified to sit here. But may I inquire about the identity of the individual beside you? My question was somewhat rhetorical, as it was evident that the only person who could occupy the main seat of the Qingfeng Hall, aside from the hall master, would be no one else. Yet, despite my knowledge of this person's identity, I felt compelled to ask, as this was a point that Liu Yuntu had specifically emphasized to me. I am Zhang Tai, the master of the Qingfeng Hall in Shicheng, the man replied in a rather unremarkable tone. I nodded casually, and then turned my attention to the elderly matriarch, Granny Bai, seated across from me. Granny Bai, does Manzi qualify to sit beside me? If Brother Liu says she does, then so be it. For some reason, whenever Granny Bai saw me and Bai Manzi together, a smile would grace her face, yet when her gaze drifted away from us, her expression turned icy once more. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai let out a hearty laugh and promptly called for another chair to be brought over. Once Bai Manzi, Liu Yuntu, and I were seated, Zhang Tai lifted his cup of tea, inclined his head in my direction, and consumed it in one gulp. This cup of tea serves as an apology to Brother Liu. My subordinates acted thoughtlessly and startled you. After this, Zhang Tai did not afford me the opportunity to respond and immediately transitioned to discussing other matters. I raised my hand, interrupting his speech. Is that all? I inquired. Zhang Tai frowned slightly. What does Brother Liu mean? Your subordinates trespassed into the mortuary, attempting to borrow corpses for malicious purposes. And this was successfully thwarted by the forces of the Liu family's celestial hall. Are you merely going to let this matter slide? I smiled, glancing at Liu Yuntu and Granny Bai, both of whom wore expressions filled with intrigue. At that moment, I was grateful for the years I had spent working in the mortuary. During that time, I had encountered countless individuals from various professions and ranks, honing my ability to read subtle cues and expressions. Noticing the deeply concealed, yet perceptible glances exchanged between Liu Yuntu and Granny Bai, I reclined slightly and cast a languid gaze at Zhang Tai. And what if I were to demand your life as an apology? Chapter 35. The hall master. A profound silence enveloped the reception room, with no one daring to utter a word for an extended period. Recalling Liu Yuntu's advice to maintain a facade of grandeur, I gently tapped my fingers on the table. Although I was uncertain of the rationale behind this gesture, I had observed similar scenes in various films. Regardless of how awkward it appeared, I felt compelled to imitate it, given my inherent lack of pretentiousness. Brother Liu, are you here to demand my life? Zhang Tai jested. Your demeanor suggests that if you maintain a pleasant attitude, I might spare your life. However, should your attitude falter, I would not hesitate to claim it. With that, I casually patted Liu Yuntu beside me. In an instant, Liu Yuntu vanished from my sight, and I shivered slightly as his voice echoed in my mind. Damn, your words carry weight. I like it. Keep confronting him. When the time comes for action, just proceed. Should a conflict arise, I will support you. I yearned to gauge Zhang Tai's reaction, yet he concealed his emotions exceptionally well, leaving me unable to discern any abnormalities. Of course, if he were to wear his emotions on his sleeve, revealing his innermost thoughts, he would not have secured the position of hall master. Bring Wanjinju here, Zhang Tai commanded. Moments later, a man, bound and shackled, was unceremoniously shoved into the room. Brother Liu, this man is the one who trespassed into the sacred treasure pool that day, and I leave his fate in your hands. I realized that this old fool intended to divert blame onto this individual. In my view, this man had deliberately infiltrated the sacred treasure pool with malicious intent directed at me. To suggest that Zhang Tai was uninvolved in this scheme would be utterly implausible. After a brief contemplation, I smiled at Zhang Tai. Since he has offended me, I am afraid he cannot be allowed to live. However, given that this is Qingfeng Hall, it would be inappropriate for me to act here. As the esteemed hall master, perhaps you could deal with him on my behalf. Upon uttering these words, Liu Yuntu cheered in my mind. This time, I detected a fleeting expression of shock on Zhang Tai's face. Very well, let it be as Brother Liu suggests. Someone, take him away and execute him. Hold on. I raised my hand, indicating that I wished for Zhang Tai to personally handle the matter right here. Right here? Zhang Tai replied with a surprising eagerness, procuring a knife from his subordinate. He approached the bound man and plunged the blade into his chest, twisting it a few times before the man slowly dissipated before our eyes. Is Brother Liu satisfied? I nodded, but refrained from verbalizing my response. After Zhang Tai returned to his seat, he began discussing the rectification of the chaotic situation among the disciples of Shicheng with representatives from the other three families. While I appeared to be engrossed in my phone, my ears remained attuned to the significant points of Zhang Tai's discourse, which I diligently recorded in my notes. Throughout the discussion, it was primarily Zhang Tai who dominated the conversation, with the representatives from the Liu, Chang, and Bai families barely contributing. In particular, when Zhang Tai sought Granny Bai's opinion several times, she did not even acknowledge him. Brother Liu, what is going on? I inquired mentally of Liu Yuntu. What else could it be? He is merely putting on a show. Although Shicheng is not large, It is not the place for Ching Feng Hall to take the lead in rectifying the chaos among the disciples. Have you not noticed that everything he speaks of requires our cooperation? Should we comply, it would effectively position Ching Feng Hall in the forefront, inadvertently undermining us. Just observe how Granny Bai has ignored him entirely. As I was unfamiliar with the status of Ching Feng Hall within the realm of celestial beings in northeast China, I found it challenging to grasp these dynamics. However, Liu Yuntu's reminder illuminated the situation for me. No wonder the Liu family had dispatched Liu Yuntu for such a significant matter as rectifying the chaos among the disciples of an entire city. The Chang family had sent Chang Yunqi, and although Granny Bai had personally arrived, I understood that her purpose was not to confer with Zhang Tai about this issue. Ultimately, it was Zhang Tai who spoke at length, while the other three families maintained a conspicuous silence, neither offering support nor opposition. What insights does Brother Liu have on this matter? Zhang Tai suddenly turned his head to address me. I smiled, but chose not to respond. Old fool, are you attempting to set a trap for me? With the representatives from the Liu, Chang, and Bai families remaining silent, I, despite being the chief disciple, felt it inappropriate to interject. Noting my lack of response, I surmised that Zhang Tai was somewhat perturbed and found an excuse to dismiss the gathering, stating that he would not delay Granny Bai's rest and would return to discuss the matter in detail with the leaders of the celestial halls at a later date. However, even after the meeting concluded, no one truly departed. Even if they were not in the reception room, they remained in their vehicles outside. Just as I was about to leave with Bai Manzi, Zhang Tai called me back. With a beaming smile, he appeared benign and initiated a casual conversation with me. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I began to sense something amiss. Initially, he attempted to extract information about my hometown and the health of my family and friends through cunning dialogue. Subsequently, he complimented Bai Manzi's beauty and subtly alluded to our past relationship, interspersing a few remarks about the Bai family. I must admit, Zhang Tai's manner of speaking can indeed be quite intimidating. Had it not been for my years of experience dealing with various individuals in the funeral home, I might have failed to perceive the underlying abnormalities. To be candid, I was merely speculating about Zhang Tai's insinuations. Regardless of the accuracy of my assumptions, my heightened vigilance made it exceedingly difficult for him to elicit any information from me. After engaging in conversation for over half an hour, it became apparent to Zhang Tai that I was reticent and unwilling to divulge anything. Perhaps sensing this, he sought an excuse to conclude our discussion. Before departing, I seized the opportunity to request his phone number, informing him of my intention to purchase an accident vehicle. He readily agreed, assuring me that as soon as I called the following day, he would dispatch someone to assist me in handling the matter. On the surface, our conversation appeared amicable, yet I was acutely aware that a single misstep in my words could lead to a cascade of complications. Upon exiting the grand villa housing Ching Feng Hall with Bai Manzi, the elderly matriarch nodded at me from the car, after which the driver promptly whisked her away. Once I settled in the vehicle, Liu Yuntu unexpectedly appeared beside me, chewing on a toothpick and heaving a sigh, muttering about how cowardly Zhang Tai was, lamenting that he had squandered an opportunity to confront him that evening. Chapter 36. The Mother-Child Apparition, the Liu Family Sientang sent Bai Manzi and me to Shengbao Pond. While Liu Yuntu made his way to an internet cafe to continue with his tasks, I enjoyed a restful night in the staff dormitory at Shengbao Pond. The next day, I retrieved the business card Zhang Tai had given me and called to inquire whether someone from Ching Feng Hall could meet during the day. Upon learning that the spirits at Ching Feng Hall were capable of appearing in daylight without issue, I felt reassured. I handed a pack of cigarettes to Brother Wang, asking him to keep an eye out for a while, and coordinated a specific meeting point with Zhang Tai before setting off with Bai Manzi towards the used car dealership. Upon arrival, a seemingly ordinary individual approached me. Had he not taken the initiative to seek me out, I would have never realized he was a spirit. "Hello, brother. I'll need your assistance shortly to help resolve the soul trapped in the vehicle, enabling her to reincarnate," I stated. "Certainly," he replied, and we proceeded directly into the used car lot. The shop owner, as before, was engaged in a live stream on his phone. Although today he had swapped his yellow robe for the attire of a Western priest, complete with a small crucifix and a string of prayer beads, his religious affiliations remained unclear. Upon my arrival, the owner gleefully ended his broadcast and approached me with inquiries about my intentions to collect the vehicle. After confirming my decision, he cautioned, "Brother, this is my final piece of advice. There are other vehicles available in my shop. If you choose another, I can offer you a discount. I genuinely fear for your safety if you take this one." I waved my hand dismissively, reiterating my confidence in handling the vehicle since I had the audacity to buy it. Thus began the process of signing contracts and completing various formalities. The owner accompanied me throughout, and after 3 days, all necessary paperwork was finalized. On the day of the vehicle handover, he treated me to a meal. Following dinner, around 8 in the evening, I called upon the spirit tasked with assisting me with the accident vehicle. He drove towards my workplace, while Mansi and I followed in another vehicle. The area was relatively desolate, devoid of onlookers or surveillance, allowing for a more direct approach should the spirit within the car prove troublesome. Once we arrived at a patch of overgrown grass, the spirit driving the vehicle opened the scissor doors, took a drag from a cigarette, and seemed lost in thought. "What is the situation?" I inquired. "There's a mother and her child in your car. I spoke with them during our drive, and their current predicament is dire. They have nowhere to go, having perished in the vehicle during an accident. If you drive away with it, they will be left to wander the streets," he explained. His expression turned grave as he continued. "These two are not simple entities. The mother died while pregnant, seeking her husband for a divorce. The resentment they harbor is substantial. If my assumptions are correct, they have likely transformed into a mother-child apparition. I might struggle to confront them alone. I should consult with the hall and summon additional assistance." Upon hearing this, I grasped the spirit's arm and inquired about the nature of a mother-child apparition. His explanation provided me with a clearer understanding. When a mother and child die simultaneously, their intense resentment can lead to their transformation into a formidable spirit. The Qingfeng Hall categorizes spirits into various tiers: ordinary ghosts, malevolent spirits, and then those of the Ghost King caliber. The mother and child in my vehicle fell into the latter category. Intrigued, I asked what the two spirits thought of my proposal. They were relatively accommodating, indicating their fear of frightening me and allowing me to communicate on their behalf, yet they were adamant that the vehicle could not be relinquished. After some contemplation, I decided to summon Liu Yuntu. Upon his arrival, I shared my intentions, and he was momentarily taken aback by my cleverness in this situation. He then possessed me, and I strode purposefully towards the Mustang. Entering the vehicle and closing the scissor doors, a chill swept over me as a disfigured woman suddenly materialized in the passenger seat, cradling a grotesque child in her arms. "I come to discuss matters with you. I mean no harm, so please do not be alarmed," I stated calmly, regarding her ghastly visage without a hint of fear. Having encountered far more gruesome sights in Shengbao Pond, including a severed body from an accident, the woman's appearance seemed rather trivial to me. As her flesh writhed, her bloodshot eyes bore into mine coldly. "Let me explain my situation. I am Ma, the chief disciple of the Liu Family Spirit in northeast China. Currently, my Qingfeng Hall is in need of more personnel. Would you consider joining us as a spirit?" I proposed. "I have a child to care for," the woman replied straightforwardly. "Upon entering my domain, there were no specters to seize your soul, nor would the city god dispatch anyone to apprehend you. I shall provide you with the methods to cultivate your ethereal essence, allowing you to remain with your child for an extended period. Furthermore, I will arrange for you both a spacious residence, ensuring your daily sustenance is guaranteed. Should you require monetary assistance, I can supply you with 1,000 bills of the earthly realm monthly, and if you need ghostly currency, I shall burn as much as you desire. All I ask in return is that you be at my beck and call whenever I require your assistance. I shall grant you 5 minutes to ponder this offer." After I spoke, I exited the vehicle, stepped outside for a smoke, and then turned back. This time, the mother and child in the passenger seat had transformed. The bloodied woman had regained her normal appearance, looking nearly 30, with a fair visage albeit somewhat pallid. The child had also changed, now resembling a curious boy of 4 or 5, his large eyes blinking inquisitively at me. "I would like you to prove that you are the esteemed Ma, the eldest disciple of the Liu family," the woman said, her tone considerably softened. Sensing an opportunity, I mentally communicated with Liu Yuntu. Subsequently, I opened the car door, stepping out to greet Mansi, ensuring she would not be startled. As Liu Yuntu withdrew from my form and transformed into a serpent, a massive python, measuring 20 or 30 meters, suddenly appeared at my feet, slithering up my leg. Its formidable head rested on my shoulder, extending towards the mother and child in the car, flicking its tongue. "Do you now believe?" The woman gazed, astonished, at the serpent that had morphed back into Liu Yuntu's human form. Lighting a cigarette, Liu Yuntu smiled at her and said, "Rest assured. While many disciples of Ma may deceive, the chief disciple of the Liu family would never do so. Now, will you join me, or provide me with a decisive answer?" "May I inquire your name, sir?" the woman asked. "I am of the Liu clan, with the single character Long," I replied. "The chief disciple of the Liu family is named Liu Ma, and I am called Chu Yan. I am willing to accept your invitation, but prior to that, could you show me the residence you intend to arrange for my child and me?" "Certainly. However, you must first move the car. The walk home from here is quite a distance," I responded with a smile. Chu Yan nodded in agreement, subsequently shifting to the cramped back seat with her child. Very well, I shall accompany you. Once we formally convene, I will handle the documentation. With that, Liu Yuntu re-entered my being. The ghostly essence from the Qingfeng Hall recognized the situation and bade me farewell before departing leisurely. As I drove the recently acquired second-hand Mustang, the engine's roar ignited a thrill within me. In the passenger seat, Mancy glanced nervously at the mother and child behind us, her expression taut with anxiety. I offered her words of comfort and drove at a speed of 80 to 90, arriving at my rented abode. Upon entering, I explained to Chu Yin that this was my rented space, where I typically spent little time, often away at work, and that the adjacent largest bedroom was left unoccupied due to its maintenance demands. This space would be ideal for her and her child to rest. Her acceptance was swift, likely influenced by my identity as the chief disciple of the Liu family. I handed her a pen, and she awkwardly inscribed her name and her child's on the document. Liu Yunta noted that the saying ghosts draw souls typically refers to those whose handwriting is unpleasing, akin to a ghost's struggle with grasping a pen, resulting in unsightly script. However, these matters bore little significance to me. I saw Chu Yin as an individual, not her handwriting. Once she penned her name, I reviewed the document. Chu Yin, Chu Xiaobo. Noticing that the child shared his mother's surname, I deduced that Chu Yin was in the midst of a divorce, which brought me some solace. I tidied up the space and ordered a set of fresh bedding, expected to arrive the following afternoon. Next, I drove to a local mobile phone store, purchasing a second-hand phone and a SIM card with 500 credits. Upon returning home, I handed the phone to Chu Yin, instructing her to keep it on at all times. She graciously declined the $1,000 I offered, explaining that as they were now spirits, sustenance and material needs were of little concern. Should they require incense, they could procure it themselves without my worry. Seeing her understanding nature, I left 300 for emergencies and retained the rest. I then ordered several snack gift packs online for her to share with her child. Chu Yin expressed her gratitude with a bow, which I sidestepped, assuring her that now that she had joined my fold, we were kin and there was no need for such formality. In just a few hours, Chu Yin and I had transitioned from strangers to the Qingfeng Hall's ghostly essence and the disciple Ma. The rapidity of this transformation was remarkable, yet precisely what I desired. The conditions I proposed were unlikely to be refused unless one was adamant about not joining. If a problem can be resolved with money, it ceases to be a problem. If it remains unresolved, it merely indicates insufficient funds. This is a lesson I have learned well. Having arranged matters with Chu Yin, Liu Yuntu, clutching a box of liquor, mentioned he had friends coming over that evening. I handed him a pack of Yushi cigarettes, a gift from the funeral home families, bidding him to enjoy the evening with his friends. After Liu Yuntu departed, I drove by Mancy back to Shengbao Pond. Upon arriving, I noticed Brother Wang emerging from the office, curious about my return. His surprise turned to shock as he exclaimed, "Is this the second-hand car you mentioned?" "Indeed. What do you think?" I replied, smiling as he circled the vehicle, inspecting it closely. "Not just good, this is remarkable. You told me it was an ordinary vehicle. This is a sports car. How much did you acquire it for?" I gestured with my hand, indicating 80,000. For a second-hand car? Is this a supercar? He looked incredulous. I chuckled. 80,000? Have I lost my senses? I wouldn't spend that much on a second-hand vehicle. It was 88,000. Brother Wang was taken aback, promptly inquiring where I procured it, expressing his desire for a similar one. It was from a second-hand market specializing in accident vehicles. They have many cars, but each has at least one life associated with it, some even more. The prices are lower due to their circumstances. I managed to acquire this one for a good price because the condition was quite peculiar and the dealer was hesitant to sell. I ended up using connections to facilitate the purchase. Upon hearing this, Brother Wang's excitement waned. Noticing his disappointment, I smiled and said, "No worries, Brother Wang. If you decide to buy an accident vehicle, just let me know, and I'll help you out." He waved his hand. "Better not. I'm still saving for my daughter. Though my current Passat is a bit worn, it's still roadworthy. Once it's beyond repair, I'll consider getting an accident vehicle." Wanga returned to the office, while I took by Mankai and tidied up the small hall of the funeral home, which was adjacent to the office. After completing the cleaning, I moved a stool in the empty hall to take a brief rest. Mankai sat beside me, wiped the sweat from my forehead with a tissue, and then inquired if I would like to join her family for dinner this Saturday. Naturally, I readily accepted. If there were no deceased to be received that day, or if there were only a few, Wang Gu could easily manage alone, and attending dinner would not cause any inconvenience. Upon hearing my agreement, Mansai's cheeks suddenly flushed for some reason. "My aunt and uncle will also be there that Saturday. They said they wanted to meet you." This revelation startled me. A simple dinner invitation seemed innocuous enough, merely an opportunity for them to gauge my character. However, if relatives were involved and planned to share the meal, the implications were quite different. Was this merely a dinner invitation? Clearly, Beaumont's family intended to preview their prospective son-in-law. They even invited relatives. Chapter 38. The Roadside Fury in the Funeral Home's Chapel. Beaumont and I conversed for about half an hour regarding the dinner plans for Saturday. She mentioned that her father specifically advised against my bringing anything. I protested, stating that it would be rather inappropriate to arrive empty-handed at my future father-in-law's home. Upon hearing the term father-in-law, Beaumont's face reddened again. She playfully swatted me and snatched the broom, darting out of the hall. I chuckled to myself, pondering what I should bring for that day. Regardless of what I decided, I aimed to prepare something worth around 500 yuan, considering Beaumont's family did not have substantial means. Bringing something excessively extravagant would be inappropriate. After handling the affairs of the late gentleman at the funeral home, I drove Beaumont to a shopping center where we filled a large bag with snacks. Following that, we ventured to an artificial lake scenic area beyond the city limits. As we drove towards the scenic spot along the deserted straight road, I connected my phone to the Bluetooth and played my favorite hardcore electronic music. With a firm press on the accelerator, the roar of the engine and the exhilarating push against my back engulfed me. In that moment, I felt as though this was how life was meant to be lived. This was precisely the existence I desired. I was cautious not to accelerate too rapidly, initially maintaining a speed of around 100 km/h. However, upon reaching a crescendo in the music, I pressed down on the gas, and yet, Beaumont displayed no signs of distress. Noticing her calmly enjoying her snacks, I gradually increased my speed. Eventually, when the speedometer reached 180 km/h, she remained unfazed, which surprised me. I thought the narrative would have her pale-faced, insisting I slow down. Reflecting on this, I pressed the accelerator further. While driving at such a high speed is indeed perilous, I held a profound confidence in my driving abilities, confidence that should not be emulated by the average person. At 18, I obtained a basic C1 driving license. Later, during my university years, a wealthy classmate frequently swapped cars, and our camaraderie led him to invite me to a thrilling racing event, igniting my passion for speed. Subsequently, my friend connected me with a prominent local car club. After scrimping for 3 months, I paid the membership fee and joined the club alongside him. We both underwent training for G-Class circuit racing and successfully obtained our G licenses, qualifying us to compete. My affluent friend lent me a car, encouraging me to pursue my dreams alongside him. We participated in several provincial and city-level races, although we never secured commendable rankings. Finishing 3 such competitions qualified us to apply for E-Class licenses, a prestigious national racing certification that my friend yearned for. After completing E-Class training and obtaining our licenses, we participated in several Polo Racing Cup events, though I mostly served as a backup driver. I was acutely aware that my financial situation could not sustain a racing car or my aspirations of becoming a professional racer, having exhausted my savings just to secure my E-license. Eventually, as graduation approached, my friend achieved a notable ranking, prompting his family to nurture his evident talent. Meanwhile, I returned home with my E-license, and despite maintaining contact with my professional racer friend, I understood that from the day of graduation, we existed in entirely different realms. As I reminisced about those past experiences, a wave of nostalgia washed over me, prompting me to press the accelerator once more. At 220 km/h, the force against my back was exhilarating, yet Beaumont remained composed beside me. As we neared the scenic area, I reduced my speed, coming to a smooth stop by the lakeside. Beaumont, unshaken, elegantly opened the scissor doors and strolled to the lakeshore with the unfinished snacks in hand to appreciate the view. I exited the vehicle, lit a cigarette, and stood downwind to avoid the smoke reaching her. After admiring the scenery, I inquired about her earlier reaction. After all, it was quite extraordinary for an ordinary girl to maintain her composure at such a speed, something I found particularly intriguing, as even I seldom drove that fast. To my surprise, Beaumont cast me a wistful glance. If I had a car like that, I would never drive so slowly. Slow? I was utterly baffled. Was 220 km/h considered slow? Through persistent questioning, I learned that while Beaumont lacked any license, she was indeed an adept driver. If she was typically the obedient girl behind the wheel, she transformed into a fierce road warrior. During university, she drove her roommate's second-hand sedan with such fervor that the speedometer hit the bottom, leaving her terrified roommates in tears. Although she managed to return everyone to the dorm before curfew, no one dared to ride in her car again afterward. Consequently, she temporarily shelved her plans for purchasing a vehicle, despite her family not being well off. Acquiring a used car worth 30 to 40,000 yuan through installment payments was certainly within reach. As we discussed this, she expressed her desire to drive fast, lamenting her missed opportunities. Upon hearing this, I handed her the car keys. On our way back, you can drive. This remote area is devoid of traffic, so feel free to drive as you wish. Once we reach the city, just drive normally. Bai Mankai looked at the keys in her hand, and then at the Mustang. Nodding solemnly, after spending some time at the scenic spot, she took the driver's seat on our return journey. The poor Mustang's speedometer nearly reached 260 several times. Yet the vehicle remained remarkably stable. I was astounded by Montai's driving skills. I had not anticipated that this seemingly unassuming girl could drive with nearly the same proficiency as someone like me, who possessed any license and had competed at a national level. As she drove steadily at a speed of 200, Bai Manci navigated through the city with remarkable composure, only reducing her speed upon reaching the vicinity of her home. I could clearly see her hands trembling, not out of fear, but from excitement. Once we arrived at her building, she regaled me with stories of her driving school days, particularly a moment when she executed a drift while parallel parking that surprised her instructor, almost landing her on the blacklist. Remarkably, Bai Manci had never undergone formal training and had only practiced drifting a handful of times. If I were to be deemed a prodigy, then Bai Manci could only be described as a child of destiny. After all, it had been years since she last drove. Yet she handled the vehicle with such steadiness. It was during this moment that we both discovered a shared passion, one in which we could both claim proficiency. Reluctantly, she exited the car, and upon seeing her expression, I decided to leave the vehicle with her, suggesting she drive it over tomorrow. My words brought her joy, and she bounced with delight. Once Bai Manci found a parking spot and executed a flawless stop, I hailed a ride and returned home. Mindful that I had a ghostly caretaker at home with a child to attend to, and I was curious if the bedding I ordered had arrived, wondering if Chu Yin had received the delivery. Upon unlocking the door to my apartment, I was pleasantly surprised to find the floors significantly cleaner. The clutter that had once occupied the corner was now neatly organized. The empty bottles of liquor left behind by Liu Yun too had vanished, and the entire space felt rejuvenated. Hearing the door close, Chu Yin emerged from the bedroom, a cloth in hand. "Mr. Liu, you're back," she exclaimed. "You needn't call me Mr. Liu. Just refer to me as Xiao Long. Are you tidying up the place?" Chu Yin wiped her brow, smiling as she nodded, explaining that she was simply passing the time by organizing the house. She had indeed done a commendable job. While she hadn't even entered my room, the other areas, including the living room, were spotless. She complimented the new bedding I had purchased, which I took as mere politeness. Knowing that I had acquired my Mustang from her, she must have had a decent life while she was alive. After a brief chat, I retreated to my bedroom, closed the door, and fell asleep, for Friday awaited, demanding I complete all my tasks in preparation for a dinner invitation at Bai Manci's home on Saturday. After a restful night, I dove into my office tasks upon arriving at work the next day. Each case of the deceased that passed through my hands required documentation post-cremation. Typically, I would undertake this at the end of the month, but with the deadline approaching and the dinner invitation looming, I decided to complete everything in one day. From 8 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, I diligently organized all the files. Coincidentally, no new cases arrived, allowing me to engage in a spirited game of Do Di Zhu with Bai Manci and Wang Gu until evening. That night, I was on night duty, and Bai Manci graciously kept me company throughout. On Saturday, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, I bid farewell to Wang Gu and drove out to purchase gifts for my initial visit to Bai Manci's family. I understood well that both she and her family were practical individuals. Extravagant gifts like bone-strengthening powder or bird's nest boxes would be absurd. Thus, I opted for 2 racks of lamb, a large shrimp gift box, and a case of beer, knowing her father enjoyed a good brew. I also acquired a fruit basket, filling my trunk to the brim. Upon returning to the office and picking up Bai Manci to head to her home, I noticed her anxiety as she fervently introduced me to the personalities of her relatives, fearing I might inadvertently leave a negative impression with my words. However, I was unconcerned. I held a modicum of confidence in my conversational skills. After parking, I carried the lamb and beer while Bai Manci held the fruit basket and shrimp as we ascended to the 5th floor. As Bai Manci was about to unlock the door, it swung open to reveal her parents, grinning broadly and teasingly commenting on my bringing gifts. Once inside, after placing the items down, I settled on the sofa, engaging in conversation with her parents while Bai Manci busied herself in the kitchen preparing tea. Upon her return, she poured the tea, inadvertently directing the spout towards me. Though I paid little mind, her father promptly adjusted the teapot, ensuring it faced him instead. It was clear that he was a man of tradition, adhering to the custom that a teapot should not overflow nor point at guests, a sign of dismissiveness. Following this, a barrage of inquiries ensued regarding my personal and familial circumstances. I answered truthfully, sharing details about my grandparents' home in the countryside, my parents' apartment and shop in the city, and my own financial standing, which included over 200,000 yuan readily accessible. I knew this visit was essentially my future in-laws assessing their daughter's suitor. Although they did not directly inquire about finances, I felt it prudent to be transparent. At this juncture, Mancy's father mentioned he had forgotten to purchase drinks and sent her out to fetch some. Once she left, he, with a face full of wrinkles from smiling, remarked that Mancy had spoken highly of me, indicating that while it might be premature to discuss marriage, he could nonetheless offer me a promise. Should we reach that stage, they would only require a modest bride price of 666 yuan, accompanied by a dowry of a new house and car, as they wished to spare us the burden of debt at such a young age. With our combined monthly salaries exceeding 20,000, we were in a favorable financial position, and he firmly stated that he was marrying off his daughter, not selling her. I was pleasantly surprised by his open-mindedness and felt fortunate to encounter such a father-in-law, while also thinking of Mancy bustling below. Our conversation continued, delving into work-related topics, and her family expressed no disdain for our professions. Rather, they appeared envious, with Mancy's uncle even stating he would ask his son if he dared to earn such a wage. I left him my phone number. Should he have any thoughts, he could reach out to me at any time. After all, my apprentice Lu Shu was still in need of a master of ceremonies. Once Mancy entered the room carrying 2 buckets of beverages, her mother began to arrange for dinner. Before the meal, Mancy's mother took a small bowl, served a bit of each dish, and placed the bowl on the ancestral altar. Standing before the altar, I turned to inquire if I might offer incense. Given that this altar was presided over by the spirit of the esteemed matriarch, it was only fitting and proper for me to pay my respects with a stick of incense. Upon hearing my question, Mancy's mother appeared somewhat troubled, seemingly unsure if my action would be appropriate. Mancy then reassured her mother, stating that I too possessed a spirit, and everyone present cast a surprised glance at me, ultimately allowing me to proceed with my offering. Following the ritual my grandfather had taught me, I presented incense at the 3 burners, then knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times. The matriarch, as the head of the family, held a revered position, and on that day, she had aided me in a moment of need. Although the recipient of her assistance was Mancy, if I had spoken without receiving a response from the matriarch, I would have lost face not only for myself, but for the Liu family as well. Thus, my 3 bows were well warranted. When I finished my bows and raised my head to stand, I was astonished to find that the incense in all 3 burners had burned down rapidly during my homage, leaving only a few resilient ash remnants standing upright. As I stood, those ashes toppled simultaneously, without a single speck spilling outside the burners. Turning around, I noticed everyone was frozen in place. I smiled quietly, said nothing, and followed Mancy into the kitchen. Once seated, Mancy's elder uncle gently patted me and whispered, "Xiaolong, can you see things?" Upon hearing this, I nodded and asked if he required my assistance with something. The elderly gentleman then shared his concerns. His son, aged 23 and a vocational school graduate, recently found work in an electronics factory. Although the job was exhausting, the pay was reasonable. His son, much like myself, had remained single until his 20s, prompting Mancy's uncle to be quite concerned about his future. He recognized that his son lacked many attributes, and, even in the factory, it was unlikely he would find a lasting partner. However, his son had recently begun an online romance with a young woman he had video called, who was quite attractive and did not seem to mind his job. Thus, Mancy's uncle wished for me to discern whether this relationship could endure and if this was indeed his son's destined partner. I pondered for a moment and told him I would step out to make a call. In the hallway, I dialed Lu to. "What is up?" Lu's slurred speech indicated he had indulged in quite a bit of alcohol the previous night. "Brother Lu, can I ask you something? Are you able to see things?" "See what?" "I'm with someone right now." No, it's not about fighting. Someone needs me to look into their son's relationship. Can you help?" "I can't see relationships. I only handle physical issues. You might want to ask Chang Yinshui." I then called Chang Yinshui, only to learn she too could not assist with relationships. But if the couple married and faced domestic violence, she could help. Anyone referred by me would receive a discount on her services. After hanging up, I felt somewhat defeated. While others were thriving as apprentices with the ability to handle relationships and jobs, I found myself in a rather amusing predicament. Lu Yintu dealt with physical problems, while Chang Yinshui could manage aftermath care, and I was left to oversee the funeral arrangements. In the hallway, I lit a cigarette, contemplating that it was my first visit to my girlfriend's family, and it would not be ideal to refuse their requests outright. After deliberating, I made one last attempt and called Chu Yan. Is there a situation? Where are you? I am on my way. Upon hearing Chu Yan's urgency, I quickly explained that there was nothing serious, and I relayed the request regarding the relationship. Initially, I did not hold much hope, but to my surprise, Chu Yan said she could assist. After Chu Yan officially joined the altar, I sent a message to my grandfather, who replied with a document detailing methods for cultivating ghostly spirits. I was perplexed as to how this elderly gentleman, who primarily watched short videos, had acquired such modern knowledge. I did not delve into the methods for spirit cultivation, as they would serve no purpose for me. But Chu Yan seemed to study them diligently and mentioned that the document contained ways to discern relationships. Once I confirmed that Chu Yan could indeed examine relationships, I returned to Mancy's elder uncle and informed him that I could help, but I would first need a photograph of his son and the young woman. Naturally, since Chu Yan was not present, I could not conduct the reading at that moment, and Mancy's uncle suggested we discuss it after dinner. During the meal, everyone wisely refrained from discussing my and Mancy's work, as it would have been rather inappropriate to do so at the dining table. After the meal, I scanned the QR code to add friends and awaited the photos. However, just as I was about to leave, Mancy's father insisted that she accompany me, stating that since I had offered incense at their altar, Mancy should also pay her respects at mine as a matter of reciprocity. Thus, in a rather perplexing manner, I brought Mancy to the rental house I occupied. In truth, the act of offering incense was not particularly necessary. Liu Yintu was at an internet cafe handling orders. Chang Yunshui was at the herbal medicine shop dispensing remedies, and only Chu Yan remained at home. Yet, if they desired to offer incense, they could certainly do so independently. In this day and age, self-sufficient spirits were rather rare. Mancy was also aware of Chu Yan's presence and her ascendance to become my altar's ghostly spirit. Thus, before returning home, she purchased a few toys that children typically enjoyed, such as transformers and remote-controlled cars. Upon returning home, Chu Yan's child, Chu Xiaobo, upon seeing the toys, nearly lit up with excitement, exclaiming joyfully as he eagerly took the toys, not forgetting to thank Mancy. While the child played, Chu Yan sat on the sofa, absorbed in the two photographs for quite some time without speaking. Eventually, she sighed and asked Mancy to step aside, as this was a matter concerning her family. Once Mancy had gone to the bedroom to play with the child, Chu Yan turned to me and said, "Let the young man go. The young woman is not sincerely interested in him. It seems she is only after his money. Moreover, judging by the young man's features, his romantic prospects are unlikely to be smooth. If all else fails, you might help him change his fortune, allowing his romantic destiny to arrive 2 or 3 years earlier." At this revelation, I felt a surge of curiosity. Changing one's fortune? Could romantic prospects truly be expedited this way? Chu Yan then explained the concept of altering one's fortune. In essence, it involved dispelling bad luck and inviting good fortune. However, this process was beyond my control. Ultimately, the outcome depended on the fate of the individual undergoing the change. Fortune may favor one, leading them to ascend effortlessly, while misfortune could render their efforts entirely fruitless. Ultimately, the worst outcome is simply ineffectiveness, rather than a decline in luck. The key to this fortune lies in a seemingly simple document known as the Road to Prosperity, also referred to as the money offering document. Accompanying this are 9 bundles of paper money, 9 packets of gold ingots, and 2 pairs of young boys and girls. The document bears the names of the male ancestor's family, as the offerings are meant for their ancestors. Once the offerings are made, the responsibility is entrusted to the ancestors to intervene on behalf of their descendant. The aforementioned fortune hinges on whether the male ancestor feels compassion for his descendant. After all, these spirits have lingered in the underworld for many years. Surely they have some connections. The paper money, gold ingots, and young children serve as tokens to facilitate these connections. My task is to ascertain the names of the ancestors. There is no need for their birth dates or times. I merely need to incinerate the document along with the other items. At this juncture, Chu Yan inquired about my thoughts on Mancy and his grandfather. If my feelings toward Mancy were genuine and I intended to sincerely assist her relative, then on the day of the offering, Chu Yan would accompany me. Any spirit that approached to claim the offerings would be compelled by her to assist their descendant in this endeavor. Conversely, if my assistance stemmed solely from a courteous gesture toward her relative, I would simply incinerate the items, leaving the decision to their ancestors, while ensuring Mancy was well taken care of. Upon reflection, I decided to consult Mancy in my bedroom about her grandfather's character. I learned that many years ago, Mancy's family had been impoverished, and it was her grandfather who had financially supported the elderly during their illness. I returned to Chu Yan, informing her that on the day of the offering, I would need her assistance. Chu Yin readily agreed, stating that for any future similar matters, I could contact her directly, and she would take care of everything. Regarding the fee, she left the decision to me, indicating that it could be a modest sum or a more substantial one, as fate would dictate. Chapter 41. A financial crisis. Subsequently, I contacted Bai Mansi's grandfather via WeChat, outlining the situation, and advised him not to inform his son just yet. I assured him that once our offering was completed, everything would become clear. With Chu Yin's assurance, I felt confident in my promises. After discussing the details, I requested the names of his deceased ancestors and his son's birth details. All the items needed for the offering were available in my shop, so I could simply retrieve them. Upon hearing this, the elder insisted against it and sent me a red envelope. I did not mention the cost of the items, nor did I inquire about the amount in the envelope, but I guessed it to be around 200. However, the total cost of the items was less than 200, so I decided to accept the envelope. Regardless, Bai Mansi's grandfather had significantly aided their family over the years, and our pleasant conversation at the dinner table made me indifferent to the minor expense. After hanging up, I drove Bai Mansi back to the office. Later that evening, I took her to the shop to collect the offerings and prepared the road to prosperity. We returned to my rented residence, where I brought Chu Yin over, and by midnight, we were ready to commence the offering. We arranged everything at the intersection near the hospital, and as I ignited the paper money, the offerings gradually burned away. I stirred the ashes to ensure everything was consumed before sitting by the flower bed with Chu Yin, awaiting the ancestors' arrival to collect the offerings. Approximately 20 minutes later, an elderly man dressed in an archaic funeral garment emerged from the opposite side of the flower bed. He squatted before the ashes and curiously picked up the road to prosperity. Upon noticing him, Chu Yin and I approached. The elder was startled upon seeing Chu Yin, nearly losing his balance. Chu Yin graciously helped him to his feet and informed him about his descendant's marital prospects. After sharing this, Chu Yin suddenly transformed into her previously gruesome visage, startling the elder, who nodded vigorously, promising to have his son, grandson, and great-grandson seek connections in the underworld to assist his distant descendant. After clarifying everything, I burned a large pouch for the elder to carry the offerings. He filled the pouch with paper money and gold ingots, while the young boys and girls assisted in carrying some items. They wobbled away, disappearing into the distance. 3 days after the offering, while I was in the office watching old skits with Bai Mansi, her grandfather called to inform me that his son had broken up with the woman. I didn't inquire further about the details. Bai Mansi's grandfather expressed immense gratitude, stating that without my intervention, his family might have remained oblivious to the woman's true nature. Had they proceeded to a union, they risked losing their family fortune. I smiled but did not respond. Bai Mansi's grandfather then inquired about my rented residence's address, indicating he would come to express his thanks. I did not decline. After concluding the call, I returned to my rented home with Bai Mansi. Soon after, her grandfather arrived with his son. They entered my home and respectfully knelt on the ground, offering 3 bows to my family altar, demonstrating an utmost display of reverence. Witnessing the multitude of offerings they brought made me feel somewhat embarrassed. However, I was surprised to hear Bai Mansi's grandfather mention that his father and grandfather, who had passed away many years ago, appeared to him in a dream. They conveyed that I was a capable person with genuine skills, and through the road to prosperity, I had summoned their highest-ranking ancestor from the afterlife to intervene on behalf of Bai Mansi's grandfather's son. After gathering all the family members, the ancestor promptly clarified the situation and took action without delay. Now that the matter was resolved, the ancestor had personally communicated with Bai Mansi's grandfather in a dream, instructing him to prepare offerings and come express his gratitude. At this point, I found myself at a loss. I had anticipated merely facilitating a simple transition, only to inadvertently summon their ancestor. Before leaving, Bai Mansi's grandfather assured me that he would spread the word about my abilities, noting that individuals with genuine talent like myself were rare. After bidding farewell to the elder and his son, I looked at Bai Mansi with a bemused expression. She playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked that her grandfather knew many people, implying that my business would likely flourish from here on out. I reassured her that her family could always reach out for assistance, but I would only attend to 3 external requests a day. When she asked why, I chuckled and explained that she truly did not grasp the value of exclusivity. I then drove Bai Mansi back to the funeral home, where I resumed my monotonous duty. In the ensuing period, only 2 elderly souls were delivered to the sacred treasure pool. One had succumbed to injuries from a car accident. The bereaved family could not afford Sister Sue's services, so I took it upon myself to sew the body and apply a simple makeup. The other passed away due to the natural aging of organs, having lived to over 90. After concluding the farewell ceremony for the nonagenarian, Mansi and I indulged in oranges for 4 consecutive days, until the sight of them began to evoke a sense of nausea. As this phase passed, the date for Mansi's grandfather's 7th day of mourning approached swiftly. This occasion mirrored the previous 7th day. All items were procured from my inventory and would be burned at the intersection near the hospital. The reason for not holding ceremonies on the 2nd and 4th 7ths is that paper offerings are traditionally only burned on odd-numbered days. Typically, ceremonies are conducted for the head 7th, 3rd 7th, 5th 7th, and the final 7th day, with additional observances such as the 100th day being considered later. On each of these odd 7th days prior to the final 7th, the items required for burning increase incrementally. The 3rd 7th involves offerings like golden ingots and wealth pots, while the 5th 7th necessitates the burning of 5 7th flowers. These are essentially paper-made flower pots adorned with 5 plastic flowers in various colors. This batch included light pink, pale yellow, red, bright pink, and purple. In addition to the 5 7th flowers, paper figures, horses, spirit houses, city walls, and fire paper bundles must also be burned, along with the customary paper money and gold ingots. However, with the advancement of modernity, contemporary offerings now include smartphones, computers, MP3 players, radios, and even cars. I gathered information about Mansi's grandfather. Although he never used a smartphone in life, he had a fondness for radios. Thus, I retrieved a paper model of a radio from the storeroom. Even though he may not have known how to use it, I prepared a comprehensive array of items for him. Should he find himself in the afterlife, he could learn, but without offerings. He would only be left to watch others with their smartphones while he had but a radio. Ultimately, I prepared everything conceivable for the 5th 7th day, selecting the finest items available. I even provided a spacious house for my stock, complete with a garage, and included a paper car as well. When the day arrived, Mansi and her parents visited my shop. I opened the storeroom door and pointed to a separate pile of items, which startled the 3 of them. "Xiaolong, is there really this much?" Mansi's father inquired, noting that others did not seem to have as many offerings. I smiled and explained that while that may be the case for others, I had the means to ensure Mansi's grandfather was properly honored. I believed that the items burned would ensure that his afterlife would not only be satisfactory, but perhaps even esteemed. Despite my insistence, Mansi's father insisted on compensating me. After some back and forth, I reluctantly accepted 200 yuan, though the value of the items I had prepared far exceeded 400. However, I had no real concern for the payment, as I had not intended to charge him in the first place. Mansi, blushing from my earlier remarks about having the means, could hardly meet my gaze. Together, we transported the items 3 times to ensure everything was in place. Once everything was laid out, I instructed Mansi to ignite the paper document meant for the spirit, which would notify her grandfather to collect the offerings. As the paper ignited, the accompanying incense and money were consumed by the flames. Suddenly, a sinister wind swept through, threatening to extinguish the fire. Startled, Mansi clung to my arm. "Do not fear. You and your parents should wait in my shop. Inform Brother Zhao to secure the door, and remember, do not come out and cause any disturbances." After escorting them back to the shop, I grabbed the copper coin sword resting by the door. As I maneuvered around the flower bed, I spotted 5 little spirits gathered around the fire, gleefully taking items from the pile. Recognizing the danger of confronting 5 spirits alone, I opted instead to discreetly message Liu Yuntu, with whom I was connected on WeChat. I had already silenced my phone to avoid alerting the spirits. After relaying my location and situation, Liu Yuntu responded almost immediately. Just then, Mansi's grandfather, having received the offerings, approached with his iron chain, walking with difficulty. Upon seeing him, the 5 spirits gleefully approached, and I could see Mansi's grandfather growing increasingly agitated. Eventually, one of the spirits struck him down. "Lulong, where are the ghosts?" Liu Yuntu ambled over beside me, followed by the scent of traditional medicine from Chang Yun Shui and Chu Yan. "Why has everyone come?" I whispered. "Isn't this a brawl?" "I called everyone over for backup," Liu Yuntu declared. "Let us get started." "All right." With that, Liu Yuntu seized control of my body, and I felt a peculiar sensation as he guided me. "Kid, when the fighting starts, don't hold back. I need to teach you some moves." As he took over my movements, I felt an unsettling loss of control over my body, but the sensation of my fists striking the spirits felt incredibly real. To speak candidly, Liu Yuntu's martial arts skills are truly exceptional, devoid of the flamboyant moves often seen in action films, such as somersaults or spins that prioritize spectacle. Instead, every strike is directed with lethal precision. Whether targeting the upper or lower body, he employs whatever technique inflicts maximum damage, leaving the few malevolent spirits howling in distress. When Liu Yuntu commanded me to extend my hands and seize one of the spirits by the head, a chilling sensation coursed through me, one I had never experienced before. With a swift motion of my hands, the spirit's head was wrenched off with brutal efficiency. While such a maneuver would be impossible against a living being, the neck can be easily snapped, and I can guarantee that anyone subjected to this technique would meet an unequivocal demise. As Liu Yuntu guided my body, he simultaneously elucidated the applications of various techniques and the precise areas to strike. My astonishment grew with each explanation. As a mere funeral director, I had never anticipated being privy to such lethal instruction. Liu Yuntu was not merely teaching me how to fight. He was imparting the art of killing. In this confrontation, Chu Yin swiftly dispatched her adversaries, eliminating one spirit almost instantaneously. The three spirits stood no chance, falling within mere seconds under her prowess. In his desire to educate me, Liu Yuntu moderated his force against the remaining spirit, allowing for more demonstration. Yet, this spirit bore the brunt of a gruesome fate. It was subjected to an array of techniques, being flung about, kicked far away, or sent crashing to the ground amid its anguished cries. This ordeal lasted approximately 5 to 6 minutes, after which Liu Yuntu expressed that he should be summoned for any future lessons. Fearing that the abundance of knowledge imparted today might overwhelm my memory, the spirit exhaled in relief, only to be met with Chu Yin, who approached and plunged her elongated nails into its chest. As the 5 spirits dissipated, Mancy's grandfather cautiously emerged from the flowerbed, trembling and bowing deeply to me. Liu Yuntu then relinquished control over my body, the last remnants of smoke from his cigarette curling into the air. I reassured Mancy's grandfather, urging him not to fear, explaining that today's events were a rare occurrence. I promised that during the upcoming rituals, I would have people present to guard him, ensuring he could retrieve all his belongings. The old man nodded in fear, glancing at the scattered items on the ground, visibly distressed by the sheer volume, realizing he could not carry it all in one trip. After some contemplation, I returned to the storeroom and prepared 5 pairs of paper boys and girls to assist him. With these 10 paper figures, he could manage the tasks more easily, and the spacious abode I had burned would provide ample room for them to serve him, even in his elevated status. The iron chains would remain unyielding. A year would pass before I would summon him to lift his bindings. For now, he must continue to wear them with patience. Once Mancy's grandfather departed, I knocked on the shop door. Brother Zhao came to move the guardian statues aside, while Mancy's parents approached, visibly anxious, inquiring if the outside was secure. I nodded, assuring them that 5 little spirits had attempted to seize her grandfather's possessions, but I had dealt with them, and all was now safe outside. Subsequently, I learned from Mancy that she had indeed witnessed her grandfather being struck, yet remembering my instructions, she refrained from intervening. Not wishing to complicate matters, she was confident in my ability to handle the situation. She observed the ensuing slaughter with clarity. Regarding Mancy's ability to see spirits, I inquired with Liu Yuntu, who explained that Lao Tai had expressed a desire for her to step into the fray, suggesting her vision had been enhanced, an asset for someone in this line of work. As for the heavy iron shackles on Mancy's grandfather, I had already informed her. Unperturbed by her reaction, I had specifically shared this detail to gauge her perspective. Ultimately, after clarifying the circumstances, Mancy said little, merely noting that if roles were reversed, she would have acted similarly. After all, he was her grandfather, and while my actions might have seemed excessive, I needed to maintain a balance. Too lenient, and I would feel discomfort myself. This time, I had incinerated everything thoroughly, even including maidservants and assistants, allowing the old man to live comfortably below, shackled yet enjoying a year of ease, striking a dynamic equilibrium between punishment and indulgence. While Mancy witnessed every moment, her parents and brother Zhao were oblivious, seeing only me battling the air. Nevertheless, I resolved the situation impeccably, ensuring no injuries occurred, aside from Mancy's grandfather receiving a hefty blow. I instructed Mancy's family to take a taxi home, and after their departure, I exchanged pleasantries with brother Zhao before heading home myself. Liu Yuntu had mentioned he needed to discuss something with me. Upon arriving home, Chu Xiaobo gleefully rushed to hug Chu Yan's leg, cheerfully greeting Uncle Liu. I waved my hand, suggesting he could simply call me Uncle Long, while this one could be addressed as Uncle Liu. Uncle Long, are you the one from the television who can take on a dozen people in the furniture store? In response to Chu Xiaobo's question, I turned to Chong Yunqi, asking, Sister Chong, do I really have such a large nose? No, but I could certainly make it swollen for you. I chuckled awkwardly, pondering what sort of beating it would take to achieve such a result. Chu Yan carried Chu Xiaobo to the bedroom, while Liu Yuntu beckoned me to join him on the sofa. Lu Long, The day after tomorrow. You are coming with me to the furniture market. No, to the Hu family-esque gathering. To the Hu family? I'm puzzled. Lu Gu, what is our purpose there? To be a groomsman. Hu Yuntian is getting married the day after tomorrow. He is a friend I've known for years, and we both received invitations. Here, take a look. I accepted the small red card Lu Yuntu offered, opening it to find the inscription, to Mr. Ma Lu Long, the esteemed eldest disciple of the Liu family. The message was straightforward, inviting me to serve as a groomsman, while also extending an invitation to Bai Mansi to be a bridesmaid, to celebrate together and share in the joy. Seeing such a wonderful opportunity, I mused that in my lifetime, aside from the Liu family, the Chant family, and Xingfeng, I could never hope to gain access to other celestial lineages. This was precisely the chance I had been yearning for. Lu Gu, what time is it the day after tomorrow? At 11:58 a.m. In the grand banquet hall of Junhua Hotel. Tomorrow, take your little wife to buy a new outfit. This friend of mine has a good relationship with me. You wouldn't want to embarrass me by appearing shabby. If you both perform well as groomsman and bridesmaid, I might be able to negotiate for a few of whose soldiers on your behalf. I was somewhat confused. Isn't it forbidden for our lineage to engage with other celestial families? Lu Yuntu shot me a look. Where has your cleverness gone? Who said that securing soldiers for you necessitates letting them join our lineage? Several of whose family members are stationed at your workplace and home. If anything arises, I should be promptly notified, thus sparing you from repeatedly claiming your phone has no signal. But the truth is, my phone genuinely lacks reception. How can you blame me for that? You should be grateful. If it were someone else, I wouldn't dare show my face, asking for help in their territory. Upon hearing this, a smile graced my face as I retrieved a piece of cordyceps from the cabinet and handed it to Lu Yunku. Oh, it's not Huazi, I remarked. Just changing things up a bit. With Lu Yunku's laughter and Chang Yunqi's helpless expression, the two of us departed in succession. Subsequently, I intended to call Bai Mansi to discuss the upcoming roles of the best man and bridesmaid for the day after tomorrow. Chapter 43. Makeup. I dialed Bai Mansi's number and informed her about the wedding of the old immortal from the Hu family. Bai Mansi was taken aback, seemingly astonished that even the immortals have begun hosting banquets, and they explicitly invited both me and her in the invitation. It was entirely reasonable to invite us. I am the foremost disciple of the Liu family, the only second-tier disciple within Shanhaiguan, and Bai Mansi, with her family's protective immortal seat held by the venerable Bai Laotai, certainly warranted an invitation. Furthermore, Lu Yunku shares a good rapport with this Hu Yuntian. Bai Mansi expressed her excitement regarding the wedding, and we agreed to go shopping for clothes after work the next day. By noon the following day, Bai Mansi and I roamed the shopping mall extensively. I chose a rather understated suit, which cost 700 yuan. Bai Mansi, on the other hand, had her eye on a bridesmaid dress, which, despite being labeled as such, was essentially an extravagant evening gown. After deliberation, we felt the dress was a tad too eye-catching for a wedding. Observing that Mansi seemed quite fond of it, I discreetly asked the shop assistant to wrap it up for me while she was momentarily distracted. We then opted for a less ostentatious dress priced at just over 100 yuan, which Bai Mansi immediately decided to purchase without a second thought. However, as we were checking out, when she noticed I was carrying 2 bags, her curiosity piqued, and she playfully tapped me with surprise. I simply smiled, said nothing, and left after completing the payment, concealing my achievements in humility. Driving back to Shungbao Pool, I was met with the monotony of overtime work. In the interim, I collected a death certificate for the family of a previous car accident victim, who had sent me 100 yuan as a transportation fee since they were unable to go to the hospital themselves. 100 yuan is still money, and with it, I could buy a few pounds of bones to cook up a feast for Mansi at home. By 6 in the evening, I informed Brother Wong about my attendance at a friend's wedding the next day, and then I left with Mansi. Upon arriving at my home, I found Lu Yunku sitting on the sofa and consuming liquor as if it were water, finish off the remainder of a bottle in one gulp, before guiding me mentally. After all, tomorrow marks Hu Yuntian's joyous occasion. As the best man and bridesmaid, we had yet to meet the couple, and any blunder tomorrow could lead to embarrassment. Following Lu Yunku's directions, I drove to the office building. Having learned from my previous experience at Qingfeng Hall, I remained unfazed upon realizing that this building housed the Hu family's immortal hall. In the rear courtyard of the building, Lu Yunku suddenly appeared beside me, straightened his attire, and led me through the back entrance into the building, where we took the elevator straight to the 9th floor. Upon exiting, I was greeted by an exquisitely decorated entire floor, with numerous individuals lounging on circular sofas, enjoying drinks and delicacies laid out on the tables. Yunku is here. Hey, isn't that my bro Lu? Looking for Yuntian, right? Yuntian, Yunku has arrived. After exchanging warm greetings with several people, A strikingly handsome man hurried over from a distance. I surmised he was Hu Yuntian. Dude, I'm getting married tomorrow, and you only show up today? Hu Yuntian exclaimed while playfully punching Liu Yunke's fist. This must be Mr. Liu Long, the foremost disciple of the Liu family? Too much flattery. I replied with a smile. Is this your significant other? Hu Yuntian inquired. I gestured towards Bai Mansi, my girlfriend. Indeed a match made in heaven. Xiaoming, Liu Long and his partner have arrived. Hu Yuntian called out. Soon after, a charming girl dashed over, ignoring me and Liu Yunku, and immediately took Bai Mansi's hand, inquiring about her well-being. Upon learning from Liu Yunku that we hadn't eaten yet, the girl named Hu Xiaoming promptly arranged dinner for both Mansi and me. However, while Liu Yunku and I dined together, Mansi went to Hu Xiaoming's place to eat and chat, discussing the bridesmaid arrangements for the next day. Finding a place to sit on the 9th floor, it wasn't long before a food cart was rolled over, presenting us with a feast of 4 dishes and a soup. With drinks of our choosing, I opted for orange juice, Hu Yuntian selected coffee, and Liu Yunku ordered 2 crates of liquor. As we dined, Hu Yuntian discussed the best man duties for the following day. I'm still worried about Xiaoming's makeup. Why not just find a makeup artist outside? Liu Yunku replied, downing a bottle of liquor with clarity. Hu Yuntian scoffed. If it were that simple. It's my old man's antiquated thinking. He fears the Hu family's affairs becoming public, thus insisting that only the immortals skilled in makeup assist her. Let us be honest. How many people can truly see our true forms? Furthermore, how many makeup artists exist in the Hu family? Those who aren't already stunning wouldn't waste their time learning makeup skills. As I pondered this, I realized that the Hu family is akin to foxes. The term fox spirit may carry a negative connotation, but in this context, it is indeed a compliment. Glancing around, I was surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women, momentarily believing I was at the China supermodel competition. Hu Yuntian contemplated asking Liu Yunku to find trustworthy individuals to save the day. But Liu Yunku simply told him he could disrupt the event instead. Hu Yuntian cursed, snatched the bottle of liquor from Liu Yunku, and took a swig. I carefully mused. Yuntian, are you lacking in makeup skills? Right? Do you know anyone? I do. But considering the circumstances, I hesitate to invite her. She isn't an ordinary makeup artist. How about I help you out? You can do makeup? Hu Yuntian asked, astonished. I nodded, thinking it better to demonstrate my skills than merely speak of them. Thus, under Hu Yuntian's guidance, I accompanied Liu Yunku, who was carrying the liquor, to the dining area where Hu Xiaoming and Bai Mansi were. Upon arrival, I confidently offered my assistance with makeup, assuring them that if Xiaoming had concerns, I could first demonstrate on Mansi. Once they agreed, Hu Xiaoming fetched her unopened cosmetics. Upon inspection, I noted they were of superior quality, akin to those used by Su Jia. That being said, today I shall unveil a skill of mine. Chapter 44, an accurate and elegant evaluation. However, before I showcase my talent, I confided in Hu Yuntian and Hu Xiaoming, revealing that my makeup skills were acquired from my colleagues at the funeral home. If they don't mind, I would be willing to assist. Hu Xiaoming was utterly indifferent. She remarked that she had friends at a local establishment who had also undergone makeup. So why would she fear that a living person would do her makeup? With the family's consent, I proceeded with abandon, using Hu Xiaoming's cosmetics to create a bridesmaid look for Bai Mansi. To put it succinctly, the result was exquisite, enhancing Bai Mansi's already striking appearance without overshadowing Hu Xiaoming. Upon seeing Bai Mansi's makeup, Hu Xiaoming was astounded and immediately asked me to create a look for her to try for the following day. Subsequently, in front of Hu Yuntian, I crafted a bridal look for Hu Xiaoming, skillfully applying shadows and highlights that complemented her facial features. By the end of the process, Hu Yuntian was left in awe. Without a doubt, my identity as a makeup artist was firmly established. We agreed that I would arrive at Hu's family establishment early the next morning to prepare Hu Xiaoming's makeup before heading to the Tangchen Airpin in Shurching to meet Hu Yuntian, and then return to escort the bride. My makeup artistry received enthusiastic endorsement from Hu Xiaoming, as well as a nod of approval from the illustrious Bai family. Seated on the sofa, I naturally held Bai Mansi's hand while conversing with Hu Yuntian and Hu Xiaoming. After a lengthy discussion, I confirmed the schedule for the following day with Hu Yuntian. I then took Bai Mansi's hand, and amidst the throngs of the Hu family, we departed from their establishment, leaving Liu Yuntu behind to enjoy drinks with Hu Yuntian. Upon returning to work, Bai Mansi and I learned from Brother Wang about some internal news. The municipal funeral home in the neighboring Tu city was planning to recruit personnel for official positions, with examinations set to occur in 3 months. He inquired whether we were interested in applying. Brother Wang mentioned that the funeral home in Tu city was quite substantial, offering good benefits. If Bai Mansi and I were to develop our careers there, we would have a stable position. and the income from regular service would undoubtedly surpass what we earned here. Furthermore, Brother Wang candidly suggested that if I were to secure a position there, we could discuss the possibility of opening a branch together. He merely shared this information. The decision to apply ultimately rested with Mansi and me. As evening fell, Brother Wang concluded his workday, while Mansi and I settled in for our night shift. In the office, I broached the subject of the exam with Mansi, who responded with a simple yet resolute desire to take it. She was eager to seize the opportunity. However, participating in the exam required a professional certification, known as a funeral etiquette certificate, which I had never heard of, and no one at our workplace possessed it. Nonetheless, I learned that acquiring this certificate was quite feasible for anyone with a stint in the funeral industry. I searched online for past exam questions and attempted to answer them, scoring a commendable 92 out of 100. It was indeed straightforward. However, for Mansi, the questions proved challenging. She only managed to score in the 50s on her first attempt. Yet, with my guidance, I was confident that with diligent study, she could obtain the certificate within a month. Of course, those matters were for another time. Our immediate priority was ensuring the wedding unfolded seamlessly. After a restful night, the next day we donned our attire in the dormitory, first driving Mansi to the Hu family establishment, where I created a breathtaking makeup look for Hu Xiaoming, before heading to Tangchen Airpin to meet Hu Yuntian. Once the wedding concluded, Hu Yuntian profusely expressed his gratitude. Hu Xiaoming's makeup received resounding acclaim from numerous guests, with her even stating that she had no intention of removing it. Meanwhile, Mansi and I performed our duties as the maid of honor and best man impeccably. As a master of ceremonies, I relished the opportunity to showcase my verbal prowess. Hu Yuntian intentionally sought to elevate my presence through his wedding. During my 5-minute address on stage, the applause was thunderous. Recognizing me as the chief disciple of the Liu family, many guests approached me post-ceremony, exchanging contact information and offering assistance. Mansi, too, connected with several esteemed members of the Bai family, which was only natural given her connection to the matriarch. With Hu Yuntian's joyous day concluded, Mansi and I returned to our routine. I often took her out to enjoy the scenery or shop, creating small surprises with gifts, while she reciprocated with thoughtful tokens, regardless of their value. The joy of receiving a gift, even a humble pack of cigarettes, was what truly mattered. During this time, whenever the sacred treasure pool delivered the deceased, I would collaborate with Mansi and Uncle Li, who wore a waist support, to manage the arrangements. Whenever we had downtime, I would work with her in the office, diligently preparing for our exams and certifications. Yesterday, our supervisor had to attend a conference for 7 days, leaving the funeral home's operations in the hands of an unfamiliar individual named Fan. According to Brother Wang's speculation, our supervisor was likely being promoted, as the meeting he attended was beyond the invitation scope for someone of his rank. Given this, it seemed logical that this Mr. Fan had been dispatched from the Civil Affairs Bureau to temporarily oversee operations. However, our supervisor was held little significance for me, as my role involved serving the deceased, attending to families, and earning my own living through my efforts, unrelated to any leadership. Shortly after our supervisor's departure, Mr. Fan arrived. His first order of business was to convene a meeting with our group for an entire hour, offering no substantive information, merely repeating grandiose visions and future prospects. I found myself perplexed. What promising future could a funeral home possibly envision? If you were operating a foreign trade company, it might be reasonable to discuss growth potential and profitability. But a funeral home? Is high profitability a positive aspect in that context? After the meeting, I, along with Brother Wang and several seasoned artisans specializing in the crafting of funeral banners and paper models, offered a precise and elegant assessment of Mr. Fan, foolish. Chapter 45, Crossing the Line. However, regarding Mr. Fan's subsequent behavior, I would argue that labeling him as foolish is an understatement. I could not fathom what he had consumed or what bizarre influence had caused his mental faculties to falter. Upon learning of my relationship with Mansi, his first inquiry to us was, "Are you still a virgin?" I chuckled politely and replied, "Are you all right? If not, perhaps you should consider some digestive aids." Clearly, there was a significant generational gap between this man in his 50s and myself. He seemed utterly bewildered by my response. As I attempted to leave with Mansi, he obstructed our exit, insisting on delving deeper into our relationship. He then proceeded to inquire about our alma maters and fields of study. After some time, he began to share details about his own daughter. With a heart full of compassion for small animals, I engaged in polite conversation with him for quite some time. Upon learning that his child was currently attending high school, I casually remarked on the importance of diligent study for a brighter future. To my astonishment, he retorted, "Of course not. I can't let my daughter aim for Sui University or Ling University, can I?" Sui University is my alma mater, while Ling University is where Mansi graduated. Though these institutions may not be regarded as top-tier universities, they hold a respectable position as second-tier ones. However, to him, they seemed utterly worthless. It appeared that Mansi noticed my discontent and gently squeezed my hand. I subtly reassured her that she need not worry about my feelings. Throughout the ensuing conversation, he incessantly boasted about his own prowess, while simultaneously belittling both Mansi and me. The most ludicrous part was when he stated that since I had chosen this profession, I ought to excel in it, declaring that every field has its champions, and one must strive to make a name and earn a living. At this point, I could no longer contain my frustration. Leader Fan, why not inquire about my reputation in the funeral industry? I questioned. Oh, are you famous? He replied. Not exactly famous, but in this province. Anyone who has worked in the funeral industry for a few years knows who I am. He seemed unconvinced, quickly changing the subject and attempting to lecture me about the importance of steadfastness, claiming that young people should possess individuality. Upon realizing he was dismissing my statements, I deemed his words inconsequential. Before my arrival, Shingbaochi had a somewhat sinister reputation, with several bizarre occurrences reported, such as a translucent figure winking and smiling from a ceiling fan, or a corpse emerging from a coffin to partake in offerings while the family was present. However, since my arrival, any similar incidents that arose would be quelled by my intervention. Furthermore, with my skills in embalming, it was inconceivable that someone of Sister Xie's stature would remain here otherwise. By that time, my name had become well known in the funeral circles of Shiqing, and after these past few years, I had garnered recognition throughout the entire ancient province. There was hardly anyone in the funeral industry who was unaware of Lu Long. Yet, in the eyes of this outsider, I was merely a novice who needed to grovel beneath him to learn the trade. I was utterly incensed. Fortunately, an elderly gentleman arrived, providing Mansi and me the opportunity to extricate ourselves from the leader's office and relish some tranquility. Once we departed, Mansi expressed her determination to study diligently in hopes of joining me in pursuing further education. Otherwise, she feared she would be subjected to his scorn. I smiled and gently ruffled her hair, assuring her, I am unconcerned with what he has said. My focus is solely on you. If you feel uncomfortable, do not hesitate to confide in me, and I will address him on your behalf. It seemed Mansi misunderstood my intent, tugging at my sleeve in trepidation. Please don't do anything rash. It was merely a fleeting comment, and I do not mind. I burst into laughter, clarifying that my notion of dealing with him did not entail violence. Though I possessed the means to ruin him completely, I deemed it unnecessary. While I may be petty, I am not so vindictive as to resort to such extremes. However, a fitting reprimand would not be out of order. While Mansi attended to family members in Hall 1 to discuss subsequent arrangements, I stepped into the restroom and called Liu Yuntu. I'm in the midst of a qualifying match. What is up? Liu Yuntu's words flowed rapidly as though he were engrossed in an intense game. A new leader has arrived at the unit, and after enduring 2 hours of mockery from him and Mansi, could you help me vent my frustrations? As long as the individual remains alive and bears no external injuries, you may handle the rest as you see fit. Is there such an opportunity? He inquired. Once I conclude this match, I'll reach out to you. After ending the call, I cast a cold glance toward the direction of the leader's office. To be frank, I am fully aware that I am not a virtuous individual. I am petty, I seek revenge, I possess a strong personality, and I have a short temper. Yet I refuse to change. There is no need for alteration. Why should I endure unwarranted reprimands? Why should I smile and placate someone who berates me, addressing him as leader? I am indifferent to others' perceptions of me. Whether they deem me narrow-minded or petty, I embrace who I am. If someone possesses the capability to eliminate me, then let them. If they cannot, then they must prepare for my retaliation. Once Mansi had finalized the arrangements for the comprehensive service with the family, she returned to the office to diligently review her materials. Midway through her studies, that individual surnamed Fan entered the office, claiming to be inspecting the work. Upon picking up the materials on the desk, I noticed a subtle shift in his expression. Is Xiaobai planning to take the exam? Yes, leader. I wish to pursue a qualification as a funeral service practitioner. Such pursuits are futile, without connections. Even if you succeed, you will still be unable to enter the field, purely a waste of time. After placing the materials back down, he subtly hinted to both Mansi and me that he had connections, implying that if we had any aspirations, we could approach him. He then began recounting some past experiences, the veracity of which remained uncertain. He mentioned someone had offered him 300,000 to arrange for an individual to be placed in a position where they now earned a significant salary. Listening to him blatantly assign monetary values, I found it rather amusing. Thank you, leader. If we have any intentions, We will be sure to contact you. After successfully dismissing him, Brother Zhao from the shop called to inform me that a delivery had arrived with new goods, inviting me to inspect them to consider restocking. I drove back to the shop, where new, exquisitely crafted items had arrived, including Rice Mountain offerings and various electronics. Upon returning to the unit, I found Mancy in Hall 1 folding origami for the family. Upon noticing my return, she pulled me into the funeral home courtyard. What is going on? I asked, puzzled. That individual surnamed Fan has invited me to dinner. He noticed your displeasure earlier and wants to have a chat with me tomorrow to ensure I don't hinder the unit's work. I raised an eyebrow and directly asked Mancy, what time is your dinner appointment? At 11 tonight. I scoffed and immediately called Chu Yan. Sister Chu, the new leader has invited my girlfriend to dinner at 11 tonight. Please accompany me. Dinner at 11? And going out? Huh, I'll leave at 10 to find you. Next, I called Chang Yin Shui to relay the information I had just received. Upon hearing the time, she became alarmed. Stay at Shingbuochi. I'm heading over right now. How dare he have designs on my sister-in-law? Finally, I contacted Liu Yintu to apprise him of the latest developments. After a brief silence on the other end, he inquired, are we talking about the living or the dead? As long as there is a life, that is sufficient. Do you need arms, legs, or some other organ? Let us discuss it when you arrive. All right, I'll finish this round and head over. Having hung up the phone, I glanced in the direction of my superior's office, pondering that while broken limbs and organs might not be the case, anyone daring to cast their gaze upon my girlfriend should brace themselves for a life enveloped in fear. The Liu family possesses but one principle. Should you provoke me, I shall retaliate 1,000-fold. It is your own folly to have dared to encroach upon my limits. Chapter 46. I offer you a chance, yet you prove inept. After the call, I summoned Mancy. Mancy, I began this evening. You are to attend the appointment as planned. The subsequent matters will be handled by me. I will arrange for several members of the Liu family to ensure your safety, and you shall encounter no danger. Mancy, sensing the unusual intensity in my gaze, tugged at my sleeve, inquiring if I intended to confront my superior that night. I smiled faintly, embracing her for the first time. Startled by my affection, she seemed to soften in my arms. Despite having known each other for over a month, our interactions had been limited to holding hands. I had yet to even kiss her cheek. It was not for lack of desire, but rather because Mancy blushed at the slightest touch, leaving me hesitant to pursue anything further. Yet this time, I was compelled by my emotions. Having never had a girlfriend before, Mancy was my first love, and the well-being of anyone else was of no concern to me. My focus rested solely on her. In this situation, I refused to allow Mancy to encounter any peril. My reasoning for permitting her to attend the meeting was to extend a chance to that individual named Fan. If your intentions are merely to share a meal, I shall not interfere. However, should you harbor ulterior motives towards Mancy, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. Ultimately, the fate of the matter rested upon Fan's decisions. My boundaries had once only encompassed my family, but now they included Mancy as well. Holding her close, I sighed. If he truly harbors any thoughts towards you, and should he act upon them, I will ask Liu Yintu to deal with him. I will not allow you to work in a hazardous environment. While I am here, no harm shall come to you. Mancy lifted her gaze to meet mine, her head nestled against my chest. After a pause, she remarked, perhaps we need not escalate matters to such extremes. I released her, cradling her face to ensure she looked into my eyes. I shall not permit any potential danger to threaten you. This is a matter you need not concern yourself with. I vow to resolve everything without disrupting our lives. My resolute demeanor seemed to quell her worries, and she merely glanced towards my superior's office without further protest. After a while, Chang Yin Shui arrived at Shengbaoqi. Once I escorted her to the office, she settled into a chair in the corner and stated that upon my nod, she would activate the Chang family's connections to ensure that Fan would quietly vanish from Shurqing. No one would inquire about his whereabouts, nor would anyone report him missing. Within a month, his decaying body would be discovered by some unfortunate soul, and even if the police turned Shurqing upside down, they would uncover no trace. Currently, Fan faced the formidable alliance of the 5 great immortals within the mountain and sea pass, contending with the Liu, Chang, and Bai families, as well as the Hu family, who would respond to my call at a moment's notice. The 5 immortal sects simultaneously sought to eliminate a mere mortal. Such matters required no further elaboration. I expressed my gratitude to Chang Yin Shui. Fan's destiny now lay in his own hands. Life or death depended on his choices. At 10 o'clock that evening, after Chu Yan's arrival at Shengbaoqi, Fan came to the office. Ordinary eyes could not perceive the concealed figures of Liu Yuntu and others. Upon finding Mancy and me in the office, Fan assigned me a task: to organize the office's filing cabinet according to year, month, and date. He then called by Mancy outside, requesting her to retrieve some documents for me. As she glanced back at me, I nodded in affirmation. After Bai Mancy left with Fan, Chu Yin quietly stood and followed suit. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Bai Mancy returned with a file box. "Did you tell him about dinner?" she asked. I confirmed, stating that he was waiting outside to speak with her. I nodded in silence and stepped out of the office. Fan awaited me around the corner. "Xiao Long, did Bai mention tonight's dinner?" he inquired. I replied affirmatively. "Today, you are on the night shift, and the unit cannot be left unattended. Initially, I intended to invite both of you, but your schedules did not align. Let's go out for dinner tomorrow after your shift." "Sounds good. Thank you, leader," I responded decisively. Fan seemed taken aback, but soon adjusted, smiling as he reassured me. "Rest assured, I will ensure Bai returns home safely." "Haha, I appreciate it," I replied. After our conversation concluded, I returned to the office to organize the files. At around 10:40, Fan called out from outside, brazenly summoning Bai Mancy. I glanced at Chu Yin, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Mr. Liu, please rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure Miss Bai's safety." I then offered Liu Yuntu a cigarette. "Liu, have the arrangements been made?" He took the cigarette, lit it, and replied, "It's all set. 3 from the Liu family and 3 from the Chong family. I've also informed Hu Yuntian, who sent over 5 members from the Hu family after I sweet-talked him for half an hour." As he spoke, Liu Yuntu suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, I almost forgot. I informed the Bai family about Fan's intentions to put a green hat on you. The Bai family has mobilized their forces and surrounded the restaurant where they plan to eat. There will be about 100 people present. You can head over directly. There will be no suspense in today's events." Liu Yuntu's words startled me. Good heavens, they've mobilized their entire force? Surely, old lady Bai must have given the word. After a few minutes, I drove straight to the restaurant, with the Chong family's forces monitoring the situation on my behalf. Just then, my phone rang. "Sister Chu, what's the matter?" "They haven't gone to the agreed restaurant. This person intends to take Bai Mancy to his home for dinner. Sister Chu, stay vigilant. If he exhibits any inappropriate behavior, eliminate him without notifying me." "Yes, Mr. Liu, you can rest easy." After hanging up, Liu Yuntu, seated in the passenger seat, flicked the ash from his cigarette out the window and dictated an address to me. I adjusted my direction and turned back to the intersection we had just passed. In the car, I mused, "You squandered your opportunity, indeed." Chapter 47, Full Insurance, Half-Trailer, Relentless Crushing. I drove swiftly to the base of Fan's residence. Room 302 on the 3rd floor. With that, Liu Yuntu sprang into action. This experience was markedly different from any prior encounters. Typically, I would feel no unusual sensations. But this time, an icy chill enveloped me, and a wave of coolness ascended from my forehead. Except for the fact that my soul's portals remained unopened, I had securely bound all other avenues. There was no need for haste. At the very least, 30 celestial beings surrounded Bai Mancy, ensuring her safety. I acknowledged this with a sound, yet a lingering concern gnawed at my heart. Half an hour later, the window on the 3rd floor unexpectedly swung open, and Chu Yin extended her hand out, signaling me to ascend. I nearly leaped up the stairs, bounding from the 1st floor to the 3rd in a mere few strides. As I entered room 302, I was confronted with a startling sight. The man surnamed Fan lay motionless on the table, his condition uncertain, while Mancy stood beside him. Her fists clenched tightly, her expression radiating fury. I rushed over to inquire about her well-being, and upon seeing me, Bai Mancy exhaled a sigh of relief and recounted the events that had transpired. This man surnamed Fan had forcibly brought her to his home. In truth, the process had not unfolded so smoothly. However, Bai Mancy trusted me implicitly, knowing I could protect her, thus she refrained from resistance. Once they arrived at his residence, Fan revealed his true colors. He proposed that if Bai Mancy would spend a night with him, he could facilitate our examination scheduled for several months hence, originally requiring 300,000, now reduced to just 100,000. The caveat was that Bai Mancy must acquiesce to his request, and this arrangement must remain confidential. Moreover, he had already set up a hidden camera within the wardrobe of the bedroom, a detail Chu Yin discovered. Chu Yin had been lurking nearby, and upon noticing Fan retreating to the kitchen to pour wine, intending to drug Bai Mancy, she swiftly switched the contents of 2 glasses. Fan consumed the tainted drink and soon displayed signs of intoxication, his complexion reddening. Seizing the moment, Chu Yin struck him hard, rendering him unconscious. I explored Fan's home, finding it seemingly deserted save for him. The adjacent bedroom was also empty, devoid of a bed. However, the neighboring room was exquisitely furnished. Approaching the filing cabinet, I noticed a collection of file boxes and retrieved one, discovering the front inscribed with 2019 Water City, 18. The meaning eluded me, prompting me to open the box. Inside lay a disc and several photographs. As I examined the images, astonishment washed over me. Liu Yunta leaned in, snatching the photo from my grasp. "Which girl has he harmed?" he exclaimed. "Oh dear, this young girl is still a virgin." Upon closer inspection of the bloodstain on the bedsheet in the photograph, the inscription on the file box became clear: 2019 Water City, 18. It referred to an 18-year-old girl from Water City in 2019. This was just one of many file boxes. Glancing around the bookshelf revealed over 20 similar boxes. I opened each one, my heart growing heavier with each revelation, until I discovered a box marked 2017 Kwang City, 13. That particular box, I dared not to open. "Lu Gu," I called out, "let's discuss the living and the dead. We must first address the living, then the deceased." "How so?" he inquired. I gestured toward the filing cabinet, posing a question. "If I were to present these files to the police or the disciplinary committee, what do you suppose would ensue?" "I believe it would vanish without a trace, as this matter is exceedingly grave," he replied. Nodding, I asserted, "Nonetheless, these files must be submitted. However, the follow-up will require our involvement." Liu Yuntu regarded me thoughtfully, nodding in agreement without uttering a word. I departed with Bai Mansi, while the files from the cabinet were taken by Chang Yunqi's associates for duplication. Once the copies were made, the originals would be returned to their rightful place in the cabinet. As for Fan, he would remain unconscious until the backup was complete. The following day, Bai Mansi and I resumed our work routine, yet Fan failed to appear. Days passed, 3, 4, 5, until the 7th day, when Brother Wang informed me that the leadership had been reassigned, and a new leader would arrive that afternoon. The new leader, a woman, exuded politeness and had a pleasant demeanor, making her quite easy to work with. That evening, I placed a call to Liu Yuntu in the office. On the 8th morning, he returned my call. "Hello, Lu Gu," I said. "Leader Fan from the Shengbao Pool Funeral Home met with a car accident while out of town. Do you know what that signifies?" "What does it signify?" he queried. "It signifies total insurance coverage, repeated crushing, blind spot collisions, and exoneration," I replied. After a brief conversation, I relayed the news to Bai Mansi. We felt no sorrow for his demise. In fact, I found it rather convenient that he had departed so easily. Consequently, I called my grandfather. What transpired next was uncertain and unimportant to me. The suffering Fan would endure below would be unimaginable to ordinary souls. And that was precisely what I desired. Following Fan's death, the pace of work at the funeral home slowed considerably. The new leader, possessing a commendable temperament, had never engaged with the funeral industry before. Her reassignment was a result of a lack of available personnel, so she was brought in to fill the gap temporarily. Now, this leader rarely visited the office, and we primarily communicated through WeChat. When it came to matters requiring specialized knowledge of funerals, she remained silent, as she lacked understanding and did not feign expertise. Thus, with the workload lighter, Bai Mansi and I found ample time to engage in study and practice. As the examination date approached, Bai Mansi accelerated her learning, while I reviewed key concepts as a precautionary measure. When the day of the examination arrived, we arrived punctually at the testing location, each in separate classrooms. After the exams concluded, I drove Bai Mansi back to the funeral home. An hour later, we could check our results via the app. Once the hour passed, we eagerly reviewed our scores. Bai Mansi achieved an 87, while I secured a 95, both comfortably surpassing the passing threshold. The certificates would be available for collection at the relevant office in 7 days. This was merely the appetizer, as our ultimate goal lay in the civil service examination for the neighboring Tuching. Chapter 48. We passed after obtaining our qualifications. I was invited to dinner at Bai Mansi's parents' home to celebrate. Recently, the number of deceased sent to Shengbao Pool had not been excessive, yet our combined monthly earnings reached approximately 14 to 15,000. Since Bai Mansi joined me in the funeral industry, her family's quality of life had improved dramatically. At times, I felt a pang of sympathy for Mansi. From what I knew, in the past, their family of 3 had to think twice before indulging in hot pot. They hadn't tea-dined out together in over a decade, and their television was purchased over a decade ago, with their refrigerator dating back to her parents' wedding. However, those old appliances were of remarkable quality, still functioning perfectly to this day. Now, with her second paycheck, Bai Mansi replaced the refrigerator, television, and range hood with new models. The antiquated washing machine was also upgraded to a fully automatic version. Essentially, it can be said that all the household appliances in my home have been replaced, totaling just over 7,000 yuan. I took the initiative to purchase 2 computers, one of which I gifted to Bai Mansi, while the other is kept at home for Liu Yuntu to use for work, allowing him to handle tasks directly from home. reserving trips to the internet cafe for leisure with friends. Mancy is not well versed in computer specifications and is unaware of the configuration of the computer I bought for her. I deceived her into believing it cost merely over 3,000 yuan, whereas the actual expenditure for both computers exceeded 30,000 yuan. Capable of effortlessly handling all mainstream games and applications in the current market. Upon seeing the computer, Mancy's father insisted on reimbursing me, and ultimately, I accepted 799 yuan from him, who remarked that this amount held significance, implying a wish for our relationship to flourish, represented by the numbers 17 and 99. My future father-in-law is rather amusing. Ever since I accepted the money, he has frequently invited me over for meals and to play chess. The old gentleman is quite skilled at chess, but I am not to be underestimated. As my grandfather was also a chess aficionado who instilled in me the notion that chess sharpens one's mind. Some players can foresee merely 2 moves ahead, while others can anticipate 5. I cannot ascertain how many moves I can foresee, but when I play with my father-in-law, it generally results in a balanced match, with each of us winning an equal number of games, a testament to our skill levels. As the examination date approached, about a month away, Mancy and I resided in the employee dormitory of the funeral home, diligently reviewing study materials. Whenever we encountered difficult problems, we would collaborate, subsequently checking our solutions online to verify their correctness. On the day of the examination, while Shengdian sent over a deceased individual, both Mancy and I were absent. I exchanged greetings with Uncle Liu, who was available and offered to keep an eye on things at Shengdian while we took the train to the neighboring Tuching for our exam. After exiting the examination hall, I could tell that Mancy felt quite refreshed, suggesting she performed well. The results for this examination differed from the previous qualification tests, where results were available on the same day due to fewer participants. This time, we would have to wait at least half a month. I felt quite confident about my performance, so upon returning to Shengdian, I approached the management to discuss the examination. Shortly thereafter, an announcement was made regarding the recruitment of officiants. That very day, 2 applicants arrived. One was a 35-year-old woman and the other a 37-year-old man, a couple. Seeing they were a married pair was advantageous, as they would work well together. I spent over 10 days training them, during which I took them to visit a brother establishment, Shengdian Pavilion. They were aware of the lucrative nature of this profession and recognized that I might leave after achieving results. Thus, they were quite diligent in their studies. After a fortnight, the results were released. For 3 positions, 79 applicants had registered, with Mancy and I securing the 1st and 3rd places, respectively. My score surpassed the 2nd place by 9 points, which can be described as a significant margin, while Mancy's score was just slightly lower than 2nd place, with 4th place still undetermined. In the following period, the new officiants undertook numerous assignments, while Mancy and I focused on mastering interview content. We enrolled in an interview preparation class for 15 days. On the day of the interviews, both of us performed exceptionally well. I discovered that among the interviewees, Mancy was the sole female, while the others were all older men. There were none as young as us, perhaps due to my high score, or perhaps owing to Mancy's beauty and pleasant voice. We received a message 7 days post-interview. We had both passed and been offered positions. Before departing, I gathered with my colleagues for a farewell dinner. At the table, Sister Sue drank quite a bit and lamented that with my departure, she would struggle to handle the cases of dismembered corpses that might arrive at Shengdian. Brother Wang, who is allergic to alcohol, sat nearby with orange juice, mimicking Sister Sue's inebriated demeanor, and remarked, "With you gone, I won't be able to manage the deliveries of 2 or 3 vehicles of cases." This comment irked Sister Sue, who twisted Wang's ear, asking why he was imitating her. Although we were merely colleagues, it was undeniable that the working atmosphere at Shengdian was quite pleasant, and I had formed friendships with these individuals who were considerably older than I. Before Mancy and I transitioned to our new workplace, I discussed the shop's affairs with Brother Wang. Opening a branch was feasible, as we had sufficient funds. Once I acclimated to the new environment, we would strategize further. Brother Wang concurred with my sentiments, advising me to first adapt to the workplace dynamics, as the environment would be quite different from here, where we could watch out for each other. A few days later, Mancy and I completed all the necessary formalities before boarding the train to the municipal funeral home in Tuching, known as Tianqi. Since we had entered through an examination, the management placed significant importance on us, leading us into the office with warm inquiries. The leader, surnamed Zhang, was a nearly 50-year-old man with a naturally cheerful demeanor. Speaking kindly, "Please begin with your self-introductions." "Hello, leader, I am Mancy. I hope you will take good care of me." The leader nodded, smiling, and remarked that while there were many women at Tianqi, few were as young as she. Then it was my turn. Hello, leader, I am Lu Long. I felt no need for superfluous words. If he did not know who Lu Long was, he had wasted years in his position. Indeed, upon hearing my name, the leader was momentarily taken aback. Lu Long? The Lu Long from Shiqing Xingyan? Yes, that is indeed me. The leader promptly stood, approached me, and shook my hand. I have heard much about you. I did not expect such an esteemed individual to join us here. His demeanor shifted significantly, and he even inquired about where I would prefer the office to be located. After some thought, I requested to be placed alongside by Mansi for convenience in our work. Thus, the specific office location was determined based on my preference. Seated in the brand new office designated for by Mansi and me, I lit a cigarette, taking a few puffs before releasing some smoke rings. At last, we had truly settled in. Chapter 49, The Black and White Impermanence After a few days at Tianqi. By Mansi and I interacted well with our colleagues. It seemed that due to our youth, we were perceived as akin to their children by these individuals in their 40s. While I was working, Liu Yuntu was arranging for the Liu family to assist with my relocation. Since I had secured a position in Tuqing, Liu Yuntu mentioned he would come over and specifically instructed me not to concern myself with the moving arrangements, as his subordinates would handle everything seamlessly. Indeed, within a few days of my arrival in Tuqing, Liu Yuntu completed the moving process, even finding a residence for me not too far from the workplace. Approximately a 10-minute drive. All my belongings left in Shichang were transported here, including the second-hand car I had purchased that had been in an accident. In essence, Liu Yuntu ensured all my possessions from Shichang were brought over, and even the living arrangements for Chu Yin and her child were properly addressed. Chang Yunqi has also come here, opening a traditional Chinese medicine shop. While I have yet to establish a branch of my funeral supplies store, Chang Yunqi's pharmacy has already commenced operations. Indeed, as an old master, her progress is remarkably swift given her ample resources. Having worked here for 2 to 3 months, my colleagues have become aware of my relationship with Mansi and have witnessed my abilities. It was my first experience sewing together a nearly shattered corpse in front of a group of 20 individuals. Following that incident, my colleagues began to regard me with great respect, recognizing not only my identity as Liu Long, but also my skill in suturing. As life gradually returned to a tranquil rhythm, becoming busy only when we received deceased individuals, Liu Yunlu called me. Currently, Liu Yunlu spends his days at home processing orders, occasionally venturing out to share a barbecue and browse the internet with friends from the Liu family in Tuqing, enjoying a comfortable life. Since my arrival in Tuqing, I have not yet met anyone from the Liu family here, but he expressed a desire to arrange an opportunity for me to make an appearance. The leadership at Tianting is quite astute. They deliberately scheduled my shifts to avoid overlap with Mansi's, ensuring we both had 2 days of rest each week. And fortuitously, those days coincided. Upon learning of this arrangement, I purchased some gifts and several bottles of fine wine to visit my superior. I also presented him with a monetary gift of 10,000 yuan. When it comes to social niceties, it is essential to make the proper arrangements. Since I delivered my gift, my superior has greeted both Mansi and me with warm smiles and has considered us for any benefits available at work. On one particular day, when both Mansi and I were off, we accompanied Liu Yunlu to the Liu family's establishment in Tuqing. This location is quite intriguing. Unlike the Shiqing family's establishment situated in an office building, the Liu family here operates a large hotel. Aside from the chefs, all other staff belong to the Liu clan. Thanks to the hotel's prosperous business, the Liu family in Tuqing is quite affluent. Upon learning of my arrival, they covered my rent and transportation costs. In return, I assured them that I would lend a hand whenever needed. The person in charge of the Liu family's establishment was straightforward, informing me that I could summon the entire staff of the hotel at any time for assistance. Whether it be for hosting a banquet or other matters, as long as I gave the word, they would assemble within 10 minutes. In the following period, I visited the Hu family's establishment, the Huang family's, and even accompanied by Mansi to the Bai family's, as it was reportedly arranged by the matriarch, by Leo Tai, for them to host by Mansi. As my connections flourished, by Mansi and I continued to work here for several months. One day, I received a call from my grandfather requesting my return home, for he and my grandmother had only 7 days left to live. Upon hearing this, Mansi wept bitterly, lamenting that I had not confided this to her sooner, and that she had never visited my grandparents. I too wished to take Mansi to see them, but my grandparents specifically instructed me not to bring her back until they were nearing their end, suggesting I could bring her then. I was uncertain of the reasoning behind this, yet I complied with my grandfather's wishes, only revealing the matter to Mansi at this time. That day, I approached my superior to request an extended leave. 15 days? Is there a particular reason for your return home? My grandparents will pass away in 7 days. Oh my condolences. What did you say? My superior was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend my words. My grandparents have only 7 days left. At this point, my superior was completely taken aback. Well, if it were anyone else, I certainly could not grant them leave. After receiving my leave, I went to the market, purchased a young lamb, butchered it, and prepared it for delivery to my superior's home. That day, Mancy and I boarded a plane, then transferred to a train and subsequently to a bus, returning to the village where my grandparents resided. My parents had temporarily closed the funeral supplies store during my visit to spend the remaining time with my grandparents. Upon returning to the village, my parents, alongside my grandparents, expressed unspoken satisfaction and joy towards my Mancy. The following day, Liu Yunlu, Chang Yunqi, and Xu Yin also came to visit. Upon arriving at my home, Liu Yunlu knelt on one knee before my grandfather, respectfully addressing him as Liu Yizi, to which my grandfather helped him up with a smile and a nod. In the ensuing days, my grandparents took my Mancy into the city several times to buy her new clothes, favorite foods, and local specialties to take home. In the final 2 days, my grandparents purchased a new outfit for themselves and instructed me not to dress them in funeral garments or hold a funeral. They wished for a direct cremation without any elaborate rituals or offerings. They promised to inform me if they required anything. Subsequently, my grandfather gifted me a phone book, advising me to keep it safe, as it contained contacts to call should I encounter any insurmountable issues. I opened the phone book and was left speechless. Hu Sante, 137, Huang Sante, 138, Liu Sante, 176, Chang Sante, 151, by Leo I, 188, Hui Sante, 189 below. There were contact numbers for every head of the total celestial halls within Shanhaiguan. Turning to the second page, the names listed left me breathless. Bai Wuchang, 174, Hei Wuchang, 174, Riye Yoshin Office, 174, Qin Guangwang Office, 624, Private Phone, 174. I was utterly astonished. The black and white Wuchang, the day and night Yoshin, these were all figures from the underworld. Moreover, if I recalled correctly, Qin Guangwang was the head of the first hall among the 10 kings of hell, a position of supreme authority in the netherworld. My grandfather had his phone number? A private number, nonetheless. I stared blankly at my grandfather, who seemed to surprise me with every encounter. Within Shanhaiguan, there should be no task beyond your capability. Which reassures me. Once your skills develop to the extent that you can descend into the underworld, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call them directly. Or come to me, either will suffice. My grandfather then presented me with a jade pendant, threading it onto a red string before placing it around my neck. With this talisman, you shall navigate the underworld with ease. Take your time to learn and grow. When you miss your grandparents, you can rely on your own abilities to seek us in the underworld. Following this, my grandparents entrusted my parents with their savings accounts and bank cards, detailing the amounts held in each. Until that moment, I had been unaware of our family's wealth. This time, my grandparents revealed over 4 million yuan, indicating that when combined with whatever my parents had, it would total over 500,000, sufficient for our needs. I was astonished, nearly overwhelmed by disbelief. A millionaire? In our family? Such a notion had never crossed my mind, not even in my wildest dreams. After inquiring with my grandfather, he merely chuckled and remarked that this was all from years past, when he assisted the celestial beings within the realm. And the funds he received as a token of gratitude were simply accumulated over time, amounting to just over 4 million, which he deemed not excessive. I pondered the notion that in such a small, unremarkable town, the Liu Family Celestial Hall managed a grand hotel. Thus, if it were the central celestial hall, it seemed indeed as my grandfather suggested, such sums were not particularly significant. As 2 days passed, my grandparents donned their newly purchased garments and lay in the coffin in the courtyard. My parents discreetly dabbed at their tears while I too could not suppress my grief. Mancy was inconsolable. Despite our brief acquaintance, my grandparents treated Mancy with such kindness, akin to their own granddaughter. Observing my red-rimmed eyes, my grandfather chided me, saying, "You foolish child. Stop that. Someone will soon come to escort us, and your weeping is quite embarrassing. I had hoped to introduce you properly." Under my grandfather's reprimand, I forced myself to suppress my tears. At noon, beneath the gentle sun, the 2 elders lay in their coffins, slowly closing their eyes with serene smiles. I sat beside the coffin, feeling an overwhelming emptiness within. At that moment, I noticed 2 figures standing outside our courtyard, one clad in a black suit and the other in white, both beckoning to me. In a daze, I saw my grandparents rise and glide towards the gate. They passed through the large iron door, stopping beside the two figures. My grandfather spoke a few words to the man in white and then gestured towards me. The peculiar duo nodded in unison. Subsequently, they approached me, and one of them said, "We shall escort your grandparents. Rest assured, their journey will be safe. We will accompany them throughout, ensuring their arrival in Fengdu. Should you ever require assistance, simply call us. We are well versed in matters of the underworld. Farewell." With that, the two figures led my grandparents away along the quaint country road. I understood well that their attire resembled that of the legendary Yin Wuchang and Bai Wuchang, the spectral emissaries responsible for guiding souls. My grandfather had mentioned that upon their passing, a ghostly envoy would come for them. Little did I know he was still teasing me even at such a moment. After the spectral figures departed, my parents and I began tidying up the belongings left by the elders. Items once deemed trivial now seemed imbued with meaning in our eyes. Just then, my phone rang, revealing a strange number beginning with 174. "Hello, who is this?" I answered. "Xiaolong, it's me. As for the belongings of your grandmother and me, either give them away or dispose of them. There's no need to keep any of that junk." I was taken aback. "Grandfather? Who else could it be? Do you think Andy Lau would call you? I'm using Lao Xie's phone, as getting a new SIM card is a hassle. Just listen, dispose of everything." I quickly switched to speakerphone, allowing my parents to hear. My grandfather reiterated his previous instructions, and then my grandmother took over, offering a few words before passing the phone back to Lao Xie, the White Wuchang. "We've said enough. Take care. If you need anything, just call us." With that, White Wuchang hung up. For a moment, my parents and I exchanged incredulous glances, caught between laughter and tears. Though the elders had passed, the thought of their new life in the afterlife, where they would enjoy comfort and even have the means to call home, lightened our hearts. The sorrow we felt dissipated with my grandfather's whimsical phone call. My parents cheerfully began sorting through the elders' clothing, following my grandfather's directive to discard everything without exception. Over the next few days, my parents took Bai Man Ci and me on a tour of the city, where my mother bought Bai Man Ci a silver bracelet. 7 days after the elders' passing, during the ceremonial first burn, I found it the hardest to maintain my composure. In the evening, as my parents sent offerings for the ceremony, I dialed White Wuchang's number. After a brief exchange, I could hear my grandparents' voices on the other end. "Grandfather, I've burned the offerings. Did you receive them? Burn more. I can't retrieve them if they haven tea turn to ash. How about now?" "Yes, we received them. By the way, when it's the third 7, make sure to burn some more gold, boys and girls. The house allocated to your grandmother and me in the underworld is quite spacious. 3 stories. It's a hassle to clean. How many should I burn? Let us start with 10 pairs. If that's insufficient, I'll ask Lao Xie to call you." My grandfather then informed me that the Yin and Yang messengers had paused their duties solely to ensure the safe passage of the 2 elders into Fengdu. He suggested I visit the store the next day to prepare 2 million in paper money for burning, while also requesting a few paper figures, specifying not to use local ones. "Which ones do you want? From Europe or America? Let us go with 4 from the West. If they don't suit our tastes, I'll let you know later." At that moment, my family, alongside Bai Man Ci, wore rather peculiar expressions. After hanging up, I found myself unable to suppress a laugh while preparing the paper offerings. Soon, my parents and Bai Man Ci joined in the laughter. Throughout history, perhaps only our family has found joy amid the solemn ritual of honoring the deceased. Knowing that my grandparents were thriving in the afterlife filled me with a sense of relief, dispelling any lingering sadness. After joyfully completing the initial burn, the following day, I followed my grandfather's instructions, procuring 2 million in small denomination paper currency and requesting 4 Western paper figures from the paper craftsman. The craftsman, unfamiliar with such requests, delivered 4 figures adorned with extravagant makeup and exaggerated features. After sending off the offerings, I awaited a call from my grandfather, but it never came. Presumably, the figures were to his liking. Otherwise, he would have contacted me by now. After spending a few more days at home, my parents took Bai Man Ci and me to the bus station, urging me to treat her kindly. They also provided her with their phone number, warning that if I mistreated her, she could easily report me, and they would handle the matter. Once aboard the bus and later the plane, I returned to the small town, where life resumed its quiet routine. However, this tranquility lasted only 4 or 5 days. One day, I received a call from White Wuchang. "Hello? Back in the small town?" "Hello, Lao Xie." "Yes, I've been back for 4 or 5 days. Don't call me Lao Xie, it sounds too old. Your grandfather calls me Lao Xie. Just call me Bai Gu or Xie Gu." I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead and addressed him as Bai Gu. "Listen, since you're back in the small town, I need your assistance with something." "Of course, Bai Gu, what do you need?" "Take care of the headmaster of the Qingfeng Hall in your town. That bastard hung up on me when I asked him to catch a couple of little ghosts. Understood. I'll call you back within 2 days. Thanks for your help. Oh, by the way, those 4 Western figures were quite good. The old man asked me to thank you. I was immediately drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly muttering that it was nothing, just a trivial matter. After the call ended, Mancy looked at me with curiosity, inquiring about the identity of the caller. I relayed the instructions given by Wu Chang, omitting the part where Wu Chang expressed gratitude for my delivery of 4 Western paper figurines. It turned out that Qing Feng Hall had such connections with the underworld. Mancy became intrigued. To be honest, it was the first time I learned that Qing Feng Hall also assisted the underworld in capturing ghosts. However, I was even more curious about how a mere local hall master from a small town like Tuqing dared to hang up on Wu Chang's call. I promptly dialed Liu Yuntu. What is going on? Brother Liu, Wu Chang just called me, instructing us to take down the hall master of Qing Feng in Tuqing. What? You're the first person I thought of for such a good opportunity. I'll hang up now and come find you. When Liu Yuntu arrived at Tianqi, I briefed him on the situation in the office. Liu Yuntu instantly became excited and began making calls to gather people. After a while, Chang Yunshui and Chu Yin also joined us. Under the relentless persuasion of Chang Yunshui and Liu Yuntu, by 9:30 p.m., Liu Yuntu informed me that around 100 people from the Chang and Liu families had gathered outside the city and asked when I planned to head to Qing Feng Hall. I scratched the back of my head and replied, since everyone is gathered, let us go now. Chapter 51. Qing Feng Smoke Soul at 10 o'clock that night. On the outskirts of Tuqing, I gazed at the imposing crowd of over 100 people before me, all bowing in unison and calling out to Lord Long, which felt rather peculiar. Should I wield a machete, tattoo a dragon on my body, and shout, brothers, who dares to insult us in Simsha Sui? After exchanging a few words with Liu Yuntu, someone familiar with the location of Qing Feng Hall began to lead the way, heading straight towards the outskirts of the city. Since we were here for a confrontation, I didn't bring Mancy along, and given our unfamiliarity with the area, I merely followed Liu Yuntu, clueless about our destination. After approximately half an hour, I spotted several abandoned buildings ahead. Inside the buildings, numerous figures stood, seemingly observing us. As I approached the base of the building, several individuals leaped down from above. What are you doing? Liu Yuntu nudged me, then directly took charge. I stepped forward and pondered for a moment before stating, bring your hall master out. Who do you think you are? Before the Qing Feng member could finish speaking, Liu Yuntu had already issued the command to strike. I paid no heed to their words and kicked the nearest Qing Feng member, sending him flying. Tell your hall master to come speak with me. Upon witnessing my aggressive move, a swarm of Qing Feng ghostly figures began to descend from the upper floors, attempting to encircle me. Unfortunately, their numbers were insufficient, only around 20 or 30, while we had over 100. Just as tensions escalated, a flash of red appeared from within the abandoned building. Suddenly, a woman dressed entirely in red materialized before me. Are you looking for me? I was somewhat taken aback by the frail-looking woman before me. Why did you attack my friend? Her voice was sweetly delicate, which might be considered charming in some respects, but to my ears, it was utterly grating. Are you the one who hung up on Wu Chang? I remained resolute, refusing to be swayed by her appearance or tone, as I was there on a mission. Oh, don't be hasty, young man. Let us sit down and discuss things calmly. With that, a few Qing Feng ghostly figures brought over 2 sofas and placed them on the ground beside us. Please, take a seat. The moment she began to speak again, I felt goosebumps erupt over my skin. I simply could not tolerate her presence. After taking a seat, the female ghost propped her chin on her hand, gazing at me with sultry eyes, softly uttering, you're quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? My girlfriend is more beautiful than you. The ghost appeared momentarily stunned, then burst into a giggle. Well, I truly wish to see who could possibly be more exquisite than me. Is your throat scraped by a furnace hook? Speak without that irritating lisp. I could no longer contain myself and interrupted her. The nearby Qing Feng ghostly figures appeared poised to retaliate at my outburst. Take one more step forward, and I'll make you regret it. Chu Yin timely interjected, but the male Qing Feng figure paid no heed and continued to approach me. As his foot descended, I felt a chilling wind rise from behind me. In the next moment, I witnessed Chu Yin morph into a gruesome figure, directly decapitating the male Qing Feng ghost, then plunging her claw into his chest, stirring it about several times before withdrawing her hand. The once boastful male Qing Feng ghost was rendered lifeless in an instant. Having fulfilled her promise, Chu Yin turned and approached me, gracefully bowing. Mr. Liu, please tell her she did well. She is establishing your authority. Liu Yuntu's voice echoed in my mind. I immediately smiled and nodded, expressing my gratitude to Chu Yin. She returned to my side, resuming her ordinary appearance, her demeanor utterly placid. I glanced at the hall master seated across from me, who now bore no trace of her earlier composure. Her eyes wide with rage as she glared at Chu Yen behind me. I smirked, realizing that my companion was indeed formidable, based on the information I had gathered earlier. This woman could rank among the strongest in Qingfeng Hall within the Great Wall. Seeing that matters had escalated to this point, I had no desire to waste time. Instead, I thought it would be more delightful to take Bai Mansi out for some barbecue and drinks. Resolving this, I kicked the sofa and shouted, "Attack!" In an instant, the forces of the Liu and Chang families surged forth like a tidal wave, charging towards the group of abandoned buildings. The hall master immediately rose to intervene, but it was futile. Within moments, the Liu and Chang forces clashed with the Qingfeng ghostly figures, swiftly clearing them out. I turned to the solitary figure standing there. Addressing Chu Yen, "Sister Chu, thank you for your help. I'll treat you and Xiao Bo to dinner when we return." Chu Yen nodded, her flesh beginning to writhe. And then she lunged towards the hall master. However, she soon retracted her attack. I was taken aback and turned my head to find Bai Wuchang had appeared beside Chu Yen, holding her shoulder. "Spare her life." "Understood." Chu Yen nodded and stepped back behind me. Bai Wuchang then looked at me, smiled, and extended his hand. "Do you have a cigarette?" I promptly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from my pocket and handed it to him. Bai Wuchang lit one, taking a deep drag and exhaling a contented sigh. "Who gave you the audacity to hang up on my call?" The female ghost trembled, immediately kneeling before him. "I know those two malevolent spirits have taken residence with you, but that is no justification for hanging up on me. Even the hall master of Qingfeng within the Great Wall would not dare do such a thing." As he spoke, Bai Wuchang produced a uniquely designed short stick, adorned with intricate patterns that made it look quite exquisite. "So, tell me, is it you who is overly audacious? Or have I been too lenient with you?" "Indeed, I was rather bold." Bai Wuchang chuckled softly, tapping the ghostly woman on the head with the stick he held. "Now, tell me, which level of the 18 layers of hell would you like to explore?" As soon as the words left his lips, I noticed the female ghost tremble even more violently, and soon after, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Bai Wuchang was taken aback. "What audacity is this? She fainted just like that? Truly a disaster." With that, he casually waved his hand, retracting the stick, leaving me bewildered as if witnessing a magic trick. "All right, I leave her to you. Whether you wish to have her serve tea or massage your back is entirely up to you. It's no concern of mine." I hurriedly stopped Bai Wuchang, inquiring about his intent. He explained that this was a request from my grandfather, indicating that my fate was inherently tied to the Yin, making it difficult for ordinary male ghosts to endure my presence. Thus, the only spirit capable of entering the Qingfeng Hall was the Yin Hun, or female ghost. Indeed, this ghost had severed ties with my phone call, but I had no intention of causing her trouble. Had it not been for my grandfather's request to find a suitable Yin Hun for the hall, I would have turned a blind eye to these matters. Now that the task is complete, I must return to my duties of collecting souls. Farewell. Bai Wuchang left without granting me a chance to inquire further. I gazed at the female ghost lying on the ground, momentarily at a loss. Chapter 52. The Ghostly Woman. Hongya, with the assistance of Chu Yen, the once glorious female ghost, now reduced to a mere shadow of her former self, was roused from her stupor. Upon awakening, she gazed at me with a look of utter despair. "I concede. Do as you wish. Whether to lead me to the underworld or to end my existence here, I leave it to your pleasure." I lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and smiled, asking, "I can negotiate your safety from Bai Wuchang, but it will require a price from you." "What do you say?" The ghost hesitated, her anger transforming into despair, followed by a calm acceptance. "As long as you do not kill me, I shall comply with your every whim." I was startled enough to drop my cigarette, hastily waving my hands. Thank heavens I hadn't tea brought by Mansi along today, otherwise, such a statement could lead to grave misunderstandings. I was acutely aware of the divide between humans and ghosts, and besides, I had a girlfriend. The price I referred to was not of that nature. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I clarified, "You have a girlfriend and do not wish for her to know, correct?" "That is fine, as long as you can find me a discreet location." I couldn't fathom why the hall's master seemed so obsessed with such notions. Did I really appear so lecherous, even to a ghost? At that moment, Chu Yen delivered a sharp slap to the ghost. "Mr. Liu is discussing serious matters. Kindly adjust your attitude." The slapped ghost seemed unfazed, as if she understood that the situation was beyond her control. With a derisive smile, she looked at me. "As long as you are happy, I can play any game you desire." I attempted to calm my emotions, formally explaining my role in the Qingfeng Hall and the need for her to join. Yet, she seemed resolute in believing I harbored ulterior motives, her words brazenly tempting me. I shook my head in resignation, One cannot reason with a damned ghost. Chu Jia, please escort her away. The hall does not require such a presence. With that, I turned and made to leave. However, upon hearing my words, the ghost erupted in anger, hurling insults at me before demanding to know what I meant by not needing such a presence. I turned back, exasperated, and replied, my Qingfeng Hall seeks the elite. Those who can step up in crucial moments. What use are you if your only skill lies in bed? Are you implying that I became the hall's master through such means? She retorted. I shook my head. That is what you're suggesting. The ghost laughed coldly, rising to her feet, while Chu Jia struggled to restrain her. I will join the hall, your Qingfeng Hall. I shot her a glance, withholding my response. Let me show you the means by which I attained my position as master. Child, when I roamed the earth, you were still in diapers. Such arrogance deserved reprimand. Chu Jia glared and raised her hand to slap the ghost again. This time, the ghost chose to retaliate rather than endure. In my gaze, she deftly brushed aside Chu Jia's hand and seized her by the neck. You little thing, have you grown addicted to bullying me? At that moment, Liu Yuntu swiftly bound my spirit, instructing me not to control my body as he rushed to aid Chu Yin. Thus, a familiar scene unfolded before me, leaving me feeling paralyzed as my body moved on its own, engaged in a fierce battle with the ghost. I must admit, in the past few months, under Liu Yuntu's guidance, I had taken to the gym whenever possible, practicing combat techniques in my rented space. Although only a few months had passed, my physical condition had significantly improved. After exchanging blows with the ghost for a considerable time, I noticed her suddenly laugh. Not bad, not bad. With such skill, it's no disgrace for me to stay here. Let us call it quits. The ghost ceased her movements, plopping down on the nearby sofa, wearing a broad smile as she regarded me. What are you staring at? Hurry up and let me join the hall. From now on, let me handle your enemies. Deal with mistresses and bury bodies. Just give me 5,000 a month for pocket money, and I can take care of all your secretive tasks. 1,000. To my surprise, the ghost stubbornly insisted on her price, refusing to budge. I had initially intended to negotiate further, but Liu Yuntu could no longer restrain himself. He released my spirit and appeared beside me, delivering a swift kick at the ghost. You think you can demand such a price? 5,000. Do I look like someone who can afford that? Long ago, Liu Yuntu had mentioned that if I diligently worked on improving my physical fitness, he could amplify my abilities significantly. However, my current state was rather mediocre. With my present condition, he could only achieve a modest enhancement. Clearly, Liu Yuntu had discerned that bound. I could only match this ghost, which infuriated him enough to take matters into his own hands. Sure enough, upon entering the fray, his kick sent the ghost flying. The ghost stood up, her expression filled with disbelief as she stared at Liu Yuntu and me. Were you just using him to fight me? How many spirits have you bound? I raised my hand to indicate 8. But Liu Yuntu promptly delivered a light kick to my rear. 8. What nonsense. Initially, I felt a twinge of discomfort from the reprimand. But upon noticing the presence of numerous disciples from the Liu and Chant families, I realized the gravity of the situation. Just who was Liu Yuntu? I am uncertain. Yet I am aware that his status within the Liu family is indeed significant. Previously, he had been among the top 3 in the evaluations of the celestial beings within the borders. However, today, in front of so many soldiers from the Liu family's common house, he confronted me, the chief disciple of the Liu family, a second-tier disciple born with 8 apertures, and had not even managed to defeat a female ghost. His face must be quite embarrassed. Otherwise, why would he suddenly choose to act? Realizing that my own venerable elder's reputation was at stake, I quickly devised a solution. Lord Liu, do not fret. I was merely probing her capabilities. If we were to engage her in a single strike, and she were to perish, our hall would lose a formidable ally. I had long advised that if she could not withstand even one of our blows, she would be of no use. Why must you hold back and engage her? Liu Yuntu responded with remarkable swiftness. I offered an apologetic smile and turned my gaze towards the female ghost. Your abilities are acceptable, and sparing you is to ensure the sanctity of our future endeavors. You are not worth the 5,000. At most, I can offer you 1,000. What say you? The female ghost stared blankly at me, her body suddenly trembling. Ghostly celestial Hongya, I pay my respects to the chief disciple. Rise and speak. The ghost's demeanor shifted dramatically, leaving me bewildered. Regardless of my confusion, with so many witnesses present, maintaining face was imperative. My sincerest apologies, I did not realize you were the 8 aperture disciple. I have gravely offended you and deserve the utmost punishment. The female ghost knelt and fervently expressed her contrition. After a considerable time, she finally stood and obediently took her place behind me, her head bowed in complete submission. Thus, in a somewhat muddled fashion, I led the ghost, who identified herself as Hongya, from the outskirts of the Earth City back to the Liu family's celestial hall, where I had rented a residence. Upon returning home, Hongya stood at the threshold, hesitant to move until I invited her to sit, at which point she gingerly settled onto the sofa. Chu Yin poured her tea, and Hongya quickly grasped the cup, expressing her gratitude repeatedly, completely devoid of the earlier hostility. The subsequent ceremonial proceedings unfolded with remarkable ease, and the characters Hongya inscribed during her initiation were exquisitely crafted, a stark contrast to the haphazard script penned by Chu Yin. After completing her name and offering incense, Hongya greedily absorbed the spiritual essence, ensuring to reserve some for Chu Yin and the child. Just as I was about to light a cigarette, Hongya was already at my side with a lighter in hand. Oh, there is no need for such formality. After lighting my cigarette with her lighter, I took a seat on a nearby stool, observing the composed Hongya, and felt a sudden headache. Sister Hong, you are now also a spirit of our Qingfeng Hall. There is no need for such rigidity. Please interact with me on equal footing, like Sister Chu and the others. Your formality makes me uncomfortable. Understood, esteemed Chief Disciple Ma. After much persuasion, I managed to encourage her to relax, advising her to refrain from incessantly addressing me as Chief Disciple Ma. Later, I made a phone call to order several hearty dishes, and upon their arrival, I dined and conversed with the elder celestial beings of our hall, gradually easing Hongya into a more relaxed state. Once the meal concluded, Hongya requested a cigarette from Liu Yun too, and with remarkable skill, lit it and began to smoke. As she exhaled wisps of smoke, she remarked, "Had I known you were the 8 Aperture disciple, I would have readily agreed to the initiation without needing that kick. The problem is, you never allowed me the chance to clarify. You kept talking about the bed. How was I to steer the conversation? Could you not have made a deliberate attempt to change the subject? How could I do that? There were so many soldiers from the Liu family present. Forcing a change would have revealed my insecurity. Indeed, one cannot afford to tarnish the prestige of the chief disciple. Very well, I shall not pursue this matter further. Out of kindness, you need not pay the 1,000. I can find sustenance from the trash." I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet later, when I realized that Hongya's remark was not made in jest, the expressions of Liu Yun too and the others grew somewhat awkward. Hongya, a truly legendary female ghost. She had hanged herself over 70 years ago upon discovering her newlywed husband's infidelity. Believing the tales that dying in a red dress would transform her into a vengeful spirit, she followed through. Less than half an hour after her demise, she was discovered by her family. Thus, although she is a ghost who died by hanging, she does not possess the long neck and tongue characteristic of such spirits, retaining her appearance at the time of death. Having died an untimely death, she could not reincarnate. Coupled with the immense resentment she harbored at the time of her death, she inevitably transformed into a formidable vengeful spirit, a fact entirely unrelated to the red attire she wore. After becoming a vengeful spirit, Hongya, utilizing her abilities, evaded capture by the city's ghost patrol multiple times. Eventually, through her exceptional talents and striking beauty, she ascended to the position of leader of the Qingfeng Hall in Earth City. However, due to the numerous adversaries she faced, many were ultimately vanquished by her hand, leaving the Qingfeng Hall in a state of disarray, forced to take refuge in dilapidated buildings. At her lowest, Hongya truly scavenged for food, once retrieving an intact apple discarded in a trash bin. Though a ghost of significant power, capable of procuring food without being detected, she was the leader of the Qingfeng Hall, overseeing the spirits within her domain. She could not resort to stealing or taking from others. If such behavior were to commence, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in Earth City. Thus, Hongya endured a life of hardship, her male ghost followers enchanted by her beauty and charm, willing to share in her struggles. It was only then that I recalled that Hongya's Qingfeng Hall had no other spirit of smoke. In essence, within this vast hall, she was the sole female spirit. Upon reflection, it became clear that such an alluring entity, as the leader, would inevitably eclipse the other spirits. If so, why remain? They would depart. The previous mention of a phone call by Bai Wuchang was also due to 2 female ghosts, similar in plight to Hongya, who had fled to her for refuge after murdering their husbands. The underworld sought accountability for their actions, leading to a call directed at Hongya, who promptly ended the conversation, securing a safe haven for the 2 spirits. Now, with the Qingfeng Hall disbanded, Hongya had joined my hall as a spirit of smoke. After her initiation, she expressed that she desired nothing but assistance in arranging for her 2 unfortunate sisters. However, I could offer little in this regard. The principle of retribution for murder is an unyielding truth. Yet, I would do my utmost to protect the 2 female ghosts and concurrently seek justice against those treacherous men. In light of this matter, I contacted Bai Wuchang. Bai Wuchang informed me that the matter concerning the two female ghosts who had slain their husbands was already a foregone conclusion. Each had their due, and the two men who betrayed their partners would undoubtedly face severe retribution in the afterlife. However, the two female spirits would not escape punishment either. The utmost he could do for them was to assist in securing them a semblance of employment in the underworld after they had served their sentences, allowing them to support themselves. Regarding this resolution, Hongya raised no objections. Subsequently, Bai Wuchang and I ventured to the outskirts of the city, where we discovered the two female ghosts concealed in a cellar. They too expressed no dissent, even extending their gratitude for the opportunity one had provided. With Bai Wuchang leading four spirits to the underworld, Hongya seemed free of worries, confiding in me her intention to serve as a benevolent spirit in my establishment, facilitating my endeavors. Fortunately, the residence rented by the Liu family in the Earthen City was sufficiently spacious, a 3-bedroom apartment with 2 bathrooms and a kitchen, totaling over 150 square meters, allowing for the comfortable accommodation of Hongya, Chu Yin, and her child. Once all matters were settled, Liu Yintu received an unexpected phone call. After a brief conversation, he informed me that the Hu family in the Earthen City was already aware of the demise of the Qingfeng establishment and had learned that I was a disciple of the 8 orifices. They wished to invite me for a meal during these few days. My immediate reaction to this news was a suspicion that it might be a trap. Yet, Liu Yintu urged me to remain calm, asserting that the Hu family would not dare to act so boldly, especially since the Qingfeng establishment was often ostracized, and no respectable spirit would stand up for it. The reason for this was straightforward. Apart from the spirits of the Qingfeng establishment, other legitimate practitioners, once they attained their cultivation, would first transform into human form. In contrast, the spirits of the Qingfeng establishment, being the souls of those who met untimely ends, inherently possessed human forms, and those who became malevolent spirits after death wielded considerable power without any further cultivation. One side represents those who have painstakingly cultivated for centuries to attain spiritual prowess and human form, while the other consists of short-lived spirits, deemed by the practitioners as having died prematurely yet possessing formidable abilities. Some matters are better left unsaid. One can grasp the essence through reflection. In Chapter 54, Cohabitation, Liu Yintu advised me to take the invitation from the Hu family seriously, and for no other reason than that a venerable elder from the Tian generation presided over their establishment. In the realm of spiritual practitioners, there exists a hierarchy. For instance, Liu Yuntu and Chang Yunshui belong to the Yun generation, which is just beginning to take on significant roles in the realm. Generally, the hierarchy of practitioners is as follows: Tian, Shui, Jin, Yin, Yun, Wan, Xiao. Liu Yuntu explained that this hierarchy does not correlate to personal strength. It is merely a matter of seniority. He humorously referenced previous discussions about cultivation, mentioning an elder from the Liu family who, despite being of the Jin generation, had only attained the foundational stage of cultivation after years of effort. Conversely, Liu Yuntu, though of the Yun generation, had reached the divine transformation stage. Thus, even with a lower rank, he possessed greater skills. Such discrepancies are commonplace among those below the Tian generation. Yet it is unthinkable for those of the Tian generation to lack proficiency. Only those with exceptional abilities earn the Tian designation, and even within the Central Assembly, they hold considerable esteem. Typically, lesser practitioners would list the Hu family's esteemed elders among their ranks. Yet these figures are not genuinely present. They merely lend their names. Much like how individuals might invoke the names of influential figures during a crisis, these esteemed spirits do not frequent lesser establishments unless absolutely necessary. However, the Hu family in the Earthen City is an exception. Here, a genuine Tian generation elder resides, and previously, this elder had their own disciples in the Earthen City, known for their accuracy in divination and gaining a considerable reputation, having lived into their 90s. Liu Yintu conveyed that because this elder had navigated the mortal realm for centuries and held a high status as a Tian elder, their desire to meet me necessitated my attendance at the meal. I relayed this information to Bai Mankai, inviting her to accompany me to the Hu family establishment. Notably, both Liu Yuntu and Chang Yunshui, along with Chu Yin and Hongya, questioned why I had not invited Bai Mankai to move in with me, leaving her to reside in the employee dormitory. I wished for her to join me, yet it depended on her willingness. Liu Yintu suggested that I would not know unless I asked. Hongya echoed his sentiment, proposing that if Bai Mankai were to come over, she could stay in the guest quarters. Under the gentle persuasion of several esteemed spirits, I reluctantly sent a message to Bai Mankai. To my surprise, she responded affirmatively with great ease. Thus, we had entered into a cohabitation arrangement. Within 10 minutes of sending my message, I received a call from Mankai's father. Our conversation was straightforward. He expressed his hope that I would treat Mankai well, affirming their trust in her judgment and my character. I was pleased by the endorsement from my future father-in-law. Consequently, that evening after work, Mankai moved in. Liu Yuntu arranged for a delivery of new bedding and even brought over a vanity. He later informed me that these items were a gift from the Liu family in the Earthen City and that I could request anything else I needed. Although we were cohabitating, Mankai simply occupied the room previously inhabited by Hongya, while I resided in the adjacent room. The experience of cohabitation was far less awkward than I had anticipated. Instead, it felt quite natural. Each morning, we exchanged greetings. And Chu Jie took on the responsibility of preparing breakfast, cooking for her child, while also providing meals for us. Hongya spent her nights in the guest quarters, but would sit beside Liu Yunta during the day, curiously observing him as he worked. Liu Yunta seemed carefree, having set up a small bed in the living room, spending his days working, sleeping, drinking, and smoking, resembling more a youth with a penchant for gaming than a seasoned elder. After 2 days of residing at home, Liu Yuntu informed me of his intention to visit the Hu family establishment the following day. Despite the presence of a Tian generation elder at the Hu family's establishment, I was still regarded as the foremost disciple in the region. Therefore, even upon our meeting, the elder would treat me with the utmost courtesy. He advised me to maintain the demeanor befitting a top-tier disciple, yet not to overdo it, allowing me to judge the appropriate balance. I nodded, confident that this would be manageable, given my years of experience as a host. The next day, I rose early to prepare Mankai's makeup, while Chu Jie and Hongya assisted with her hair. Once everything was in order, I inquired with Liu Yuntu if we needed to bring anything. He chuckled and kicked me lightly, saying, "Do you truly believe the Hu family lacks for anything we might bring? Bringing too much could be seen as an affront, while bringing too little would reflect poorly on us. The best course is to bring nothing at all." Thus, I drove with Mansi, who sat in the passenger seat, her face alight with excitement. Liu Yunta transformed into a small snake and slithered into the back seat. As for Chu Yin and Hong Yi, they all accompanied us. Being spirits, they were undeterred by the confines of the car, finding comfort wherever they chose to settle. Under Liu Yuntu's guidance, I navigated to the largest barbecue restaurant in the Earth City, only to discover it was the very location of the Hu family's establishment. On the surface, it appeared to be a simple barbecue joint, but in reality, the 4 shops flanking it, including this one, and the storage area at the back were all interconnected. Upon entering, a waiter led me to a spacious private room where a man, seemingly youthful, yet bearing the weight of many years in his gaze, awaited. This was Ma Lulong, the chief disciple of the Liu family, who had met the Hu family's elder. I clasped my fists in greeting. The elder, known for his jovial demeanor, chuckled heartily and gestured for me to sit. I had heard whispers of Liu family's prodigy, and indeed, he was a remarkable figure. "You flatter me," I replied with a smile, acknowledging the respect due to this venerable elder. As the waiter began to serve our meal, we engaged in light conversation. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the Hu elder finally revealed the purpose of his visit. "I hear that Liu Didi Ma has connections with the underworld?" After pondering briefly, I refrained from divulging my contacts with the Black and White Impermanents or even King Qingguang. Instead, I simply mentioned that my grandfather was an ordinary spirit worker in the underworld. "In that case, I have a favor to ask of you, Liu Didi Ma. May I meet my elder brother?" Upon uttering these words, the elder Hu, the highest-ranking figure in the Earth City, a carefree spirit who had traversed the mortal realm for centuries, was suddenly overcome with emotion. Through his recounting, I learned that his elder brother was not faring well in the afterlife, having appeared in dreams multiple times to express his plight, being beaten without the courage to retaliate, and the money his family sent him being stolen. Furthermore, due to the poor relationship between this Hu elder and Qing Feng, he found it impossible to reach the underworld. Even a simple spirit worker, upon encountering him, would be treated with utmost reverence, for they were indeed civil servants of the underworld. I was taken aback. A mere spirit worker commanded such respect, yet I referred to Bai Wuchang as brother? Chapter 55. Hu Tian lay before me, a centuries-old elder, a prominent figure in the Earth City's realm, wept like a child. My heart ached for him. After a brief exchange, I excused myself and stepped outside to call Bai Wuchang. Upon hearing the details, Bai Wuchang sighed with relief, stating that a meeting was feasible. But if it were to involve my elder brother returning to the mortal realm for an extended stay, that could pose difficulties. However, a simple meeting could be arranged immediately. Returning to the private room, I informed the Hu elder that the matter was settled, and soon, his elder brother would arrive. The Hu elder's eyes glistened with disbelief. About 10 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, I found Bai Wuchang standing outside, accompanied by an elderly man, appearing to be in his 80s or 90s. The moment the elder laid eyes on his elder brother, joy radiated from him. The spirit and elder sat together, sharing laughter and sighs of resignation. Bai Wuchang, ever punctual, ensured that after 2 hours, he would escort the elder brother back. The elder seemed to have unburdened his heart, happily sending his elder brother off. Upon returning to the private room, this venerable elder bowed deeply to me. Hu Tianlei of the Hu family in the Earth City expresses gratitude to Liu Didi Ma. I was taken aback and swiftly dodged the bow, rushing to assist Hu Tianlei. Such an honor was beyond my capacity to accept. Once we settled back in, Hu Tianlei addressed me with complete respect. I never anticipated you could summon Bai Wuchang with a single call. It seems the Liu family is destined for greatness. By allowing him to reconnect with his long-lost elder brother and ensuring his safety under Bai Wuchang's watch, I earned a profound commitment from Hu Tianlei. After our meal, Hu Tianlei visited my rented residence, personally inscribing his name on my ledger. While writing one's name does not equate to formal recognition, Hu Tianlei's actions symbolized securing a position. Should any issues arise, I could invoke his name. I cannot guarantee elsewhere, but in the Earth City, Hu Tianlei will ensure your path remains unobstructed. If Liu Didi Ma requires assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. This journey not only mended the heart of a centuries-old elder, but also granted me an invaluable promise of unwavering support. Moreover, Hu Tianlei shared information regarding Hong Yi. As the leader of the Qingfeng sect in the Earth City, her departure necessitated the appointment of a new leader, especially since I had dismantled her sect. It is worth mentioning Shicheng, home to the sacred treasure pool. The Qingfeng sect there is referred to as the Qingfeng General Hall, while in the Earth City, it is simply the Qingfeng Hall. The distinction arises from the sheer number of members. Once a sect surpasses 1,000, it earns the title of General Hall. However, this title is exclusive to Shicheng, and even a large assembly of spirits does not extend its influence to the Earth City. In contrast, although Hong Ye's sect comprised only a few dozen members, her innate abilities commanded respect, allowing her sect to oversee the Qingfeng in the Earth City. With her departure, the task of selecting a new Qingfeng sect leader fell to me, a duty I was not originally meant to undertake. However, Hu Tianlei insisted that as the only top-tier disciple remaining after my grandfather's passing, it was my responsibility to designate the new leader. After all, I had dismantled the previous sect. Should the other branches of Qingfeng in the Earth City engage in self-assessment without my approval, I would have to intervene once more. With Hu Tianlei's backing, all sect leaders were summoned to the Hu family hall to collectively decide on the new leader of the Qingfeng sect in the Earth City. After our meal, Hu Tianlei arranged accommodations for everyone, offering a selection of beverages and various entertainment options at my disposal. I opted for simple water, not wanting to impose on Hu Tianlei. While the other Qingfeng leaders made their way here, I took the opportunity to inquire about the personnel structure of the Qingfeng sect in the Earth City, which I knew little about. According to the words of Hong Ye, the Qingfeng branch in Tuqing is populated by ordinary ghost immortals, with the exception of a particularly clever one bearing the dual surname Ouyang. If necessary, he can be entrusted with managing the affairs of Qingfeng in Tuqing, as Hong Ye has resolved not to interfere in such matters anymore. Initially, I anticipated that the arrival of so many Qingfeng ghost immortals would lead to complications, yet to my surprise, upon learning that I had subdued the Qingfeng Hall, several branch leaders nearly bowed down before me. Following Hong Ye's advice, I entrusted the management of Qingfeng in Tuqing to that Ouyang ghost immortal. Later, Hu Tianlei left me a phone number, instructing the Hu family to disseminate the news. In Tuqing, anyone daring to oppose me would effectively be challenging the Liu family, thereby slapping Hu Tianlei's face. Should such an event occur, there would be no need for the Liu family to intervene. The Hu family would take action themselves. Hu Tianlei, being a wise individual, chose to lower his status in this matter, elevating the Liu family's standing. Yet, as an esteemed immortal of the Tian lineage, such humility requires recognition. Upon learning of this situation, the Liu family promptly responded, establishing a strategic partnership with the Hu family. Meanwhile, I remained oblivious to these developments until reminded by Liu Yuntu, discovering that Hu Tianlei had seized the opportunity to forge a friendship with the Liu family. Nevertheless, I too benefited from this arrangement. It was a win-win situation, and I chose not to dwell on the intricacies. Having resolved these matters, I returned to Tianqi to labor alongside Bai Mansi for our livelihood. I must admit, Tuqing is significantly larger than Shicheng. The Tianqi area boasts a spacious funeral home, receiving a considerable number of bodies. When Bai Mansi and I calculated our earnings during payroll, we discovered we had made over 20,000 in a month. even before the opening of the branch. If the branch flourished, I could hardly fathom how splendid our lives would become. However, on that day, the leadership summoned me to the office. Lu Long, I hear you can stitch corpses, is that true? I possess some basic skills, why do you ask? We have a rather challenging situation. A young gentleman jumped from the 6th floor of the shopping center and was mangled by the glass decor below. They called to inform me that he was likely shattered into 7 or 8 pieces. Can you stitch this? Upon hearing this, I inwardly sighed. 7 or 8 pieces. Even if a body were to be reduced to 100 fragments, given sufficient time, stitching it back together would not pose a significant challenge. However, I must admit, this young gentleman met a particularly gruesome fate. The driver of the hearse was encountering such a horrific body for the first time. When I called to notify him to retrieve the deceased, he hesitated, expressing fear. Left with no choice, I took the keys and drove the hearse myself. Bymancy accompanied me, eager to confront such a stark reality, believing that if she could endure this, I would have no further worries about her resilience. This stubborn girl proved impervious to my concerns. Ordinary corpses, dismembered ones, and body fragments offer entirely different sensory experiences. An intact corpse, devoid of visible trauma, resembles a person merely asleep. In contrast, dismembered remains evoke a visceral shock. The sight of mangled flesh is unbearable for most, often resulting in nausea, a reaction I too have experienced. Yet, it is the fragments that instill the greatest dread within me. Imagine 3 bodies, one pristine, another reduced to a pulp, and the last, perhaps 7 or 8 disjointed pieces, still bearing hints of primate features, yet disordered and haphazardly strewn. With a bloodied eye perhaps fixated on you while its counterpart remains elusive. Which corpse would you find most terrifying? For many, dismemberment is the epitome of horror. Yet for me, as an heir to the craft of stitching corpses, it presents a unique conundrum. Arriving at the shopping center, I communicated with the attending police and retrieved my prepared stretcher, carefully placing each piece of the young gentleman onto it. Bymancy, initially brimming with confidence, faltered upon seeing the severed arm standing upright at the entrance, admitting her fear. I instructed her to wait in the vehicle. I had long grown accustomed to such scenes. Far worse had transpired, requiring me to collect remains with a shovel. This situation was relatively manageable. However, as I lifted the deceased's head, I recognized the visage, the same man whose wife had previously come to Xingbao Pool. Tragically, the lifeless infant had escaped her womb, and I recalled giving him my card, advising him to reach out for any unresolved matters. Why did he leap? Glancing up at the shopping center's various floors, I discerned a shadowy aura enveloping the ceiling. Without uttering a word, I placed the severed head onto the stretcher, covering it with embroidered fabric, and enlisted the aid of a police officer to transport the deceased to the hearse. As this individual had lingered on the 6th floor railing prior to jumping, witnesses, including officers, had observed his descent. Thus, no investigation was warranted. They merely needed to contact his relatives, and the remains would be collected. After placing the deceased in the back of the hearse, I discarded my blood-stained clothing into a nearby trash bin. While driving back to Tianqi, I informed Bymancy that I recognized the individual. She was utterly astonished, and upon learning of the events at Xingbao Pool, she inquired, could it be that he was harmed by that infant? I did not know, nor did I wish to delve into such matters. I was uninterested in entangling myself in this triviality. Upon returning, I would stitch him up and provide a dignified farewell. That would be the extent of my involvement. Bymancy and I shared a mutual understanding. While alive, I could offer assistance, and in return, we would both benefit. In death, the family would pay for a proper burial, and the same principle applied. What of the dead infant? I had no desire to complicate my life with such concerns. A wise saying goes, when life is extinguished, one may as well bite a lighter. In this instance, I would rather bite the lighter than involve myself with the deceased infant's affairs. After returning with the remains to Tianqi, the mortician, a gentleman slightly older than myself, lifted the embroidered fabric and immediately retched. Ultimately, I remained alone in the mortuary, meticulously stitching the fragments together according to my understanding. Once I completed the stitching, I also took it upon myself to apply makeup, as the mortician was too daunted to enter the room. Sigh. This little courage of mine pales in comparison to the convenience of teaming up with Sister Sue. The thought of this makes me somewhat nostalgic for those old companions at the sacred treasure pool. To be frank, Brother Wong, Sister Sue, and even the few elderly gentlemen who handle heavier burdens are seasoned individuals, far more experienced than the people around Tianqi. Most importantly, those elders possess a far greater audacity than the locals here. After spending 7 or 8 hours meticulously stitching the corpse, I called Bymancy over to lend a hand in dressing the deceased in their funeral attire. Subsequently, I arranged the offerings and various items. Given that this individual had taken their own life by jumping and had their body dismembered, and considering it was likely not a voluntary act, I took the precaution of placing scissors and a kitchen knife in their hands, along with a peachwood talisman beneath the shroud. The talisman served a dual purpose: to pacify the spirit and to help the body maintain an upright posture, as a slumped form would appear rather unseemly. Following this, I transported the deceased to the small mourning hall at Tianchi. The family members present were the young gentleman's parents. The sight of white-haired parents bidding farewell to their black-haired child is one I dread the most. Yet, out of professional duty, I remained in the hall to soothe the family's grief. As the clock edged past 11, Hongye unexpectedly arrived at Tianchi. "Sister Hong, what brings you here?" I inquired. "Yin Yin is putting the child to sleep. Liu Yuntu is home searching for his wife, and Chang Yunqi's pharmacy is closed at this hour." I grew weary of my computer, and Liu Yuntu forbade me from touching his case, so I thought I'd come to spend time with you. Fortunately, Bai Mansi was also present, and she admired Hongye, the ghostly figure. Despite their age difference, Hongye's youthful mindset and strong adaptability to contemporary matters fostered a surprisingly harmonious relationship between the living and the dead. In the office, Hongye obediently occupied my workstation, surrounded by an array of fruits and snacks, while Bai Mansi nestled on a nearby stool, cheerfully calling Hongye Sister Hong. Once everything was set up, I made my way back to the morning hall, mindful of the two elderly individuals present, should their emotions become too agitated. I could not bear the responsibility of any resulting incidents. As the clock struck 2 in the early hours, the elderly couple found themselves utterly fatigued. After some contemplation, I decided to escort them to the dormitory. The leadership had arranged for me a double bed, a gesture I understood all too well. But the relationship between Bai Mansi and me was not such that we could advance swiftly. For the time being, it provided a suitable resting place for the two elderly guests. After settling them in, I returned to the morning hall. However, barely had I seated myself when I sensed that something was amiss. Good heavens, where had the body in the ice coffin gone? Without a moment's hesitation, I sprinted back to the office. Hongye remained seated quietly on the bench, munching on snacks and engrossed in the phone I had bought her, seemingly lost in a romantic drama. "What's the matter?" Hongye asked when she noticed my distress. "The body I stitched is missing," I replied. Her expression turned grave. "I'll accompany you. You stay here and watch over Mansi. I can handle this side alone. She must not encounter any issues." "Then I'll text Yin Yin to come over," I suggested. "Text her. A phone call might disturb the child." "Understood." My first course of action was to rouse the two elderly individuals and bring them to the office. In this situation, it was imperative they did not remain in the dormitory. What if the missing individual wandered there? Hongye messaged Chu Yin, who replied almost instantly, informing me she was already en route and would arrive in a few minutes. Since today was my and Bai Mansi's shift at the funeral home, there were no other staff members present. With the reassurance of Hongye's presence, I decided to wait for Chu Yan's arrival before searching for the body together. Once Chu Yan arrived, we began our search, starting from the office next door and checking each room meticulously. As we traversed the premises, we eventually heard some noises emanating from the mortuary. Chu Yan positioned herself in front of me, cautiously advancing. Upon opening the door to the mortuary, the sounds continued, but they seemed to be coming from the inner storage room rather than the main area. To avoid alarming whatever was inside, we refrained from turning on the lights, both in the mortuary and the corridor outside. As I crept toward the main entrance of the mortuary, I suddenly noticed a faint glimmer of light in the pitch-black storage room, its source remaining still and mysterious. With Chu Yan leading the way, we stepped into the main area, and as we did, that peculiar glow extinguished, though the noises persisted. My alertness heightened. I was unafraid of the body rising or moving about, but the uncertainty of the situation made my heart race. When we reached the doorway to the inner room, Chu Yan suddenly changed direction, gently pulling me aside. We pressed against the wall, concealed in shadows, as the sounds from the storage room ceased abruptly. Moments later, a figure emerged, someone with a peachwood talisman strapped to their back, staggering backward from the inner room. To my astonishment, it was the very individual from the ice coffin. How on earth had they risen? By the moonlight, I discerned that their legs were bound with two mop handles, tightly secured. Their legs had been severed, and during the stitching process, I had not reattached the bones, but merely sewn the flesh together. Observing their twisted arms and rigid torso, it became clear why they were moving backward. Unlike previous corpses, this one had lost its eyes entirely, which I had later replaced and secured after stitching the head back together. In essence, their eyes were mere ornaments, devoid of sight. Chu Yan held me tightly against the wall, watching as the corpse wobbled its way out of the room. Surprisingly, despite its inability to turn, It moved with a peculiar swiftness. Chu Yin floated after it, eager to discover where it was headed. I hesitated, fearing that any noise might alert the figure, and only ventured out once Chu Yin had exited. However, to my shock, as I reached the doorway, a hand suddenly pressed down on my shoulder. I froze, carefully tilting my head to catch a glimpse. A pale hand rested upon me, its hue unmistakably not that of a living person. Moreover, I had heard no sound preceding this eerie touch. Standing motionless, I dared not turn around. The hand remained firmly on my shoulder, refusing to withdraw. Though Chu Yin was with me this time, my previous experiences had taught me caution, and I had brought along a weapon, a knife my grandfather had bequeathed to me. This embalming knife, although dull, would surely cause havoc if used on a corpse. Yet, despite this, I hesitated to act, for the icy hand lingered on my shoulder. Should I suddenly lash out, it could seize my throat faster than I could strike. Thus, I found myself locked in a tense standoff with this unknown presence behind me. I merely hoped that Chu Yin will soon discover my absence, and hasten to my aid. As for Hong Yi, she was once the esteemed leader of the Qingfeng Hall. Surely, she cannot be oblivious to the events unfolding here. Yet, what astounds me most is that I have remained in the mortuary for at least 10 minutes, during which not a single sound has been heard. Chu Yin seems to have vanished, and Hong Yi is yet to come to my rescue. The hand resting on my shoulder has not budged at all. Chapter 58. The Art of Illusion. In this moment, time drags on interminably. Initially, I could mentally track the passage of time, but upon realizing the profound silence enveloping the Tianqi, a wave of panic washed over me, causing me to lose all sense of time. It felt as though an eternity had passed until the sound of a series of sharp clacks drew my attention, stirring me from my stupor. The clacking grew closer, seemingly emanating from the far end of the corridor, until it reached my door and abruptly ceased. After a few breaths, I glimpsed a head peering in from outside. It belonged to the dismembered figure I had stitched back together. The clacking, I realized, was the sound of a mop handle tied to its leg striking the ground. This figure, or rather this corpse, which had initially been lifeless with eyes shut tight, now had its eyelids mysteriously disappeared, leaving its wide eyes nearly popping from their sockets as it stared at me from the doorway. A chill coursed through my scalp. The clacking resumed, and the corpse appeared to shift its position, standing rigidly before the door, before suddenly leaping into the room. At that moment, the hand on my shoulder squeezed me hard. A surge of pain shot through me, and I thought, enough of this. Resolutely, I drew the knife from my grasp and lunged backward, aiming for the unseen entity behind me, but my strike met only empty air. I stumbled back, attempting to distance myself from both the corpse at the door and the unknown presence behind me, only to find that there was nothing there. The hand that had gripped my shoulder had vanished as well. Glancing back, I found the doorway empty, and to my utter astonishment, the mortuary had transformed from Tianqi S to Shengbao S. The contents of the room had inexplicably altered, and I even spotted some unfinished snacks left by Sister Sue on the table. For a fleeting moment, I was rendered incapable of coherent thought. However, in the next instant, Sister Sue, clutching a makeup bag, sauntered in with a sway. She hadn't even crossed the threshold before she gasped upon seeing me. "Lu Long, when did you return? You startled me." Hearing her familiar voice sent a chill through me. Tianqi? Shengbao? Had I traversed over 200 kilometers in the blink of an eye? No, wait. Sister Sue, what shade of lipstick did you ask me to buy for Mancy? Upon noticing the change in her expression, she fell silent, brandishing her knife towards me without a word. The blade plunged into her neck, and an alarming amount of blood gushed forth. Upon witnessing this surreal outpouring, I found myself laughing. My grandfather once told me that any being with a modicum of spiritual prowess, be it a fairy or a ghost, possesses a technique known as the art of illusion. Despite its grandiose name, it is merely an enhanced version of the ghost wall phenomenon. In other words, everything I was experiencing was an illusion, non-existent. Not to mention that a stab to that area could not possibly yield such a volume of blood, and the notion of traveling over 200 kilometers in an instant was utterly ludicrous. Sister Sue crumpled to the floor, lifeless. I then moved a nearby stool and began to contemplate when I had fallen victim to this trickery. Reflecting on the events, I discerned something amiss. Why had Chu Yin pulled me back in the mortuary? Given her character, she would surely have eliminated the threat with haste rather than waste time hiding me away when victory was within reach. Furthermore, after she had left, that hand had appeared behind me. The coincidences were staggering. I was uncertain who had ensnared me with this illusion, but I strongly suspected it was that malevolent infant. Now that I recognized I was ensnared in the art of illusion, I felt a strange sense of relief. My grandfather had taught me how to break such enchantments. The methods were quite simple, and there were several. The most straightforward was to bite the tip of my tongue, using the blood to anoint my eyelids, thus piercing the veil of illusion. Yet, I hesitated to bite my tongue, as my body's self-preservation instincts made it difficult to exert force. Nevertheless, if I kept my wits about me, I could find a way. Biting down could lead to my own demise, which would be laughable. Instead, I used my nail to pierce the tip of my tongue, allowing blood to flow, which I then smeared upon my eyelids. When both were sufficiently coated, I opened my eyes, and indeed, I found myself back in the mortuary of Tianqi. Beside me, Chu Yan lay with her eyes tightly shut, her clenched fists trembling uncontrollably. The nature of her ordeal unknown to me. My curiosity piqued. What kind of illusion could ensnare Chu Yan as well? I glanced around the storage room, noting only some boxes and the absence of the stitched corpse. I tapped Chu Yan, and upon receiving no response, I tugged at her. As she peeled away from the wall, her eyes sprang open. After confirming several times that I was unharmed, Chu Yan wasted no time in shielding me as we sought out Hong Yi. However, just as we reached the office door, a peculiar figure perched on the opposite window caught both our eyes. Utilizing the moonlight and the office's illumination, I discerned that the shadow resembled an infant. Solidifying my earlier hypothesis, Chu Yan, without needing my prompting, leaped through the window, tearing down the strange entity. Moments later, she returned to my side, handing me what she had retrieved. I glanced down to see it was a piece of black paper cut into the shape of an infant, affixed to the window across the office. Inside, two elderly figures slept soundly in their chairs, seemingly undisturbed. Bai Mansi trembled at the table, while Hong Yi leaned back in her chair, her brow furrowed. I roused both Bai Mansi and Hong Yi from their slumber. Upon waking, Hong Yi immediately checked on Bai Mansi's condition. After confirming that Bai Mansi had not been injured, merely frightened by the illusion, Hong Yi's expression shifted, revealing a sense of intrigue. Such impressive skills, even I fell victim. At that moment, Chu Yan picked up the black paper shaped like an infant, lowering her head to sniff it, leaving me perplexed. However, soon after, Chu Yan's expression turned to one of surprise as she handed the piece of black paper in her hand to Hong Yi, allowing her to take a whiff as well. Upon receiving it, Hong Yi's demeanor also shifted, and after a gentle sniff, she arrived at an unexpected conclusion. This was not merely black paper. It was the skin from a deceased infant's body. Chapter 59. Human skin. I took the piece of black paper from Hong Yi and called everyone to the adjacent office, so as not to disturb the two elderly individuals resting. In this office, I poured myself a cup of water and dampened the edges of the black paper slightly. After a while, the paper rapidly softened. I touched it and thought to myself, indeed, it felt like human skin, such a familiar texture. I could not be mistaken. While Hong Yi and Chu Yan deliberated on how to handle this matter, I directly dialed Bai Wuchang. With this connection, I had no need to wait or engage in any personal heroics to resolve this situation. I was certainly not foolish. Once I informed Bai Wuchang of the circumstances, I promised him that in a few days, I would provide ample amounts of paper money and paper effigies for him to burn. Whatever he needed, I would supply. Bai Wuchang laughed heartily over the phone, stating that there was no need for me to burn anything, given the relationship between my grandfather and him. He assured me that I could simply voice any requests, and he would do his utmost to assist me. After ending the call, I thought to myself, how could this old man be deceiving me again? Even the top forensic experts couldn't possibly have such a close relationship with Bai Wuchang. Had he perhaps entered the underworld as a ghostly envoy? A common ghostly envoy? Was it feasible? I suspected that regarding my grandfather's connection with Bai Wuchang, this old man might have been misleading me about his professional standing. A while later, both Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang surprisingly arrived at Tianqi. Xiegu and Fangu. My knowledge of them came solely from my research on Baidu. Its authenticity was uncertain. Yet I could confirm that Bai Wuchang was named Xiebian and He Wuchang was called Fan Wujiao. This was certain. He Wuchang silently nodded and asked for the skin. I handed over the shriveled piece of human skin. He Wuchang took it in his hands and rubbed it gently. The soul associated with the skin resided in the new district, though the precise location was unclear. We would locate it upon arrival. Hong Yi, Chu Yan, and Bai Mansi were all taken aback. Was this truly the nature of the underworld's envoys? To simply rub a piece of human skin and ascertain the whereabouts of a soul? With approximately 2 hours until dawn, Bai Wuchang urged me not to waste any time. Lest the night prolong our troubles, we should depart for the new district immediately. He assured me that my loved one need not accompany us, as he would dispatch someone to ensure their safety. As Bai Wuchang spoke, he once again produced a beautifully patterned small staff, as if performing magic. I observed as he casually waved the staff, and suddenly, nearly a dozen ghostly figures appeared in the corridor, each clad in armor. 2 were assigned to guard the entrance, while the remainder remained in place. Should any wild spirits appear, They were instructed to declare that Tianchi had been requisitioned by the underworld and to eliminate any intruders without requiring my approval. Understood. The armored spirits knelt in unison and affirmed their orders before swiftly dispersing, two heading towards the entrance and the others surrounding the office. I gathered the car keys and, along with Chu Yin, Hong Yi, and the two envoys, we proceeded straight to the new district. While en route, although I was unaware of He Wuchang and by Wuchang's whereabouts, He Wuchang's voice would occasionally guide me, indicating the direction towards the nearest soul. After navigating various turns, I eventually parked in front of a newly built residential complex in the new district. The security guard inside was sound asleep, and the surrounding surveillance cameras were plentiful. At that moment, I found myself alone in the car, with the others being spirits who could bypass the cameras. I, however, could not. Realizing this, I disregarded the time and directly called Hu Tianlei. After all, this esteemed elder from the local area had promised me his unwavering support. Upon answering, I briefly recounted my experiences, and Hu Tianlei requested a few minutes to make arrangements. Shortly thereafter, I spotted a Land Rover approaching from a distance. A man with a sharp face and particularly bright eyes emerged from the vehicle. "Is that you, Dadi Ma from the Liu family?" "Yes, it is," I replied. The man nodded and proceeded to the entrance, producing the access card to unlock the gate. "Master Hu instructed me to assist you throughout the process. Please feel free to voice any needs. If you require personnel, fewer than 100 can be summoned within 10 minutes. If more than that, just a brief wait of 10 minutes will suffice, and Master Hu can arrange it for you. Thank you for your assistance," I said, to which he waved dismissively, stating it was no trouble, as long as he could help Da Di Ma accomplish his tasks. After parking the car, I followed this Hu family aide into the complex. Inside, He Wuchang was still rubbing the piece of human skin in his hands. "Over there," he indicated. Following his gaze, I noticed that this complex was newly completed, with few residents, and given the late hour, it was shrouded in darkness, save for the dim yellow light emanating from the 9th floor, which was the direction He Wuchang indicated. We made our way to the building, confirmed it was the correct unit, and proceeded to the 9th floor via the elevator. Upon reaching the door of room 901, He Wuchang placed his hand on the lock, and the anti-theft door swung open effortlessly. Following He Wuchang and by Wuchang inside, I observed that all the lights in the room were on, and the space was entirely bare, lacking any decoration. Additionally, the layout of the room was such that the bathroom faced directly towards the entrance. Upon entering, my gaze immediately fell upon the bathroom, where a redwood chair was positioned, atop which rested a red and black object. It was the deceased infant. He Wuchang stepped into the bathroom, picked up the skinless corpse, and carelessly tossed it aside. I approached and retrieved the infant's body, examining it closely. There were stitches visible where the body had been sewn back together. This infant had previously been cleaved in two by Liu Yun, yet now, it had been reassembled. As I contemplated this, I suddenly recognized something peculiar. The body was devoid of skin, yet the flesh bore evident stitching marks. I could ascertain that this was the work of a fellow practitioner, albeit one whose stitching technique was woefully inadequate. If the flesh exhibited stitching marks, why was there no evidence of such on the external piece of skin? Moreover, how was it that such intact skin had been removed? I produced the piece of human skin and scrutinized it meticulously. When I realized that the various areas of the skin did not align with the deceased infant before me, I was taken aback. I informed the Hu family aide that I required some water, and 5 minutes later, someone delivered it to me. I soaked the piece of skin to soften it, conducting a rough comparison based on my understanding. Ultimately, I confirmed my suspicions. This skin did not belong to the deceased infant. Chapter 60. Soul Retrieval and Ghost Capture. Upon discovering that the piece of human skin did not correspond to the deceased infant before me, I sensed that the situation had taken an unusual turn. In the unfinished room, He Wuchang located the soul of an infant. This soul was the very one that Chu Yin and I had encountered at the window of Tianchi. He Wuchang took the soul back to the underworld, stating that he needed to check the Book of Life and Death to ascertain how the child had died and who their parents were. I procured a bag to securely contain the lifeless body of the deceased infant, intending to bring it back. According to Hongya, she possesses a particular skill that can summon souls directly from their corpses. Given the current circumstances, everything must proceed with caution. Here lies the corpse of the dead infant, yet the skin remains elusive. Initially, I believed that the skin discovered at Tianchi belonged to this deceased child, but matters have since taken a different turn. One instance presents a body without skin, while another shows skin without a body. Regardless, it is now evident that 2 infants have tragically succumbed to untimely deaths. The pressing question remains: who is responsible for stitching the corpse of the dead infant together and placing it here? The Hu family, having dispatched individuals to investigate, reported that the owner of this house is unknown, as it has never been sold and the keys remain with the developer. Thus, the origins of the chair in the restroom, the corpse, and the soul remain a mystery. Hongjia, let us return. If you require any items to summon the soul, simply inform me, I suggested, contemplating the need for Hongjia to take action while knowing that with Bai Wuchang present, we would have support no matter what transpired. Hongjia smiled shyly, indicating that she did not need anything specific, but it was contingent upon Yan Yan's consent. Chu Yin glanced at Hongjia in surprise, inquiring, "What do you need my approval for?" The deceased infant, having perished before birth, had no acquaintances. Thus, to summon it, cooperation from your child may be necessary. Mr. Liu, will the two Yama lords be present at the scene? Chu Yin turned to me with a question. I consulted Bai Wuchang, who, after a thoughtful pause, remarked that their prolonged presence was not ideal. However, if I could provide them with 4 traditional Japanese-style paper figures, they would be content to stay for a few days. I could not help but chuckle at this request. When seeking assistance, one must offer gifts and remuneration as a matter of course. Yet, Bai Wuchang's proposal seemed hardly a demand. Bai Wuchang laughed heartily, assuring me, the matters of the underworld are manageable. I will have your grandparents assist with the soul-collecting task. And once we resolve your situation, I shall return. By the way, Bai Gu, what roles do my grandparents fulfill in the underworld? I inquired. Bai Wuchang glanced at me, and I returned the gaze, pondering the enigmatic nature of my grandfather, who had spent years deceiving me. I was curious about their circumstances, but it seemed I would have to extract information from Bai Wuchang. Did your grandfather mention his occupation in the underworld? Ordinary ghost messengers. So your grandparents are simply ordinary ghost messengers. I was momentarily speechless. Clearly, Bai Wuchang was hesitant to divulge much about my grandparents. Yet his earlier statement indicated that even soul-collecting tasks could be delegated to them, suggesting that my grandparents were indeed noteworthy figures in the underworld. In truth, my interest was not in the specifics of their roles, but rather in their well-being. Whether they were ordinary ghost messengers or held esteemed positions. As long as they were content, I felt reassured. After securing the infant's remains in the bag, I bid farewell to the Hu family and drove back to Tianqi. Upon arrival, the armored spirits stationed at the entrance, arranged by Bai Wuchang, immediately knelt in reverence upon our return. Bai Mansi and the 2 elders were safe and sound. The corpse that had escaped from the ice coffin had been apprehended and returned, with a vigilant armored spirit stationed beside the coffin to ensure that if it stirred, it would be promptly subdued. As dawn broke and work hours commenced, my supervisor yawned as he exited the vehicle and greeted me at the office door. I intended to request a leave of absence, citing personal matters at home that required my attention for 3 days. Given that I already possessed approximately 4 to 5 days of leave, informing my supervisor was merely a formality. With my 3-day leave approved, Bai Wuchang arranged for a multitude of armored spirits to remain concealed in our office, allowing me to proceed with my affairs without concern. I briefed Bai Mansi on the situation, and she, displaying remarkable understanding, assured me to focus on addressing the infant's matter. She could manage any arrivals at Tianqi without difficulty. My primary concern was her safety. Regarding her capabilities, I had no worries. She had been by my side through numerous encounters with the deceased, and with the support of the Liu family Xiantang, I had established all necessary connections in the funeral industry. Should any deceased arrive, Bai Mansi would merely need to follow the protocol I had provided to ensure a seamless process. After departing Tianqi, I returned to my rented residence. Liu Yantu had gone back to his hometown to be with his wife, leaving me uncertain of his return. Upon entering the house, I found Bai Wuchang seated on the sofa, inspecting a half-open box of cordyceps left by Liu Yantu. Without hesitation, he extracted one and lit it. Hongjia settled into the gaming chair purchased by Liu Yantu and remarked, "My method for summoning souls is relatively simple and effective. It involves utilizing items that children are fond of, such as toys, companions, and snacks. Once we manage to attract the spirit, we must ensure it is firmly captured, otherwise, if it escapes, it will be cautious the next time." I glanced at Bai Wuchang, who exhaled smoke contemplatively, pondering that Black Wuchang would likely arrive after investigating the matter of the infant's skin in the underworld, with both top Yama lords overseeing the situation. Accompanied by capable ghostly beings, and supported by the Liu, Chang, and Hu families, I was confident that we would uncover the truth behind the 2 deceased children. After Hongjia outlined the items needed for the soul summoning, Chu Yin advised her brother Chu Xiaobo on the necessary actions for the evening. Meanwhile, I accompanied Hongjia to procure snacks, beverages, and toys. As night fell, we prepared to summon the souls and capture the spirits. Chapter 61. Youth restored Hongya and I visited a supermarket, acquiring an abundance of snacks, including puffed foods, dried fruits, candies, and jerky. I also picked up some treats that Mancy enjoyed. I encouraged Hongya to select some of her favorite items as well, while I ventured to the toy section to buy a variety of toys, uncertain of what the deceased infant would prefer, ultimately filling a shopping cart with both large and small items. These items, once used, could also be gifted to Chu Xiaobo. When we reconvened at the designated beverage section, I had 2 carts piled high, and Hongya matched my haul. After settling the bill, I paid a little extra for the supermarket staff to deliver the items to my home. After spending a moment at home, the delivery arrived. As we unpacked, Hongya began setting up the scene, laying out a mattress on the floor, covered with blankets or sheets, and filling the center with open bags of snacks while toys were scattered around. By evening, we would have Chu Xiaobo seated on the mattress, enjoying the snacks and toys while expressing delight at their taste and fun, after which I would merely need to follow Hongya's instructions to manipulate the lifeless body of the infant. Around 5 in the evening, Black Wuchang also returned from the underworld. The information he gathered from the underworld revealed that the infant, which possessed only flesh but lacked a corpse, and the deceased baby in the pouch, which had a corpse but no flesh, were both offspring of the man who had jumped to his death, his body shattered into pieces by the glass. As for why both children met such fates, the Black Wuchang stated that the death registry did not provide any answers, merely noting that both infants had died untimely deaths. However, one detail captured my attention, according to the investigation by Black Wuchang. Tracing the identities of these 2 infants back through their past lives ultimately confirmed that they were in their final reincarnation after having lived 9 lifetimes. In other words, upon their rebirth in this realm, it would be their last chance to be human before they were destined to reincarnate as beasts. No wonder their spirits were so filled with resentment. Old He, please convey my regards to Old Jiang and let him know we will return later. I have entrusted the soul-reaping task to someone else, so he need not worry. Black Wuchang nodded and proceeded to the kitchen to make a phone call. After all arrangements were made, I remained at home waiting until 9 o'clock in the evening. Yet, by 9:30, the living room was still devoid of any activity, with Chu Xiaobo almost finished with his snacks. Observing this, Hongya led me to Chu Yan's bedroom and retrieved the corpse of the deceased infant from the pouch. Mr. Liu, you need to cut the flesh off this corpse piece by piece, since we cannot lure him in with those things. We must harm its physical form to compel it to seek revenge. I gazed deeply at Hongya. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, with the few of us here, this little spirit will not be able to find you, even if it seeks trouble. I shook my head. I do not care about that. What I want to know is how to cut it. Should it be in chunks or strips? Should I slice against the grain or with it? Hongya replied. Any method will suffice, as long as the flesh is severed. I nodded, took hold of the now utterly stiff infant corpse, contemplated for a moment, and retrieved the knife my grandfather had given me. As the blade sliced across the infant's thigh, it cut through effortlessly. I then began to carve upward along the thigh of the corpse. By the time I had turned half of the infant's body into flesh slices, I heard some commotion coming from the living room. Upon stepping into the living room, I saw Bai Wuchang holding a struggling infant spirit. Beside him, He Wuchang wielded a patterned rod and struck the infant's head, causing the spirit to vanish instantly. I'll return to investigate with old He. Just await my news. I've already withdrawn the guards stationed at Tianqi. Contact me if necessary. With that, the 2 Wuchangs departed, leaving me bewildered. Although I had initiated this matter seeking their assistance, it seemed that I had inadvertently become the one aiding them. While tidying up the living room, Chu Yan suddenly remarked, Mr. Liu, do you not feel that the 2 Wuchangs left rather hastily? What do you mean? I inquired. Chu Yan's intellect is something I trust unconditionally, having come to appreciate her sharpness over our time together. Setting aside the items, Chu Yan sat on the mattress, snacking as she spoke. Mr. Liu, while you were the one who initially sought the help of the 2 Wuchangs, do you not find everything has proceeded rather smoothly? At this point, Hongya chimed in, cradling Chu Xiaobo in her lap, saying, though I have never been to the underworld, having served as a sect leader for a considerable time, I can confidently state that the death registry is not something that can be casually accessed. Even for the Black and White Wuchang, it is not feasible to simply check on a whim. What do you think their intentions were? I began to grasp a vague idea. I suspect that if you had not called Bai Wuchang, he would have reached out to you regardless. Contemplating this, I lowered my head, lost in thought. Suddenly, Hongya's words jolted me awake. These 2 little spirits may be incapable of fighting, yet their manifestation of the round light technique is something even you and Yin Yin could not evade. I abruptly lifted my head, looking at Hongya. Are you suggesting that Bai Wuchang has taken an interest in their round light technique? Chu Yin and Hongya exchanged knowing smiles and nodded. Reflecting on this perspective, I began to understand. Two little spirits, whose appearance was shrouded in mystery, had killed someone in the Earth City, as the Black Wuchang. Bai Wuchang could not possibly be unaware of this event. After all, he had previously contacted me regarding two vengeful female ghosts who had killed their husbands. The situation this time was even more severe. He could not have been oblivious. Yet, this time, it seemed Bai Wuchang chose not to intervene. After I had narrowly escaped the round light technique and called him, he promptly came over. Thus, he had refrained from action earlier because he was uncertain of the capabilities of these two little spirits. I contemplated this and turned to Chu Yin and Hongya, asking, if that is the case, do you think they desired to utilize the potential of these two spirits while I intended to dispose of them? Hence, the Black and White Wuchang opted to take them away to prevent me from taking lethal action? Hongya suddenly interjected, given my understanding of Bai Wuchang's temperament. He could easily have dealt with these two spirits himself without needing your involvement. I surmise he chose to take this extra step for your grandfather's sake, allowing you to owe him a favor and providing your grandfather with closure, ultimately taking the two souls away without any loss. I smiled nonchalantly. After all, they were the Black and White Wuchang. Even if they forcibly took the two souls from me, I could hardly refuse. At least they had chosen a relatively gentle approach to the matter. If they had insisted, would I dare resist? However, Chu Yin and Hongya's observations were not without merit. They were my own sex elder spirits, unlike the Black and White Wuchang. I speculated that without my grandfather's influence, they likely would not have even glanced my way. In essence, my call to Bai Wuchang was a sign of my youth and inexperience. Moving forward, I would need to rely on my sex connections to handle matters first, only reaching out to the Black and White Wuchang as a last resort. Otherwise, I might find myself, as in this instance, unwittingly at a disadvantage, offering a favor while still being subject to their arrangements. In response, Hongya simply smiled and patted me. You are still young. Experiencing a few setbacks will help you understand. Engaging more with them will benefit you, but relying on them too often may not be wise. Nonetheless, it is all right. We are here. Next time a similar situation arises, we can discuss it together. Chapter 62. The visit to the second hospital after the two little spirits were taken away by the Black and White Wuchang. My life returned to a state of tranquility, and Tianchi enjoyed an unprecedented calm for several days. The dismembered deceased was successfully consecrated, honored, and cremated under the guidance of Bai Mansi. The day after I dealt with this matter, I resumed work at Tianchi. However, even while at work, I found myself pondering the fate of the little spirits. They had been taken away, but who was it that had stitched the corpse? Surely, there was another individual in the Earth City who shared my profession as a mortician. Yet, my grandmother had long told me that the profession of mortician was nearly extinct, and it was highly likely that I was the last legitimate mortician left. I have always harbored a suspicion. Could these two little spirits be the work of a fellow mortician? Given the complexity of the narrative, I shall refine and enhance it while preserving its essence. After all, the ability to meticulously peel away a layer of human skin is a feat that even the most skilled forensic pathologists might struggle to accomplish. However, this is an essential skill for the mortuary artisans. Yet, all of this remains mere conjecture. Whether it was the work of a fellow professional is of little consequence to me, as long as I am not disturbed by these peculiarities. Instead of contemplating such matters, I would rather indulge in a series of dramas with Manzi in the office. Fortunately, there were no cadavers delivered at that moment, allowing the two of us to share a pair of headphones and listen to some poignant love songs, speculating on the heart-wrenching experiences that must have inspired the lyricists to craft such verses. On my days off, I would drive Manzi out for dinner, and after our meal, I would surprise her with a large bouquet of roses, bringing her immense joy and laughter. My accident-prone Mustang, whenever parked by the roadside, would attract attention as the scissor doors lifted, garnering nearly 100% turn of heads. Although I do not have a penchant for ostentation, occasionally gratifying my vanity is a harmless indulgence. Before dinner, I took Manzi to the city moat to breathe in some fresh air, spending all day in the mortuary, surrounded by the scents of incense and paper offerings, had begun to wear on my mind. By the moat, with music playing in the car, Manzi slid into the passenger seat, swaying to the rhythm, while I perched on the hood, smoking a cigarette. If I possess any detrimental habits, they would be smoking and staying up late. The former stems from my night shifts at the funeral home, as I find it unbearable to endure without a smoke. The latter needs no explanation, given the nature of my work. In contrast, Manzi fares much better, while she also has late nights due to work. I usually encourage her to rest while I take on the night shifts, as I have grown accustomed to it. Manzi does not mind my smoking or drinking. To her, these are acceptable traits. She has no rigid demands, and I treat her well, which suffices. After finishing my cigarette, I intended to retrieve some mouthwash from the car when Manzi's phone rang. Upon answering, she informed me that it was her university roommate and close friend calling. Her friend's father, a construction worker, had suffered an accident and fallen from the 4th floor. He was currently in critical condition at the hospital, and she was at a loss as to what to do, so she reached out to her best friend. To the second hospital, then? Buckle up. We're heading there now. With a roar of the Mustang, I drove at top speed to the city's second hospital. Upon entering through the emergency entrance, the resuscitation room lay to our left. On the ground outside, a girl was squatting, and when Manzi approached and touched her shoulder, the girl's emotional facade crumbled at the sight of her. On the way, Manzi had shared a brief account of this friend. During high school, she had endured bullying, which left her somewhat apprehensive about social interactions in college. This girl was her first friend at university, and upon learning of Manzi's past, she mobilized her own social circle to help Manzi meet many new friends, gradually helping to improve her character. Given this connection, I promptly called Chang. I knew this esteemed figure in my family possessed numerous acquaintances within the medical community, and a simple introduction could ensure attentive care for the patient, far superior to leaving her in ignorance. Manzi and I waited outside the resuscitation room for over an hour. When the door finally opened, a doctor approached the girl and informed her that her father's breathing and heartbeat had stabilized, but he remained in a deep coma due to his injuries. The doctor then presented 3 vials, presumably containing the patient's blood, instructing her to take them to the lab on the 2nd floor and await the results. Having previously been in the hospital for similar reasons, I was well acquainted with its layout and took the samples to the lab. My phone buzzed with a message from Manzi indicating that the results would take approximately an hour, so I made my way to the 5th floor. On a bench outside the elevator, the girl, whom Manzi referred to as Jiao, was quietly weeping in her embrace. In such moments, there was little we could do to comfort her. We could only offer soothing words or provide financial assistance if necessary. After a while, some of Jiao's father's co-workers arrived, and seizing the opportunity, Manzi pulled me aside into the stairwell. What about her mother? Why hasn't she come? I was about to ask. Jiao's parents have been divorced for some time. When I inquired on the 2nd floor, she mentioned that she informed her mother, who callously remarked that it was good her father fell, lamenting only that he hadn't died on impact. I clicked my tongue in disbelief. Clearly, her mother would not be coming, and I needed to tread carefully to avoid mentioning her mother in Jiao's presence. At this moment, regardless of gender, individuals are at their most vulnerable. A careless word could lead to consequences I would dread to witness. By 11 o'clock, most of Jiao's father's co-workers had dispersed, leaving only 2 of his closest friends to keep vigil. Manzi and I remained at her side throughout the night. Thankfully, the night passed without incident. I glanced at the medical report and noted that her father's condition was not optimistic. However, I refrained from sharing this with Jiao. Silence was the wisest course of action. As dawn broke, the elevator doors opened to reveal a girl in a business suit, appearing to be of similar age to Manzi. Wu Lingling, Manzi. Chapter 63, Excitement. I noticed a change in Manzi's expression, my suspicions igniting. This was someone Manzi knew, yet certainly not a friend. Could she possibly be a high school classmate? How unfortunate. Wu Lingling muttered something under her breath, but her words were loud enough for both Manzi and me to hear. Observing her nonchalance, my expression grew cold. Wu Lingling sauntered over to the bench, tossing her hair theatrically, and began to inquire about Jiao's well-being. However, it was evident that Jiao was reluctant to engage, responding to her inquiries with minimal effort. It became clear that Wu Lingling intended to ignore both Manzi and me, and I felt compelled to address her behavior. Manzi, would you kindly introduce us? Who might this be? I asked with a smile. To my surprise, Wu Lingling abruptly halted Manzi's response. First, my name is Wu Lingling. Second, you needn't to inquire about me. I already have a boyfriend, thank you. Her words nearly provoked laughter from me. She was as slender as a scarecrow, clad in a fitted suit, and upon entering the elevator, I had wondered who the scarecrow had been. Now, she had the audacity to thank me? Just as I was about to retort, Manzi tugged at my sleeve and shook her head. Seeing her gesture, I reluctantly held my tongue for the moment. Upon my return, I shall seek to ascertain the precise situation. Should this individual be the same who once inflicted torment upon by Manzi during her school years, I would not hesitate to allow her a taste of the profound terror that emanates from the depths of one's soul. At this moment, Jiao had lapsed into silence, and upon closer scrutiny, I discerned that Wu Lingling had begun to inquire about Jiao's employment and her monthly salary. Subsequently, she regaled us with tales of her own achievements, boasting of her recent employment at a large private enterprise in Tuching. where she claimed to work in the Human Resources Department, earning over $7,000 a month. She further flaunted that her mother had facilitated her entry into this position, assuring that with 4 to 5 years of perseverance, she would ascend to the role of HR supervisor, commanding a monthly income exceeding $10,000. Upon the mention of her mother, Jiao Jiao fell into a contemplative silence. It appeared that, having no desire to engage in conversation, Wu Lingling redirected her attention towards Bai Mansi. By the way, Bai Mansi, where are you working now? Upon hearing this, my brow furrowed in discontent. Working? How astute of her to label someone so readily. I have been accepted at Tianqi, where I serve as an official MC. Tianqi? The funeral home? Indeed. Wu Lingling's expression shifted dramatically, and I overheard her whispering to Jiao Jiao. She has gone to Tianqi. Why would you still want her here? She is at the funeral home every day. It's so disheartening. Hurry and let her go. I can't stand her. I noticed Jiao Jiao glance at Wu Lingling. Yet she uttered not a word. Observing this, Wu Lingling resumed her inquiries with Bai Mansi. How much do you earn monthly now? My income fluctuates, at times. I earn 20 to 30,000, but the least I receive is a guaranteed base salary of 6,000. 20 to 30,000? You must be jesting. How could such a dilapidated place possibly yield such earnings? Furthermore, Tianqi is merely a small, run-down funeral home. Don't you have to take an exam to work there? Don't deceive me. Are you unaware that Tianqi is a public institution? I presumed, given your years of effort, you would be cognizant of this fact. Do you have your transcripts? Show them to me. I have a lingering suspicion that you are fabricating your story. At this juncture, genuine anger surged within me. Is this endless? Must you always chatter incessantly? While someone's father is fighting for his life inside, you choose to flaunt your superiority. Mansi, open your mobile banking app and let her see your salary records. Bai Mansi, sensing the shift in my tone, complied obediently, accessing her banking details. Meanwhile, I retrieved our transcripts from my album and presented them to Wu Lingling. There is no need for me to berate you or to conspire against you from the shadows. I am not here to leverage old Xian to undermine you, even without external assistance. My and Bai Mansi's own capabilities are more than sufficient to deliver you a resounding slap in the face. Would you not like to see? Do you not believe me? Very well, I shall show you. I am eager to witness what you will say once the truth is laid bare before you. After she perused the screenshots of our academic records and the monthly salary statements from Bai Mansi's phone, Wu Lingling fell silent. I noted the displeasure etched upon her face and stifled a smirk. Finished with your incessant prattle? Now it's my turn. Miss Wu, I hear you have a boyfriend? When do you plan to wed? Who are you? I am Mansi's boyfriend, an MC at Tianqi Funeral Home, offering a complete range of funeral services. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me at Tianqi, or you may contact Mansi. Are you deranged? Why the sudden agitation? It seems no one can escape the inevitability of life and death. Please do not tell me your parents, or you, will never perish. Your family cannot possibly be immortal. Can they? Besides, even a tortoise lives but 1,000 years. You will eventually find use for this, so keep my business card handy. With that, I tossed the card to her. Wu Lingling, with a look of disdain, hastily swatted the card aside and began wiping her hands with a wet wipe from her bag. Just as I was about to further mock her, the door to the intensive care unit swung open. Liu Guoqiang's family. Is Liu Guoqiang's family present? Jiao Jiao immediately rose. These are the items needed for care. Prepare adequately. We will require large nursing pads, 2 packages to start. If more are needed, we will inform you. So please ensure everything is ready swiftly. I took the list and reassured Jiao Jiao that she need not concern herself with these tasks, as Mansi and I would handle it. I then handed the car keys to Bai Mansi. As I turned towards the elevator, I noticed that Wu Lingling had somehow already entered and the doors were about to close. I rushed over to press the button. What are you doing? Going downstairs. Of course. Is this elevator yours? Can only you ride it? Are you all right? My remarks seemed to render Wu Lingling momentarily speechless, and she adopted a sullen expression, positioning herself at the back of the elevator. Upon reaching the first floor, we exited in unison, making our way towards the parking lot. She turned to cast a glance at Mansi and me. Why are you two following me? Go take a taxi or buy something. Are you out of your mind? Who said anything about riding with you? As I spoke, I patted Bai Mansi, who, understanding the cue, pressed the car key button, causing the lights of a Mustang to flash in the distance. At that moment, I could see Wu Lingling's expression shift to one of shock. You doubt that this is my car, do you? I have a photo of the purchase contract on my phone. Would you like to see it? Bai Mansi mimicked my tone, delivering the retort. Wu Lingling, nearly incensed to the point of combustion, took several steps forward and entered an H6 SUV. I then slid into the passenger seat of our vehicle. By a stroke of coincidence, Wu Lingling's vehicle was parked adjacent to ours. I observed her clearly as I closed my door, and her jaw dropped in disbelief. Mancy occupied the driver's seat, her expression equally unimpressed. As she navigated the car smoothly out of the parking lot, accelerating with a swift drift onto the road, while Wu Lingling struggled with her vehicle, seemingly apprehensive about scraping the adjacent mirrors. After some distance, Mancy pulled over and turned to look at me. We exchanged a knowing smile, followed by a hearty laugh. To encounter someone who once bullied you years later, only to find that her career pales in comparison to yours, her income is inferior, and her vehicle is less impressive, it is a direct and comprehensive defeat. She had previously attempted to use these attributes to belittle you and elevate herself. Now, every word she uttered has morphed into a resounding slap upon her own face. In the countless nights that follow, as she reflects on today's events, a wave of embarrassment will wash over her, rooting itself in the depths of her soul. At that moment, Mancy and I shared a singular sentiment, pure elation. Chapter 64. The request from Liu Family Spirit. After Mancy and I had purchased all the necessary items for Jiao Jiao, my supervisor called, informing me that a deceased individual had been sent to Tianqi and that they were short-staffed, urging me to return promptly. Jiao Jiao understood the circumstances and informed me that her relatives were on their way, suggesting that Mancy and I return to avoid delaying work. After arranging to visit Jiao Jiao at a later date, I drove Mancy directly to Tianqi. Upon arrival, I discovered that the deceased was an elderly couple. The husband had succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage, and after being wheeled out on a gurney covered with a white sheet, the wife lost control of her emotions and fainted on the spot, unable to be revived. The elderly couple walked one after the other, with less than half an hour's difference in time between them. I couldn't help but sigh. The notion of a couple passing on the same day is unsettling to the heart. According to our local customs, when a couple dies on the same day, 2 ice coffins must be placed in the funeral hall, and a larger altar must be set up to accommodate both, allowing them to share the offerings. Due to the necessity of housing 2 ice coffins simultaneously, the small hall at Tianqi was unsuitable, and we had to move to the main hall. Once the hearse arrived at the funeral home, all the pallbearers from Tianqi gathered. 2 iron beds awaited the deceased, and the pallbearers carefully placed them on the beds before transporting them to Hall 1 of Tianqi. The ice coffins were arranged with the male on the left and the female on the right, and they were not the usual side-opening type, but rather straight opening, which required a designated person to dismantle them if they needed to be opened. This was crucial, as having both coffins side by side meant that one could not be opened without obstructing access to the other. Once the ice coffins were positioned, I remained on guard, while Mancy attended to the other deceased in the back hall. When the family arrived, I presented the red satin I had prepared in advance, instructing them to tie it beneath the ice coffins. This red ribbon symbolized their connection, ensuring that the spirits would not be separated in the afterlife. The filial sons and daughters, upon arrival, would carry a red cloth on their mourning bands, while the generation of the parents would have only a plain mourning band without any adornments. The customs surrounding a couple's simultaneous passing are not overly complex. It primarily involves placing the coffins together and having 2 officiants conduct the rites concurrently, with the hearses proceeding side by side, while both individuals share the offerings. The incense must be replenished promptly. One cannot wait for an hour and a half until the high incense is nearly burned out. As the family had many relatives and friends, the ceremony was conducted over 3 days, with the number of people recording the offerings doubling from 2 to 4 to manage the influx. On the day of the rites, I called Mancy over, and together we officiated for the elderly couple. The main hall was nearly filled to capacity for the final viewing. The time taken for attendees to pay their respects stretched to almost 2 minutes from the first to the last person. After concluding the rites, I assisted the pallbearers in placing the elderly couple into their paper coffins. The following day, during the funeral procession, Mancy and I each took a hearse, proceeding side by side towards the crematorium, where passing vehicles yielded to us. After the cremation, we collected the ashes and directly proceeded to the cemetery for the interment, after which Mancy and I attended a thank-you banquet hosted by the family. After the banquet, I drove Mancy back to Tianqi. The past few days had been exhausting, and I contemplated resting briefly before visiting Jiao Jiao at the hospital. Once back in the office, I nearly collapsed onto the chair. Throughout the 3-day event, I had hardly slept, not only preparing numerous offerings for the couple, but also greeting the many guests who arrived. With the overwhelming number of visitors, I could not afford to relax my vigilance, remaining at the funeral hall continuously. Although Mancy offered to relieve me, I declined, fearing that if something were to arise, she would be at a loss on how to handle it, even with the guards present. Seated in my office chair, I sipped a cup of hot water, and fatigue washed over me. I told Mancy I would take a short nap for an hour before we headed to the hospital. She nodded and draped a jacket over me. I then laid my head on the desk and fell asleep. When I awoke, the sun had risen, and checking my phone revealed I had slept for a full 10 hours. Though the rest was ample, I did not feel rejuvenated. Instead, I felt aches all over and my eyes were heavy. After washing my face, I opened a pack of Yushi cigarettes given by a family member and smoked two, which significantly lifted my spirits. I handed the car keys to Manzi, instructing her to drive. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhao Jiao informed us that although her father had not yet regained consciousness, his health indicators had improved significantly since his admission. Zhao Jiao had been waiting outside the ICU without eating, so Manzi ordered takeout, but Zhao Jiao initially refused. I insisted we order food to share, and she reluctantly agreed. That evening, Zhao Jiao intended to rest in a chair, and without informing her, I ventured to the hospital store to rent a bed. This is a somewhat discreet but common practice in hospitals. Being a frequent visitor, I was well aware of the arrangements. In the washroom, there were about 4 or 5 foldable beds available for rent at a rate of 50 for 1 day, 40 for 2 days, and 10 for 3 or more days, with a 100 yuan deposit required, along with the patients' and family members' names. While Manzi and Zhao Jiao were engaged in conversation, I received a call from Liu Yongku. "Hello? Is Brother Liu back?" I asked. "Yes, I've returned after spending a few days with my sister-in-law and child. I had planned to stay longer, but there are matters here that require my attention, so I came back. What is going on with you? I heard you were haunted a couple of days ago." I chuckled helplessly and briefly explained the situation to Liu Yongku. He inquired about my current whereabouts, to which I replied that I was at the hospital, and I informed him about Zhao Jiao's father's condition. Liu Yongku seemed straightforward, stating that since Zhao Jiao had assisted Manzi, he would bring some items to show his support. He also mentioned there were some matters at the Liu family that he needed my help with. Upon hearing that the Liu family required my assistance, I did not hesitate. They had helped me numerous times, and now that they needed my help, I was eager to step forward. However, Liu Yongku's tone on the phone suggested he was stifling laughter, leaving me puzzled about what the matter could be. After about 20 minutes, Liu Yongku arrived carrying instant noodles, prepared foods, self-heating meals, fruits, and other practical items, and he met me in the elevator area of the ICU on the 5th floor. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Jiao and introducing himself as Manzi's boyfriend's friend, Liu Yongku pulled me aside into the stairwell. Liu Yongku had changed significantly. His previously unkempt hair was now styled in a neat short cut, and his clothing appeared to be newly purchased. It seemed that after returning home, his sister-in-law had given him a makeover. Liu Yongku rubbed his hands together and eagerly asked if I had brought any cigarettes. I returned to the elevator area, retrieved a box of Yushi from my backpack, and told Liu Yongku that I had several packs stashed in my drawer at Tianchi for him to take. Lighting a cigarette, Liu Yongku took several deep puffs, leading to a fit of coughing, yet the expression on his face conveyed sheer satisfaction. Damn it. I didn't dare smoke when I was back home, fearing it would harm my wife and child. I held back for several days. The craving was intense. So I resorted to munching on sunflower seeds, 10 kilograms in just a few days. My fingers are stained black from all the seeds. After finishing one cigarette, Liu Yongku lit another, finally returning to his usual self. Curiously, I asked him what assistance the Liu family required. Liu Yongku glanced at me and suddenly broke into a smile. "Dragon, do you know what it means to demand a seal?" I recall having encountered something akin to this before. It involved a weasel that inquired whether it resembled a human. If one responded in the affirmative, the creature would exert itself to attain a human form. If the answer was negative, then all its decades of cultivation would be rendered futile. Liu Yongku, somewhat taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement, expressing surprise that someone would pen such a tale. Presumably, having discerned my understanding of what it meant to seek a title, Liu Yongku wasted no time and directly requested my assistance in modernizing the process of title seeking for 2 factions in Shiqing and Tuqing. I was momentarily taken aback. Modernization? Mass production? Seeking a title? How do these concepts even relate? However, after Liu Yongku elucidated the matter, I grasped his intention. It was clear that Liu Yongku, with his ingenuity, was a true prodigy. The act of seeking a title predominantly occurs between the Huang and Hu families, essentially the weasel and the fox. The operational procedure is akin to what I previously described. The creature queries whether it resembles a human, and your response, whether affirmative or negative, has significant implications. It may either ascend to the heavens and achieve a human form or plummet into the abyss, losing all cultivation. Nevertheless, the soldiers of the Hu and Huang families possess limbs and can mimic human postures, which is not the case for the Liu and Chang families. One might ponder that upon witnessing a small weasel and an adorable fox standing upright, one might remark, look at how these creatures resemble humans. However, Should a snake prop itself up, the only response would be, "Oh no, a snake. Run." Hence, the act of seeking a title has never transpired among the celestial beings of the Liu and Chang families. This has resulted in the necessity for the celestial beings of these families to rely solely on their inherent abilities to attain a human form. This is also why the Liu and Chang families are notoriously fierce in their dealings. Those unable to achieve human forms have long since vanished. Their lifespans extinguished and their whereabouts unknown. Those who have successfully transformed into humans are acutely aware of the arduous journey to attain their cultivation, prompting them to acquire skills to safeguard themselves. In the present day, the days of reckless abandon and scarcity of resources are no more. The various Liu family factions, large and small, possess their own enterprises. While the abilities of celestial beings are undeniably paramount, the lack of manpower is a tangible issue. Thus, seizing the opportunity to return to my ancestral home at Jiuding Taisha Mountain, Liu Yuntu conferred with the Liu family leaders there to explore the possibility of infusing some fresh blood into the Liu family through my position as the chief disciple. Naturally, the Liu family leaders acquiesced to Liu Yuntu's proposal, leading to our earlier dialogue. I harbored no objections. If the Liu family required my assistance, I would certainly oblige. However, I was unfamiliar with the nuances of seeking a title. How exactly could I assist? Liu Yuntu chuckled, assuring me that I need not prepare anything. I simply needed to take a day off tomorrow, and he would escort me to the Liu family faction in Tuching. Upon arrival, I would merely need to sit behind a desk and respond affirmatively. Upon hearing how simple it sounded, I readily agreed. Liu Yuntu then lit another cigarette, extinguished it, and we returned to the elevator. After days of travel, my messages were nearly overwhelming. I had more than a dozen tasks at hand, and I could scarcely keep up. I chuckled at this, suggesting that he return to teach Hongjia how to play games since she had ample free time each day. Liu Yuntu scoffed, casting me a disdainful glance, and retorted, "Hongjia? With her meager skills, she'd struggle even in the lowest ranks. My tasks are of the highest caliber. I wouldn't dare entrust her with them. If I falter, it would tarnish my reputation. She should stick to her casual games." After some idle chatter, Liu Yuntu departed to earn some money, and the next morning at 9, I would drive him to the Liu family's grand hotel to commence the title-seeking process. Later, I called my leader to arrange for a day's leave from my recent vacation days, confirming my absence to attend to the Liu family's affairs. That night, around midnight, several relatives of Jiao Jiao arrived, allowing Bai Mansi and me to discreetly excuse ourselves. Having already slept for 10 hours, I was not the least bit tired upon returning home, so I settled beside Liu Yuntu as he worked through the night. The following morning, shortly after 8:40, I drove Liu Yuntu to the Liu family faction. Upon arrival, we set aside other concerns and indulged in a lavish breakfast buffet replete with a plethora of dishes. Afterward, the waiter presented me with a drink menu, offering to procure any items not listed. I hastily declined, requesting merely 2 buckets of orange juice and an ashtray. The waiter led me into the banquet hall of the Grand Hotel. I must admit, as the grand door swung open, I was thoroughly taken aback. The hall was indeed expansive, roughly estimating around 800 to 900 square meters, yet it was entirely filled with snakes, various kinds, all lined up in an orderly fashion. Strangely and amusingly, many of the snakes even turned their heads to glance at me, gently nodding. Form an orderly queue. You are all enlightened beings. Do not dare cut in line. From now on, anyone who dares to break the queue shall face my wrath. The staff promptly organized the discipline and then invited me onto the stage of the banquet hall, where they provided each Liu Yuntu and me with a plush sofa positioned in front of 2 conference tables. Soon, a snake slithered up from the floor to the table. "Greetings, esteemed Chief Disciple Ma. Do I resemble a human?" "Indeed, you resemble one remarkably," I replied. The snake leaped joyously from the table, followed closely by a second snake that climbed up. As I surveyed the multitude of snakes before me, my head began to spin. It seemed I would have little to do today. Chapter 66. The Black Mother. Indeed, this proved to be the case. The title-seeking process persisted from 9 in the morning until well past 7 in the evening. Logically, the Liu family's title-seeking should have concluded by 4. But Hu Tianlei had learned of the proceedings and personally called upon me to assist the Hu family faction as well. I could hardly refuse, and soon, alongside the snakes, a swarm of foxes gathered at my feet. My initial enthusiasm waned, and I found myself nearly numb by the end. "You've done well. Yes, you resemble one." Liu Yuntu gave me a playful nudge, startling me as I realized the event had concluded. Fortunately, the title-seeking involved the Liu family factions from Tuching and Shiqing. Had it been for the central faction, I would likely have perished today. Upon standing, I felt a tingling in my legs, and my jaw ached from constant speaking. As it happened, the head of the Liu family's celestial hall in Tuching was absent, attending to matters at the central hall. So they entrusted the hotel staff to ensure a proper meal for me. I feasted heartily at the Liu family hotel, and the kitchen even prepared several additional dishes, suggesting they send some home with me, considering my status as the chief disciple. I waved my hand, indicating that I had no need for such formalities. A few dishes would suffice, and I could manage the drive back myself. Upon returning home, I placed the dishes in the kitchen, urging the older members of my family to enjoy the meal while I retreated to my room and collapsed onto my bed. After a long day of sitting, I finally relished the opportunity to lie down. Chu Yin was in the room, playing with the toys I had previously purchased for Chu Xiaobo, while Hongya, wearing headphones, seemed engrossed in music. Liu Yinta lit a cigarette and promptly sat at the computer, immediately resuming his work, seemingly indifferent to the meal. Meanwhile, I was too lethargic to move. I struggled to adjust my position against the headboard and initiated a video call with Mancy. After over half an hour of idle chatter, I finally felt somewhat refreshed. After several years in the funeral industry, being summoned to the mortuary in the dead of night has become a common occurrence for me. Thus, I have developed a remarkable resilience to disturbances. A brief respite is often sufficient for me to regain my composure. During the times when Chu Yin did not receive my calls, her days were spent caring for her child, and in the mornings, she would prepare breakfast for the little one, often packing some for us as well. As for Liu Yin too, she is a quintessential single-minded individual. Regarding Hongyi, she used to be quite aimless each day. But now I am unsure when she purchased a pair of headphones. When I leaned over to take a closer look, I discovered she was simply listening to music, utilizing a VIP account from Mancy. I inquired, Sister Hong, what are you listening to? Mistress, just part ways, your choice? Can't we indulge in songs that celebrate the beauty of love? Hongyi removed her headphones and cast a fleeting glance in my direction. Sister is reminiscing about the sorrows of love. What can a little brat like you understand? Go find your own Mancy, and don't disturb me while I reflect on the past. Yet, I pointed out that she was using Mancy's account, and questioned the nature of the song she had favorited. It seemed that while one moment she was running forward, facing cold gazes and ridicule, the next she had become someone else's mistress. Couldn't she simply upgrade her own account to VIP? At that moment, I noticed Hong Ye's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Sister, I really don't know how to manage this, she admitted. I chuckled, realizing that my dear old friend was utterly clueless about the technology. Subsequently, I assisted Hong Yi in registering an account, logging in, and purchasing a year of VIP access while adding all her previously liked songs one by one. In passing, I also added Hong Yi on WeChat and suggested that Chu Yin create her own WeChat account and add me as well. After all, Chu Yin is a modern individual, and I had no concerns regarding her proficiency in such matters. Once I had added these old friends as contacts, I was about to take my leave when Liu Yinta suddenly called out to me without turning around. Long, buy a Wen Wong drum and a Wu Wong whip online, and later learn the military rhythm your grandfather passed down to you. I recalled Liu Yinta had previously told me that singing such things was pointless, so I was puzzled as to why she now urged me to learn it. I informed Mama about your situation at Juding Taisha Mountain, and she provided me with the lyrics for the military rhythm. You should learn it, as singing it at the right moment will summon the celestial beings within 100 miles. Those further away will arrive eventually. If you sing the entire piece, the celestial beings from Taisha Mountain will come to your aid, including Mama herself. Unfamiliar with who Mama was, or what Taisha Mountain entailed, I asked Liu Yuntu for clarification. Upon hearing my question, Liu Yuntu assured me to wait a moment, as they were about to win this round of their battle, and she would explain everything in detail afterward. 5 or 6 minutes later, Liu Yuntu successfully defeated the opposing team's crystal and completed the task. Let me tell you about Mama. She is the guardian deity of our entire celestial community, the only one among us who has achieved true enlightenment. I was taken aback. Have you re-journeyed to the west? Do you remember the episode with the ginseng fruit tree? Liu Yuntu asked. Yes. Didn't Sun Wukong lie down against the tree trunk? I replied. Do you recall who the tree's owner was? Wasn't it Jin Yuanzi? I answered. Jin Yuanzi is a terrestrial immortal and the progenitor of terrestrial immortals. Mama is similar to him, being a rare case of someone who transitioned from mortal to immortal. I have even witnessed her discussing matters with Jin Yuanzi as an equal. Just think about how exalted her status is. Upon hearing this, I was utterly astonished. Liu Yunta had encountered Jin Yuanzi. Taisha Mountain is merely the place where Mama attained her immortality. She currently resides there. I pondered for a moment and suddenly realized something. Mama, the guardian deity of all the celestial beings, lives at Juding Taisha Mountain, which coincidentally is also where Liu Yuntu's family resides. At that moment, I felt that Liu Yuntu was perhaps more extraordinary than I had initially perceived. Without concealing my curiosity, I directly posed my question to Liu Yuntu. Upon hearing my inquiry, she burst into hearty laughter. There's nothing I can't share with you. In truth, I began my cultivation journey under Himama's guidance, and after achieving my human form, I settled at Jiuding Taisha Mountain. In that simple statement, I sensed that matters might not be as straightforward as Liu Yuntu suggested. Himama is a figure of similar stature to Zhang Yuanzi, and she actively guided Liu Yuntu. Moreover, she allowed him to reside in the very place where she attained enlightenment. I had previously been puzzled by Liu Yuntu's ability to command authority as a mere celestial being of the Yun generation, someone who had just barely reached the threshold of recognition, yet was able to orchestrate and lead the Liu family's celestial hall, surpassing ranks much higher than his own. How could a Yun generation celestial being secure a place among the top 3 in evaluations within the celestial community? However, upon learning of his connection to Himama, everything began to make sense. Simultaneously, I realized that my own background had once again become significantly more formidable. It could even be said that before Liu Yuntu disclosed this information to me, the so-called connections I had were utterly inconsequential. With a complete rendition of the military rhythm, Himama would personally come to protect me. What a concept! To me, this was akin to singing the entire military rhythm and summoning the most esteemed celestial beings from all over northeast China. If Himama is coming, how could the likes of Hu Santai and his wife remain uninvolved? Would Liu Santai and his wife merely stand by? The Chang family, the Bai family, the Hui family, along with countless other celestial beings from the Qingfeng Hall and beyond, could they possibly remain idle? In an instant, a powerful surge of exhilaration coursed through my veins, causing my hands to tremble slightly. Liu Yuntu cast a cheerful glance my way. Are you planning to learn it? Yes, I absolutely must learn it. I'm ordering the drum and whip right now and paying extra for express delivery. Chapter 67. The remarkably effective military rhythm. I sat on the sofa at the entrance, opened an online shopping platform, selected a store that appeared reputable, and promptly ordered a set of Wenwang drums and Wuwang whips. I also contacted customer service to request the fastest possible shipping. Money was no object. I only desired speed. After paying the extra fee for expedited shipping, I happily made my way downstairs to my car and headed to Tianqi. In the days that followed, both Bai Mankai and I found ourselves rather unoccupied. I even had time to dine at Bai Monsai's home and play chess with her father. Notably, Bai Monsai's mother had retired. Although she continued to work at her previous place of employment, her mindset had shifted entirely. Upon learning of my mother-in-law's retirement, I brought a few gifts and visited the Mankai household, taking the initiative to cook some scrambled eggs. While my culinary skills may leave much to be desired, I am quite adept at making scrambled eggs. Though the dish was simple, my mother-in-law was quite pleased. After a satisfying meal, I engaged in an intense series of chess matches with Bai Monsai's father, continuing until darkness fell, after which I drove Bai Mankai back to her workplace. Upon arrival at the office, the much-anticipated Wenwang drums and Wuwang whips were finally delivered. That evening, as Bai Mankai and I worked the night shift, the office was empty, providing me with the perfect opportunity to open the MP3 of the military rhythm that my grandfather had previously shared with me. I scoured the internet for tutorials to diligently learn how to strike the drum and shake the whip, whether it was an innate musicality or the simplicity of the task. Within 3 to 4 hours, I had mastered the drum beats. Now, my focus was on committing these rhythms to memory before proceeding to memorize the lyrics Liu Yuntu had obtained from Himama at Jiuding Taisha Mountain. The prospect of singing the entire military rhythm and mobilizing the celestial beings from Jiuding Taisha Mountain filled me with a thrilling anticipation. As dawn broke, I returned home to request the lyrics from Liu Yuntu. Liu Yuntu produced several sheets of A4 paper, upon which were printed the lyrics given to me by Black Mama. Upon inspection, I realized there was quite a substantial amount of text. To perform the entire piece would likely take a good 10 to 20 minutes. Liu, if I truly encounter an urgent situation, would singing the entire piece leave me utterly exhausted? Liu Yuntu shot me an incredulous glance and replied, "Must you insist on singing the entire thing? When I refer to the complete piece, I don't mean you have to recite it all. You can skip around." I inquired, "Could I merely sing the last line?" Singing the last line directly is akin to summoning someone without any preamble. You must fill in some verses. Furthermore, this lyric is merely for your reference. You need not adhere strictly to the text. Feel free to modify the words as you see fit. Once you become familiar, you can even create your own variations. I'm mused that altering the lyrics on the fly might prove challenging, so I resolved to memorize the words on the paper first. I retrieved the Wenwang drum and Wuwang whip, placing the printed lyrics of the troops summoning chant upon the tea table. I settled before it. bowing my head to study the words. With the divine assistance of the three sovereigns, we shall summon troops from afar, with the reins of the 9-mile path. The grand gate shall illuminate, and the secondary gate shall be adorned in red. I shall call forth both celestial steeds and divine warriors. Invoking the great steeds and the 2 spirit boys, the mountain-climbing tiger and the earth dragon, the eloquent tongue and the mimicry spirit. With eyes that see 1,000 miles and ears attuned to the wind, every mountain pass shall carry the message. Today, I shall summon the troops. I made slight modifications to the troop summoning chant, adding a few filler words, and felt quite comfortable with my rendition. Liu Yunta nodded in approval, commenting that aside from the slightly slow drumbeat, my performance was commendable and at least on pitch. Ahem, where was I? Ah yes. I was at the part about the Hu family as the leader, the Huang family as the vanguard, and the Chang family as the battle generals. And the ghostly master of the underworld, the old sage of the clear breeze. As I reached this point, Liu Yunta suddenly stretched out his hand. What is going on? Are we summoning from the sea? The nuclear wastewater has already ruined everything. We need to revise this. How should we revise it, Liu? Summoning from the river? A river of that size is hardly useful. Let us change it to the waters. Then let us summon the fish and shrimp from the waters. Those with divine power, who hurry along with joy, come and go in a flash, without wasting a moment, racing like 1,000 steeds, suddenly dashing into the camp. As I continued, Liu Yunta interjected, racing into the camp? That is hardly appropriate. In the southwest, there is a mound, but it seems there is no land temple there, Liu. What lies in the southwest? I admitted I hadn't ventured there much and suggested asking Hongjia, who had lived there longer. Liu Yunta waved his hand dismissively, saying the latter parts of the lyrics were unnecessary. Just memorize the first 2 sections along with the last line. If you face an urgent matter, you can skip ahead and sing the latter parts. In critical moments, you can even forego the rest and simply sing the last line to summon Black Mama for assistance. While the troop summoning chant could indeed save one's life in dire situations, I couldn't possibly carry the Wenwang drum and Wuwang whip with me at all times. To this, Liu Yunta proposed a rather unconventional solution. I could record an audio file containing only the drum beats without the lyrics. Next time I needed to perform the chant, I could play the accompaniment on my phone and sing along. All right then, I agreed. Truly a modern sage. Your thinking is entirely contemporary, something I hadn't even considered. After recording several times at home, I finally captured a beat that Liu Yunta deemed satisfactory. I saved the audio files and backed them up, preparing to leave for Tianqi. Yet, as I opened the door, I was greeted by the sight of over 20 individuals, both upstairs and downstairs, all wearing anxious expressions as they gazed at me. Liu Deity, are you in trouble? We all arrived. Have you all heard my troop summoning chant? Indeed. Where is the person who provoked you, Liu Deity? Let me deal with them. Startled, I quickly clarified that I was merely practicing the chant, not summoning anyone. These unfamiliar sages included locals from Tuqing, some from Shiqing, and others who had hurried over from neighboring mountain cities. I realized this was a rather comical misunderstanding. The troop summoning chant was indeed effective, perhaps too effective. Fortunately, my identity as Liu Deity lent me some credibility. These sages couldn't protest too much. Nevertheless, I collected contact information from each of them and learned about their respective factions, intending to express my gratitude at a later date. After bidding farewell to the sages, I returned home for a drink, but as I prepared to leave again, I opened the door to find another individual standing outside. Initially, I presumed this person was another sage come to assist. Just as I was about to explain, they spoke. Lu Long? Yes, that's me. Who are you? Where are the souls of the 2 dead infants? Give them to me. Chapter 68, The Iron Monastery's Master. Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback, subsequently becoming alert. Who are you? Souls, give them to me. As they spoke, the individual reached out towards me. Just as I prepared to defend myself, Liu Yunta appeared behind me, swiftly delivering a kick to the person's face, sending them sprawling to the ground. Who do you think you are? Liu Yunta scolded. The unfortunate figure lost several teeth in the process, collapsing unconscious on the spot, while I stood in stunned silence, unable to react. Hongjia and Chu Yin emerged upon hearing the commotion, their expressions filled with curiosity as they observed the scattered teeth on the ground. Hey, sister, come to Lu Long's place. Bring your tools. Yes, for an interrogation. After hanging up the phone, it took about 10 minutes for Chang Yunqi to arrive at my home, dressed in a white coat and carrying a large medical kit. What is going on? Chang Yunqi inquired as she effortlessly lifted the unconscious man and tossed him onto the floor, beginning to open her medical kit. This person wanted the souls of the 2 dead infants. I don't know who they are, but they intended to attack me, and Liu kicked them down, I explained. Chang Yunqi donned medical gloves, frowning as she pried the man's mouth open. All his front teeth are shattered? Why didn't you just kill him? With a sigh, Chang Yunqi acknowledged the lack of ropes at home and instructed me to go purchase some. Just as I was about to leave, Chu Yin gestured for her to go instead. A few minutes later, Chu Yin returned with a thick hemp rope in hand. Red Leaf cheerfully took the rope and swiftly bound the man securely. As Chang Yunqi opened her medical kit, I noticed it was filled with various syringes, surgical instruments, and a myriad of medical supplies. Selecting a syringe, Chang Yunqi administered an injection, and in mere moments, the man regained consciousness, his expression twisted in agony, unable to articulate a single word. Afterward, Chang Yunqi stood up and gestured to Liu Yuntu, indicating that he could commence the interrogation. Liu Yuntu pulled up a chair, sitting in front of the man and scrutinizing him intently for a moment. "What is your name?" The man's face remained contorted in pain, yet he managed to cast a fierce glance in my direction, completely ignoring Liu Yuntu's inquiry. I observed a glimmer of amusement on Liu Yuntu's face as he approached the man, forcibly pulling his arm from the tightly bound ropes. With this single action, blood oozed from the abrasions caused by the rope. Then Liu Yuntu raised the man's arm, driving his knee against the elbow joint in the opposite direction. I heard a sickening crack, and the man's arm bent at an unnatural angle, broken beyond repair. However, this was not the end. Liu Yuntu seized the severed arm of the man and twisted it once more, causing the jagged bone to pierce through the skin. Subsequently, before my very eyes, Liu Yuntu shattered all of this man's limbs. The man, racked with pain, longed to scream, yet could produce only a faint sound. For Hongya had stuffed 2 steamed buns into his mouth, rendering him unable to swallow or spit them out, a truly insidious and vicious act. Most terrifying of all was Chang Yunqi, who stood nearby, administering various drugs to this man. From the outset, he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness multiple times, only to be revived by the drugs, his pupils dilating as if death were imminent. Yet Chang Yunqi persistently brought him back to the edge of life. In the end, despair clouded his eyes. After Liu Yuntu crushed the man's ankle with a kick, he crouched down and patted the man's face. "What is your name?" The man's voice had dwindled to a whisper, so faint that I could barely hear it, yet Liu Yuntu seemed to discern what he had said. Thereafter, Liu Yuntu remained crouched, beginning to interrogate this man, who was virtually sentenced to death. The questioning lasted about 10 minutes, after which Liu Yuntu stood up and nodded to Chang Yunqi. In a seemingly casual manner, she produced a syringe, plunged it into the man's neck, and injected the drug. I soon noticed that the man gradually became still. After a while, I looked again and saw that he had passed away. Liu Yuntu made a call to arrange for members of the Liu family to assist with the disposal of the body, then dragged me into the bedroom. "Brother Liu, what is happening?" To be honest, witnessing a living person endure such inhuman torment and then die before me did not stir any emotion within me. I had seen many corpses. I was not afraid. His death, in my memory, did not even rank among the top 30. Moreover, the man had just reached for me with the intent of gouging out my eyes, clearly wishing to leave me one-eyed. An individual who sought my life and had connections to 2 deceased infants. Why should I spare him? The name of this man was inconsequential, like you. He was a corpse seamster who had learned the method of raising spirits to amass wealth from somewhere. However, your reputation as a seamster far eclipsed his abilities, cutting off his business and financial means. He had intended to send those 2 deceased infants to probe your strength, but since they had not returned since that day, he had lost his spirits for gathering wealth and could only resort to robbing. He confessed to me that he had choked a child just out of school for a mere $10. Upon hearing this, I realized he was beyond redemption. Keeping him alive served no purpose, so I decided to end his life. At this point, Liu Yuntu took the towel handed to him by Chu Yin and wiped the blood and bits of bone from his hands. "This is your first encounter with a murder scene, isn't it?" "Yes." "Are you afraid?" "Not at all. I have seen many dead bodies, so one more makes no difference." Liu Yuntu grinned and said, "I have killed many as well, and this one is no exception. But rest assured, I never harm the innocent. Since you are my disciple, it is only right for me to clear all obstacles for you, while also dealing with these antisocial elements. Otherwise, I would not bother to lift a finger." I nodded. I understood what kind of person Liu Yuntu was. When members of the Liu family arrived at my home, they quietly placed the corpse into a bag and then into a cardboard box meant for a refrigerator. Several other Liu family members then came upstairs to clean up all the blood from the floor and even sprayed air freshener. I thought the matter would end there. But Liu Yuntu directly summoned me, instructing me to book a train ticket to return to Shurching the next day. "Back to Shurching? Is there something going on, Brother Liu? Do you know who he learned the method of raising spirits for wealth from?" "Who?" "The ghost immortal from the Qingfeng General Hall in Shurching." I sighed. realizing that the Qingfeng General Hall in Shicheng, particularly its leader Zhang Tai, seemed to always be seeking trouble with me. What had I done to provoke him? Oh, and take your Wenwang drum and Wuwang whip with you. What? Am I to sing for help when I get there, Brother Liu? Liu Yuntu smiled and nodded, then gestured towards the living room. Following his direction, I was astonished to find the black and white impermanence seated on my living room sofa, smoking. As I entered the living room, I discovered a red cloth laid out on the table, atop which lay the corpses and remains of the 2 deceased infants. Next to the altar in the living room knelt a shackled ghost. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than the man who had just been taken away in a box. No wonder your grandfather said you were clever. Indeed, you are quite astute. I told you, these items serve as both witness and evidence. I feared you would misplace them. So Lao He and I intended to safeguard them for you. But you, along with those 2 beauties from your family's hall, have probably spoken ill of us behind our backs, haven't you? Bai Wuchang flicked the ash from his cigarette, laughing nonchalantly as he recounted this. I know you haven't been to the underworld, so let me put it this way. In the underworld, aside from the 10 old fellows of the 10 halls and other equal-ranking impermanences, who would dare to not pay their respects to us? You and your grandparents are exceptions. You are even more outrageous, being able to summon us with just a phone call. And why should we take advantage of you, you little brat? If you keep suspecting Lao He and me, I might just go tell your grandfather. Realizing that my previous thoughts alongside Chu Yin and Hong Ye had been exposed, I felt somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, did these 2 really take advantage of me? Even if my life were at stake, could I not resist? Just then, Bai Wuchang rolled up the red cloth, wrapping the corpses of the 2 deceased infants within, before handing it to me. Zhang Tai, the leader of the Qingfeng General Hall in Shicheng, has been secretly stealing souls, disrupting the underworld's ghost messengers, unlawfully nurturing spirits to harm the living, and defying the edicts of the underworld by harboring souls meant for reincarnation. His crimes are grievous and warrant punishment. Since you are the chief disciple of Taisha Mountain, this matter concerning your celestial circle has been authorized for you to handle. With that, Bai Wuchang tugged at the chain in his hand, causing the kneeling soul near the altar to shift closer to me. I have provided you with witness and evidence, as well as authorization. Tomorrow, upon your arrival in Shicheng, you may address the situation as you see fit. Lao He and I have other matters to attend to. Can you manage? At that moment, I was utterly dumbfounded. Chief disciple of Taisha Mountain? Me? Huh. Liu Yuntu clicked his tongue and gave me a light pat. I quickly replied that I could manage and then inquired of the black and white impermanence, asking when I had become the chief disciple, and how I was the chief disciple of Taisha Mountain nonetheless. Your grandfather has passed away. The position of chief disciple became vacant, and now you, the grandson of the 8 aperture disciple, are stepping into his shoes. It is only natural, Bai Wuchang explained with a smile. Suddenly, everything began to make sense. My grandfather. Well, that changes everything. This old man had hardly spoken a word of truth to me. Even if Bai Wuchang told me that my grandfather had once fought 3 clowns in Gotham, I would surely believe it. After Bai Wuchang and Lao He departed, I asked Liu Yuntu about the situation regarding the chief disciple. He informed me that this arrangement had been decided by Black Mama, and Liu Yuntu had refrained from telling me for fear that I would become arrogant upon learning of it. However, since I was now aware, Liu Yuntu decided to be forthright with me. Listen closely. Tomorrow marks the day you will establish your name within the celestial circles. Your grandfather once held the esteemed title of the Grand Disciple Master, commanding 5 halls and 500 immortals, maintaining peace among the celestial families for 40 years. Now that he has passed, those like Zhang Tai can no longer contain themselves. As you take up your grandfather's mantle, you must ignite a fervor with your inaugural display. With that, Liu Yuntu gestured towards the Wenwang drum and Wuwang whip resting on the table. Tomorrow, at the entrance of the Qingfeng Grand Hall, you shall perform the entire rendition of the sect's battle song. Rest assured, Black Mother is aware of this event and will not attend, nor will anyone from Taisha Mountain. However, all the heads of the major halls within the region will be present. When you meet them, greet them as equals without being overly subservient. Do you understand? I was taken aback. Already? I had just learned the battle song, and now I was expected to perform it in full? Wait, does that mean that Lord Hu and Lady Hu will be there tomorrow? Absolutely, every major hall will be represented. Moreover, you are now the Grand Disciple Master, recognized by Black Mother herself as the Grand Disciple Master of Taisha Mountain. Coupled with your unparalleled status of being the sole disciple born with 8 orifices, along with your grandfather's connections in the underworld and your relations with the Yin and Yang messengers, you are, in theory, of equivalent standing to Lord Hu. However, when you meet them, you must still show proper respect and decorum. Do not let it go to your head, understood? Liu Yuntu counted off on his fingers, his tone growing stern as he spoke. Just the thought of the upcoming gathering made my legs feel weak. Rest assured, I will ensure that this first display is nothing short of spectacular. Liu Yuntu nodded in satisfaction, then plopped down in front of the computer, cigarette in mouth. Engrossed in his work, completely shedding the earlier intensity, I sat on the couch, my mind somewhat blank. Oh, and tomorrow, Hongya and Chu Yin will accompany you to broaden their horizons and familiarize themselves with the faces of the celestial families. They'll assist in hosting future guests from outside. All right, Chu Yin replied nonchalantly. Do I need to change my outfit for tomorrow? Hongya asked. Liu Yuntu replied, what do you mean change? That bright red outfit is quite iconic. Wear it. Oh, and before you go tomorrow, both of you should apply some light makeup. Nothing excessive, just a subtle touch. This is a significant occasion, so gauge your appearance accordingly. Surprisingly, Hongya did not retort, but instead headed to Chu Yan's room to select suitable cosmetics. By the way, make sure to bring Bai Mansi along. I was startled. Why bring her? Liu Yuntu had just received a text. On the way back to the city, he turned to look at me. Tomorrow, when you go to Shurching, you have 3 tasks. First, to establish your name. Second, to eliminate Zhang Tai. And third, to set up Bai Mansi's hall. Set up a hall. Mansi will be involved too? Liu Yuntu nodded, confirming that the true form of Old Lady Bai would be present. If you do not take this opportunity to get things in order, you might find yourself trekking to the Bai family hall to seek out Old Bai in the future. As this unfolded, Liu Yuntu clenched his teeth and began to operate the game, retaliating against an opponent and securing a double kill in the process. Meanwhile, I sat on the couch, feeling as if my life had become surreal. I had become the grand disciple master of Taisha Mountain, recognized by Black Mother, and starting tomorrow, Mansi would also step into the light. Furthermore, I was about to meet all the top celestial families within the region. Calming myself, I drove to Tianqi. My first task was to inform Mansi to accompany me back to Shurching tomorrow. The second was to write a leave request for my supervisor. Although it seemed like I was constantly asking for time off, in comparison to the other staff at Tianqi, my absence was relatively infrequent. Moreover, I was the only one capable of handling deceased individuals, which granted me some leverage in requesting leaves. Typically, when particularly gruesome corpses were involved, the person responsible for transporting them often hesitated to take them. Even if they were retrieved, I doubted the mortician at Tianqi could manage them. Before arriving at Tianqi, I had only interacted with Sister Su, the mortician, and I had assumed all in her profession were as composed as she was, casually snacking and scrolling through videos even in the presence of a corpse. However, once I arrived at Tianqi, I realized Sister Su's demeanor was exceptional. Not all morticians could maintain such calmness. Thus, any particularly gruesome corpse sent to Tianqi became my responsibility to prepare. My terms were simple: additional payment. For each horrific corpse I handled, I would take 80 of the fee after giving 20 to the establishment. My supervisor agreed, as refusing would either lead to complaints about Tianqi's unwillingness to accept such cases or to my compensation, allowing both the establishment and myself to benefit. Having sorted out my leave, I relayed yesterday's events to Bai Mansi. Upon learning that Old Lady Bai would also attend, she became instantly excited. That evening, I prepared everything needed for tomorrow, including tickets already booked at Tianqi. Due to security checks at the train station, the wrapped remains of a deceased infant were arranged to be sent to Shurching through alternate means by Liu Yuntu, while I held onto the chain left by the Black Wu Chang, accompanying the spirit as we boarded the train together with others. On the train, Hongya's bright red attire was striking, drawing glances from everyone who passed. This was not merely due to the outfit. Hongya was also quite beautiful. After spending time with her, I discovered she was quite the foodie. Each month, I provided both Hongya and Chu Yin with 1,000 yuan. Chu Yin typically spent about 400 to 500 on essentials for her child, but Hongya mostly indulged in food, with a considerable amount of her funds devoted to various snacks. During the 2-hour train journey, Hongya's mouth was non-stop, as she pulled out a box of duck tongues, followed by duck intestines, and then, astonishingly, a plate of vegetarian mixed dishes, and finally, duck legs, 5 of them. I exclaimed, Sister Hong, aren't you worried about gaining weight? With her mouth full of greasy food. She replied, Sister won't gain weight, don't worry. I thought to myself, it made sense. After all, being a ghost, she wouldn't gain weight. Moreover, she had endured a difficult life before, and now that she was living better with me, indulging a little to make up for past hardships was entirely reasonable. In truth, I wasn't concerned about the money. It was her extraordinary appetite that astonished me. The train had a no-smoking policy, and Liu Yuntu, visibly distressed, pulled out some sunflower seeds and began to crack them incessantly. Yin Chui has already gone to Shurching. Once we disembark, the Chang family will be here to pick us up. We will head to their place first. I nodded, thinking to myself that Chang Yunqi's traditional Chinese medicine shop in Tuqing had been quite busy these past few days. I was originally thinking of not bothering her, but unexpectedly, this old fairy had gotten there before us. Hongya took out the duck legs, one for each of us, 5 in total. We chatted all the way, and soon arrived at Shirching Station. After exiting the train station, Liu Yuntu, the others, and I boarded the car prepared by the Chang family. This time, we didn't go directly to the Chang family's house, but instead went to the Junyuda Hotel in Shirching, the same hotel where I had previously attended the thank you banquet and had a feast with King Crab. Upon entering the hotel's large private room, Chang Yunqi walked in from outside. Xiaolong, someone from the Qingfeng headquarters will be coming over in a little while. They say they want to talk to you, and this meal is arranged by them. My expression straightened, and I immediately sat up straight, in front of these old fairies of mine and my girlfriend. I didn't need to act like a proper person. I should just be myself. I'll sneak a bite of Sister Chu's fried eggs. And if I find any snacks Hongya hides, they'll be gone in no time. If Liu Yuntu has any good cigarettes, I'll have hardly any left. Bai Mansi is even easier to deal with. I'll often drag her over for a puff when she's bored. But in front of outsiders, well, sorry. Whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you better keep your cool. Dare to misbehave, and I'll fucking kill you. Just as I sat up straight, an old man walked in. After feeling the chilling aura emanating from him, I knew immediately that this was the ghost immortal from Qingfeng Hall. Greetings, Brother Liu. The old man clasped his hands and bowed deeply. I nodded, without standing up. Sit down. Thank you, Brother Liu. After we sat down, I realized that the old man before me was an elder of the Qingfeng main hall in Shirching, the most senior ghost immortal in the entire Qingfeng main hall. He knew perfectly well what Zhang Tai had done. Even when I tried to stop him, Zhang Tai simply ignored me. He knew that if things were exposed, Zhang Tai would implicate the entire Qingfeng main hall. Thus, our conversation ensued. The old man said that the Qingfeng main hall was divided into factions. One side followed Zhang Tai wholeheartedly, while the other side consisted of his subordinates, honest ghost immortals who only wanted to cultivate diligently and achieve enlightenment. The old man pleaded with Brother Liu to show mercy and not to wipe out the entire Qingfeng headquarters. He explained that his ghost immortals were honest and simple, and he hoped Brother Liu would consider their difficult cultivation and spare their lives. I smiled and said, "Don't worry, sir. I'm not the kind of person who can't distinguish between good and evil. You can rest assured." The old man raised his cloudy eyes, looked at me, and nodded gently. "Then I won't disturb Brother Liu's meal any longer. I'll take my leave now. Take care, old man. See you later." See you later. After the old ghost immortal left, the restaurant staff began serving the dishes. Except for Hongya, who only ate a few bites before feeling full, the rest of us ate heartily. After eating and drinking our fill, we watched TV for a while in the hotel's private room. After resting, we got into the car arranged by the Chang family and headed straight for the Qingfeng headquarters. After the car arrived at the familiar villa area, I got out and looked at the eerily quiet entrance to the Qingfeng headquarters. "What do you mean?" Liu Yuntu, a cigarette dangling from his lips, walked up to me and asked with a smile. I held up a finger to Liu Yuntu, who, without a word, tossed me the cigarette. I took it and saw it was a blue box Deities cigarette, probably the one from pack 80 or 91. Good cigarette indeed. Before I could even light one, I saw Zhang Tai, his face grim, leading 40 or 50 men, emerge from the villa. Liu Yuntu chuckled and touched the cigarette tip, lighting it in my mouth. I took a puff and immediately felt refreshed. It was indeed a good cigarette. "The fish are here. Shall we start fishing?" I asked, turning my head. "Fishing." Liu Yuntu took a few deep drags, tossed the cigarette to the ground, and beckoned without turning back. The Chang family soldiers behind him handed over a long cloth bag. Liu Yuntu took the cloth bag, pulled out a machete, and slung it over his shoulder. He then swaggered towards Zhang Tai. Chu Yin walked up to me at that moment. Hongya, standing nearby, secretly popped a potato chip into her mouth, then quickly wiped her mouth with a tissue. I held Bai Mansi's hand, feeling it tremble slightly. I squeezed it a little harder, and Bai Mansi glanced at me and nodded slightly. Then, I followed behind Liu Yuntu towards Zhang Tai, who stood at the villa entrance, his face unusually grim. "Brother Liu, what brings you here today?" I chuckled and replied calmly, "Master Zhang, long time no see. I've come here today to take your life." Chapter 70, Start Calling for Men. "How dare you? You, Ma, the eldest brother of the Liu family, have been treated with utmost respect by my Qingfeng Hall. Yet you dare utter such blasphemous words." After one of Zhang Tai's men pointed at me and hurled a few curses, suddenly 100 or so ghost immortals emerged from the bushes surrounding the villa area, each armed and looking at me nervously. But I remained completely calm, because there was no need to. Today's battle was a one-sided rout. My expression remained unchanged, I merely glanced at Zhang Tai indifferently. Master Zhang, you're playing with fire. So what? It's not me who'll get burned. It's you. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw several more ghost immortals emerge from the villa area of the Qingfeng Hall headquarters behind me, and these seemed to be no ordinary ghosts. Interesting. The leaders of the Qingfeng Hall from Mountain City, Mud City, Water City, and Rain City are all here? Liu Yintu began to introduce me, somewhat surprised. Upon hearing that other sect leaders from other regions had come to help Zhang Tai, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Good, so that's why Zhang Tai is so audacious. So he has so many fellow sect leaders as helpers. Even better, they've come today, saving me the trouble of seeking revenge later. What does sect leader Zhang mean by this? You dare to come and take my life? Do you expect me to just sit here and wait to die? I grinned. Then you can try. As hundreds of ghost immortals tried to swarm forward, Liu Yintu lowered his cleaver, turned his head, and coldly glanced at the group of ghost immortals. Immediately, many of them were so frightened that they sat down on the ground. Lu Long, start gathering reinforcements. I smiled, took out the Wenwang drum and Wuwang whip, and loudly said to Zhang Tai, Sect Leader Zhang, I hope you can still be as tough as you are now. With the help of the 3 sovereigns, soldiers must be brought from 7 li to 8 li away. Then, from 9 li, the horse reins must be pulled, lanterns must be hung at the main gate, and red banners at the second gate. You see, the helpers clearly say that inviting gods requires the guidance of the 3 religions, and summoning gods requires the sound of drums. Then, the foxes, weasels, snakes, and white winds are mobilized, trapping this place for thousands of miles without any reinforcements. As I sang this line, Zhang Tai's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he roared, Kill him quickly. I ignored Zhang Tai, because I knew that with the old immortals of my family's shrine there, I could safely continue singing the entire song. As the saying goes, the chief brother horse, once born, 100 spirits vie to protect its body, 10,000 immortals clear the way, making it smooth and level. Demons and monsters have nowhere to hide, and evil spirits cannot escape its form. Ironclad mountain, 9 grotto heavens, 9 peaks, each a grotto heaven. If you ask where to find these grotto heavens, attain the Tao and become an immortal, and they will naturally appear. After singing the last line, I put away the drumsticks and noticed that Zhang Tai's face had completely changed. It was an expression of extreme terror. The ghost fairies beside him instantly knelt on the ground. I turned around and saw that a large number of people had appeared behind me, a sea of people, probably close to 1,000. Before this crowd of nearly 1,000 people sat a dozen or so, including the familiar old lady by Liu Yintu, sweating profusely and carrying a cleaver, approached. Come, let me introduce you. These 2 are Grandpa Hu and Grandma Hu. These 2 are Grandpa Huang and Grandma Huang. And you've already met old lady Bai, so I won't elaborate. These 2 are. As Liu Yintu introduced them one by one, I successfully met all the top immortals of the Guanyi General Immortal Hall today. After greeting them all, Grandpa Liu patted the empty sofa beside him with a smile. Come, Lu Long, sit down and chat for a while. I smiled and walked over. As for Bai Mansi, she sat down next to the beaming old lady Bai. Grandpa Liu was very approachable, like an elder inquiring about my recent situation, such as whether I needed money. If so, just tell him. As Grandpa Liu and I were chatting happily, we heard Liu Yintu's hearty laughter from afar. Grandpa Liu and I turned our heads simultaneously and saw Liu Yintu grabbing a kneeling ghost spirit who dared not resist. With one hand on its head and the other on its shoulder, he ripped the ghost spirit's head off. A large cloud of energy filled the air. Liu Yintu inhaled deeply through his nose and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, damn it, that's awesome. Immediately afterward, Liu Yintu began a brutal massacre. Any ghost spirit he caught was torn to shreds with his bare hands, leaving them utterly destroyed. Of course, Liu Yintu hadn't forgotten my instructions. After all, that old ghost immortal from the Qingfeng headquarters had spoken to me. Before making his move, Liu Yintu had already found the old ghost immortal in the crowd and had him take his troops away. That way, the rest would all be Zhang Tai's group. Yin Tian is a good kid in every way, except he just can't stop killing. No wonder Black Mother gave him the name too, Slaughterer. She originally hoped that thinking of his name would help him restrain himself, but unexpectedly, he killed even more enthusiastically. Sigh. Only after hearing what third grandfather Liu said did I realize that brother Liu's original name was Liu Yintian. But seriously, the name too does suit him quite well. It really does sound like slaughter. When Liu Yinti got tired of slaughtering, he swayed over to me and plopped down next to me. Greetings, third grandfather. Third grandfather Liu gave a wry smile and nodded. Then, on a whim, I waved to Zhang Tai in the distance. Master Zhang, please come closer. I have something to say to you. Zhang Tai stumbled to my side. Kneel down, I said calmly. Zhang Tai hesitated. Seeing he didn't move, I repeated myself. Kneel down. Zhang Tai was silent for a long time, then knelt directly before me. Master Zhang, wasn't it you who said I was courting disaster? After saying that, I looked at the other sect leaders kneeling in the distance. Come kneel down, all of you. Chu Yin was truly clever. She had already guessed what I was going to do. With a loud shout, the sect leaders obediently came over and knelt before me. You just said I was utterly worthless? You just said I was audacious? And you just said I was a beast's offspring? At this moment, Hongya grinned and handed me a cleaver. I took the machete, aimed it at the man's chest, and gently plunged it in. Then I slowly increased the force until the machete emerged from his back, his soul scattered. Only then did I sheath the machete and return it to Hongya. Just as I was about to deal with the other sect leaders, Zhang Tai, who had been kneeling on the ground, suddenly vanished, followed by the remaining sect leaders. When they reappeared, they had returned to the Ghost Immortals ranks. As the Ghost Immortals who had been kneeling on the ground rose one by one, their eyes bloodshot, I knew that this group was likely going to fight like cornered beasts. But even so, what could they do? I was surrounded by over a dozen top-tier immortals, and behind me were nearly 1,000 renowned immortals, countless of them of the heavenly rank. What waves could these rabble possibly make? However, Liu Yintu still patted me on the shoulder. Don't expect these people sitting here to lift a finger in this battle. If they don't move, neither will those who came with them. Now, you're the only one who can handle it. Only then can you make a name for yourself. There are many on the other side, but don't be afraid. We'll help you. I looked at the densely packed ghost immortals in front of me. Although I felt a little uncertain, I didn't show it on my face. Liu Yintu probably knew I was nervous. So he possessed my body and said in my mind, "You've always been curious about what makes the 8 Aperture disciples so strong, haven't you? I kept it from you before because there was no need to tell you. But today, I'll just tell you the truth. Call Hongya and Xiuyan over." Where are the ghost immortals Hongya and Xiuyan? With a loud shout, Hongya and Xiuyan immediately came to me, both kneeling on one knee and clasping their hands in a respectful gesture. "What are your orders, chief disciple?" Zhang Tai, the leader of the Qingfeng main hall, has disrupted the order of Yin and Yang, and scrupulously raising ghosts to harm people. He has joined forces with Qingfeng halls in various places in a rebellion. Today I, Lu Long, have been entrusted by the underworld to cleanse this sect. Are you two willing to join me in slaying this traitor? I repeated in my mind the words Liu Yintu had taught me. Ghost Immortal Hongya obeys the order and is willing to go. Ghost Immortal Chu Yan obeys the order and is willing to go. After speaking, the two of them vanished before my eyes, and I felt a chill run through my body. Chu Yan and Hongya's voices echoed in my mind. This is so awkward. Liu Yintu, could you please not teach Long Long to use such cringeworthy words next time? Hongya's voice suddenly rang out. You think I wanted this? Damn it. Every single one of the top-tier halls in the region has come. We need to make a good impression. And my third grandfather is right here. You'd better shut up. If you keep nagging, I'll have Lu Long cut off your allowance. Oh dear, Brother Lu, I was wrong. Chu Yan's extremely calm voice rang out. Sister Hong, please say less, and let's get down to business. I was also a little confused at this point. Had Liu Yintu, Hongya, and Chu Yan all possessed my body? Liu Yintu gave an explanation that completely excited me. A disciple's body has 9 orifices. Each orifice can be opened, allowing one immortal to possess it. In other words, as an 8-orifice disciple, I can have up to 8 immortals possessing me simultaneously. Liu Yintu even used my grandfather as an example. My grandfather, as a 9-orifice disciple, once had 9 heavenly rank immortals possessing him simultaneously, along with over 500 immortal protectors. Otherwise, how could my grandfather alone have suppressed the region for 40 years? While I, as an 8-orifice disciple, am naturally weaker, once today is over, I will have by Mansi, who also possesses an immortal, by my side. With the two of us working together, we will only be stronger and more powerful than my grandfather was. Under Liu Yintu's command, I took Liu Yintu's cleaver from one of Chang family soldiers. Didn't I teach you a few moves before? Go for it. I'll show you what it means to walk through a sea of flowers unscathed. Hearing this, I immediately felt confident. But I had only taken 2 steps with the cleaver when a strange man inexplicably appeared next to Zhang Tai. When I noticed that this stranger was also holding that strangely patterned stick, exactly the same as the one held by the black and white impermanents, I immediately stopped. The man turned around, gave me a cold look, and pointed his stick at me. Get lost. Chapter 71 Interrogating the sect leader. I was stunned for a moment when third grandfather Liu suddenly walked up to me and pulled me behind him. When I saw that even Grandpa Hussein had stood up and all the other seated deities around him had also stood up, I sensed something was amiss. And you are? Grandpa Liu San asked. I noticed the man completely ignored Grandpa Liu San, instead pulling Zhang Tai aside and talking to him. After they finished talking, the man pointed at me Zhang Tai nodded, and then the man brandished his stick and walked straight towards me. Just as I was wondering what to do, someone suddenly patted my shoulder. Come on. Let me see what's going on. I turned around and saw that black and white impermanence had appeared beside me at some point. Hey, isn't this Wang Laosan from the Yellow Springs second team? What are you doing in the mortal realm? Finished picking up trash from the Yellow Springs? White impermanence seemed to recognize him, immediately blurting out this. What's wrong? Are you mute? Where's that energy you had when you were yelling get lost? White impermanence strolled leisurely up to Wang Laosan and slapped him across the face. Who gave you permission to form cliques and factions in the mortal realm? Slap. Another slap. You even chose the Qingfeng Hall for your clique? Why don't you just go to the Qingfeng main hall inside the pass? With that, White impermanence slapped him again. Unauthorized absence from duty, meddling in mortal affairs, forming a clique and causing trouble in the mortal realm. Black impermanence, standing nearby, kicked Wang Laosan to the ground. White impermanence didn't waste any words. He took his small stick covered in strange patterns and swung it around, striking Wang Laosan on the head. In the blink of an eye, Wang Laosan vanished. Having done all this, White impermanence turned and glanced at me. Sorry, Brother Liu. The Yellow Springs second team security guards were absent from their posts and came up for a stroll. You can continue. After speaking, Bai Wuchang put away his small stick and said enthusiastically, Oh, isn't this Master Hu? Oh, Master Huang is here too. Old Madam Bai. You're still so energetic these past few years. Master Hui has lost weight. Are you on a diet? Seeing how familiar Bai Wuchang was with these top immortals, I thought to myself, great, this step of building a reputation is perfectly accomplished. Next, it's time to deal with Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai, on the other hand, had already completely lost his mind when Bai Wuchang appeared. I had only taken 2 steps with my cleaver when Zhang Tai knelt on the ground and frantically kowtowed to me. Brother Liu, please spare my life. I can do things for you. I can join your shrine. Our shrine doesn't need this kind of person. Kill him. Liu Yuntu's voice echoed in my mind. He's too old and ugly. Let's not take him in, shall we? Hongya's voice also appeared. Let Mr. Liu make the decision himself. Chu Yan's voice remained calm. To be honest, I didn't intend to kill Zhang Tai outright, but I also had no intention of bringing him into my gang. I wanted to figure out why this guy was targeting me. I planned to spare Zhang Tai's life for now, and later asked Chan Yunqi if she could use medicine to interrogate ghosts, but I didn't intend to spare the leaders of the Qingfeng gang in other regions. Of course, before they were completely destroyed, they could still contribute a little. I grabbed a leader from who knows where, stabbed him in the stomach, and then asked him, You have 1 minute. Tell me everything you've done. Don't even think about lying. I can sense if you lie. However, the reality was that I couldn't sense anything. I was just trying to trick him into giving me some useful information. Immediately afterward, this usually arrogant sect leader, under the watchful, ambiguous gaze of the white impermanence in the distance, and with the thread of my cleaver held to his neck, began recounting his misdeeds at breakneck speed. Listening to the increasingly outrageous tales, I raised an eyebrow and chopped his head off with a single stroke. Dare to lie? Actually, I didn't know if he was lying or not. It was just to intimidate the others. After finishing, I grabbed another sect leader and began interrogating him. Having been terrified by the previous one, the remaining sect leaders spoke even faster. I could tell these were no good either, some even worse than the first one. So I simply killed them all. The last sect leader, Liu Yuntu, told me this man was the leader of the Qingfeng sect in Shansheng. Notoriously bad reputed and a notoriously rotten person. Give him some time. See if you can get some explosive information out of him. Don't let my smug demeanor fool you. I'm practically on my breaking point, having these sect leaders under my thumb, ready to kill or slaughter them at will. The 3 old immortals on my body are listening to these sect leaders recount their outrageous stories, occasionally offering their opinions. Wow, that Mud City guy is really indiscriminate. How could she be so heartless, killing an old ghost from the late Qing dynasty? Hongya exclaimed. Chu Yan's icy voice suddenly rang out. Some men are like that. They deserve to die. Then, Chu Yan's tone changed. Of course, Mr. Liu, I wasn't talking about you. You're a good person. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. A good person? Me? What kind of good person would chop someone's head off with a machete? Although I only killed ghosts, they were all once human, after all. The last leader of the Qingfeng Hall in the Mountain City, even after I stabbed him twice, remained silent, a real tough nut to crack. If I stabbed him a few more times, I was afraid he'd die on the spot. But if I didn't, I couldn't extract a confession. Even Liu Yunta couldn't, because he'd never interrogated a ghost before. At that moment, Bai Wuchang suddenly walked over, patted me, took the Mountain City leader from my hands, and scratched him on the head. Immediately, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the leader's mouth. I saw his limbs begin to tremble and contort abnormally. I thought to myself, this is truly professional from the underworld. It works instantly. The screaming lasted for about 5 minutes. Bai Wuchang scratched the man's head again, and the already barely audible groans stopped abruptly. After waving at me, Bai Wuchang returned to Hu Sante and Huang Sante, seemingly discussing where to find good hot pot. This time, facing my interrogation, this unyielding leader obediently began to speak. I must say, what he did was indeed excessive. I wanted to kill him immediately, but Liu Yunta had reminded me to talk more, and I wanted to see what other outrageous things he had done. I had someone kill a mental patient at the Shanqing shopping center, and also, I was asked to cause a car accident that killed a pregnant woman. And that stop. What was the name of the dead pregnant woman? Chu Yan's startled voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Sensing something was wrong, I immediately asked this question. I forgot her name. I only remember her surname was Chu. Chapter 72 branch store. For some reason, I suddenly felt a chill run through my body. Hongya's voice echoed in my mind. Yin Yin? Yin Yin, calm down. Let Lu Long get to the bottom of this first. Chu Yin, don't panic. Lu Long is asking questions. Once we find out who did it, we'll all avenge you. If you kill him now, we won't get any information. Okay. I could tell from her voice that Chu Yin was on the verge of exploding with rage. Then, I grabbed the sect leader and took him to a slightly farther place. Who commissioned you to cause the car accident? It was someone surnamed Huangfu. His name is rare, so I remember it clearly. Upon hearing the name Huangfu, I couldn't help but sigh. Chu Yan's husband, no, I should say Chu Yan's ex-husband, was surnamed Huangfu. Then, I questioned this Huangfu guy, how he contacted me, what benefits I received, and whether he came back to ask for my help afterward. After I finished asking all these questions, Chu Yin jumped out on her own. Her bloodied and mangled appearance truly pained me. After her long fingernails pierced the cult leader's chest, and then she ripped it open, tearing his chest in two, the cult leader instantly perished. After killing him, Chu Yin returned to her original appearance, her face contorted in grief, wiping away non-existent tears, sobbing softly. Liu Yuntu and Hongya also withdrew at this time. Hongya held Chu Yin, comforting her like a child, while Liu Yunta took out a cigarette case and waved it. We ran over and squatted down to smoke. Liu Yunta took several deep drags on his cigarette and said to me, if we hadn't known about this, there would have been nothing we could do. But now that we do, you have to help Chu Yin get revenge. Is that even a question, Brother Liu? Sister Chu makes us breakfast every day. And sometimes she even makes us a late-night snack when you're processing orders at night. If anything happens, a call, and she's there immediately. How could I not help? What kind of person wouldn't help? Liu Yuntu nodded in satisfaction, saying, I trust you on this. All right, let's go back. After all the grandparents are still here. Go back and greet them. Once they've left, we'll head to Shanqing. Then, I followed Liu Yunta back to where we'd been. I greeted the grandparents of each branch. Added third grandfather Liu as a WeChat friend, and except for old Madam Bai who was still chatting with Bai Mansi, everyone else packed up and left. Of course, I greeted all these people before leaving. They all knew my identity as the chief disciple and told me that if anything happened, just let them know. And it would be fine. Their words were enough for me. As for the remaining ghost immortals in the Qingfeng Hall, I directly asked the Chang and Liu family's troops to help deal with them. After the cleanup, the new head of the Qingfeng Hall in Shicheng will be the old ghost immortal who invited me to dinner. This time, the news that I was the chief disciple was already known in the immortal circle. Even Hu Tianlei called to congratulate me, his tone revealing his surprise. I exchanged pleasantries with him for a while, and then we ended our conversation. I called my boss to extend my leave, and over there, old Madam Bai and Bai Mansi had finished their conversation. It was clear that Bai Mansi was genuinely happy. She skipped over to me and said that old Madam Bai had talked to her about going into the spirit world and told her to go back and prepare the necessary items. She didn't know what exactly she needed and could ask me or Liu Yuntu. Once everything is ready, just hang the shrine list next to my shrine. It's worth mentioning that Bai Mansi isn't as strict as I am. All kinds of deities can attend her shrine, unlike me, who can only have Chang Lu and Qing Feng. And old Madam Bai, relying on the Bai family's connections, has already arranged for all the deities to attend. As long as Bai Mansi prepares everything, the shrine can be set up immediately. There's no need to invite the deities. A simple phone call, and they'll come and attend. It's like the shrine list is up 1 second, and the next second all the deities are in their positions. After all the top deities left, Chang Yunki came over and told me that the black and white impermanents had taken away the 2 stillborn infants and my deceased colleague. The stillborn infants were useful, since their celestial magic was extremely powerful. As for my colleague, he was sent to suffer in the 18th level of hell. Seeing that there wasn't much left to pack, I put away my Wenwang drum and Wuwang whip, then got into the car the Chang family had sent and went straight to Shengbiochi. I'd mostly finished up my work since returning to Shicheng. The next train was leaving in 4 hours, so I had time to go back to my old workplace and visit my old friends. Returning to Shengbiochi, I was used to the layout and size of Tianqi. Suddenly, Xingbeoqi, the funeral home I'd spent over 4 years in, seemed so small. Brother Wang came out from the backyard with several stacks of paper money and was overjoyed to find me standing at the entrance. Back in the familiar office, Brother Wang brought out a bunch of snacks and placed them in front of Bai Mansi and me. I knew immediately that Sister Su had bought them. She loves these kinds of things. I stayed at Xingbeoqi for over 2 hours. During that time, Brother Wang and I discussed opening a branch. Now that I had a foothold in Tianqi, we could consider opening a branch to make money. Honestly, with that one sentence from the third great-grandfather of the Liu family, I could probably live comfortably for a lifetime just by asking him for some money. Besides, the several million my grandfather left me is enough for me to live a carefree life in small third or fourth-tier cities like Tuching and Shiching. But that's just how I am. Money from my family is ultimately theirs. I still need to earn what I need to earn myself. After all, who would complain about having too much money, right? Brother Wang and I share the same idea about choosing a shop. The shop Brother Wang and I are opening in Shiching will definitely be our main store. If we were to open a shop in Tuching, we would have to rent it, definitely not buy it. After all, we don't know much about the area there, and what if we lose money? And if we rent a shop, we don't need a very big storefront. The best place is an older neighborhood with a lot of elderly people. The rent is cheaper, and there's a lot of foot traffic. It won't be long before many people know that a funeral supplies store has opened downstairs. As for why we didn't choose to open a branch opposite Tuching Hospital, the reason is that the area opposite the largest hospital in Tuching, the second hospital, is already saturated with funeral parlors. If we were to force ourselves to open there, we wouldn't even get a share. Besides, Bai Mansi and I both work in Tianqi, so we can't keep an eye on the Tuching branch every day. Therefore, we still have to hire help. A helper like Brother Zhao from my shop in Shiching, someone who can help with dressing, remembers prices perfectly, and is quite bold, is probably hard to find in Tuching. Anyway, we'll just have to wait and see. When it was almost time, Brother Wang saw me off from the funeral home, saying that if the shop opened, he would definitely come to support us. After I got into the car arranged by the Chang family and went to the train station with the rest of us, Liu Yinta patted me on the shoulder in the waiting room. Long, planning to open a shop? Yeah, I've been thinking about it. It's just that finding helpers is so difficult. Liu Yinta chuckled. Finding helpers is difficult? For you right now, finding a helper is the easiest thing to do. What did Brother Liu say? Let me tell you, don't be fooled by my daily sales and seemingly carefree life. Chang Yunqi also makes a good living running a traditional Chinese medicine shop. People like us are actually quite rare in the spiritual community. Many people struggle to find work because they haven't gone to school. You need a helper, right? Just shout it out in the Tuching spiritual community, and people will be scrambling to do it for 500 yuan a month. I slapped my forehead, thinking, why didn't I think of that? Goodness, putting everything else aside, if I could actually get a spiritual person to work in my shop, not only would I not have to worry about the shop's safety, but I'd also solve the problem of spiritual people finding employment. But 500 yuan is outrageous. It'd need at least 2,000 a month. However, even so, Chu Yan's matter is what I should be focusing on right now. Opening the shop can wait. It's not urgent. However, at this moment, Chu Yan, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Mr. Liu, you should finish up the shop business first. My matter is nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. I said it was important. Sister Chu, you don't need to worry about this matter. I'll handle everything for you. Just wait for my news. Upon observing Chu Yan's demeanor, Liu Yintu directly conveyed to me that while I sought vengeance in the mountain city, I could reach out to Hu Tianlei. After all, hadn't this esteemed elder of the heavenly lineage assured me that the Earth City would shield me from all storms? He was more than capable of managing the intricacies of securing a shop and completing the necessary formalities. I reasoned that I would simply compensate him for any expenses incurred, especially since he owed me a significant favor. With this understanding, I promptly dialed Hu Tianlei from the waiting hall. Upon learning of my intention to open a branch, he eagerly took charge, assuring me that within a week, everything regarding the shop would be arranged with clarity. After concluding the call, the train was nearly upon us. My plan was to return to the Earth City, finalize matters concerning the Bai Mansi Tang, and subsequently accompany Chu Yan to the mountain city to seek justice. Meanwhile, Liu Yinta began to utilize his connections. He sought information regarding the local Liu family's contact number in the mountain city, and, once acquired, he reached out to request an investigation into this Huangfu individual's current standing. Once we confirmed that he was indeed Chu Yan's ex-husband, our visit to the mountain city would be purposeful, allowing us to act decisively. As for the course of action upon our arrival, that would depend on Chu Yan's mood. Regardless of the chaos that may ensue, I was confident that my companions and I could effectively conceal our actions, ensuring that no one would uncover the truth. Chapter 73. By Mancy takes the lead on the train, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and conversation among my companions. But our return was marked by a heavy silence. Even Liu Yuntu sat lost in thought, neglecting his usual pastime of snacking on sunflower seeds. Upon disembarking and returning to my rented accommodation, my esteemed companions resumed their ordinary lives. Although Chu Yin continued to engage with the child in games, this time, Hongya remained vigilantly by her side. Observing Chu Yan's visibly sorrowful and agitated expression, I sighed softly. Bai Mancy, aware of Chu Yan's predicament, suggested that we expedite the establishment of the Tang. Once the Tang was set up and the celestial beings were in place, she could lend her support in addressing Chu Yan's situation. I nodded in agreement, descended to my vehicle, and made a round through the market, purchasing all necessary items for the Tang's establishment. To suggest that we initiate the ceremony that very evening would be somewhat discourteous. Disturbing the celestial beings at night seemed inappropriate. Thus, I decided to invite them the following morning instead. However, to my surprise, just as I completed the preparation of the red cloth for the Tang list and placed the incense burner, there was a knock at the door less than 5 minutes later. Drawing from my previous experience with uninvited guests, I cautiously peered through the peephole. Upon spotting several figures outside, I surmised that the esteemed celestial beings had arrived, ready to commence the ceremony. Upon opening the door, I was greeted warmly by the 7 celestial beings who had come, and I reciprocated their greetings. Among the attendees were representatives from the Hu, Huang, Chang, and Liu families, as well as 2 from the Bai family. What astonished me most was that the elderly matriarch of the Bai family seemed genuinely fond of Bai Mancy. As 2 celestial beings from the Bai family had come to participate in the ceremony, one a newly qualified member of the Yun generation, and the other, surprisingly, from the Jin generation. The hierarchy of celestial beings is denoted by the order of Tian, Chui, Jin, Yin, Yun, Wan, Shao, and Da. While the Jin generation might seem to occupy a middle ground, in certain circles, their status is sufficient to lead as a Tang master. The celestial beings meticulously inscribed their names onto the Tang list. I learned that each of them held their own occupations in the Earth City. The representatives from the Liu and Hu families were employed in the Liu Family's Grand Hotel and the Hu Family's barbecue establishment, respectively. The Huang family had partnered with a few friends to invest in a courier station known for its swift deliveries and lucrative returns. The Chang family member worked as a shop assistant in Chang Yunqi's establishment. As for the 2 from the Bai family, the Jin generation specialized in medicine and appeared to possess greater expertise than Chang Yunqi, having established their own traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Although the other Bai family member of the Yun generation was merely an assistant in the Jin generation's clinic, it seemed he lacked a natural aptitude for traditional medicine, presently engaged in menial tasks such as cleaning. Upon hearing this, an idea sparked within me. I had a task in mind for this Bai family celestial being. Should he be willing, he could attempt to join me, with the prospect of earning over 10,000 a month if he excelled. Upon hearing of the potential earnings, the Bai family Yun generation's eyes lit up, and he eagerly inquired about the job details. When I revealed it involved funeral services, I anticipated disdain. Instead, he became animated, asking about initial monthly pay, the timeline for reaching 10,000, and when he could start. I calmed his excitement, explaining that my funeral supplies store had yet to open, but would do so shortly. Once established, I would guide him through the processes, including the customs of what items to burn on specific days. Moreover, if he had friends, I could accommodate up to 3 additional individuals, initially on a trial basis with a monthly salary of 1,000 each. Subsequently, salaries would depend on the shop's profitability. If business faltered, we would have to consider layoffs. But if it thrived, all could remain with salaries reflective of the shop's earnings. Regardless, I assured him that a monthly salary of 1,000 was guaranteed, with the potential for raises contingent upon performance. Should daily management of the shop require excessive oversight from me, I would seek alternative employment for them and recruit others as needed. Furthermore, if their performance was commendable, I would consider additional opportunities for them, as both Tianqi and Shengbaoqi, as well as Shengbaogu, were currently in need of personnel. As long as they were not deterred by the nature of the work, displayed courage, and remained dedicated, earning over 10,000 a month would merely be a matter of time. Following the completion of the ceremony, Bai Mancy exchanged contact information with the celestial beings, who assured us that they were available for assistance at any time. Notably, the functions of Bai Mancy's Tang differed significantly from mine. To put it dramatically, all the celestial beings in my Tang could be deemed warriors, as Chang Yunqi merely operated a traditional medicine shop, while in her family, she was responsible for legal proceedings. My Tang was, quite simply, a physical resolution to all matters. In contrast, by Mansi S. Tang was devoid of any martial prowess. However, it appeared far more harmonious. The Huang and Hu families gathered intelligence and transported goods, while the Bai family managed post-conflict care and the Liu and Chang families handled interrogations. In essence, all celestial beings within Bai Mansi S. Tang were capable of providing medical care and divination. To summarize, our respective Tangs complemented each other, effectively forming a cohesive front. My Tang was responsible for combat, while Bai Mansi S. handled logistics. Additionally, we could jointly offer comprehensive funeral services. Once I establish my shop, even the matters concerning funeral supplies will be resolved. It is truly a comprehensive service. Of course, these are all future considerations. The pressing issue at hand pertains to Sister Chu. After a brief discussion, the venerable elder of the Bai family suggested that the other celestial beings from the Mansi Hall need not accompany us. This time he will join me, as he has some acquaintances and connections in the mountain city. We merely exchanged a few words before solidifying our plan. There will be no rest. Tomorrow, we shall prepare ourselves and head straight to the mountain city to avenge Sister Chu.